My name is Luo Xiu. Having traversed 2.5 years, I have attained the pinnacle of the 6 styles, perfected my Conqueror's Haki, and awakened my devil fruit. Logically, I should set sail to conquer the seas, striking the 4 emperors with my fists and kicking the celestial dragons into submission. However, I possess but a singular ambition, to nurture my adopted wife, Em, into the happiest girl in the world. Thus, the narrative takes an unexpected turn. The advanced technique of the 6 styles, the finger gun, a deadly skill capable of piercing steel, is instead employed by me to carve apple-shaped bunnies for EE while deftly removing fishbones, proving remarkably efficient. E exclaims, "Wow, a bunny. Luo Xiu is so impressive," with stars in her eyes. I have developed a protective attribute specifically designed to soothe E's nightmares, ensuring she enjoys a more restful slumber. E murmurs in her sleep, "Luo Xiu, hug me." Utilizing the forest fruit, heart of the world tree, a divine ability to create worlds, I have birthed a sky city as our wedding abode, conveniently binding the thunder god Enel as my personal power source and weather controller. Enel laments, "As the thunder god, my daily duties now involve powering open-air movies and conjuring rainbow effects." Ha ha boo-hoo. The 5 elders gaze at the forbidden island floating 10,000 meters above, enveloped in lightning and rainbows, falling into a profound silence. Report. That man appears to be once again using ancient weapon-level power to barbecue. Chapter 1. The moment I stumbled upon the amnesiac Em, my languid existence ended. Luo Xiu has resided on his island for 2.5 years, naming this nameless isle Salted Fish Island. The island may be small, yet it is replete with all necessities. A stretch of silvery beach, a small grove of coconut trees, and a modest vegetable garden cultivated by him. At the island's center stands a wooden cabin he built with his own hands. "System, it's time to commence work," Luo Xiu declared while reclining on a beach chair. Ding. Daily sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. 1 million berries and 1 top-tier bluefin tuna obtained. The familiar panel materializes before him. After traversing into this world, this sign-in system has been his sole reliance, allowing him to receive rewards daily, ensuring he wouldn't starve. Over 2.5 years, he has managed to cultivate this deserted island into a flourishing paradise, gaining a modicum of strength. At the very least, ordinary sea kings dare not approach this isle. Yet, this is far from sufficient. This is the world of One Piece. For emperors, marine admirals, the 7 warlords of the sea, powerful beings abound in abundance. His current strength is but a mere ripple in the vast ocean's tempest. Thus, Luo Xiu established his life goal from the outset: to avoid the seas and refrain from causing trouble. A warm hearth with wife and children. Although he currently has neither wife nor children, he sipped from a chilled coconut juice beside him. The weather forecast bug indicated a splendid sunny day. With clear skies and gentle sea breezes, it was indeed a perfect day for a salted fish to lounge. Just then, the sky darkened without warning. Massive clouds gathered, obscuring the sun. The sea breeze turned turbulent, and the once calm waters began to churn, unleashing towering waves several meters high. Boom! A bolt of lightning cleaved the sky. Torrential raindrops pelted down. Luo Xiu rose and retreated to the wooden cabin. The weather outside resembled the apocalypse, with howling winds and thunderous roars. The wooden cabin swayed precariously in the storm. This sudden tempest persisted for a full 3 hours. When all subsided and the sky cleared once more, Luo Xiu opened the door, met by a gust of salty sea breeze. The beach lay in disarray, littered with debris swept in by the storm. He approached the shoreline, intending to tidy up, when he noticed a dark object lying a short distance away on the sand. What could that be? A massive reef? As Luo Xiu drew closer, he realized it was not a rock. The outline unmistakably resembled a person. He quickened his pace. Lying on the beach was a woman, her long black hair cascading like seaweed across the sand. She wore a peculiar white gauzy dress, a style he had never encountered, now tattered and stained with sand and blood. Despite her disheveled state, her stunning beauty remained undeniable. Luo Xiu knelt and reached out to check her breath. She was still alive, merely unconscious. He examined her injuries. Numerous scratches marred her body, the most severe located on her abdomen, still oozing blood. Immediate care was imperative. Without hesitation, Luo Xiu lifted her effortlessly in his arms. He hastened back to the wooden cabin, where he kept his medical supplies. He laid her gently on the bed, retrieving clean cloth and fresh water. With utmost care, He cleansed her of sand and grime. While tending to her wounds, Luo Xiu noted that the fabric of her white gauzy dress was extraordinary. It was neither silk nor cotton. The texture was smooth, yet remarkably resilient. What had she endured to damage such material? Moreover, there was nothing on her person to indicate her identity, a mysterious woman of unknown origin. After treating her abdominal injury and carefully bandaging it, he covered her with a light blanket. Having completed these tasks, he settled into a chair nearby, awaiting her awakening. An hour passed. The woman on the bed fluttered her eyelashes, gradually opening her eyes. They were hollow and bewildered. She gazed at the unfamiliar ceiling, remaining motionless for quite some time. Then, she slowly turned her head, locking eyes with Luo Xiu. "Who are you?" Her voice was soft and slightly hoarse. "Where am I? Who am I?" A triple whammy of amnesia. Luo Xiu sighed inwardly. Just as he prepared to respond, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. "Warning! Warning! Divine binding target detected. System adapting. Event check-in. Each time the host engages in a delightful interaction with a wife-pampering event check-in is triggered, bestowing advanced rewards. Special check-in. When experiences a significant positive emotional surge, a special check-in can be activated, yielding extraordinary rewards. The wife-pampering system? Who is A detection has confirmed that the bound target is in a state of amnesia and has automatically been designated as The target information panel is now being generated. In the next moment, a brand new panel materializes before Luo Xiu. This panel is in stark contrast to the previously simplistic check-in interface. At its center lies a bust of a woman, the very one reclining upon the bed. Adjacent to her likeness is her information. Bound target, amnesiac state. Current alias, Happiness index, 10 out of 100. Status, confused, anxious. Affection level towards the host, 5 out of 100. Status, cautious, strangers. Luo Xiu fixates on the name, stroking his chin. The one who has lived for 8 centuries, seated upon the throne of void, the singular ruler of the world. An entity to whom the 5 elders must kneel. The woman he has rescued is Imu. The tempest is not a natural disaster. It is her descent that has caused it. A deluge of information bombards Luo Xiu's mind. He traversed to this realm merely to lead a tranquil existence. Yet now he has inadvertently acquired the gravest of troubles. Furthermore, his system is intricately bound to this predicament, transforming into a wife-pampering system, with Imu as the object of affection. If the world government were to discover this. No, it is unnecessary for the world government to know. Merely the 5 elders realizing that Imu is in his possession would result in his humble little island of salted fish being reduced to rubble in an instant. He himself would be reduced to ashes. What? What is wrong with you? The woman in bed, inquires softly, observing his shifting expressions with trepidation in her voice. Luo Xiu snaps back to reality, gazing at the vigilant yet bewildered woman before him. This is no longer merely a trouble. It is a ticking time bomb capable of unleashing upheaval upon the world 100 times over. Sending her away? Impossible. The system has already bound them. Her happiness index is the sole path to his empowerment. Keeping her? That notion is fraught with madness. Yet it is also irresistibly alluring. To nurture the world's sovereign into his very own cherished wife. This endeavor promises to be immensely entertaining. Chapter 2. Just found a wife, and the system bestows me with perfection? Luo Xiu's decision took but a fleeting second. You. He glanced at him, retreating slightly. I am Luo Xiu. He approached the bedside, deliberately slowing his movements. This is Xinyu Island, my home. He paused for a moment and added, from today onward. You shall be called Yi. This place is also your home. Yi. The name silently rolled off her lips. With no memories, no past. This appellation became her sole anchor. Is this truly her home? She surveyed the man before her and then the modest wooden cabin. Suddenly, a most untimely sound shattered the silence. Yi's cheeks flushed as she instinctively cradled her stomach. Are you hungry? Luo Xiu inquired. Hesitating, she eventually nodded gently. Wait here. Luo Xiu turned and walked towards the kitchen at the other end of the small house. Yi remained on the bed, watching his retreating figure. She hugged her knees, resting her chin upon them, resembling a frightened kitten, observing the only living being in this unfamiliar environment. Soon, the rhythmic sound of chopping filled the kitchen. Luo Xiu retrieved the finest bluefin tuna acquired that day, slicing only the most succulent belly portion into delicate pieces. Washing rice, adding water, igniting the flame, each action flowed seamlessly. His culinary skills had previously been limited to mere sustenance, But upon deciding to keep he felt compelled to elevate the quality of life. As he simmered kanji, he kept an eye on She had quietly slipped off the bed, barefoot and wrapped in his thin blanket, like a little ghost peeking from the bedroom door. Luo Xiu chose not to address her presence. He ladled the steaming kanji into a bowl, adorned it with the meticulously sliced fish, and sprinkled a hint of scallions. The fish transformed in hue under the kanji's heat, releasing a tantalizing aroma. He placed the seafood kanji on the table. Come and eat. Approached cautiously. Sitting in a chair, she gazed at the kanji, hesitating to pick up the spoon. Is it poisonous? She whispered. Luo Xiu was momentarily taken aback by her question. If I wished to harm you, I would not have rescued you. Fell silent. She cautiously scooped a spoonful, blowing on it gently before tasting. The exquisite fish, tender rice grains, and warm broth enveloped her in a wave of comfort. A surge of warmth ascended from her stomach, radiating throughout her being. She could scarcely remember the last time she had eaten. The sensation of warmth enveloping her gradually eased her taut nerves. A tear, unbidden, slipped down her cheek, splashing into the bowl. Then came a second, a third. She did not weep aloud, merely shedding silent tears as she continued to eat, spoonful by spoonful. Luo Xiu sat across from her, quietly observing as she finished her meal. Ding. High-sweet interaction detected. Prepare a heartfelt meal for EE's wariness towards the host diminishes. Happiness index 10. Triggering wife pampering event sign-in. A splendid sign-in button appeared before Luo Xiu. He selected confirm. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired mastery of culinary arts. In an instant, a deluge of culinary knowledge, techniques, and recipes flooded Luo Xiu's mind. From ingredient handling to mastery of heat and the essence of diverse cuisines, he felt akin to a culinary sage, steeped in the art for centuries. Luo Xiu glanced again at the bowl of kanji. In his current understanding, this dish had no fewer than 17 flaws. The cooking was too hasty, preventing the rice's starch from fully releasing. The handling of the tuna was rather crude, losing 3% of its freshness. The scallions were unevenly chopped. He cast a glance at who was still savoring the remnants of the kanji's warmth. Never mind, as long as she enjoys it. After the meal, Luo Xiu set out to clear the debris left by the storm on the beach. Trailed behind him like a little shadow, maintaining a distance of 3 steps. As he moved timber, she stood quietly by, observing. When he searched for shells, she joined him in seeking beautiful finds along the shore. Luo Xiu halted, and she immediately stopped as well, like a child caught in wrongdoing. You needn't follow me so closely. Luo Xiu spoke. Remained silent, lowering her head. Very well, do as you wish. He continued tidying up, oblivious to her quietly relieved expression. As dusk fell, the two returned to the wooden cabin. Luo Xiu rummaged through the storeroom and unearthed a packet of tea leaves, a commonplace item acquired from a previous sign-in. He boiled water and steeped 2 cups of tea. Handing one to she cradled the cup, mimicking his actions, and took a gentle sip. In the next moment, her delicate brows furrowed ever so slightly. She said nothing, merely placing the cup back on the table and refraining from touching it again. Luo Xiu noticed this detail and glanced at the system panel. EE's happiness index, 20, 100, status, stable, dissatisfied with food. This girl, despite her amnesia, still possesses such discerning taste? This was the finest tea he could offer. Do you not like it? Shook her head, yet her body spoke truthfully, as she made no further attempt to touch the cup. Luo Xiu pondered for a moment. Today's daily sign-in had not been utilized. System, sign-in. Ding. Daily sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. Capable of instantly bringing any plant to its peak condition. Just in time, Luo Xiu took the small vial and exited the cabin. Hesitated momentarily before following him outside. He made his way to a corner of the garden, where a few half-dead tea plants were struggling to survive. He uncorked the vial and carefully drizzled the fountain of life at the roots of the tea plants. A miracle unfolded. The previously withered leaves transformed into vibrant green at a visible pace, and the shriveled branches sprouted tender buds anew. The entire tea plant seemed to be rejuvenated, each leaf glistening with a lustrous sheen and exuding an invigorating fragrance. Watched this spectacle, her small mouth agape in astonishment. Utilizing the tea-making techniques from his newfound mastery, Luo Xiu plucked the freshest leaves and prepared them on the spot. Moments later, a pot of new tea was ready. The tea was a clear, jade-green infusion, wafting an enticing aroma. Luo Xiu poured another cup for This time, she merely inhaled the fragrant steam before eagerly lifting the cup. She took a tentative sip. The crisp, mellow flavor blossomed on her tongue, sliding down her throat. leaving a lingering sweetness that danced on her palate. She drained the cup entirely. Setting it down, she turned to Luo Xiu, a faint, genuine smile blossoming on her face. Although fleeting, it was undeniably real. Warning, warning. Detected significant positive emotional fluctuations in EE. EE's happiness index greatly increases, surpassing 30 points. Current happiness index, 50, 100, status. Content, joyful. Special sign-in conditions achieved. Triggering special sign-in. Before Luo Xiu, a resplendent golden sign-in button, more magnificent than any before, materializes. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a transcendent reward. Perfect observation Haki. Perfect observation Haki allows one to clearly foresee all possibilities occurring within the next 3 seconds. An invisible force instantaneously merges with every fiber of Luo Xiu's being. The world, within his perception, transforms. The path of the wind caressing the leaves. The position of every grain of sand upon the beach. In the distance, a seabird dives from the azure sky. In Luo Xiu's mind, its every action for the next 3 seconds vividly unfolds. In the first second, it will adjust the angle of its wings. In the second, it will lock onto a sardine swimming beneath the surface. In the third, it will deftly snatch the fish from the water. Everything unfolds as if scripted. This exhilarating sensation of control captivates him. This is Haki, perfect Haki that begins at its zenith. He glances at EE, who is curiously fiddling with several tea plants. As long as he showers her with affection, he could summon forth not only Haki, but even ancient weaponry. Luo Xiu's spirits soar to unprecedented heights. Yet, in the next instant, his newly acquired observation Haki suddenly offers a faint warning. He steps outside the wooden cabin, stands upon the beach, and gazes toward the horizon. At the seam where sea meets sky, a small dark speck gradually swells in size. It is a ship. On its mast, a flag flutters. A black flag emblazoned with a ghastly white skull. Chapter 3. Close your eyes. The ensuing events may be somewhat bloody. It is a decrepit pirate ship. Its hull bears the scars of blades and axes, marred by patches of dried, darkened blood. The skull upon the sail sports a gaping crack at the jaw, as if mocking all prey under its gaze. On the deck, a dozen raucous pirates, reeking of alcohol, are boisterously clamoring. Captain, where has this drifted us? The compass is completely malfunctioning, inquires a one-eyed pirate. The man referred to as Captain is a burly figure, his face a tapestry of coarse features. He delivers a swift kick to the one-eyed pirate's rear. Who cares where we are? All I know is that our rum and provisions are gone. If we can't find any supplies, we'll starve in this damned doldrum. A second pirate, as lean as a monkey, leans over the ship's railing, peering through a telescope. Suddenly, he exclaims in excitement, as if he has discovered a new continent. Captain, look ahead. There's an island. A paradise-like island. All the pirates surge to the ship's edge. At the horizon, a verdant island, encircled by silver sands, lies serenely upon the sea. Palm trees, wooden huts, and wisps of smoke rising into the air. Freshwater, food, and living souls abound. Ha ha, fortune has not abandoned us. The captain erupts in raucous laughter, his jowls quivering. Boys, prepare to dock. Everything on this island is ours. The pirate ship hastens its approach toward the island of salted fish. On the beach, Luo Xiu continues to tidy up the clutter, seemingly oblivious to the impending danger. EE trails behind him, her little face increasingly marred by unease. She senses the unabashed, raw malice emanating from that ship. Greed, bloodlust, violence. Such auras fill her with revulsion and dread. Luo Xiu's observation Haki has already discerned everything aboard the ship. Their conversations, their vile thoughts, and the nauseating scent of blood that clings to them. These men are stained with the blood of the innocent. Their demise would be no loss. Luo Xiu's expression remains unchanged. He merely sighs silently within. After finally attaining a tranquil existence, it is once again to be disrupted. How troublesome. Soon, the pirate ship halts in the shallows. Plop, plop. The pirate captain, accompanied by a handful of henchmen, leaps directly from the vessel into the water, wading ashore. They had inadvertently drifted into this region, only to discover this uncharted, paradise-like island. When the pirate captain's gaze falls upon EE, whose ethereal beauty surpasses that of mortals and whose essence is as pure as an elf's, an insatiable greed ignites in his eyes. Boss, look at that girl. Wow. She's even more stunning than the Empress Hancock from the papers. One of the lackeys drools. Heh, that skin, that figure, is a miracle in this godforsaken place. Capturing her could fetch a fortune, or we brothers could enjoy her first. The pirate captain lets forth a lascivious laugh, licking his cracked lips with his tongue. Ha ha, Not only the island, but this woman shall also belong to me. He brandishes his blade, pointing it menacingly at Luo Xiu, issuing a cruel command. Boys, charge. Kill the men, capture the women alive. Yes, Captain. A chorus of raucous shouts erupts as a dozen pirates brandish their swords, rushing towards the two. Though Yi cannot comprehend the specific meanings of their vile words, she feels the onslaught of malice washing over her. Never before has she encountered such an ugly visage. The way they look at her makes her feel as though she has been stripped bare and thrown before a pack of ravenous wolves. Terror engulfs her like icy seawater, drowning her in dread. Her face pales, and the shell in her hand clatters to the ground as she clutches Luo Xiu's clothing, trembling slightly. This very gesture ignites the last flicker of Luo Xiu's impatience, transforming it into a cold, murderous intent. He gently pats Yi's hand, which clutches his garment. Do not fear. His voice is soft, yet serves to instantly soothe Yi's inner turmoil. Close your eyes. Yi hesitates for a moment, but instinctively obeys his words. Tightly shutting her eyes, she merely feels the fabric of his garment shift. In the next instant, Luo Xiu's figure vanishes from her side. The first pirate, brandishing a long knife, swings it down towards Luo Xiu with a malicious grin, as though he can already envision the scene of decapitation. Yet, just as the blade is about to graze Luo Xiu's scalp, he merely tilts his head slightly. The long knife, slicing through the air with a fierce whoosh, narrowly misses his hair. The pirate is taken aback. Before he can react, Luo Xiu moves. He wields no weapon, simply extending his right index finger. Under the foresight granted by perfect observation Haki, the trajectories of all the pirates' attacks, their evasive maneuvers, and even their every breath unfold clearly in his mind. Their movements, in his perception, unfold as slowly as a film reel. Luo Xiu's form weaves through the onslaught of a dozen pirates, sidestepping each incoming blade with impeccable precision. Every time he bowed his head, it felt as though a sword, having just been wielded, grazed his scalp. He resembled a specter dancing upon the edge of a blade, untouched by any assault. His fingers, however, were the most lethal of weapons. With a swift motion, he jabbed one finger into a pirate's throat. The malevolent grin on the pirate's face froze instantly. His eyes bulged in disbelief as he clutched his throat and collapsed, unable to utter a single cry. With another swift motion, he pierced the heart of another pirate. The pirate gazed down at the gaping wound in his chest, his expression one of utter disbelief. Blood splattered. The pirates were completely bewildered. What was happening? They couldn't land a single blow. Was he a monster? Their attacks raged like a tempest. Yet they couldn't even graze the hem of his garments. With each of his strikes, a companion's life was inevitably claimed. Fear began to creep into their hearts. The pirate captain stood in shock, rubbing his eyes as if to dispel the surreal scene unfolding before him. Who was this young man? A devil fruit user? But there were no signs of elemental transformation. Could he be a master of martial arts? What kind of martial arts was this? In the fleeting moment of his stupor, all of his subordinates had already fallen into pools of blood. The entire ordeal lasted less than 10 seconds. On the beach, only he and Rosso remained. The sea breeze swept through, carrying with it the scent of blood. Rosso flicked his fingers as if brushing off non-existent blood and stepped forward, approaching the pirate captain. "Do not come any closer," the captain stammered, fear overtaking him. He brandished his sword, shouting nervously, "I am a notorious pirate with a bounty of 8 million berries. If you dare to kill me, the navy and bounty hunters will not let you go." Rosso remained silent, his steps unwavering. The captain, utterly broken, threw down his sword, his legs giving way as he fell to his knees with a thud. "Please, I was wrong. Spare me. I shouldn't have disturbed you. Nor should I have coveted your woman. I will give you all my treasures. Just please, spare my life," he pleaded, bowing frantically. Rosso halted before him, gazing down at this man who had just moments ago exuded arrogance, now reduced to a quivering wretch. "It's too late," Rosso replied coolly. The moment they cast those filthy glances at Thea, their fates were sealed. As these words left his lips, Rosso no longer hesitated. He raised his right hand. Enel. The captain's desperate scream was cut short as Rashu's hand gently pressed against his crown. Crack. A soft sound echoed as the pirate captain's head burst open like a crushed watermelon, showering the ground with a mix of red and white. The headless corpse slowly toppled onto the beach. The sea breeze swept through, restoring silence to the shore, now littered with corpses and blood. After a moment, Rosso turned and walked towards the still closed eyes of Thea. "All done," he whispered softly. "You can open your eyes now." Chapter 4. The only bed on the island. Thea obediently opened her eyes. Her eyelashes trembled violently from the remnants of fear. What met her gaze was not the anticipated scene of bloodshed and chaos, but a pristine expanse of silvery white sand. The sea breeze, tinged with a hint of salt, gently caressed her cheeks, stirring a few strands of her dark hair. In the distance, the ocean shimmered under the sunlight, and seagulls circled above, emitting crisp calls. The sun radiated warmth, and time seemed to stand still. The grotesque figures of the earlier villains and the impending massacre felt like a brief, yet vivid nightmare. Now, that dream had faded. She slowly turned her head to look at Luo standing before her. He remained as he was, wearing a reassuring smile, utterly unblemished by dust, let alone blood. This image melted away the ice of fear that had encased her heart. Thi's gaze inadvertently fell upon Luo's hands, which hung casually by his side. They were clean, warm hands, with distinct knuckles. Just moments ago, these very hands had ruthlessly extinguished the lives of several individuals. Yet now, they bore not a trace of filth. Instinctively, she tightened her grip on his garment. Luo chuckled inwardly. The perfect mastery of observation Haki was indeed a divine technique. It not only allowed him to foresee every attack of his adversaries within a 3-second window, but also enabled him to predict the trajectories of blood splatters after dispatching his foes, determining the angles at which they would land on the sand. Hence, amid the onslaught of numerous attackers, he could kill without a single drop of blood staining him. To remain untouched was merely the low-tier version. To be free of bloodstains was the high tier. In order not to frighten his amnesiac little wife, he had transformed from a harbinger of death into an S-class standard of a spotless cleaner. This task had been executed with such meticulousness, it was almost a novel application of Haki. If one were unaware, they might think he had consumed a cleaning fruit. Have they left? Thi's timid voice broke through Rosh's reverie. She naively believed that those seemingly vicious individuals had merely been driven away by this enigmatic man. Luo looked into her clear eyes, tinged with a hint of trepidation, and the last remnants of his annoyance dissipated. He nodded, his tone light. Yes, I scared them off. After a moment's thought, he added a remark to bolster the credibility of this fabrication. They probably won't dare to return. The one-sided massacre was casually downplayed as an inconsequential expulsion. Thi believed every word Luo uttered. In her blank slate of understanding, Luo was the first person to show her kindness and the only one capable of protecting her. What he said was the truth. Her tense body completely relaxed, her grip on his garment loosening slightly, yet she did not fully release it. This instinctive reliance brought her an unprecedented sense of security. In her heart, Luo had quietly transformed from a benevolent rescuer into an all-powerful guardian deity. Ding! Thi's sense of dependence on the host has slightly increased. Happiness Index 5. Current Happiness Index, 55, 100, status, secure, dependent. The system's prompt echoed in her mind. Luo glanced at the numbers on the panel, feeling that this discreet cleaning endeavor had been exceptionally worthwhile. If it could elevate her happiness index, he would gladly take on the role of a cleaner. He would even allow her to ride on his back like a steed, if need be. That's an idea for next time, he mused. The wind on the beach was strong. Let's head back. Luo naturally took her small hand in his. Thi's body stiffened momentarily, but did not pull away. His palm was broad and warm, the warmth gradually thawing her icy fingertips. After they left, the dilapidated pirate ship stranded in the shallows stood as a testament that what had just transpired was no mere illusion. They returned to the wooden hut. Luo Xiu instructed to take a seat on the chair while he made his way to the kitchen. He retrieved a small piece of jerky from the pantry, a reward from a previous signing, rumored to be the meat of some marine beast, which, when air-dried, was said to be exceptionally delicious. He diced the jerky into small cubes and tossed them into the pot to simmer with the rice. Sat nearby, quietly observing his bustling movements. She found herself quite fond of watching Luo Xiu's silhouette, broad and steady. Just gazing at him filled her heart with a profound sense of security. The earlier, heart-stopping scene began to fade from her mind, replaced by the image of Luo Xiu standing protectively in front of her. Soon, a bowl of fragrant meat porridge was ready. Try this, Luo Xiu said, pushing the bowl towards her. Having learned from her previous experience, refrained from asking the foolish question of whether it was poisoned. She picked up a spoon and began to eat slowly. The meat cubes were tender and chewy, while the porridge was rich and smooth, offering a different flavor than the seafood porridge from noon. She savored each bite with great care. For her, this was not merely a bowl of porridge. It was a taste of safety bestowed upon her by Luo Xiu. By the time she finished her meal, darkness had fully enveloped the sky. The night on Xianyu Island was tranquil, punctuated only by the sounds of chirping insects and the gentle waves. Inside the wooden cabin, a lamp crafted from shells and bioluminescent plants cast a soft glow. While rested, Luo Xiu excused himself, under the pretense of checking the surroundings of the cabin. and swiftly returned to the beach. The corpses and boats left behind posed a significant threat. Who knew what troubles they might attract? He had no desire for their secluded world to be disrupted. With an impassive expression, he methodically transported the dozen or so corpses from the beach back onto the dilapidated pirate ship, returning them to their original resting place. Afterward, he approached the ship's stern, his muscular arms straining slightly as he pushed the beached vessel away from the shallows and into the sea. Once all was accomplished, he even washed away his tracks with the waves, leaving no trace behind. Perfect, with not a single flaw remaining. Upon his return to the cabin, a new dilemma presented itself. The cabin had but one bedroom with a single bed. Luo Xiu glanced at the narrow bed, barely sufficient for one person, then looked at the uneasy Yi beside him. With a gentlemanly gesture, he pointed to the bed. You sleep on the bed, and I will sleep on the floor. Yi shook her head, her voice barely above a whisper. You take the bed. I can sleep on the floor. To her, Luo Xiu was the master of this place, and she was merely a guest who had been taken in. How could she occupy the master's bed? No. You have injuries, Luo Xiu stated firmly, leaving no room for dissent. He retrieved a blanket from the cupboard and laid it on the floor beside the bed. All right. It's settled. He lay down, turning his back to Yi. Yi remained in place, hesitating for a long while. She looked at Luo Xiu's silhouette and then at the inviting bed. Ultimately, she slipped off her shoes and quietly climbed onto the bed. However, instead of lying down, she curled up in a corner, hugging her knees and staring at the ceiling, too afraid to make a sound. As the night deepened, Luo Xiu's breathing grew steady and long, suggesting he had fallen asleep. Yet, Yi found herself wide awake. She could hear the rapid beat of her own heart, as well as the sound of the wind rustling through the coconut trees outside. In the darkness, all the unknowns became starkly clear and frightening. What if those bad people returned? What if Luo Xiu fell asleep and didn't he notice? Various thoughts swirled in her mind, preventing her from finding peace. Her heart raced faster, and her hands and feet began to grow cold. Unable to bear it any longer, she quietly slid off the bed, barefoot, and cautiously made her way to Luo Xiu's side. Then, she lay down next to him, pressing close, separated only by a thin blanket. Feeling the warmth radiating from him and hearing the steady rhythm of his heart, Yi suddenly felt that the entire world was safe. She closed her eyes and quickly fell into a deep slumber. In the darkness, the previously slumbering Luo Xiu gradually opened his eyes. He turned his head to gaze at Yi's serene sleeping face. Chapter 5. Treasure Diving in the Deep Sea. Ding. Detecting intimate contact. First night sleeping together with Yi. Yi's happiness index 5. Current happiness index, 6100. Status, extremely secure, deep sleep. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward, minor physical enhancement. A warm surge coursed through Luo Xiu's body, and he felt a slight increase in his strength, though minimal. Such increments could accumulate over time. He turned to look at Yi's peaceful visage, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. This girl, despite having a bed, insists on squeezing down on the floor. However, the result was remarkable. Her happiness index soared by 10 points. It seemed that this physical proximity provided her with an immense sense of security. Gently and cautiously, Luo Xiu shared half of his blanket, draping it over her. After completing this act, he closed his eyes once more, not to sleep, but to better reflect on the events of the day and to plan the next steps. The following morning, the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the wooden floor of the cabin. Yi's eyelashes fluttered gently as she slowly opened her eyes. She discovered a warm blanket covering her, yet Luo Xiu was nowhere to be found. A wave of inexplicable panic washed over her. She bolted upright, scanning her surroundings. Awake? A gentle voice called from the kitchen. Following the sound, she saw Luo Xiu busy at the stove, wearing a simple apron. The sight of that familiar figure instantly calmed her racing heart. You must be hungry. It will be ready soon, Luo Xiu said without turning his head, as if he had known she would wake. He brought a steaming bowl of egg custard to the table. The tender yellow custard drizzled with a hint of his homemade soy sauce, exuding an enticing aroma. Yi quietly took her seat at the table, picking up a spoon and savoring the custard in small bites. She ate slowly and appreciatively, as if wishing to etch the comforting flavor of security into her memory. After finishing breakfast, Luo Xiu removed his apron. While tidying up the beach yesterday, I discovered some wood that had been washed ashore by the storm. It needs to be dealt with. He looked at Yi with a gentle tone. The island is quite safe now. Those bad people have been driven away and will never return. You can play around here, collect seashells, or simply wait for me inside. Yi nodded obediently, knowing he spoke the truth. This man would not deceive her. Luo Xiu patted her head, then turned and exited the cabin. Yi stood at the door, watching his figure disappear into the nearby coconut grove. She lingered for a moment before walking onto the beach, resuming her search for the beautifully warm seashells sun-kissed by the light. However, her movements were noticeably distracted. With each shell she picked up, her gaze would instinctively drift toward the direction Luo Xiu had left, as if seeking reassurance that he would return at any moment. At this moment, Luo Xiu had circumnavigated to the opposite side of the small island, finding a secluded corner entirely shrouded by jagged rocks. He shed his shirt, revealing a robust and well-proportioned torso. Under the sun, each muscle emanated an explosive power to render his actions more plausible. He returned to the beach where Yi could see him and waved his hand. The weather is splendid. I shall venture into the sea to catch a few fish and prepare grilled fish for you this evening. Although Yi felt a twinge of reluctance, the mention of grilled fish prompted her to nod vigorously in agreement. Luo Xiu flashed her a smile and turned to wade into the sea. The water rose to his waist, then to his chest, and finally enveloped his head. At the moment his figure vanished beneath the surface, his gaze sharpened and became resolute. Fishing? Merely a pretext. His true objective lay in dealing with the pirate ship he had cast into the deep. Though he had already pushed the vessel far from Salted Fish Island, in this windless expanse, its drifting trajectory was uncertain. Should it be discovered by other ships, particularly the Navy, it could lead them back to this place, causing immense trouble. He must ensure with his own hands that it sank to the ocean floor, eliminating any future hazards. Additionally, he sought to see if there were any spoils worth salvaging. As a traveler from another realm, frugality and resourcefulness were fundamental virtues. In the water, Luo Xiu moved with the agility of a shark. His formidable physique allowed him to hold his breath for extended periods, disregarding the pressure of the depths. He swam rapidly towards the direction etched in his memory. Before long, utilizing his superb observation Haki with its expansive range, he swiftly locked onto his target. In the dim depths of the sea, a dilapidated pirate ship was descending at an exceedingly sluggish pace. The hull had tilted, with water continuously pouring in through various breaches. Like a wraith, Luo Xiu silently slipped through a shattered porthole. Inside the ship's cabin, an eerie silence prevailed. A dozen pirate corpses floated grotesquely in the murky water, bobbing and sinking with the ship's tilt and the currents. Their faces were frozen in the final expressions of fear and resentment. Unsightly in life, even more so in death, they were a blight upon the environment. Luo Xiu passed these corpses with an impassive countenance, too disinterested to spare them a second glance. His observation Haki enveloped the entire vessel like the most precise radar, immediately disregarding crates of inferior rum and scattered weapons of subpar quality. His perceptions swiftly scanned the cabin, seeking any valuable items. Soon, his radar detected a reaction. Within the captain's quarters, there was an aura that stood apart from the rest. Luo Xiu moved, navigating through the floating debris and bodies, arriving at the door of the captain's quarters. The door was jammed. Instead of exerting effort to push it, he raised his foot and kicked it. Bang! A muffled sound reverberated through the water, creating a whirlpool. The heavy wooden door, along with its frame, splintered under his force. Inside the captain's cabin, the furnishings were quite rudimentary. A wooden table submerged in water, a single chair, and a toppled liquor cabinet were all that adorned the room. Luo Xiu's gaze fixed upon the wooden table. On it lay a black box measuring half a meter on each side, secured by a massive copper lock that appeared quite sturdy. This must be it. Luo Xiu glided over, placing his fingers on the lock's keyhole, then exerted force. Crack! The lock, larger than his fist, was forcibly severed. He lifted the lid of the box, and the contents made him raise an eyebrow slightly. At the top, several bags filled with coins were visible. Upon opening one, he discovered the universally accepted currency of this world, berries. Roughly estimating, these bags collectively contained close to 10 million berries. Not bad, a small sum to kickstart his endeavors. Luo Xiu pondered how he could craft a set of pure gold dining utensils for Yi, with diamonds embedded in the spoons and the chopsticks fashioned from ivory. In high spirits, he gathered the berries and shifted his gaze to the two items beneath. One was a peculiar instrument resembling a bracelet, and the other a rolled-up piece of parchment. Luo Xiu's breath caught momentarily. He recognized the instrument. A log pose, an essential tool for navigating the Grand Line. He picked it up, noting that the needle was steadily pointing in one direction, clearly undamaged by the water. Excellent. Although he had no immediate plans to set sail, it was wise to be prepared. He then carefully unrolled the damp parchment, revealing a rudimentary nautical map. The drawings were rather crude, yet the critical outlines of islands and routes were distinctly marked. Luo Xiu quickly identified a location marked with an X, labeled Lair nearby. Evidently, this was the hideout of this band of pirates. However, that was of little significance. What mattered was that on this nautical map, he discovered a position not too distant from Salted Fish Island. There, an island's outline was depicted, and adjacent to it was a symbol he recognized all too well, a seagull clutching a bone, with the word Navy emblazoned in the background. The insignia of the Navy. Luo Xiu's hand, holding the nautical map, froze in the water. Chapter 6. Fireworks. This insignia was one he knew intimately. He had always believed that the waters in which he resided were an impenetrable windless zone, isolated from the world. Now, it seemed that was merely his naive assumption. If a pirate ship could inadvertently wander into this area, then surely a Navy warship could do the same. The current intruders were a band of inconsequential miscreants. With bounties not exceeding 800,000 berries, he could dispatch them effortlessly. But what of next time? If a genuine naval vessel arrived, commanded by officers, or even a vice admiral, or perhaps a more formidable pirate? Images of the pirates charging onto the beach flashed uncontrollably in Luo Xiu's mind, particularly their unabashed, naked greed as they looked upon Yi. A chilling surge of murderous intent arose from the depths of his heart once more. Such an occurrence would never be permitted to transpire again. Absolutely not. His long-standing aspiration had been a warm home with a wife and children. Yet now, he could not even ensure the most basic safety. This tranquility was fragile, teetering on the brink of collapse. Luo Xiu clenched the parchment, his fingertips exerting pressure, distorting the resilient material. For the first time, he felt a clear and intense yearning for strength. No longer merely for self-preservation or survival in these waters, but to protect. To forge an absolute sanctuary, one that no one could breach. He meticulously stored the nautical map and log pose, securing the bags of nearly 10 million berries around his waist. Subsequently, his figure flickered through the murky water, reaching the bottom of the pirate ship. He located the core structure that supported the entire vessel, the keel. He extended his hands, gripping the robust main beam with unyielding strength. His arm muscles surged instantaneously, the veins beneath his skin protruding like serpents. A dull, thunderous crack echoed through the depths of the ocean, accompanied by a violent whirlpool. With sheer brute force, he snapped the hardened keel in two. The pirate ship, already succumbing to the depths, experienced an instantaneous structural collapse as it lost its core support. An overwhelming torrent of seawater surged through the fractured seams. The entire vessel plummeted towards the abyss, descending at an alarming rate. Luo Xiu hovered in the water, silently observing as the ship, laden with its filth and secrets, was consumed by the inexorable darkness, until his observation Haki could no longer sense its presence. Only then did he turn, swimming toward the surface. After accomplishing this, he even caught two unfortunate grouper fish. With a splash, Luo Xiu emerged from the water, droplets cascading down his chiseled muscles. His gaze fell upon Yi, seated upon the beach. She hugged her knees, her petite figure appearing somewhat solitary under the sun. Perhaps sensing the sound of water, she suddenly lifted her head. Upon seeing Luo Xiu, her entire being radiated with joy. "You're back," Yi exclaimed, leaping from the sand, barefoot, and rushing toward him. She stood before Luo Xiu, extending her hands in a gesture of offering, cradling something within her palms. It was a shell, a naturally formed, perfectly heart-shaped shell, emanating a soft pink luminescence under the sunlight. "Look," her face was adorned with untainted, pure delight. "This is for you." Luo Xiu regarded her, then glanced at the shell resting in her hands. Just moments ago, he had buried a multitude of corpses and a ship's worth of sins in the deep sea. The sensation of breaking the keel still lingered on his hands. Yet now, this innocent girl was presenting him with what she deemed the most beautiful treasure. Luo Xiu accepted the small shell, still warm from her touch. "It's lovely." He carefully placed the shell in his pocket. Observing Yi's face, which blossomed with an even more radiant smile upon receiving his compliment, his resolve solidified like never before. To hell with a life of mediocrity. To hell with living in contention with the world. If this vast ocean sought to steal her smile, then he would turn the ocean upside down. A gurgling sound interrupted the moment. Yi shyly covered her stomach. Luo Xiu chuckled at her. "Let us go home." He naturally took her hand in his. "Tonight, I'll prepare the most delicious grilled fish in the world for you." Yi nodded vigorously, allowing him to lead her toward the nearby wooden cabin. The sunlight stretched their shadows long upon the sand. Back at the cabin, Luo Xiu skillfully prepared the two grouper fish, scaling, gutting, and scoring the flesh. He evenly applied his specially crafted spices both inside and out, then wrapped the fish in broad leaves before burying them in the sand pit where a fire had already been kindled. Yi squatted beside him, curiously watching his every move. "We'll need to wait a bit," Luo Xiu said, brushing the sand off his hands. He settled down next to the sand pit, and Yi mimicked him, sitting beside him. In the waiting time, neither spoke. The sea breeze rustled through the palms, and the campfire occasionally crackled softly. It was tranquil and serene. This atmosphere further enraptured Luo Xiu while simultaneously heightening his vigilance. He needed to grow stronger. He glanced at the system panel. Target bound. I'm amnesiac state. Current alias, EE. Happiness index, 60, 100, status, at ease, anticipation. Host favorability, 50, 100, status, dependency, closeness. The happiness index was not sufficiently high. Luo Xiu's gaze fell upon EE, who was idly drawing circles in the sand with her fingers. Perhaps he could do something. EE. She looked up. Would you like to see fireworks? Luo Xiu inquired. Fireworks? EE echoed the unfamiliar term, confusion etched upon her face. Luo Xiu offered no explanation. He stood, retrieving paper and a pen from the cabin. These were items he had acquired previously but had never utilized. Drawing upon his past hobbies, he began sketching and writing on the paper. Saltpeter, sulfur, charcoal. These materials could all be found on the island as substitutes. Though their potency might be lacking, creating some light should not prove too difficult. He quickly penned a simple firework formula. Having completed this, he led EE deeper into the coconut grove. We're going to play a treasure hunt. Luo Xiu handed her the paper adorned with sketches of various materials. Help me find these items, and you'll get to see beautiful fireworks tonight. EE accepted the diagram, her interest piqued by the mention of a game. She examined the crooked drawings closely, committing them to memory. Then, she began searching the grove. Luo Xiu did not remain idle. He sought suitable substitutes for launching tubes, such as a hollow piece of bamboo. Meanwhile, his observation Haki enveloped EE, ensuring her safety. The girl was brimming with excitement. She soon discovered some white crystalline powder beneath a rocky overhang, resembling saltpeter from the diagram. She also unearthed some yellow sulfur ore. With each find, she joyfully returned to confirm with Luo Xiu. Observing her dirt-smudged face and those sparkling eyes, Luo Xiu felt reassured that his decision to protect this tranquility was undeniably correct. As night descended, the aroma of grilled fish wafted through the air. On the beach, Luo Xiu had set up the firework launcher he had crafted over the afternoon, a rudimentary yet significant creation. He unearthed the grilled fish from the sand pit, peeling back the leaves to reveal golden, succulent flesh that made EE swallow hard in anticipation. Not yet. First look at the fireworks. Luo Xiu took her hand, leading her to the launcher. He ignited the fuse. Fizzle. EE jumped in surprise, instinctively hiding behind Luo Xiu. He gently patted her hand. Don't be afraid. In the next instant, whoosh bang, a burst of flames shot into the sky, exploding into a modest, albeit somewhat skewed, display of sparks against the pitch-black night. EE peeked out from behind him. In her eyes, the fleeting brilliance illuminated her gaze. Is that fireworks? Chapter 7. Telling EE a story, system rewards with divine demon fruit. That display of sparks, not particularly dazzling, glimmered more brightly in EE's eyes than a sky full of stars. Her small mouth slightly agape. She tilted her head back, mesmerized by the glow blossoming in the night sky, which then cascaded like golden raindrops, ultimately dissipating into the darkness. Brief, yet resplendent. Is this fireworks? She murmured softly. Yes. Luo Xiu stood beside her, acutely aware of the profound shock and joy emanating from her heart. It was worth it. The tumult of the entire afternoon had been entirely justified. Ding. High sweetness interaction detected, creating a bespoke romantic firework display for EE. EE's affection for the host has blossomed. Happiness index 5. Current happiness index, 65, 100, status, joyful, thrilled. Triggered the pampered wife event sign-in. Another sign-in button materialized before Luo Xiu. Without hesitation, he selected confirm. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 20 million berries. Universal Toolbox X1. 20 million berries. Splendid. The plan to craft a pure gold bathtub for EE could now be set in motion. As for the Universal Toolbox, Luo Xiu's consciousness scanned its contents, revealing an array of tools including hammers, saws, wrenches, and even some intricate instruments. Each item seemed as though it had been forged by the finest craftsmen. Indestructible and infinitely useful. Henceforth, whether it was expanding the wooden cabin or creating little gadgets, everything would be far more convenient. The fireworks had dissipated. Yet EE remained gazing upwards, seemingly savoring the fleeting beauty of the moment. The night breeze blew in, carrying a hint of chill. Her body instinctively shivered. Time to return. Luo Xiu removed his outer coat and draped it over her shoulders. The grilled fish would soon grow cold. Yi nodded vigorously. Her nostrils filled with the comforting scent of Luo Xiu's garment. The two returned to the sandpit. Luo Xiu divided the perfectly grilled, crispy-skinned, tender-fleshed grouper. Sharing half with Yi, she nibbled delicately, her eyes occasionally darting towards him. Today's experience felt to her like a tumultuous dream. First, she had encountered an unprecedented fear, witnessing the ugliness of humanity. Then, she was perfectly shielded by Luo Xiu in a manner she could not comprehend. Finally, he had orchestrated a firework display exclusively for her. Her once blank world was now brimming with an array of emotions: fear, comfort, dependency, and a sweet, indescribable sensation that she could not articulate. After finishing the grilled fish and tidying up, the two returned to the wooden cabin. The day's fright, coupled with the emotional roller coaster, left Yi appearing somewhat fatigued. Her little head bobbed slowly, her eyelids beginning to droop. "Let us go to bed," Luo Xiu softly suggested. Yi, in a daze, glanced at him before looking at the floor beside the bed. I want to sleep on the floor today." Luo Xiu pointed to a nearby chair. "I'll sleep here." Only then did Yi obediently nod and climb onto the single bed, which had become a sanctuary of safety for her. She lay down, covered herself with a blanket, but kept her eyes open, gazing at Luo Xiu seated on the chair beside the bed. The soft light outlined his profile with a warm glow. Just seeing him made her feel secure. Yet, the faces of those evildoers kept intruding uncontrollably into her mind. She tightened her grip on the blanket unconsciously. Luo Xiu noticed her subtle movements and the way her eyes struggled to remain alert, betraying a lingering fear. He pondered for a moment. "Would you like to hear a story?" "A story?" Yi's eyes brightened. "Yes, a bedtime story." Luo Xiu cleared his throat and began to weave a tale with the emotionless yet clear tone he had honed during his corporate days. Once upon a time, on a very small island, there lived a prince. This prince was rather peculiar. He had no interest in warfare, treasure hunting, or adventurous sea voyages. His greatest passion was cultivating vegetables and raising fish on his island, basking in the sun on the beach each day. Thus, everyone called him the Lazy Fish Prince. Upon hearing lazy fish, Yi couldn't help but chuckle softly. She thought the prince bore a slight resemblance to Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu glanced at her before continuing. The Lazy Fish Prince believed he would live his life in such a manner forever. Until one day, a tremendous storm swept across the seaside. After the storm passed, he found a princess washed ashore on the beach. Yi's breath hitched slightly. She instinctively placed herself in the role of the princess. Was the princess hurt? She asked softly. Yes, gravely injured, and she remembered nothing. Luo Xiu's voice softened even more. The Lazy Fish Prince rescued her, tended to her wounds, and prepared delicious meals for her. He offered her the finest vegetables he grew and the plumpest fish he raised. The princess gradually recovered, but she was fearful, for she had no past, no memories, and was afraid of everything in the outside world. Yi's heart tightened as she absorbed the story. Isn't this about me? She thought. What happened next? She pressed on. Eventually, to protect the princess, the Lazy Fish Prince ceased his sunbathing. He realized that merely growing vegetables and raising fish could not safeguard her. Thus, he began to secretly learn a powerful magic. With this magic, he cast layer upon layer of barriers around the island, ensuring that no wicked person could find or enter it. He also used his magic to make the flowers bloom all year round, and the trees bear the most delectable fruits in the world. He wished to transform this little island into a paradise, forever safe and blissful, belonging solely to him and the princess. The story was quite simple, even somewhat childish. Yet, Yi found herself utterly captivated. She envisioned the clumsy Lazy Fish Prince diligently learning magic to protect his beloved princess. The unease and fear in her eyes gradually faded, replaced by a radiant longing. If only I were that princess, she mused. Later on, Luo Xiu's voice grew softer, akin to a lullaby. Yi's eyelids grew heavier. As she succumbed to drowsiness under Luo Xiu's gentle narration, she slowly closed her eyes. Before long, she was fast asleep. This time, her face was devoid of anxiety, her lips slightly upturned, adorned with a sweet smile. Clearly, she had dreamt a delightful dream. In her dreams, she was the happy princess guarded by the Lazy Fish Prince. Luo Xiu ceased his storytelling, quietly watching the serene expression on Yi's sleeping face. Under the soft light, her skin appeared nearly translucent, with long eyelashes casting a delicate shadow on her cheek. In slumber, she resembled an unguarded child. He noticed that even in sleep, gently and cautiously smoothing her slightly furrowed brow. Then, with a delicate motion, he tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear. His actions were incredibly gentle. as if fearing to disturb the girl who had finally found peace and sleep. Just as his fingertips brushed against Yi's warm skin. In his mind, the familiar system notification reverberated with a thunderous clang. Warning, warning, detection of divine-level sweet interaction. To soothe Yi's fears in her dreams, safeguarding her innocent heart. Yi's sense of dependence and affection towards the host has undergone a qualitative transformation. Happiness Index, 10. Current Happiness Index, 75, 100, status, absolute tranquility. Sweet dreams. Special sign-in conditions met. Triggering special sign-in now. Before Luo Xiu appeared a dazzlingly splendid golden sign-in button, more magnificent than any prior instance. His heart skipped a beat. It was merely an unconscious gesture, yet this system seemed to understand him all too well. He inhaled deeply and pressed the button with his mind. Congratulations, host. You have received a phenomenal reward. Devil fruit, forest fruit. Beginner level, no side effects. Forest fruit, a nature-type devil fruit. Upon consumption, the host will gain the ability to manipulate the growth of all plants and can initially transform the island's environment. Note, as the host develops the fruit's abilities, and as Yi's happiness index increases, the fruit's powers will continually awaken. Ultimately, with the host's unwavering heart, the island can be transformed into a life-restricted zone or a paradise for all beings. A uniquely shaped purple fruit materialized in Luo Xiu's hand. Its surface was adorned with spiraling, peculiar patterns, emitting an indescribable aura of mystery. A devil fruit. Remarkably, it was a devil fruit. Moreover, the forest fruit. Luo Xiu gazed at the fruit in his hand, his heart racing uncontrollably. This was undeniably a power tailor-made for him. He had no desire to venture out to sea. He wished only to guard his little piece of land. With this fruit, he could transform Salty Fish Island into an impregnable mobile fortress. In Tales, the Salty Fish Prince used magic to protect the princess. In reality, he, Luo Xiu, would employ the powers of the forest fruit to create a true paradise that belonged exclusively to them both. Looking at Yi, who was sleeping soundly on the bed, he hesitated not for a moment before consuming the devil fruit in deliberate bites. A taste akin to swallowing 100 rotten apples exploded in his mouth. Yet, Luo Xiu merely frowned and swallowed it entirely. The next second, a brand new, strange power surged through his limbs and bones. He felt a subtle connection established with all the plants on this island. He could distinctly hear the breathing of the coconut tree outside the window. He sensed the fibrous network within the wooden floor beneath his feet. Luo Xiu turned his gaze towards a half-dead potted plant in the corner of the room. He extended his finger towards it and gently focused his mind. Chapter 8. Transforming Salty Fish Island. In an instant, the withering plant in the pot began to grow at an alarming rate, twisting into bizarre shapes. Tender shoots sprouted yet contorted into a twisted mess. The leaves expanded, their color fading to a sickly yellow with charred edges. In mere seconds, the plant morphed from a small seedling into a grotesque creature over a meter tall. Monstrous and unsightly, Luo Xiu felt a small portion of his strength drained. His control was far too weak, and the consumption was considerable. He glanced at Yi, who was peacefully asleep on the bed, and quietly exited the wooden house. Outside, the beach was bathed in the silvery light of the moon. He approached an ordinary coconut tree and reached out, attempting to summon the power within him once more. This time, he exercised greater caution. With a rustling sound, the trunk of the coconut tree surged upwards at a visible pace, its crown's leaves wildly extending and obscuring the moonlight. Yet, its growth was chaotic, the trunk curving awkwardly. Branches and leaves in disarray. Another failure. Luo Xiu felt the depletion of his energy once again. He paused, sitting cross-legged on the beach. He could not rely on brute force. Closing his eyes, he ceased to command the plants forcefully and instead immersed himself in perception, listening and feeling. He heard the breath of every blade of grass beneath him. He detected the subtle sounds of tree roots spreading through the sand in the distant coconut grove. He sensed the vast, tranquil pulse of life that resonated throughout the island. So it was. This power was not meant for conquest, but for guidance. He was not a king, but a conductor. Hours later, as the first light of dawn painted the horizon, Luo Xiu opened his eyes. He stood and walked towards the modest wooden house. It was still insufficiently sturdy and aesthetically lacking. Luo Xiu extended his hands towards the house, his mind focused. This time, he did not force the growth. He merely envisioned the image he desired in his mind and gently released the power belonging to the forest fruit. From the ground, dozens of vine-like tendrils emerged, not growing wildly, but instead coiling around the supporting pillars of the wooden house with precision, weaving a resilient and beautiful green network along the seams of the walls. The previously somewhat loose structure was instantly fortified like a mountain. After completing this, Luo Xiu felt only a minor depletion of energy. He approached the window of the bedroom where Yi still slept, her brow slightly furrowed. He extended his hand towards the windowsill. A slender tendril quietly grew, quickly blooming into clusters of white flowers. The moment the blossoms opened, they emitted a soft, moonlit glow, illuminating the entire room in a hazy light, dispelling the shadows in the corners. Watching Yi's brow relax in the gentle glow, an unprecedented sense of fulfillment surged within him. Yet, this was not enough. Luo Xiu turned, facing the entire island. Like an indefatigable gardener, he commenced the first, most thorough transformation of Salty Fish Island. The monotonous sandy area before the wooden house was transformed into a soft, carpet-like verdant lawn. Scattered across the lawn were small mushrooms that emitted a faint luminescence. He walked between two perfectly spaced large trees nearby, gesturing with his hands. Countless resilient vines descended from the trunks, intertwining in midair to create an exquisite swing. On the seat of the swing, thick, soft moss cushions grew automatically, while colorful flowers bloomed on the armrests and backrest, releasing a subtle fragrance. He even caused several large, sturdy leaves to sprout on the roof of the wooden house, overlapping to form a natural canopy that sheltered from wind and rain. After a sleepless night, as the first rays of morning sunlight kissed the surface of the sea, Luo Xiu stood beside the newly crafted swing, gazing at his masterpiece with a blend of fatigue and anticipation gracing his face. Inside the wooden house, Yi slowly opened her eyes. The first thing she noticed was the light in the room. It was neither the familiar glow of an oil lamp nor the blinding sunlight, but a gentle, bright illumination unlike anything she had ever seen. Following the source of the light, she beheld the cluster of glowing white flowers on the windowsill. What is this? She sat up and beheld the walls once more. The previously barren wooden boards were now adorned with vibrant green vines, creating a natural tapestry teeming with life. Was she still dreaming? With a heart brimming with confusion and wonder, she pushed open the door of the wooden cabin. Beyond the threshold lay not the familiar, somewhat abrasive sandy ground, but an expanse of emerald lawn, soft and even. Morning dew still clung to the blades of grass, sparkling under the sun's gentle caress. Not far off, nestled between two grand trees, a swing crafted entirely from vines and blossoms swayed gently in the morning breeze. Its beauty was surreal. Then she spotted Roy, standing beside the swing. He appeared weary, yet a smile graced his lips as he looked at her. In that moment, he realized everything was his doing. This was the magic cast by the prince of the salted fish, as told in their tale, for his princess. Roy beckoned her over, inviting her to partake in what he had prepared for her. Barefoot, he stepped onto the soft grass, a refreshing and soothing sensation coursing from her feet, compelling her to curl her toes in delight. She approached the enchanting swing step by step, extending her hand to curiously touch the flowers still glistening with dew upon the seat. It was real. Slowly, she settled herself upon it. Roy positioned himself behind her, grasping the vines, and gave a gentle push. The swing began to sway languidly. As Yi's body rose with the swing, her perspective broadened. She glimpsed their home, transformed into a fairy tale cottage adorned with flowers and vines, the verdant lawn beneath her, and the azure sea in the distance. A gentle breeze brushed against her face, carrying the sweet fragrance of blossoms. A burst of joyous laughter escaped her lips, a sound that marked her first genuine laughter since entering this world. She gazed at the revitalized island before her and at the man who had conjured it all, her face breaking into the most radiant, unreserved smile she had ever worn. Springing from the still swaying swing, she hurried to Roy, and in response to his astonished expression, she opened her arms wide and embraced him tightly, pouring all her strength into the embrace. The girl's form was soft, imbued with a hint of coolness and a subtle fragrance. She buried her face deep into his chest, saying nothing, merely holding on with all her might. Chapter 9. The armament. Haki. Roy's body stiffened momentarily. He could distinctly feel the softness of the girl in his arms and the weight of her unreserved trust. This was Yi's first proactive embrace. Detected a significant positive emotional fluctuation for me. Yi's happiness index has surged, exceeding 80 points. Current happiness index, 80, 100, status, happy, enraptured. Special sign-in conditions met. Triggering special sign-in. Suddenly, a button seemingly forged from gold and diamonds materialized in the recesses of his consciousness. As Roy savored the warmth and complete trust of the girl in his embrace, an overwhelming sense of satisfaction surged within him. Yet, he had not yet pressed the sign-in button when a sudden, severe alarm blared from his perfect grade observation Haki, enveloping the entire island. A colossal creature, exuding the essence of a primal predator, was rapidly approaching Salted Fish Island. In the waters surrounding Salted Fish Island, a gigantic sea king, over 100 meters in length, was drawn to the island by the sudden eruption of vibrant life energy. This energy, emanating from the island after the transformation by the forest fruit, was akin to an oasis in a desert, a siren's call of lethal temptation. Its immense form glided through the water, parting the waves and stirring up dark currents. Its might rivaled that of the near-sea king of the East Sea. Driven by curiosity and greed, it slowly approached the island, radiating an irresistible allure. Soon, a massive head, cloaked in green scales, emerged from the depths, its lantern-sized eyes filled with longing for the unknown sustenance. On the lawn, he remained tightly embraced by Roy, akin to a kitten that had found its home, wishing to meld her very being into him. Feeling the need for closer proximity, she adjusted the position of her head slightly. This innocent motion allowed her gaze to traverse over Roy's shoulder. Catching sight of the formidable head that had just breached the surface, he froze. The Sea King, having just surfaced, had also noticed the two diminutive humans on the shore. Its gaze locked onto the raven-haired girl with an intensity that sent a shiver down her spine. In that moment, time seemed to stand still. The next second, a chilling, sorrowful wail erupted from the depths of the Sea King's throat, filled with unending fear and pain. The sound resonated as if it were the soul's most profound lament upon encountering the most terrifying entity in existence. Its colossal body trembled violently, and the once greedy curiosity in its eyes evaporated, replaced by an all-consuming terror. Without a moment's hesitation, without even a millisecond for contemplation, the once mighty Sea King withdrew its head into the depths. Then, with a thunderous crash, it unleashed all its strength, thrashing its tail against the surface, creating towering waves, propelling itself at an unprecedented speed towards the abyss of the ocean. It did not dare to glance back. In the blink of an eye, its massive form vanished beneath the surface, leaving behind only the tumultuous waters as evidence of its fleeting visit. The entire sequence transpired in an instant, astonishingly swift. Yet Roy, equipped with perfect-grade observation Haki, perceived it all with crystal clarity. He witnessed the Sea King's approach, heard the primal wail of submission and fear that emanated from its very essence. He felt, in the fleeting moment when and the Sea King's eyes met, the chilling, aloof, and indifferent power that seemed to transcend all living beings emanating from her. Though it lasted but an instant, that sensation was unmistakable. However, the girl in his arms seemed oblivious to the events that had transpired. After the Sea King's hasty retreat, her aura dissipated without a trace. She released her grip on Roy and stepped back, tilting her head to gaze at the still turbulent sea, her face alight with innocence and curiosity. That fish was so big. Why did it suddenly run away? Her voice, clear and bright, held a hint of confusion and childlike disappointment. Roy maintained an impassive facade, yet within, a tempest surged. Even in a state of amnesia, does the majesty etched deep within the soul still persist? A mere unconscious exchange of glances can instill terror in a colossal sea creature, sending it fleeing in fright. If only he could regain his memories. Rasha dared not ponder further. He reached out to tousle Yi's hair, a relaxed smile gracing his face. Perhaps it was simply overwhelmed by your beauty. Too shy to remain. Is that so? Yi nodded, seemingly understanding, but this explanation evidently pleased her, as a joyful smile returned to her small face. In his heart, Rashu silently pressed the golden diamond-like sign-in button. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received the reward. Perfect level armament Haki, with shatter attribute. Boom. An indescribable, overwhelmingly domineering force surged forth from the depths of Rashu's soul, coursing through his limbs. Unlike the ethereal observation Haki, nor the gentle nature of the morsel fruit, this power brimmed with pure, extreme destructive energy. It felt as though its very existence was destined to obliterate all that exists. Instinctively, Rashu raised his right hand. With a thought, a layer of pitch-black substance seeped from beneath his skin, enveloping his entire arm. This dark matter was not merely a superficial coating like ordinary armament Haki. It was incredibly refined and profoundly deep, reflecting not a glimmer of light, as if it could absorb all illumination. An invisible, weighty sense of oppression emanated from his arm. Rashu slowly clenched his fist. Crack, crack. He exerted no force at all. Merely the act of closing his fist caused the air around it to emit a mournful cry, revealing visible cracks akin to spider webs. The very fabric of space seemed on the verge of shattering beneath his grip. Rashu could distinctly sense that, in the face of this power, steel and tofu were indistinguishable. It felt as though he could, with a single punch, obliterate a mountain. Why has your hand turned black? Yi's curious voice chimed in beside him. She extended her slender finger, cautiously poking at Rashu's arm, now shrouded in armament haki. The touch was gentle and soft, but Rashu felt as solid as a stone. It's not pretty. Yi tilted her head, poking again, then earnestly offering her critique. It's so dark. It seemed she wished to wipe away that layer of black with her finger. Rashu quickly retracted his power. With a hum, the layer of light-absorbing darkness receded like a tide, vanishing without a trace, restoring his arm to its original complexion. Just a little trick, Rashu said, pinching her cheek with a warm smile. That great fish that just frightened you was sent away by this. Oh, Yi nodded, albeit somewhat confused. She had no concept of tricks, but she believed everything Rashu said. So impressive, she exclaimed sincerely. Rashu chuckled, but within, a tempest brewed. A little trick? If this were to be perfected, not just a sea creature, but even an island might. He needed a test subject. He must ascertain the limits of this power immediately. All right, let's go play on the swing, Rashu said, taking Yi's hand and leading her back to the swing woven from flowers. I'll check the sea to see if any other big fish are nearby. Yi nodded obediently, sitting on the swing. Rashu gently pushed her, watching as the swing swayed, her laughter echoing across the lawn once more. Only then did he turn, walking step by step towards the shore, his relaxed smile fading. He stood at the edge of the beach, allowing the icy seawater to wash over his feet. The perfect level observation Haki expanded infinitely from him into the deep sea. His senses pierced through the waves, through schools of fish, penetrating hundreds of meters of water. Soon, he found a perfect target. Just in front of Salty Fish Island, about 1,000 meters away, resting over 100 meters deep on the seabed, lay an immense rock. This rock size rivaled that of a 3-story building, its surface blanketed in thick seaweed and coral, countless small fish and shrimp darting about. It had been lying there quietly for hundreds, perhaps thousands of years. This was it. Rashu gradually raised his right hand. With a thought, that domineering, destructive force surged forth once more from the depths of his being. Perfect level armament haki. Buzz. The pitch-black substance enveloped his arm once again, this time even more solid and profound than before. Rashu did not pause. He continuously gathered and compressed that power towards his fist. An indescribable heaviness began to emanate from his knuckles. The air around him began to crackle with a faint, unbearable sound. Shatter attribute. Rashu silently repeated this term in his mind. He took a deep breath, slightly spreading his legs, firmly standing on the beach. The sea breeze tugged at his clothes. Yet he remained utterly still. His gaze pierced through the air before him, penetrating through 1,000 meters of water, precisely locking onto the massive rock resting on the seabed. Then, without rushing into the sea or making contact with the water, he simply threw a punch towards that direction, 1,000 meters away, with an inconspicuous motion. There was no wind generated by his fist. No sound, not even a significant disturbance in the air surrounding his fist. This punch appeared light and devoid of power. Yet, an invisible, imperceptible wave of vibration surged forth from his knuckles, departing at a speed that transcended sound and reason. It instantly penetrated the air and entered the sea surface. It did not stir a single ripple, as if a stone had sunk into a deep pool. That wave of vibration traveled swiftly through the water, ignoring its resistance, disregarding all the fish along the way. Its target had been singular from the outset, that enormous rock. The next moment, that invisible wave of vibration precisely struck the core of the rock. Deep beneath the sea, crack, crack, an exceedingly dull sound echoed, as if originating from the depths of the earth. The massive rock, which had existed for over 1,000 years, remained intact on the surface, yet within, it was instantaneously ground to powder by an irresistible force of vibration. Destruction from within. Boom. Once the internal structure of the rock was utterly obliterated, it could no longer maintain its original form. A colossal rock mass suddenly contracted inward, only to explode with a resounding roar. It did not shatter into fragments of stone. Instead, it disintegrated into billions of particles of dust and powder. The terrifying shockwave erupted from the seabed, stirring up a tumultuous cloud of silt. The surrounding waters were violently agitated, forming a massive and chaotic whirlpool. Countless fish, startled by the upheaval, scattered in a frantic escape. In an instant, the once clear waters transformed into a murky abyss. On the beach, Luo Xiu slowly unclenched his fist, the armament haki dissipating along with it. He inhaled sharply, for his observation haki had allowed him to perceive every detail of the underwater cataclysm. A distant strike, internal devastation, total disregard for defenses. This This was akin to a replica of Whitebeard's tremor fruit, which was said to possess the power to annihilate worlds. Although its might may not yet rival that of the true tremor fruit, this unyielding shattering attribute had already transcended the conventional boundaries of armament Haki. This was no longer merely a matter of hardening and attacking. With such power, an unprecedented surge of confidence surged within Luo Xiu. What of naval bases? What of the world government? As long as he did not provoke monsters of the caliber of the 4 emperors or admirals, he could almost stride through these seas unchallenged. No, even if he encountered an admiral, armed with his perfect observation Haki and this unreasonable shattering ability, he might still possess the strength to fight back. To protect this small island, to safeguard the peaceful life he shared with Yi. Now, he felt a 200% assurance. An indescribable sense of grandeur surged within him. He turned to glance behind him. Not far away, on the grassy knoll, Yi was still happily swinging on a swing woven from flowers and vines. Her fair legs kicking joyfully. Sunlight bathed her, rendering everything as beautiful as a painting. The solemnity etched on Luo Xiu's face melted away into a gentle smile. He raised his right hand once more, observing it quietly. This very hand had just shattered a small mountain beneath the sea. Its sole purpose was to protect the girl joyfully swinging. What a gratifying sensation it was. Chapter 11. Setting sail to fish for a top-tier old 6. What should such formidable power be used for first? To conquer the world? To dominate the seas? No. Luo Xiu retracted his hand, casting a glance at Yi, still swaying on the swing. Naturally, it should be utilized to enhance the quality of life. For instance, to resolve the issue of dinner. He glanced at the system panel. Target bound. I'm amnesiac state. Alias. EE happiness index. 8100 status. Happy. Enraptured. Favorability towards host. 65-100 status. Entirely dependent. Her happiness index was high, and her condition was excellent. Yet, Luo Xiu noticed a detail overlooked by the system but keenly detected by his senses. Earlier, when Yi was enjoying the fish he had grilled and the fruit after the meal, her surprise and satisfaction were evidently less pronounced than before. Although she still ate with gusto, the genuine joy emanating from her heart had diminished significantly. Luo Xiu felt a wave of speechlessness wash over him. Amnesiac, yet still so discerning. Truly, she was him. Had the ordinary grilled fish and fruit lost their ability to satisfy her palate, honed over 800 years? It was time to change things up. Mastery of divine culinary arts required top-tier ingredients to complement it. Previously, his limited abilities confined him to shallow waters, catching only commonplace fish. But now he was different. With perfect armament and observation Haki, he had the means to venture into deeper seas. Those massive, succulent sea beasts lurking in the depths, once a lethal threat, were now prime culinary treasures. With divine culinary skills paired with top-quality ingredients, he was confident he could elevate Yi's happiness index to new heights. Without further ado, Luo Xiu approached Yi. Would you like to eat something even more delicious? More delicious? Yi paused her swinging, tilting her head with curiosity sparkling in her eyes. Even better than today's grilled fish? Absolutely, Luo Xiu replied, his smile brimming with confidence. 100 times more delicious. I want to eat. Yi immediately leapt off the swing, clutching Luo Xiu's clothing, her face alight with anticipation. Then you must wait obediently on the island for me, Luo Xiu teased, pinching her nose. I'm going out to sea to catch an enormous fish. Upon hearing the words going out to sea, Yi's expression shifted to one of unease. She tightened her grip on his clothing. Can't you take me with you? The outside world is dangerous. It's safest for you to remain on the island, Luo Xiu explained gently. I'll be back soon, just during your afternoon nap. When you wake up, I'll be right here. He squatted down to meet her gaze. Do you trust me? Yi studied Luo Xiu's face, hesitating for a moment before nodding obediently. Just come back quickly. Absolutely. Having reassured Yi, Luo Xiu turned toward the sea. To set sail, a boat was necessary. His pirate ship had already been completely submerged beneath the waves, making it unusable. However, this was not a problem for him. Standing on a stretch of barren sand, he extended his right hand, the palm pressing against the ground. Forest fruit, ability, activate. A gentle surge of life energy flowed from his palm into the sand beneath him. The roots of the plants hidden below sprang to life with a rush. Countless robust roots burst forth from the sand, swiftly intertwining, coiling, and growing according to Luo Xiu's will. In mere seconds, a small boat, approximately 5 meters long and composed of incredibly resilient living wood, materialized on the beach. The boat's lines were smooth, its structure solid, and it even sported a naturally formed paddle at the stern. This vessel, birthed from the forest fruit, boasted a sturdiness far surpassing that of ordinary crafted rafts. Luo Xiu nodded in satisfaction. He pushed the small boat into the sea and turned back to wave at Yi. Standing at the edge of the grassy knoll, she waved back energetically, resembling a small creature eagerly awaiting its master's return. Luo Xiu leapt onto the small boat, grasping the paddle, and with a gentle stroke, the boat sped forth like an arrow, swiftly and steadily heading towards the depths of the ocean. His target was clear, the colossal sea king that Yi had inadvertently frightened away earlier. That creature, measuring over 100 meters in length, would undoubtedly provide delicious meat, sufficient for both him and Yi for an extended period. With his perfect observation Haki, pinpointing its location would be effortless. The small boat carved a white wake across the surface of the sea, moving at remarkable speed. The outline of Salted Fish Island gradually diminished behind him. However, just as he was about to completely leave the island's vicinity and accelerate towards the deep sea, his perfect observation Haki, which enveloped the entire island, suddenly detected a new warning, distinctly different from that of sea kings. It was not a sea beast, it was a ship, a small vessel. Luo Xiu halted his movements, turning his head as his senses honed in on that direction. On the other side of Salty Fish Island, several kilometers away, a dilapidated little boat, its sails tattered, drifted aimlessly with the current. A faint breath of life emanated from the vessel. It was weak, yet undeniably present. Observing its trajectory and speed, it would reach the shores of Salty Fish Island within half an hour at most. Luo Xiu's brow involuntarily furrowed. Again? Has this place become a little too lively of late? He abandoned the notion of immediately pursuing the Sea King. An unknown human posed a far greater threat than a mere sea beast, especially with Yi left alone on the island. He had to first address this new predicament. Luo Xiu redirected his boat, rowing silently towards that direction. As the distance diminished, the information conveyed by his observation Haki became increasingly clear. There was only one person aboard. The man lay there, his life force exceedingly faint, seemingly in a deep coma, on the verge of death. There were no weapons, nor any valuable supplies on the ship, just an empty water bucket. It appeared more like a poor soul who had encountered a shipwreck, adrift at sea for far too long. Luo Xiu's boat soon approached the shabby little vessel. He did not board immediately, but instead observed quietly from a distance of several meters. The man on the deck was sunburned and peeling, his lips cracked, appearing to be at his limit. Luo Xiu's observation Haki meticulously scanned the man's entire being. He sensed no malice, nor any hidden power, just an ordinary, dying individual. Luo Xiu relaxed slightly, concluding that this was merely an unfortunate soul who had drifted here by accident. Should he intervene? According to his previous lazy disposition, he would most likely turn around and leave him to his fate. After all, it is better to avoid trouble than to invite it. However, he glanced back towards Salty Fish Island. If he allowed this boat to drift past, and Yi discovered it, with her naive character, she would surely attempt to rescue the man. Luo Xiu could not fathom the impact this person might have on Yi if he awoke on the island. He needed to extinguish any unknown variables before they could sprout. No longer hesitating, he rowed his small boat closer, intending to resolve this minor inconvenience once and for all. Yet, just as his boat was about to make contact with the derelict vessel, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The man, who had been lying there with barely a breath, suddenly opened his eyes wide. His body sprang up like a tightly coiled spring, and a flash of silver shot forth from beneath his ragged clothing, aimed directly at Luo Xiu's throat. Chapter 12. I want that lady's toy. The blinding silver streak darted towards Luo Xiu's throat. The assailant wore a triumphant grin, as if he could already envision the scene of this man's throat being pierced, blood gushing forth. Yet, Luo Xiu did not cease his rowing. Just as the poisoned dagger was about to pierce his skin, a soft chime echoed. A layer of dark, gossamer material emerged around Luo Xiu's neck. The dagger's tip struck this layer, unable to penetrate further. The assailant's grin froze in place. The next moment, a series of intricate, web-like cracks radiated from the dagger's tip, spreading wildly across the blade. Before the attacker could react, the finely crafted steel dagger shattered into countless fragments, transforming into a heap of useless metallic dust that fell gently onto the deck. A startled cry barely escaped the assailant's lips. Luo Xiu swung his hand back carelessly, delivering a simple slap, unencumbered by any armament Haki. The sound echoed sharply. The assailant's head exploded like a watermelon struck by a hammer, splattering red and white across the dilapidated little boat. Yet, Luo Xiu's hand remained immaculate, untouched by any filth. His perfect observation Haki allowed him to grasp the trajectory of all that transpired with ease. He withdrew his hand, glancing at the headless corpse. Then back towards Salty Fish Island, his brow once again furrowing. Has this place become overly bustling of late? First pirates, and now a killer disguised as a castaway. Though they were mere ants he could crush effortlessly, an abundance of flies ultimately becomes bothersome. He extended his hand, pressing his palm against the surface of the sea. The power of the forest fruit activated. A robust vine surged from the bottom of his small boat, akin to a living python, swiftly ensnaring the derelict vessel and the corpse atop it, yanking it down violently. Without even a ripple, all traces were dragged into the depths, vanishing forever. Once this was accomplished, Luo Xiu prepared to continue his journey into the deep sea to hunt the Sea King, a prime delicacy. However, just as he turned his boat around, his perfect observation Haki once again alerted him. Another ship was approaching. On the edge of the calm zone on the opposite side of Salty Fish Island, Luo Xiu halted his movements. He stood at the bow, concentrating his senses in that direction. A small boat, adorned with a peculiar emblem, its sails in tatters, struggled towards Salty Fish Island. On board, there were 3 individuals: a tall man wearing sunglasses marked with the number 5, a woman under a floral umbrella clad in revealing attire, and a little girl donning a beret, holding a sketchpad. Baroque Works. The name flashed in Luo Xiu's mind, a criminal organization that once thrived in Alabasta. His expression darkened instantly. Hey, Mr. 5, are you sure this is the right direction? The woman, known as Miss Valentine, leaned weakly against the ship's railing, her floral umbrella having been deformed by the sea breeze. Our record pointer has long since malfunctioned. We've run out of food and fresh water. If we can't find land soon, we'll die out here. The man referred to as Mr. 5 impatiently adjusted his sunglasses on the bridge of his nose. Be quiet. I can smell it. A very potent life force, along with the scent of flowers. There must be an island ahead. They had initially been on a mission but had encountered a storm, becoming hopelessly lost in the calm zone. Just as they teetered on the brink of despair, an extraordinary fragrance coupled with a surge of invigorating life energy wafted from afar, illuminating their path. Look! Suddenly, the previously taciturn Miss Golden Week pointed ahead with a finger. On the distant horizon, the silhouette of a verdant island emerged. The island was breathtakingly beautiful, as if it were a figment of a fairy tale. Near the shoreline, a man stood alone in a peculiar little boat, seemingly observing them. Salvation was at hand. Miss Valentine's spirit was instantly revived. Meanwhile, Mr. 5's face displayed the arrogance and belligerence befitting a high-ranking agent. Their small vessel sped towards the shore. Hey, you there! Before the boat had even come to a halt, Mr. 5 rose to his feet, towering over Luo Xiu as he shouted. We are esteemed members of the Baroque Works. This vessel and all the food and fresh water on the island now belong to us. Hand everything over immediately, or else I'll unleash the full force of my nose-picking bomb upon you. As he spoke, he brazenly dug at his nostril with his pinky finger. Luo Xiu regarded him silently, lost in thought, contemplating whether to pulverize the boat along with its occupants with a single punch or to ensnare them with vines and drag them beneath the waves as fish fodder. The former would create too much commotion and potentially alarm E, who was on the island. The latter was cleaner, leaving no trace. He had executed it once before. The latter it would be, he resolved, as a silent wave of murderous intent surged within him. He harbored no mercy for those who dared to threaten him so brazenly. However, just as he prepared to act, his Kinbunchika Haki detected a familiar small figure. He dashed out from the flowering thicket on the island, evidently drawn by the commotion. She did not glance at Mr. 5 or Miss Valentine's, but instead curiously paused at the beach, gazing from a distance. Her gaze fell upon the little girl, Miss Golden Week, who was clutching a palette. More specifically, it was drawn to the open box of vibrant paints beside Miss Golden Week. Her pure eyes sparkled with unrestrained curiosity and longing. Luo Xiu halted his raised hand, the chilling intent to kill receding quietly. An unexpected thought emerged. Killing them outright seemed somewhat unsporting. He appeared fascinated by those paints. If he could procure them, it would surely bring her joy. With that thought, Luo Xiu's mood lightened unexpectedly. He looked at Mr. 5, who was still defiantly facing him, and his expression transformed into a benign, harmless smile. Want food? He said, his tone gentle, akin to that of a friendly older brother. Sure, we can trade. Chapter 13. Don't point your nose at me, you can't afford it. Trade with you? Mr. 5 burst into exaggerated laughter, as if he had just heard the funniest joke of the century, his tone dripping with unabashed arrogance and disdain. Do you grasp the situation, bumpkin? He pointed a gloved finger at Luo Xiu, then gestured grandly to encompass the entire Salty Fish Island. His perception extending beyond the decrepit boat, landing on E, who stood on the beach. The little girl was tiptoeing, straining to get a better look. Her pure eyes filled with curiosity towards the colorful palette. Observing this scene brightened Luo Xiu's spirits, a gentle smile unconsciously gracing his lips. Well, if he likes it, then it must be obtained. As for these noisy flies before him, they could be regarded as mere appetizers to please E. Hey, I'm talking to you. What is that expression you have? Are you mocking me? Mr. Five felt ignored, a wave of humiliation washing over him. As a high-ranking agent of Baroque Works, he was accustomed to being feared and flattered wherever he went. He had never encountered such cold treatment. He resolved to show this audacious islander a taste of his power. Let me demonstrate that art can indeed explode. Mr. Five grinned wickedly, deftly digging into his nostril with his pinky, then flicked it with his finger. A small, inconspicuous gray booger arced through the air, landing precisely in the sea near Luo Xiu's feet. Boom! A deafening roar erupted. The tiny booger, upon contact with the ocean surface, triggered a violent explosion. A towering column of water shot into the sky, only to come crashing down, creating enormous waves upon the placid sea. The shockwave caused the small boat, crafted from wood, to sway violently beneath Luo Xiu's feet. Did you see that, fool? Mr. Five said triumphantly, adjusting his sunglasses. That was just an appetizer. If you don't behave, the next one will land right on your head. A light chuckle floated down from above. Miss Valentine's, holding her flower umbrella, gracefully levitated into the air. She looked down at Luo Xiu, her face alight with a sickly excitement. My weight is now 10,000 kilograms, you know. She adjusted her posture, preparing to descend. With just a gentle step, you would be reduced to a puddle of flesh. Wouldn't you? I adore seeing people squished, he. The two of them, one from above and the other from below, believed they had crafted a perfect loop of threat, sufficient to terrify any ordinary person. Yet, Luo Xiu remained indifferent, barely furrowing his brow. The tremendous sound of the explosion seemed to startle E on the shore, causing her small form to flinch. Although she quickly calmed upon seeing Luo Xiu unharmed, the fleeting moment of fear unsettled him. Furthermore, it was far too noisy. He withdrew his focus from E and finally divided his attention, albeit slightly, towards the two buffoons before him. He spoke again, his voice utterly devoid of any tremor. I will trade you a meal for that palette, and paint your companion as holding. Is that acceptable? The air fell silent for a moment. Mr. Five and Miss Valentine's expressions froze. They were utterly bewildered by the man's train of thought. Even at such a juncture, he was still prattling on about that wretched palette? Did he lack any sense? At the stern of the boat, Miss Golden Week, who had been silently clutching the palette, instinctively tightened her hold on her art supplies. This is her most treasured possession, the medium through which she manifests her color trap abilities and her sole source of solace. Ha 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 ha. After a brief moment of astonishment, Mr. Five erupted into an even more frenzied laughter than before. Are you mad? Or simply foolish? Is it worth sacrificing your own life for such pitiful art supplies? They are far from mere trifles. Miss Golden Week could no longer contain herself and murmured a retort. Silence. Mr. Five impatiently turned his head to scold her, then redirected his malevolent gaze towards Luo Xiu. Since you are so eager to meet your demise, I shall oblige. He raised his hand once more, preparing to extract a more potent nosebleed balm to utterly terminate this farce. Luo Xiu regarded him with a gentle sigh, seemingly growing weary. He slowly lifted his right index finger. Buzz. A barely perceptible, ink-black substance coiled and swirled around his fingertip, as if it were capable of absorbing all surrounding light. What is that? Both Mr. Five and Miss Valentine's movements faltered, sensing a disquieting aura emanating from the dark material. Yet, they had no time to ponder, for Luo Xiu had already acted. He did not aim at them. Instead, he casually pointed his finger, enshrouded in the dark substance, at a massive rock far off on the sea. That rock was several dozen meters away, relentlessly battered by the waves, and was exceptionally hard. With a mere gentle tap of his finger in that direction, there was no sound, no shockwave, and not even a whisper of wind. It was simply an unremarkable, understated gesture. In the next moment, under the gaze of Mr. Five, Miss Valentine's, and Miss Golden Week, that vast and resilient rock seemed to be erased from existence by an invisible hand from within. It did not shatter, nor did it explode. It simply vanished silently and completely, from top to bottom, from inside out, swiftly disintegrating into powder. A gust of sea breeze swept through, scattering the remnants. That stretch of sea was left desolate, with only the still churning waves attesting to the former presence of a rock. Mr. Five's hand, poised to dig into his nostrils, froze midair. Miss Valentine's suspended figure, supported by her umbrella, also became motionless. She even forgot to maintain her fruit powers, her body teetering precariously in the air. The sinister grins, arrogance, and disdain on their faces evaporated in an instant, replaced by an overwhelming stupor and bewilderment. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Mr. Five's temple, slowly cascading down. Drip. It landed on the deck with a clear sound in the eerie silence. They seemed to realize, no, they were certain, that they had provoked a creature that was entirely beyond their reckoning. Chapter 14. Sir, we were mistaken. What unfathomable power is this? Sir, Mr. Five's Adam's apple bobbed as he stiffly turned his head towards Luo Xiu, forcing a smile that was more grotesque than tears. His address had shifted from country bumpkin to sir, his demeanor undergoing a complete transformation. We did not mean to offend. We merely encountered misfortune at sea and hoped for some supplies. The benign smile on Luo Xiu's face remained unchanged. I understand. He stepped aside, gesturing for them to proceed. Welcome to the island. However, remember this. His voice retained its gentle tone, yet the content of his words made Mr. Five and Miss Valentine's hearts tighten suddenly. You must not approach that girl, not even a step. Understood. Understood. Mr. Five and Miss Valentine's nodded vigorously, scrambling to leap from their dilapidated vessel with a clumsy haste. The previously silent Miss Golden Week also clutched her easel and followed suit onto the shore. Luo Xiu's gaze fell directly upon the exquisite art box nestled in Miss Golden Week's arms. I want that. He extended his finger, pointing. Mr. Five instantly comprehended. Turning to Miss Golden Week with a low bark, hurry. Hand over the art supplies to this gentleman. Miss Golden Week trembled, clutching the art box tighter. She raised her head, her large eyes brimming with reluctance and sorrow beneath her beret. This set of art supplies was her most cherished treasure, the medium for her abilities, and her sole spiritual refuge. Hurry up. Do you wish to die? Mr. Five's voice dropped, laced with menace. Miss Golden Week's eyes instantly welled with tears, large droplets swirling within. Ultimately, she dared not resist and hesitantly approached Luo Xiu, reluctantly extending her art box. Just then, a small voice, tinged with curiosity, drifted from a short distance away. Who had been peering at the scene from the edge of the beach, observed the girl's expression. On the verge of tears, tilted her head. She did not comprehend what was happening, but she could sense the sorrow of the older girl. She did not want the older girl to be sad. Extended her small hand, gently shaking it at Miss Golden Week. Then, she pointed at herself, then at the art box, and finally shook her head once more. The meaning was clear. I don't want it. Seeing EE's gesture, Miss Golden Week was taken aback. Luo Xiu was also somewhat surprised. He had not anticipated he would voluntarily relinquish something she cherished. Miss Golden Week seemed to grasp something, her face softening with gratitude as she hastily reclaimed the precious art box. Then, in a flurry, she pulled out another set of modest, seemingly ordinary crayons and a sketchbook from her small bag. She cautiously presented this simple set of art supplies to Luo Xiu, her eyes reflecting a mix of inquiry and pleading. Can I exchange this? Luo Xiu glanced at the rudimentary art supplies, then at who was nodding vigorously at him from a short distance away. He smiled. He accepted the crayons and sketchbook. That will do. He did not further trouble these individuals, but turned directly towards Here. He handed over the art supplies. Wow. E's eyes instantly sparkled. She joyfully accepted the crayons and sketchbook, promptly squatting on the lawn to begin doodling enthusiastically, humming a little tune. She had completely lost interest in the unexpected guests who had just arrived on the island. Observing E's delighted demeanor, Luo Xiu's smile grew ever more gentle. He turned to the still-stunned trio from the Baroque Works and said, Come with me. Your food awaits. He fulfilled his promise and turned to enter the kitchen of the wooden house. Mr. Five and Miss Valentine's exchanged glances, each finding in the other's expression relief at having survived and a trepidation of the unknown. Their hearts raced with uncertainty. Was this truly a meal, or merely a final supper before execution? They dared not defy and could only follow along with a forced resolve. In the kitchen, Luo Xiu did not unveil any extravagant delicacies. Instead, he retrieved a bag of ordinary flour, acquired from a previous signing-in, and ventured into the small vegetable garden behind the house, casually plucking a few greens and mushrooms. That was all. Upon witnessing these unadorned ingredients, Mr. Five and Miss Valentine's Day exchanged skeptical glances. Was this it? The life of this enigmatic powerhouse seemed exceedingly humble. However, in the next moment, they bore witness to what could only be described as a miracle. Luo Xiu poured the flour into a basin, adding water, and began to knead the dough with his hands. His movements were not swift, even somewhat casual. Yet, with each knead, the dough began to emit a faint, gentle golden glow. An indescribable aroma of purest wheat wafted from the dough, enveloping the three hungry individuals who could not help but swallow hard in response. Their stomachs protested with thunderous roars. Luo Xiu paid them no heed. He stretched the glowing dough into long noodles and tossed them into the bubbling pot of water. As the noodles entered the water, the golden radiance intensified rather than diminished, transforming the entire pot into a dazzling spectacle of gold. An intoxicating fragrance instantly filled the wooden cabin. Mr. Five felt as though his saliva might run dry, while Miss Valentine's Day felt her legs weaken, nearly unable to stand. Even Miss Golden Week, who typically showed little interest in food, could not resist stretching her neck to inhale the delectable aroma. In that golden light, she seemed to glimpse the most resplendent colors in the world. Soon, 3 steaming bowls of noodles were placed on the table. The broth was crystal clear, adorned with vibrant greens and sliced mushrooms. Each strand of noodle radiated a sacred golden glow. This was not mere food, it was a masterpiece. The trio was utterly entranced. They forgot who they were, where they were, and the only thought that remained in their minds was to consume it. Mr. Five was the first to regain his senses. Trembling, he grasped his chopsticks and eagerly picked up a mouthful of noodles, stuffing them into his mouth. The moment the noodles touched his tongue, an explosion erupted in his mind. A flavor so exquisite it defied description detonated upon his taste buds, akin to a cosmic explosion. He felt as though his soul had been catapulted from his very being. All weariness, hunger, fear, and anxiety were purified in that instant. He was transported back to his childhood, running through the wheat fields of his hometown, basking in warm sunlight and gentle breezes. His heart, long corroded by violence and conspiracy, experienced a rare moment of purity. Tears streamed uncontrollably from behind his sunglasses. Miss Valentine's Day observed Mr. Five's tear-streaked visage with disdain. A senior operative reduced to tears by a bowl of noodles? What a disgrace to the organization. She elegantly picked up her chopsticks, selecting a gleaming golden noodle. But rather a sensation of weightlessness brought on by the transcendent flavor. Boom. Much like Mr. Five, her mind erupted. Yet, instead of wheat fields, she beheld an endless sea of sweet clouds made of cotton candy. Warm sunlight mingled with the scent of caramel, and the sound of gentle wind chimes danced in her ears. The fluctuation between 10,000 kilograms and 1 kilogram lost all meaning in that moment. She felt herself transform into a feather, drifting carefreely through that warm, sweet cloudscape. Tasks, Mr. Zero, the ideal of the Baroque workshop, all were cast aside into oblivion. A blissful, almost foolish expression overtook her face as drool escaped the corners of her mouth. The reactions of Mr. Five and Miss Valentine's Day stirred Miss Golden Week, who had remained silent. She cautiously lifted a small mouthful of noodles, gently blowing on them before placing them in her mouth. She did not see wheat fields or cloud seas, but felt enveloped in a vast, warm embrace. It was a purity of happiness she had never experienced before. This feeling surpassed any joy she had painted 1,000 times, 10,000 times more real and warm. The loneliness and coldness that had plagued her were utterly melted away in that moment. After a brief daze, Mr. Five and Miss Valentine's Day cast aside their dignified restraint as elite operatives. Like 2 famished beasts, they buried their faces in their bowls, producing sounds akin to wild boars foraging. Chopsticks clashed wildly, splattering broth everywhere. They were not merely eating, they were gorging. Noodles, broth, greens, mushrooms, everything was devoured with a speed bordering on self-destructive frenzy. Luo Xiu quietly observed, watching as they licked their bowls clean, leaving them pristine, even neglecting a single droplet of oil. Then, almost simultaneously, they set down their bowls, exchanging glances that revealed the same look of obsession and stupor. Suddenly, these 2 partners, who usually found each other insufferable, embraced and began to weep uncontrollably. "What have I been eating all this time, pig slop?" Mr. Five cried, tears and snot streaming down his face, his sunglasses askew, revealing eyes swollen like walnuts. "I've lived over 20 years, and what has it all been for? My life has been gray." Miss Valentine's Day's face turned pale, her carefully applied makeup running into streaks of black tears. Their cries were filled with sincere regret and anguish. In stark contrast, Miss Golden Week ate quietly, savoring each bite. With every morsel, her aura of happiness intensified. The pure joy emanating from the food began to influence her abilities. Unbidden, she retrieved her painting supplies. Without a thought, the brush danced in her hand. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. The 7 colors flowed and intertwined on the canvas. In the end, a brilliantly vibrant rainbow emerged, radiating a soft halo, imbued with an enchanting allure. A loud burp interrupted the sorrow of Mr. Five and Miss Valentine's Day. They both looked down at their stomachs. An unprecedented sense of fulfillment surged from his stomach, cascading through his entire being. Yet, this was swiftly followed by a profound emptiness. The thought of never tasting such exquisite food again gnawed at Mr. Five more painfully than the prospect of immediate execution. With a thud, he abruptly turned to face Luo Xiu, sinking to his knees. "Sir, my lord." His titles shifted with each utterance. "I beseech you, just one more bowl. Only one." He produced a hefty stack of belly from his pocket, presenting it with trembling hands. "All this money is yours. If it's not enough, I have more. I am willing to do anything for you. Just let me have another bowl." Luo Xiu regarded his abject demeanor with a gentle smile still gracing his features. He shook his head. The transaction has been completed. The refusal was light as a feather. Yet it struck Mr. Five like a sledgehammer, shattering all his hopes. Despair etched itself upon his face, but it was quickly supplanted by a fervent ambition. A singular thought burgeoned wildly in his mind. This man, this extraordinary being, was no ordinary powerhouse. He was a deity of cuisine, a terrifying entity whose culinary prowess could purify souls through food. Such power was more fearsome than any bomb, weapon, or treachery. What if he could recruit this culinary god into the Baroque Works? If he could present him to the illustrious Mr. Zero, what monumental acclaim that would bring. What was the dream of Alabasta compared to this? With this great figure at their side, Mr. Zero could conquer the entire world without shedding a drop of blood, solely through the power of food. As this realization struck him, Mr. Five's breath quickened. He sprang to his feet, brushing off the stains on his clothing, striving to present himself as a competent operative. "Sir." His voice brimmed with excitement and sincerity. "Are you weary of this secluded life? Do you feel that your talents are squandered on this lonely island? I, Mr. Five, a senior agent of Baroque Works, extend to you the most sincere invitation." He spread his arms wide as if to embrace a grand future. "Join us. Baroque Works is a magnificent organization dedicated to creating a utopia. Our leader, Mr. Zero, is a king of remarkable vision. Your talents can only be fully realized within our organization. You shall gain everything you desire. Wealth, status, power." He spoke fervently, his words a torrent meant to captivate, employing every persuasive term at his disposal. Luo Xiu listened quietly, a hint of amusement dancing at the corners of his mouth. "Mr. Zero? Crocodile? That sand-playing warlord? I recall he was eventually defeated by a rubber lad just setting sail, wasn't he? Remarkable vision." It was not until Mr. Five's voice grew hoarse and he paused to gaze at him with hopeful eyes that Luo Xiu finally spoke. He posed a simple yet piercing question. "Is your boss stronger than I?" The fervor on Mr. Five's face froze instantly. His facial muscles twitched. The image of Luo Xiu effortlessly reducing a massive reef to powder loomed like a nightmare in his mind. A king? Remarkable vision? What did that mean in the face of such unfathomable power? A cold sweat trickled down his forehead. The entire wooden cabin fell into a suffocating silence. Chapter 16. Leave a telephone bug. "Sir, you jest." Mr. Five's voice was parched, struggling to conjure a respectful smile. "Our leader, of course, cannot be compared to you. Recruitment? Did I just attempt to recruit such an existence?" He bowed deeply. "We shall take our leave immediately and will never intrude again." Miss Valentine descended from the air, folding her flower umbrella and standing pale beside him. She finally understood that the bowl of noodles contained not just exquisite flavor, but a higher mastery over energy. And this man before her clearly wielded such mastery in other realms, namely, destruction. Luo Xiu did not respond immediately. His attention was drawn to a scene unfolding nearby. On the lawn, Ichi squatted on the ground, clumsily scribbling with a crayon on a sketchpad. Miss Golden Week sat beside her, patiently illustrating a small flower on her own canvas, then pointing it out to Ichi. "This part should be green. The petals can be red or yellow, like the sun." Ichi nodded, half understanding, before turning back to her sketchbook, producing a muddled splotch of red and green that resembled nothing. Yet, she was blissfully happy, her small face radiating focus and joy. The typically aloof Miss Golden Week, known for manipulating hearts with colorful traps, now wore an expression devoid of her usual gloom, replaced by an unusual calm and patience. Witnessing this, Luo Xiu's remaining irritation dissipated entirely. Ichi enjoyed painting, and having someone to teach her was truly wonderful. "Sir?" Mr. Five, growing increasingly anxious as Luo Xiu remained silent, tentatively called out once more. "Very well. Let us depart." Luo Xiu waved his hand casually. "Yes, yes." Mr. Five, as if granted a reprieve, hurriedly beckoned the still-dazed Miss Valentine and the engaged Miss Golden Week. "Miss Golden Week, we must go." Miss Golden Week snapped out of her artistic reverie, glancing at Mr. Five, then at the reluctant Ichi. Ultimately, she stood up, clutching her sketchpad. Goodbye, Ichi murmured softly. Miss Goldenweek hesitated for a moment, then tore the drawing of the little flower from her sketchpad and handed it to Ichi. Here, for you. Having completed this gesture, she turned without looking back, following Mr. 5 toward the sea. Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine clambered onto their rickety vessel, preparing to set sail immediately. However, as Mr. 5 jumped aboard, an unusual sensation coursed through his feet. He looked down to find the wooden planks damp beneath him. In a corner of the cabin, a fist-sized hole gurgled as seawater seeped in. This was from the dark reef they had struck during their stormy drift. Though small, in this perilous calm, any minor issue could escalate into a catastrophic disaster. Mr. 5's expression fell instantly. He glanced back at Luo Xiu, who stood on the beach, leisurely observing them. To plead or not to plead? Mr. 5 gritted his teeth, leaping off the boat once more, sprinting back to Luo Xiu. Sir, he spoke with a quavering voice, his expression dripping with humility. Our ship is damaged. Please, I implore you, show us a modicum of mercy and assist us. Otherwise, we may very well perish upon these treacherous waters. Miss Valentine, trailing behind, could only bow deeply at this poignant scene. As Luo Xiu beheld the two individuals before him, a look of consternation crossed his face. I am no shipwright, he mused inwardly, yet thoughts began to churn in his mind. Allowing them to depart without a semblance of entertainment seemed rather dull. The Baroque Works. Crocodile, what a fortuitous opportunity to send a small token and observe how that sand-playing warlord might react. However, Luo Xiu's tone shifted abruptly. Hope ignited in the eyes of Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine. I can give it a try. Luo Xiu strode purposefully towards the shore, pausing beside the dilapidated vessel. He bent down, casually retrieving a seemingly unremarkable piece of driftwood, bleached by the ocean's caress. This shall suffice. With the board in hand, he leapt aboard the ship, crouching beside the gaping hole under the watchful eyes of Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine, who were filled with uncertainty. He then positioned the ordinary wooden plank against the leaking aperture. A faint, ethereal energy, akin to a living mist, quietly seeped from his palm into the wood. To Mr. 5's astonishment, the grain of the board suddenly appeared exceedingly dense, its color deepening dramatically. With a swift motion, Luo Xiu pressed the plank against the breach. A soft pop echoed as the wood perfectly conformed to the ship's hull, sealing it without a trace of a gap. The flow of seawater was instantly halted. All done, Luo Xiu declared, rising and dusting off his hands with an air of accomplishment. Mr. 5 stared at the patch in disbelief. Is this truly sufficient? Simply affixing a piece of found timber? Tentatively, he reached out and tapped the patch. Clang. The sound resonated through the cabin, sharp and clear, reverberating like a hammer striking iron. Mr. 5's fingers tingled from the impact, and his expression reflected sheer astonishment. This was no mere wood. It surpassed even the hardest steel he had ever encountered by 100-fold. What manner of sorcery is this? Transmuting wood to steel? No. This was wood transformed into an unbreakable substance. What kind of monster is this gentleman? Thank you ever so much, sir. Mr. 5 expressed his gratitude profusely. The three of them, overwhelmed with appreciation, hastily pushed the ship into the sea and clumsily hoisted the tattered sails. Sail in that direction, and we shall escape this treacherous sea. Luo Xiu kindly provided them with the correct heading. Yes, yes, we shall remember. Just as the small vessel was about to depart, Mr. 5 suddenly recalled something. He swiftly retrieved a diminutive, slumbering snail telephone from his pocket, cradling it in both hands and raising it high. Sir, this is our emergency contact snail. If you require anything or wish to speak with our boss, you may reach us at any time. This was his final attempt to forge a benevolent, albeit one-sided, communication channel between this formidable entity and their organization. Luo Xiu initially intended to decline, but then reconsidered, a playful smirk gracing his lips. Having a contact snail could indeed provide future amusement. He extended his hand, and a gentle vine emerged from the sands, wrapping around the telephone snail and delivering it to him. Understood, he replied. With that, the trio wasted no time, and their small boat swiftly departed from the shore. Luo Xiu stood upon the beach, watching as the vessel gradually receded, shrinking into a mere speck upon the horizon. Clutching a piece of paper adorned with little flowers, joyfully approached him, tugging at his clothing. Luo Xiu bent down to lift her into his arms, his gaze drifting to the miniature telephone snail he now held. He cast a final glance in the direction where the ship had vanished. The plank imbued with a hint of his armed color Haki should be sufficiently robust to endure until they encountered their boss. I wonder what expression that sand-playing warlord will bear when confronted with an unbreakable, incorporeal plank. This should prove to be quite entertaining. Chapter 17. Yi's Drawing, Sign-In Reward. The sea breeze swept past, carrying away the last vestiges of an outsider's presence. The island once more returned to its tranquil state. Luo Xiu stood on the beach, toying with the still slumbering miniature telephone snail. Yi, clutching her flower-illustrated paper, scampered back to the lawn. She crouched down, unearthing her rudimentary set of crayons and sketchbook. Resuming her artistic endeavor, sunlight cascaded upon her hair, casting a warm golden hue. Observing this scene, Luo Xiu felt a wave of tranquility wash over him. He casually placed the telephone snail into his pocket and approached Yi, quietly watching as she painted. Yi's artistic skills left much to be desired. Her lines were crooked, and her color choices lacked any semblance of coherence. Yet her earnestness shone through, her face alight with concentration. After a considerable time had passed, she exclaimed, "All done." Holding her sketchbook aloft, she presented it to Luo Xiu with a sense of pride. Luo Xiu accepted the book. The drawing depicted two stick figures, one large, one small. The larger figure was shaded entirely in black, while the smaller wore a rainbow-hued skirt. They stood upon a swing crafted from an array of flowers, set against a backdrop of green grass and a blue sky. Though the artistry was juvenile, both stick figures wore broad smiles. "This is you." Yi pointed at the black figure. "And this is me." She gestured towards the smaller figure in the rainbow skirt. "We." Lastly, she circled her finger around the entirety of the drawing. Luo Xiu's heart was gently stirred. "What a splendid drawing," he remarked earnestly. "Really?" Yi's face blossomed into a radiant smile. "Indeed, it is genuine." Luo Xiu carefully tore the drawing from the sketchbook, rising to his feet and taking Yi's hand as they returned to the wooden cabin. Such a beautiful piece of art deserved to be hung in a prominent place. He affixed the drawing neatly to the wall of the cabin's living room, a spot where he and Yi could admire it daily. Yi stood beside the wall, her face tilted upwards, watching her creation receive such reverent treatment, her joy nearly overflowing. She gleefully bounced on the spot. Ding! Detected an increase in Yi's happiness index. Current happiness index, 92-100, status, happy, joy of creation. The system's notification chimed in his mind. Luo Xiu gazed at the artwork on the wall, then turned to see Yi, tiptoeing with pride as she admired her masterpiece. He felt a sense of fulfillment more profound than any reward could offer. As night descended, after sharing a meal and playing outside for a while, Yi stifled a yawn, rubbing her eyes as Luo Xiu carried her back to her room. Story time. She nestled under the soft covers, softly reminding him. "All right. Tonight we shall tell a new story." Luo Xiu settled on the edge of the bed, speaking in hushed tones. Today's tale is titled The Culinary Hunter's Adventure in the Enchanted Forest of Ingredients. Yi's eyes sparkled with interest, clearly captivated by this new narrative. Long, long ago, there existed a formidable culinary hunter residing on a picturesque island. One day, several peculiar ingredient fairies appeared in the forest. "Oh," Yi inquired curiously, "fairies?" "Indeed." Luo Xiu continued weaving the story. "The first fairy was rather boastful, sporting a nose that could explode. We called him the exploding booger mushroom." Uft. Yi couldn't contain her laughter. "Booger mushroom?" "Yes, whenever his booger pops out, it goes off with a bang, quite loud indeed." Yi immediately recalled the annoying explosion she had heard earlier that day and nodded in agreement. There was another fairy, a young lady who could fly. Her body would alternately become heavy like a boulder and light as a cotton candy. She was named the Fluctuating Cotton Candy Fairy. Giggling, Yi rolled on her bed, clutching her blanket. "And what about the next one?" "What about the next one?" "The last one is the young lady who gifted you the paintbrush." Luo Xiu's voice grew increasingly gentle. "She is a kind-hearted fairy known as the Rainbow Candy Paintbrush Messenger, capable of painting the most beautiful rainbows in the world." Yi's laughter subsided as she listened intently. The culinary hunter encountered these three fairies, and instead of harming them, he exchanged gifts with a bowl of luminous golden ramen. The exploding booger mushroom and the fluctuating cotton candy fairy, after savoring the ramen, embraced each other and wept with joy. Meanwhile, the rainbow candy paintbrush messenger bestowed her precious paintbrush and sketchbook upon the little princess beside the culinary hunter. Using that paintbrush, the little princess created the most magnificent painting in the world. The story came to an end. Yi's large eyes were becoming heavy, yet a sweet smile lingered on her face. "That painting, it should be hung on the wall," she murmured drowsily. "Yes, it should be hung on the wall. The best in the world." Her voice grew softer until her rhythmic breathing filled the room. She had fallen asleep. Luo Xiu gazed at her serene, sleeping visage, his smile unwavering. He leaned down to gently tuck her blanket. At the moment his fingertips brushed against the quilt, a chime sounded. Ding! Detected a high-sweet interaction. creating a delightful bedtime for Yi. Triggering the beloved wife event sign-in. Luo Xiu silently recited, sign in. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining max level 6 techniques. Shave, iron block, finger gun, moon step, gale foot, paper drawing, instant mastery achieved, reaching the pinnacle. Boom. A tremendous surge of combat instinct flooded through Luo Xiu's limbs and bones. It was not merely an impartation of knowledge, but rather a corporeal memory. As if he had diligently practiced these 6 techniques that transcend human limits for decades, integrating them into his very marrow, becoming as instinctive as breathing and heartbeat. Each muscle's exertion, every frequency of bone vibration, and the velocity of blood flow were now within his complete command. The swift movement of shave, the ironclad defense of iron block, the piercing strike of finger gun, the ethereal grace of moon step, the vacuum slash of gale foot, and the ultimate evasion of paper drawing. All of it was fully under his control at this moment. Luo Xiu gradually rose to his feet. He did not exit the room, but remained still, raising his right index finger delicately. Tension coiled at his fingertip, a surge of power coalescing instantly. In that moment, it felt as if his finger possessed the hardness and sharpness to penetrate steel. Finger gun. He attempted to channel this power throughout his body. The muscles contracted and hardened in an enigmatic manner. He transformed into a humanoid steel. Iron block. With a mere thought, Luo Xiu dispelled the iron block. He glanced at the luminous moonlight outside the window, and then at the peacefully sleeping Yi. He refrained from further experimentation, choosing instead to stand quietly, savoring the newfound, effortlessly controllable power within him. Another method had been added to his repertoire. Luo Xiu quietly exited the room, gently closing the door behind him. Chapter 18. Max level 6 techniques achieved. Time to carve a rabbit for Yi. The night was as dark as ink, and the sea breeze was cool. Luo Xiu softly closed the wooden cabin door, ensuring he did not disturb the sleeping girl within. He ventured alone to the beach, where the moonlight cast a long shadow behind him. Inside, a new power stirred restlessly, a pure sensation of mastery over the limits of the physical body. Max level 6 techniques. He was eager to test just how far this ultimate physical technique could be pushed. Without a moment's hesitation, with a mere thought, Luo Xiu's feet struck the ground at an unfathomable rate, rapidly tapping out a rhythm. Shave. Whoosh. His figure abruptly vanished from the spot, not stirring a speck of sand, nor producing a whisper of sound, simply disappearing into thin air. In the next instant, he found himself standing on another stretch of beach. 100 meters away, the evening breeze fluttered against his clothing. The feeling of the surroundings racing past him only to freeze in an instant was engraved vividly in his mind. Is this shave? It felt akin to teleportation, and the energy expenditure was negligible. Luo Xiu flexed his ankle, feeling as though he had merely undergone the simplest of warm-ups. His gaze fell upon a massive driftwood washed ashore by the waves, thick as a barrel. Raising his right leg, he delivered a powerful kick into the empty air. Gale foot. Whoosh. A finely honed azure vacuum slash shot forth, tracing a sharp arc across the night sky. The speed of the slash was astonishing. It struck the driftwood almost instantaneously. Uft. There was no violent explosion, only the subtle sound of a blade slicing through decayed wood. The sturdy driftwood split cleanly in half, the cut smooth as a mirror. The severed halves drifted apart, pushed by the waves. An air slash, with controllable power. If unleashed to its full potential, it could likely have cleaved through the pirate ship from earlier. Luo Xiu retracted his leg, a newfound sense of control blossoming within him. He did not pause. With a gentle leap, as gravity sought to pull him back to the ground, he tapped his toes in the air. Once, twice, thrice, a wondrous sensation of levitation enveloped him. He ascended through the night sky, step by step, as if treading on an invisible staircase. Moonstep. Luo Xiu strolled leisurely several dozen meters above the ground, glancing down at the entirety of Salty Fish Island. The island, transformed by the enchanted fruit, resembled a tranquil fairy garden beneath the moonlight, with lawns, seas of flowers, swings, and the little wooden cabin protected by vines and glowing night flowers. Everything radiated a sense of serene tranquility. This sensation is rather delightful. To be able to safeguard this tranquility from any vantage point at any moment is a profound joy. Luo Xiu circled the small island in the air, savoring the freedom bestowed by the moonlit walk, before gently descending onto the lawn in front of the wooden cabin, as silent as a whisper. Regarding the defense of iron blocks, the penetration of spear thrusts, and the evasion of paper drawings, he had already achieved a seamless understanding in that fleeting instant. There was no need for deliberate practice. These techniques had become an intrinsic part of his being, as instinctual as breathing. The following morning, Yi rubbed her drowsy eyes and emerged from her room. Luo Xiu? Habitually, she sought out the reassuring silhouette of the one who brought her comfort. Faint sounds emanated from the kitchen. Yi scampered over on her bare feet and, sure enough, found Luo Xiu preparing breakfast. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm golden halo around him. Quietly, Yi approached his side, tilting her small face upward to gaze at him. Today, there seemed to be something distinctly different about Luo Xiu. He picked up a freshly prepared fish and placed it on the cutting board. Instead of reaching for a knife, he extended the index finger of his right hand. Yi's eyes widened in curiosity. In the next moment, she witnessed his finger transform into a blur above the board. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Swift. Incredibly swift. Yi's eyes struggled to keep pace with the motion of his finger, only able to hear a flurry of sounds akin to the rustling of wind. In the blink of an eye, Luo Xiu withdrew his hand. The once intact fish had been meticulously transformed into a stack of translucent, gossamer thin fillets, each slice uniform in thickness, glistening in the morning light. Beside it lay a plate of perfectly separated fish bones, devoid of any remnants of flesh. Yi's small mouth gradually formed an O shape, her tiny hands instinctively covering her mouth, fearful that a gasp might disrupt this astonishing scene. Is this magic? Luo Xiu, observing her adorably bewildered expression, felt a surge of joy. His extraordinary culinary skills, combined with the mastery of the 6 forms, created a perfect harmony. The efficiency of his preparations surpassed that of any renowned blade. Would you like fish fillet porridge for breakfast? He asked with a smile. Yi nodded vigorously, her gaze lingering on the artfully arranged fish fillets. Luo Xiu placed the fish fillets into the pot, then selected a bright red apple from the fruit bowl, a pre-meal fruit treat. He cradled the apple in one hand, while his other hand's index finger began to dance rapidly upon its surface. This time, his motions were not of slicing, but of gentle, rapid tapping and carving. Tap, tap, tap. His fingertips glided over the apple, creating a cascade of delicate sounds. The red skin, coaxed by his nimble fingers, spiraled away gracefully. Then, his fingers continued to frolic over the white flesh. In scarcely 3 seconds, Luo Xiu halted his movements and presented his creation to Yi. Before her stood a perfect, lifelike apple shaped like a rabbit, complete with long ears, a plump body, and even a delicately carved little tail. Wow! Yi exclaimed in delight. Cautiously, she extended her hands to cradle the apple rabbit, examining it from every angle, utterly enchanted. A rabbit. She joyfully lifted the apple to show Luo Xiu. Yes, indeed, it is a rabbit, he replied, ruffling her hair. Yi, beaming with joy, gently bit into the rabbit's ear, and a sweet burst of juice filled her mouth, causing her to squint with happiness. Observing her delight, Luo Xiu felt an overwhelming sense of fulfillment. Indeed, the essence of power lies not in destruction but in creation, creating things that bring her joy. The pinnacle of the 6 forms, a supreme technique for slaying, is equally suited for slicing vegetables and sculpting fruit. This, he mused, is the proper application of strength. As he stirred the meat porridge in the pot, he began to contemplate an entirely new subject. If spear thrusts could be employed for cutting, could the gale foot be utilized for kneading dough? Imagining a gentle vacuum wave emitted from several meters away, causing flour and water in a bowl to blend seamlessly, stirred an exhilarating vision. Yes, that could be worth exploring next time. Chapter 19. Playing with knives. Do you think this piece of wood is hard enough? In the Grand Line, on a desolate island, lay a clandestine base of the Baroque Works. A rickety little boat, appearing as if gnawed by sea creatures, awkwardly approached the shore. 3 figures tumbled off the vessel in a disheveled state. Mr. 5's suit jacket was reeking of salt water and unspeakable stains, while Miss Valentine's makeup was utterly ruined, rendering her akin to a cheap Gothic doll. Only Miss Golden Week retained a semblance of poise, though her face bore the marks of exhaustion. At the entrance of the base, a tall man with a stern expression stood with his arms crossed, awaiting their arrival. A massive scar extended from his left eye to his chin, and his bare torso revealed muscles as solid as steel. This was Mr. 1, Des Bones, the highest-ranking agent of Baroque Works, second only to the organization's leader, Mr. 0. Upon seeing Mr. 1, Mr. 5 instinctively trembled and quickly lowered his head. Mr. 1 Miss Valentine also restrained her expressions, standing respectfully to the side. Mr. 1's gaze was frigid. Mission, he uttered, the word escaping his lips with a chilling finality. Cold sweat instantly beaded on Mr. 5's forehead. Report to Mr. 1. The mission has failed. Mr. 1 remained silent, his emotionless eyes fixed on Mr. 5. The oppressive weight of his stare more terrifying than facing a raging tempest in the calm belt. Mr. 5's voice quivered. We got lost in the comm belt. And then we encountered AA, he faltered. How to characterize that man? A monster? A deity? What kind of being was he? Mr. 1's voice tinged with impatience. A what? A god of cuisine. Mr. 5 finally managed to articulate what he deemed the most fitting term. A god of cuisine? Mr. 1's lips curled into a mocking smirk. Mr. 5, is this the excuse you've concocted for your incompetence? And no, it's not. Mr. 5 hastily protested. That man, he made noodles that glowed. Eating them revealed visions of life. Miss Valentine and I silence. Mr. 1 coldly interrupted. A top-tier agent. Rendered senseless by a bowl of noodles. You are not only a disgrace to the organization, but also an affront to the very concept of strength. He cast a glance at the silent Miss Goldenweek beside him. You speak. Miss Goldenweek, clutching her sketchpad, hesitated for a moment before nodding. That bowl of noodles was delicious, she spoke softly. That person was very strong. Mr. 1's brow furrowed slightly. He may dismiss Mr. 5 as an ineffectual fool. Yet Miss Goldenweek seldom utters falsehoods. Just how formidable is she? Miss Goldenweek appears to reminisce before speaking in her distinctive, emotionless tone. He merely pointed with his finger, and a substantial rock transformed into sand. Mr. 1's gaze finally exhibited a flicker of interest. To turn rock into sand? To shatter it? Such destructive capability is not uncommon in the latter half of the Grand Line. However, this does not serve as an excuse for failure in their mission. So, you were bested by him? No, absolutely not. Mr. 5 hastily shook his head. He didn't even lay a hand on us. It was merely that he casually inquired if our boss was stronger than him, which caused Mr. 5 to lose all his courage. Yet, he dared not voice this thought. To do so would result in Mr. 1 dismembering him on the spot. Mr. 1, disregarding them, strode toward the dilapidated vessel. He needed to personally assess the damage to ascertain what they had encountered. The destruction wrought by the storm, the impact with the reef. His gaze, akin to the most sophisticated of instruments, meticulously scanned every scar upon the hull. All these signs aligned with the potential hazards of drifting in the doldrums. Until his eyes fixed upon the ship's hold. There, a patch was evident. A seemingly unremarkable, bleached wooden plank was abruptly affixed to a gaping hole. Who performed this repair? Mr. 1. South voice bore no trace of emotion. It was that gentleman. Mr. 5 replied quietly. Our ship was leaking. And he just casually picked up a piece of wood from the beach and applied it. Picked up? A clear disdain crossed Mr. 1's face. Such a crude method of patching is utterly laughable. He crouched down and extended his right index finger. As a user of the quick/fruit, any part of his body could transform into an exceedingly sharp blade. He possessed an extraordinary sensitivity and obsession with the concept of hardness. He wished to ascertain the fragility of this wood, which had been employed by a food deity to mend a ship. His fingertip instantaneously morphed into a glimmering blade of ice. Then, he carelessly drew it across the wooden plank. The anticipated scene of splintering wood did not materialize. Instead, an indescribable sensation coursed through his fingertip, as if he were gliding over an object of absolute smoothness and impenetrable hardness. There was no sound, no sparks, not the slightest resistance. It simply glided past. Mr. 1 slowly raised his hand. He looked down. The once bleached wooden plank gleamed as if brand new, devoid of even a single white scratch. Not a trace remained. Mr. 1's pupils constricted sharply. This is impossible. His blade could easily slice through the finest steel. How could even a piece of rotten wood? Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine stood by, breathless, too awestruck to speak. They recalled the crisp sound that resonated like the striking of steel. Mr. 1's expression transformed for the first time into one of seriousness. He inhaled deeply. His entire right arm's musculature began to shift. His skin took on a cold, metallic sheen, and a long, sharp blade extended from the edge of his arm. Human beheading. This was his most frequently employed technique, capable of severing walls and cleaving iron doors. Let me through, Mr. 1 growled, his arm becoming a silver flash as it struck the wooden plank with ferocity. He unleashed all his might. Clang! A deafening sound reverberated, akin to two iron mountains colliding, echoing across the entire stronghold. Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine were momentarily stunned by the cacophony, instinctively recoiling several steps. While at the epicenter of the explosion, Mr. 1 froze. An unparalleled backlash surged violently from the point of contact between the blade and the plank. His entire arm was instantly numbed, and his palm throbbed with pain. He staggered back 2 steps before regaining his footing. He lifted his blade-like arm. There were no dents. However, the deep-seated sensation of numbness served as a reminder that he had utterly failed in that strike. He gazed once more at the wooden plank. Despite having endured a blow that could have cleaved through an entire house, That unremarkable plank remained entirely unscathed. For the first time, cold sweat trickled down Mr. One's forehead. The coldness and derision that had once marked his face had vanished, replaced by an unprecedented sense of alarm and disbelief. What on earth is this? He abruptly turned his head, fixing an intense stare upon Mr. Five. That man, what exactly? Mr. Five, observing Mr. One's discomposure, felt a surge of satisfaction within. See, I did not lie. I don't know. Mr. Five exclaimed with a quivering voice. He merely pressed it down. Just pressed it down. In an instant, a term flashed through Mr. One's mind. Armament Haki. Only by condensing and adhering armament Haki to an object with unimaginable intensity could such an effect be achieved. Moreover, the fact that this Haki showed no signs of dissipating even after their departure for such an extended period indicated that the man's mastery of Haki had reached an unfathomable level, far beyond his own. Even, Mr. One dared not pursue the thought further. He finally comprehended that Mr. Five and the others had encountered not a mere food deity. Rather, they had stumbled upon a top-tier powerhouse, shrouded in mystery, residing within the doldrums. Why would such a figure appear in such a place? Mr. One's expression fluctuated between dark and light. This situation had surpassed his capacity to manage. Immediate reporting was imperative. He no longer paid heed to the astonished Mr. Five and his companions, swiftly turning and striding deeper into the stronghold. He produced a special den mushi and dialed a number. Burubarubaru. Click. A raspy, deep voice filled with authority emanated from the other end of the den mushi. Speak, Mr. Zero. Mr. One's voice, unusually grave, declared, I have discovered something intriguing at the edge of the doldrums. Something? A piece of wood. Mr. One spoke in a low tone. A piece of wood that my slash could not damage in the slightest. The voice on the other end fell silent for a moment. Proceed. According to intelligence, this wooden plank originates from a mysterious man residing on a solitary island within the doldrums. He possesses the ability to maintain Haki attached to objects for an extended duration, with an unfathomable strength. The voice on the other end fell silent once more. After a prolonged pause, the raspy voice finally resumed, tinged with a hint of intrigue. A mysterious powerhouse of the doldrums, is it? Quite interesting. Chapter 20. The formation of the barrier at Salty Fish Island. Chaos in Mariawa. Life on the Jiaoyu Island had returned to a serene state after bidding farewell to the 3 members of the Baroque Works. Luo Xiu remained oblivious and indifferent to the events unfolding in the outside world, unaware of the potential ramifications that the wooden plank might stir within the Grand Line. Instead, he found himself preoccupied with matters of greater import. Following 2 uninvited visitor incidents, he resolved that it was time to upgrade the security system of his home. Standing in the center of the island's verdant lawn, he observed Yi seated on a nearby swing, clutching her drawing board and swinging her legs. Her curious gaze fixed upon him. Luo Xiu extended his right hand, palm facing downward, and gently pressed it against the soft grass. The power of the forest fruit was unleashed. The earth began to tremble ever so slightly, as countless deep green vines, more resilient than steel, erupted from the ground like awakening serpents. They did not grow wildly or chaotically. Rather, under Luo Xiu's will, they extended skyward with remarkable order and grace. The vines intertwined and coiled in midair, commencing the intricate weaving of an enormous net. In that moment, Luo Xiu's form vanished from sight. The next instant, he found himself suspended several dozen meters above the ground, treading upon an invisible staircase as if strolling on solid earth. With fluid movements, he glided beneath the expansive canopy of intertwined vines, his hands becoming mere blurs as he deftly adjusted the direction and position of each vine, weaving them into a tighter, more secure structure. Luo Xiu. Yi called up to him, her face tilted skyward as she waved her hand. What are you doing? Halting his actions, he smiled down at her from above. I'm constructing a larger house for us. A house. Yi tilted her head, gazing at the burgeoning green dome enveloping the entire island. Is it a transparent house? Indeed, Luo Xiu replied, resuming his work. A house where we can gaze upon the stars. Under his meticulous crafting, the vine dome swiftly took shape. It resembled a colossal inverted crystal bowl, encapsulating the entirety of Jiaoyu Island. The vines, initially deep green, gradually transformed into transparency under Luo Xiu's control until they ultimately vanished into the air. Sunlight continued to pour down unobstructed, and the sea breeze could waft through designated gaps within the lattice. From the outside, Jiaoyu Island appeared unchanged. Yet, Luo Xiu knew that this seemingly intangible dome possessed the defensive strength to withstand a full-force bombardment from a vice-admiral. Furthermore, with a mere thought, this transparent dome could morph into a spiked steel cage, capable of ensnaring any intruder without permission in a heartbeat. Once he completed this task, Luo Xiu gently descended from the sky. "All done," he said, walking over to Yi and ruffling her hair. She reached out to touch the air, finding nothing there. Her face alight with wonder. The island's environment, nurtured by the forest fruit and Luo Xiu's diligent care, had transformed into an increasingly pleasant haven. The climate perpetually resembled the warmth of a comfortable spring, while the vegetables sprouting from the soil and the fruits hanging from the vines exuded a subtle vitality, far surpassing the finest ingredients from the outside world. Yi's life became simple and joyful. She spent her days painting, swinging, and occasionally trailing behind Luo Xiu with a small watering can, awkwardly assisting him in the garden. More often than not, she simply followed him quietly, like a little shadow. Wherever Luo Xiu went, she was sure to follow closely, her smile growing ever more radiant, an authentic, pure joy that enlivened the entire island. Luo Xiu reveled in this tranquility. He cherished watching Yi swing her legs from the swing, delighted by her exclamations of surprise upon discovering a new flower, and admired her pride as she showcased her crooked stick figures from her sketchbook. His own strength also steadily improved with each tender interaction with Yi, bolstered by the system's rewards. This existence, with a home, her presence, and devoid of conflict, was everything he had ever desired. However, unbeknownst to him, beyond this tranquility, on the other side of the world, a storm capable of upending the entire global order was quietly brewing. Holy Land, Mariehua, Panga City, the nexus of power. This was the highest center of authority within the world government. Typically, the atmosphere here was solemn and imposing. Even the air seemed to thicken with gravity. Yet today, the tension had reached an unbearable peak. For the first time, the 5 elders who stood at the pinnacle of global power displayed unmasked agitation upon their faces. The bald elder with a blade maintained a steady grip on the hilt of the original sword, pacing restlessly. The golden-haired elder repeatedly polished his already spotless spectacles. The other 3 remained fixated on a report laid out on the table before them, their silence palpable. The room was enveloped in a stifling quiet. "Is there still no news?" At last, the elderly man adorned with a flat cap and long white beard broke the silence. "None," came the response from a CP0 member. Kneeling in the shadows, his head bowed low, the stillness remaining unbroken. "Useless." The sword-bearing elder abruptly halted, a terrifying aura surging forth. The kneeling CP0 member trembled violently, yet remained silent. "Lordum has been missing for a full 5 days." The golden-haired elder set aside his cleaning cloth, his voice dry. This name possessed an air of forbidden power. Merely uttering it caused the temperature in the room to plummet. The true sovereign of the world, who surpassed the 5 elders. He had vanished. They had sealed the information, yet panic had begun to silently proliferate among the highest echelons. Without him's presence, the balance of the world could be shattered at any moment, and the celestial dragon's reign would hang perilously in the balance. Despite employing every conceivable means, technology, abilities, they could not trace a single lead on the Lord's whereabouts. However, the kneeling CP0 member hesitated for a moment before presenting a new document. "We conducted a high-level life force analysis on the garments left behind on the Void Throne. And the results?" The sword-bearing elder pressed. "The final clue points to a specific maritime region." "Where?" "The Calm Belt." Once more, the room fell into silence. The Calm Belt? That sea monster's lair? Why would Lordum venture to such a place? No, now is not the time to ponder the reasons. Lordum must not come to any harm. The sword-bearing elder made a decisive proclamation, his voice brooking no dissent. "Deploy the most elite CP0 squad to infiltrate the Calm Belt. Spare no effort to find the Lord." They dared not mobilize the Navy, nor undertake any conspicuous search. Im's existence was the highest secret within this world. Should it be leaked, the world government's 8th-century reign would crumble in an instant. The operation had to remain utterly clandestine. "Only the most reliable and powerful members may be dispatched," another elder added. "Understood." The orders were swiftly conveyed. In the shadows, several figures retreated silently. The world's most formidable intelligence agency, a ruthless machine established to safeguard the king of the world, has commenced its clandestine operations, unnoticed by any. Chapter 21. The arrival of CP0, an invisible barrier. A ship, entirely cloaked in pure white, silently glides into the doldrums. The surface of the vessel is etched with peculiar patterns, rendering it invisible to the gargantuan sea creatures that stir restlessly around it. On the deck stand 3 individuals. Rob Lucci, the most extraordinary genius of CP9 and 8 centuries, is currently on urgent assignment for a top-secret mission. He caresses the dove, turtleneck, perched on his shoulder. his expression devoid of emotion. Kaku stands beside him, his elongated limbs resembling a poised cheetah ready to pounce. He stretches lazily, his joints cracking like popping beans, his tone laced with a hint of suppressed excitement. This is indeed the most extravagant mission in history, to have summoned both me and Lucci from Eni's lobby. And now we must take orders from a woman of CP0. Silence. Longnose, Lucci retorts, his voice flat and unperturbed. Nearby, leaning against the railing, the true CP0 agent. The Queen of Pleasure Street, Starry, leisurely applies lipstick using a diamond-studded compact mirror. Her movements remain as graceful and steady as ever, yet today marks her third touch-up. Her gaze drifts beyond the mirror, landing on a scrap of paper held in Lucci's hand. It is a life paper, fashioned from the nail of a supreme being. The paper remains intact, indicating that the target possesses vigorous vitality and has encountered no peril. This revelation brings a collective sigh of relief from the three aboard the ship. They cannot fathom what calamity might unfold if this paper were to show any signs of distress. Full speed ahead, Lucci commands the crew, instructing them not to overlook any suspicious islands. The vessel accelerates, leaving a white trail upon the serene sea surface. Kaku strides to the bow, hands tucked into his pockets, a hint of a combative smile tugging at his lips. I am eager to discern what entity could instigate such anxiety among the Gorsii. Starry approaches his side, her golden hair dancing in the sea breeze. She remains silent. A woman's intuition, or perhaps the instinct of a top-tier agent, stirs an unsettling feeling within her. She senses that this mission will upend all her previous understandings. The CP0 ship navigates swiftly through the doldrums. Guided by the life paper, they continuously narrow their search area. Days later, while Lucci rests with his eyes closed, he suddenly snaps them open. The burning speed of the life paper in his hand has accelerated slightly. A barely perceptible change, yet sufficient for anyone aboard to notice. We are nearing our destination, Starry announces. Kaku leaps down from the lookout tower, landing deftly, his face alight with excitement. Order the ship to decelerate, Lucci instructs, rising to a state of heightened alertness. The ship's speed gradually decreases, eventually halting upon the ocean's surface. An eerie silence envelopes the surroundings. There are no seagulls, no schools of fish, and even the wind has vanished. Kaku raises his binoculars, scrutinizing the distant horizon. Nothing. He lowers the binoculars, his brow furrowing. The expanse is devoid of any shape, not even the shadow of an island. Lucci offers no response. The dove, turtleneck, on his shoulder, anxiously preens its feathers. A subtle sense of dissonance blankets the waters. It feels as though, despite the apparent emptiness ahead, an invisible wall segregates them from the world. Lucci's observation Haki unfurls without reserve, his senses surging forward like a tide. Then, it feels as though he has collided with a chaotic mire. All information becomes distorted, blocked, and devoured. He cannot discern anything beyond that vacant sea. Something is amiss. Lucci's body tenses slightly, his voice low. There exists a domain of power beyond our comprehension. A domain? Kaku's interest peaks. Is it an ability user? Or some ancient weapons defense system? He cracks his knuckles, eager to engage. Whatever it is, we can simply charge through and find out. Perhaps it's merely a sophisticated optical illusion. Do not act impulsively, Starry finally interjects, having tucked away her lipstick and mirror. The target that has warranted such concern from the Gorsii is surely not trivial. We are the strongest forces of CP0 and CP9. What could possibly be beyond our capability? Kaku scoffs, his lips curling in defiance. Lucci raises a hand to quell their dispute. He strides to the bow, intently gazing at the seemingly barren sea ahead. His primal instincts scream warnings. Turtleneck, he calls, and the dove takes flight. Turtleneck circles in the air before darting directly toward the anomalous expanse. It flies swiftly. Just as it is about to cross an invisible boundary, bang, a dull thud reverberates. Turtleneck bounces back as if colliding with a sheet of transparent steel, tumbling through the air before Lucci reaches out to catch it. The dove trembles in his palm. Kaku's relaxed demeanor evaporates, and Starry's brow furrows. There is indeed a barrier. Kaku approaches the ship's edge, extending his hand cautiously forward. His fingertips graze a cold, smooth surface. Invisible yet tangible. What is this? Kaku pushes against it. But the barrier remains unmoved. He applies greater force. Still, the barrier stands resolute. Let me give it a try. Kaku steps back, raises his right leg, and kicks towards the air ahead. Gale foot. A blue vacuum slash materializes instantaneously, tearing through the air and striking the invisible barrier with force. Uft. The strike hits the barrier, yet it produces no sound, dissipating into thin air, akin to a cow sinking into the sea. Kaku freezes, his movements stalled. His gale foot could effortlessly slice through the armor of a warship, yet now it has elicited not even a ripple. The strength of this barrier. Luo Xiu steps forward and extends his index finger. Finger gun. His fingertip, imbued with the power to pierce through all, makes contact with the barrier. Clang. A faint metallic reverberation echoes. A tremendous recoil surges from his fingertip, causing Luo Xiu's arm to tingle. He retracts his finger, concealing it within his sleeve. He stares intently at the invisible barrier, which leaves not even a speck behind. The atmosphere aboard the ship becomes palpably tense. Luo Xiu, Kaku, and Starry fall into silence. They have undertaken countless missions and faced numerous formidable foes. Yet the situation before them transcends their comprehension. An unseen, impregnable barrier envelopes this sea, and their target lies within its confines. What should we do? Kaku glances at Luo Xiu, feeling the gravity of the situation for the first time. Should we report this? Luo Xiu shakes his head. The Gorsiai's command is to locate the target at all costs. Retreat is not an option, since they cannot breach from the outside. As Luo Xiu's physique began to undergo a transformation, his muscles swelled and his stature increased, shifting into a beastly form. It became evident that a more formidable force was necessary to shatter it completely. He concentrated all the strength within him. Suddenly, Starry cast her gaze towards the opening of the barrier. Wait. It seemed that the target within the barrier had already sensed their arrival, showing no concern for their probing. Chapter 22. A casual push. Observing the transformation, Luo Xiu's body expanded, exuding a fierce and violent aura. Kaku clenched his fists, his muscles primed for battle. Yet, just as the two were about to unleash their full potential, Starry commanded, "Stop." Her voice was sharp, laced with an unprecedented panic. Both Luo Xiu and Kaku halted, confused. Glancing at her, Starry's complexion had turned pale. "We cannot approach any closer." Her voice trembled. Furrowing his brow, Luo Xiu demanded an explanation. Starry's lips quivered as if struggling to articulate her thoughts, the horrifying speculation rendering her hesitant to voice it. Having once interned with the Rocks Pirates and later becoming the Queen of Pleasure Street, navigating among the world's elite, her perception was far more acute than that of Luo Xiu and Kaku, who were mere warriors. Amidst the sheer, tyrannical, and indomitable force she sensed, she also detected a trace of familiarity, a profound majesty emanating from the depths of her soul. This sensation she had only encountered in rare instances. Through the descriptions of the elders concerning that esteemed figure, and in the faint aura occasionally leaking from the void thrown deep within Mariwa, an idea capable of overturning her entire worldview surged wildly in her mind. Lord M is situated on that cloistered island. The impenetrable barrier, the very one that left them powerless, was the handiwork of another. What could this possibly signify? Starry dared not pursue the thought further. Taking a deep breath, she compelled herself to regain composure and spoke rapidly. "I sense that aura. It bears the majesty of Lord M." "What?" Kaku exclaimed in shock. Luo Xiu's pupils constricted to their utmost. Lord M. This name was a taboo, a divinity, the highest existence in their world. They finally comprehended the gravity of the elders' disarray and the true weight of their mission. Moreover, Starry's voice quivered with a hint of tears. Another powerful presence was emanating from that barrier. That barrier belonged to that individual. Lord M may be trapped. Luo Xiu and Kaku's bodies froze entirely, cold sweat instantly soaking their backs. If Starry's conjecture were true, they were now facing a terrifying entity capable of imprisoning a god. And just moments ago, they had considered breaking through the barrier with brute force. It was akin to courting death. Meanwhile, on Fishman Island, the atmosphere was tranquil. The warm sunlight, gentle sea breeze, and fragrant blossoms set the scene. Luo Xiu and Yi sat comfortably in newly crafted vine lounge chairs, indulging in their afternoon tea. The table was adorned with freshly baked cookies and freshly squeezed juice. Yi swung her tiny feet, nibbling on the cookies, her eyes blissfully narrowing to slits. After finishing one, she picked up a bright red apple and offered it to Luo Xiu. "Luo Xiu, would you like an apple?" She tilted her head, not wishing to eat it in chunks. Ordinary apple slices were unappealing. Observing her adorable demeanor, Luo Xiu smiled. "All right, I shall make it special for you." He grasped the apple in his palm. The perfect fusion of full level 6 styles finger gun and master chef skills. His right index finger seemed to come alive. In an instant, his finger blurred into a flurry of motions upon the apple, puncturing, slicing, prodding, and sculpting. Each action was executed with utmost precision, the control of power exquisite. While he was engrossed in creating a masterpiece for E, his senses, merged with the essence of the island, suddenly detected an unsettling intrusion. It was akin to a delightful afternoon tea being disrupted by buzzing flies. Rosh's brow furrowed slightly. Were these persistent nuisances pirates or explorers from the world government? He was indifferent. He merely knew that this intrusion disturbed the tranquility he shared with E. He would not allow anything to mar this serene atmosphere. Thus, he decided to dismiss it casually. His haki, flowing like mercury, silently melded into the encompassing barrier of the island. Then, he gently pushed in the direction of the intruders. Having completed this, he no longer paid attention to the outside world, as if merely brushing off dust from his attire. His entire focus returned to the apple in hand. The fleeting shadows of his fingertips traced the final arc. He halted his actions and presented his creation to E. A lifelike little squirrel, carved from the whole apple. Cradled, a tiny pine cone, was perfectly displayed before her. The squirrel's fur was intricately detailed, its eyes sparkling with life, and its fluffy tail was strikingly vivid. Wow! A squirrel? He exclaimed in delight, gingerly cradling the apple squirrel, unable to put it down. At that very moment, outside the barrier, aboard CP-0's ship, Luo Xiu, Kaku, and Stussy remained enveloped in the overwhelming shock of their terrifying conjecture. Their minds were blank, contemplating whether to retreat immediately to report or risk continuing their exploration. Suddenly, an indescribable force of terror descended upon them. It felt as if the entire space was grasped by an invisible hand, and then casually flung backward. Boom! The trio barely had time to react. Their prideful sick styles and honed physiques were as fragile as paper before this force. The entire custom ship, pure white in color, along with everyone aboard, was propelled backward as if shot from a giant slingshot. They were thrust violently away, the speed unparalleled. Surrounding scenery blurred into a chaotic rush of colors. The surface of the sea was carved into an unfathomable chasm, with towering waves reaching heights of 100 meters on either side. The ship was airborne. Luo Xiu, Kaku, and Stussy were violently slammed against the deck. Unable to move even a finger, overwhelmed by the sensation of weightlessness. Fear engulfed their consciousness. What kind of power was this? Was this a force that any human could wield? Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, perhaps a minute, perhaps an eternity. The terrifying thrust vanished as abruptly as it had appeared. The vessel, under the immense weight of inertia, glided across the surface of the sea for several dozen kilometers, stirring up towering waves before finally coming to a languid halt. With a thunderous roar, the displaced seawater cascaded down like a torrential downpour, drenching the three individuals completely. The disheveled Luo Xiu was the first to struggle to his feet. Grasping the railing, he gasped for breath, his heart racing uncontrollably. He surveyed his surroundings, an unfamiliar expanse of ocean. They had been cast far beyond their original location. As he turned his gaze forward, the once daunting vastness of the sea, which had instilled a sense of dread, now appeared minuscule, almost imperceptible on the horizon. Kaku and Stussy also managed to rise, their expressions increasingly grim. The trio exchanged glances, each reflecting the horror of having narrowly escaped disaster. What had just transpired? Kaku's voice was hoarse. No one could provide an answer. Luo Xiu slowly lowered his gaze to the piece of paper in his hand, a life paper, still burning steadily and slowly, as if nothing had occurred at all. Chapter 23. A Kiss from My Wife, rewarding the celestial dragon with supreme authority. E gazed at the vividly crafted apple squirrel in her hands, her large eyes sparkling with a celestial light. She looked at the squirrel, then up at Luo Xiu, her small face brimming with uncontainable joy and admiration. This was no mere carving. It was magic, uniquely hers, one of a kind. Cautiously, she leaned in, gently nibbling on the fluffy tail of the squirrel. The sweet juice burst in her mouth, and she happily squinted her eyes, her body swaying with delight. She refrained from consuming more, cradling the apple squirrel as if it were a precious treasure. Suddenly, she sprang to her feet, and before Luo Xiu could react, she tiptoed and pressed her cheek close to his. Peep. A soft, apple-scented kiss was gently placed upon Luo Xiu's cheek. After this bold act, her face turned beet red, and she quickly sat back down, hugging the apple squirrel tightly, burying her head low, too shy to meet his gaze. Luo Xiu touched the spot where she had kissed him, feeling the warmth and softness, a wave of warmth flooding his heart. At that moment, a joyous light curtain appeared before him, visible only to his eyes. Ding! High sweetness interaction detected. He has bestowed a joyous kiss. Yi's happiness index slightly increased. Current happiness index, 95, 100, status, extremely joyful, adoring. Congratulations to the host for triggering a special sign-in. A golden sign-in button, more radiant than ever before, floated before Luo Xiu, emanating an enticing glow. Meanwhile, dozens of kilometers away from Salted Fish Island, The sea roared as colossal waves crashed against the deck, producing a deafening din. The entirely white CP-0 custom vessel rocked violently on the surface, creaking under the immense strain. Lucci, Kaku, and Stussy, drenched and disheveled, lay sprawled on the deck, gasping for air. Their faces no longer bore the calm and cold demeanor characteristic of the world's strongest intelligence agency. Instead, they were marked by a shock of survival and bewilderment. What had just occurred? No one knew. They only sensed an overwhelming force, one that transcended comprehension. Impossible to resist or even fathom. This force bore no intent to kill or hostility. It merely nudged them, a gentle push that transformed their sturdy vessel, capable of withstanding the onslaught of sea kings, into a mere pebble tossed by a child, sailing through the ocean for miles. Cough, cough. Kaku was the first to struggle upright, clutching the broken mast, violently coughing up the seawater that had invaded his lungs. He looked toward the direction they had come from, now a mere line where sea met sky, rendering visibility impossible. What was that thing? His voice was dry, trembling with suppressed fear. Lucci rose slowly, the pigeon Hidoli on his shoulder curling into a ball, shivering. He did not respond to Kaku's question, for he too could find no answer. 6 styles. Haki. Devil fruit powers? No, none of these. The opponent had not even revealed themselves, merely waving them aside from behind an indestructible barrier. What kind of terrifying power was this? A marine admiral? Images of Kizaru and Akainu flashed through Lucci's mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. No, the power of an admiral is tangible, perceptible destruction. What they had just experienced was intangible, inescapable. This force transcended even that of an admiral, perhaps something beyond. Stussy leaned against the ship's rail, trying to tame her soaked hair. Yet her hands trembled incessantly. The hypothesis forming in her mind became increasingly clear and terrifying. What could traplord him? What could effortlessly sweep them? The pinnacle of combat prowess, a side like refuse? What kind of monster resided on that island? Do we continue the mission? Kaku cast a glance at Lucci, for the first time wavering in his resolve regarding their task. Lucci remained silent. Continue? How could they? They could not even approach the opponent's barrier. Any probe would invite that inescapable attack. This was not combat. It was one-sided mockery. On Salted Fish Island, Luo Xiu remained blissfully unaware of the violent tremors occurring outside or the existential crisis of the 3 elite agents. Even if he were informed, he would not care. The tumult of the outside world paled in comparison to a kiss from the girl beside him. He looked at the shimmering golden button on the system panel. His mood elevated as he extended his finger to press it. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an unprecedented reward. Void Throne Authority Card, Trial Version, X1. The glowing curtain shifted, revealing a pitch-black card with intricate golden patterns along its edges, appearing in his inventory. Luo Xiu's attention was instantly drawn to the card's description. Void Throne Authority Card, Trial Version, a one-time consumable. Upon use, grants access to the highest power center of the world, the Void Throne, for 10 minutes. Authority effect. Within 10 minutes, you can issue an absolute, non-defiable command to the highest echelons of the world government, including the 5 elders. Luo Xiu stared at this description, utterly stunned. He blinked, ensuring he was not mistaken. Access to the Void Throne? Issuing unassailable orders to the 5 elders? System, have you truly gone this far? This was no mere game-changing reward. It was akin to flipping the table and presenting the highest authority of the world government as a beginner's gift. Although it was only a 10-minute trial version and could only issue a single command, the power it wielded was unimaginable. Could he command the 5 elders to collectively prance around the Navy headquarters in grass skirts? Or perhaps instruct CP0 to disband and return home to farm? Or perhaps he could directly issue a command for the world government to acknowledge his island, the Jiaoyu Island, as an independent kingdom, sacred and inviolable? Countless absurd yet enticing thoughts flickered through his mind. Luo Xiu soon regained his composure. This card was a double-edged sword. Its power was immense, yet it could only be wielded once. It must be employed at the most critical and lethal moment. This was his strongest trump card, a final weapon capable of upending the global order in an instant. With a mere thought, he carefully stowed this experience card deep within the system's space, labeling it as something to be activated only in the event of an apocalypse. Once this was accomplished, he turned to observe his companion. EE was cradling an apple squirrel, savoring it in small bites, delight radiating from her face in a purely contented smile. Luo Xiu's heart was filled with profound reflections. A card capable of making the 5 elders tremble. A privilege that could instantly reshape the world-S structure. And the catalyst for it all was simply that he had carved an apple for his beloved girl with utmost care. This striking contrast, this sensation of creating the smallest happiness through the mightiest of powers, filled Luo Xiu with an unprecedented sense of fulfillment and joy. He felt that this path of adoration for his wife could lead him to the very ends of the universe. Chapter 24. The Five Elders Lose Composure. Who was that man? Holy Land, Mariehua, Panga City, amidst the power struggles. The atmosphere was so tense it could be wrung out for water. Five figures sat high above, their silence more oppressive than any thunder. Below, three figures knelt on one knee, drenched and utterly disheveled. It was none other than Rob Lucci, Kaku, and Stussy, who had narrowly escaped from the treacherous calm belt. Their once proud pure white ship now lay half submerged in the port of Mariehua, its hull riddled with terrifying cracks, as if it could splinter apart at any moment. Speak. The elder, adorned with a flat hat and a long white beard, uttered a single word. Rob Lucci bowed his head. His previously unshakable calm completely vanished, even the hater perched on his shoulder now sagging. The mission has failed. We located the sea area indicated by the life paper, but it is shrouded by an invisible barrier. The bald elder with a blade leaned slightly forward, a palpable pressure weighing heavily upon the three. A barrier? Lucci's voice was strained, unyielding. My spear and Kaku's storm foot left no mark upon its surface. Kaku added, that thing. It does not rebound attacks. It is more akin to devouring. All attacks simply vanished. A profound silence enveloped the room. The ability to withstand the strongest assaults of CP0 had exceeded their expectations. The golden-haired elder adjusted his glasses. And then, you simply gave up? Lucci's body trembled uncontrollably. He recalled that power, an incomprehensible and irresistible might. We attempted to force our way through. Then he faltered. How could he describe it? Blown away by the wind? Swept away by waves? No, it was none of those. We were pushed back. Stussy interjected, her once beautiful makeup now marred by panic. An indescribable force acted upon us through the barrier. We, along with the entire ship, were thrust back several dozen kilometers. Pushed, the blade-wielding elder repeated. Incredulity etched upon his face, as the air behind him rippled with emotional turbulence. What kind of push could displace a specially crafted vessel and three top-tier experts in an instant over such a distance? Was it a power user? Another of the five elders inquired in a hushed tone. Uncertain, Lucci shook his head, having sensed no signs of any ability being activated, nor any hint of Haki. That force was pure, as if space itself repelled us. The five elders fell into silence once more. An invisible barrier, the characteristic of devouring attacks, an unfathomable repulsive force. The creator of this barrier in this sea area had clearly surpassed their reach of control. Most critically, Stussy suddenly raised her head, her pale face etched with resolve. Within that barrier, I sensed something. Sensed what? The golden-haired elder pressed, his tone suddenly sharp. The majesty of Lordom. Boom. This proclamation detonated within the confines of the chamber like a bomb. The five rulers of the world, who had stood at the pinnacle of power for 8 centuries, collectively lost their composure for the first time. What did you say? The blade-wielding elder sprang to his feet, his chair reduced to dust beneath him. The golden-haired elder's glasses cracked with a sharp sound, a fracture appearing on the lens. The other three froze in place, their faces etched with horror. Lordom, she is truly on that island. Moreover, Stussy's voice rose, tinged with a tremor. In addition to Lordim's presence, there is another, a being more powerful, more vast, and more unfathomable. That barrier is the handiwork of that individual. Lordom is likely trapped by him. A pin could be heard dropping in the silence. The brains of the five elders went blank. They had theorized countless possibilities. Lordom could be on a retreat, conducting a secret experiment, or even facing an attack from the Sea Kings. Yet, they had never considered this scenario. Lordom, the true deity of this world whom they served, was imprisoned on a solitary island by a mysterious powerful being they had never heard of. How could this be? Who is he? The blade-wielding elder finally erupted, slamming his fist down onto the table before him. The hard surface silently caved in under the weight of his terrifying strength, leaving a deep imprint. How could such a level of power exist in this world, one that we are unaware of? His roar reverberated throughout the room. This was an absolute provocation to their 8 centuries of dominion, an ultimate insult to the highest authority of the world government. Calm down. The golden-haired elder removed his shattered glasses, massaging his temples, yet his trembling fingers betrayed his inner turmoil. He forced himself to think. The other party only repelled us, not slaughtered. This indicates that they have no immediate intent to oppose us. But that changes nothing. The blade-wielding elder fumed. Lordom is in his grasp. We must rescue her. Immediately. Mobilize all naval forces. Launch the demon-slaying order. How do we rescue her? The golden-haired elder countered, his question leaving the blade-wielding elder momentarily speechless. Indeed, how could they? The other party's power, the golden-haired elder's voice was heavy with gravity, was capable of effortlessly sweeping Luo Xiu and the others away as if they were mere refuse. Could a fleet admiral accomplish such a feat? No, they could not. Even Kizaru's lightspeed kick or Akainu's magma eruption could not produce such an eerie and unresistible effect. What about the four emperors? Kaido? Whitebeard? Even less so. The strength of the four emperors lay in their unparalleled destructive capability, not in such inscrutable methods. This implied that the mysterious individual's power might indeed transcend that of the admirals and the four emperors. This signifies that they are unable to employ force to forcibly retrieve Lord M. In fact, they dare not dispatch anyone to approach him again. Should they provoke that enigmatic figure and incite his wrath, what fate awaits Lord M? For the first time, the five elders have experienced the humiliation of being utterly powerless. This sensation of helplessness is foreign to them, evoking a profound sense of dread. After a considerable pause, the elderly man, donning a flat cap and sporting a long white beard, slowly broke the suffocating silence. Seal off that maritime region, he rasped, his voice hoarse and weary. Designate it as a permanent high-level restricted zone. No vessel, no person, is permitted to approach. Any violators will be dealt with summarily, without trial. Additionally, he cast a glance towards the shadows, invoking the entirety of the world government's intelligence network, from CP0 to CP9, the Navy, and all allied nations, spared no expense. The old man rose to his feet, his eyes ablaze with an unprecedented madness and resolve unseen in 8 centuries. I must know who that man truly is. Chapter 25. The crisis beneath sweet serenity. After bidding farewell to those uninvited guests, life on Xinyu Island returned to its former tranquility. No, it would be more accurate to say it was even more serene than before. Luo Xiu utilized the powers of the forest fruit to adjust the island's ecosystem to a state of perfect balance. The climate eternally resembled a spring afternoon, warm yet not stifling. The sea breeze always felt like a gentle summer night, soft and imbued with floral fragrances. This place had transformed into a genuine paradise, separated from the world. Luo Xiu found great satisfaction in his current life. Each day, he prepared meals for Yi, recounted tales, accompanied her in painting, and pushed her on swings. Their days were leisurely and delightful. Yet, gazing at the somewhat rudimentary wooden cottage, Luo Xiu felt it insufficient. His little princess deserved to reside in the most magnificent castle in the world. Thus, on a sun-drenched afternoon, he took Yi's hand and led her to the center of the island's grassy expanse. Yi, he inquired. Yi tilted her face upward, regarding him with curiosity. How about we find a new home? A new home? Luo Xiu smiled, refraining from further explanation. Extending his right hand, palm facing down, he gently pressed it against the grass beneath their feet. Forest fruit, he invoked. With a rumble, the earth began to tremble violently. Yi exhibited no fear. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she beheld the astonishing spectacle unfolding before her. A colossal, verdant shoot burst forth from the soil, growing with astonishing rapidity. It shot upwards, higher and higher. The trunk thickened continuously, becoming sturdier than the very houses around. Countless branches stretched outwards in all directions, resembling the arms of a giant. In mere minutes, an indescribably towering tree had risen from the ground, standing proudly at the center of the island. Its canopy was immense, akin to a vast green umbrella, casting gentle shade over a significant portion of the island. Sunlight filtered through the lush leaves, scattering dappled light as if conjured from a dream. Yi's mouth formed an O shape as she craned her neck, unable to see the top of the tree. Come, let us go take a look. Luo Xiu chuckled, lifting her effortlessly into his arms. In an instant, his figure vanished from the spot. The next moment, they were gliding gracefully, cradled in his embrace. They weaved between the massive trunks like woodland sprites. Ultimately, they alighted on a vast platform formed naturally by numerous sturdy branches, situated at the very pinnacle of the tree. Here, at the highest point of the island, they could gaze down upon the expanse of cerulean sea, the vista stretching to infinity. From this day forth, this shall be our new home, Luo Xiu declared, gently setting Yi down. With another thought, countless supple vines sprouted from the branches beneath him. Under his will, these vines began to intertwine and shape themselves in an exquisitely intricate manner. Walls, floors, ceilings, windows, an opulent treehouse, vastly larger than the previous wooden cottage, filled with the essence of natural artistry, materialized as if by magic. The furnishings within were abundant and varied: a soft vine bed, comfortable tables and chairs, and even a dedicated observation deck for EE to paint, offering the finest view. EE was utterly mesmerized. She scampered about the expansive treehouse, exploring every nook and cranny, her eyes sparkling with wonder and delight. She dashed to the edge of the observation deck, clutching the resilient vine railing. Gazing out at the endless ocean, the sea breeze tousling her hair. Her smile radiated brighter than the sun itself. Ding! Detected an increase in EE's happiness index. Current happiness index, 96, 100, status, extremely happy, joy of the new home. Luo Xiu approached her, wrapping his arms gently around her from behind. Together, they gazed at the ocean that belonged solely to them. Time flowed serenely. Yet beneath this calm facade, a current of turmoil stirred silently. EE's happiness index remained steadfast above 95. She lived each day without a care in the world, truly embodying the essence of a little princess. By day, she was Luo Xiu's little shadow, clingy and full of laughter. However, as night fell, fragments of vague, incomprehensible visions began to invade her dreams. It was a cold place, exceedingly high. She found herself seated upon a massive, desolate throne. Beneath the throne knelt countless shadowy figures, their faces obscured. They were calling out something, though she could not discern their words. She felt an overwhelming, bone-deep sense of loneliness, accompanied by an icy chill. No. EE murmured in her slumber, instinctively curling up, her brow furrowed tightly. Not. She abruptly opened her eyes. Greeted by the gentle moonlight streaming through the treehouse window and the comforting sight of Luo Xiu's familiar profile beside her. Oh! EE's eyes brimmed with tears, which cascaded uncontrollably down her cheeks. She uttered not a word but lunged into Luo Xiu's embrace, her small hands gripping him tightly, as if holding onto the entirety of the world. Luo Xiu had already awakened when EE began to murmur. He remained silent, observing her quietly. Feeling the tremors of her soft form in his arms, he gently patted her back, his voice soothing. It's all right. I'm here. You need not fear. EE buried her face deeply in his chest, greedily inhaling the scent that brought her comfort. After what felt like an eternity, her trembling gradually subsided. Luo Xiu, she called softly, her voice thick with emotion. Don't leave me. All right, I want to leave you. Forever? Forever. Upon receiving this promise, EE finally felt reassured, sinking into a deep slumber in his embrace. Luo Xiu gazed down at the tear stains still glistening at the corners of her eyes, his expression turning profoundly contemplative. He understood. The peculiarity surrounding EE signifies something profound. It is the awakening of her long-buried memories. This heralds the emergence of the world as sovereign, known as who has slumbered for 8 centuries. For the first time, a sense of urgency has gripped Luo Xiu's heart. His current prowess is formidable, yet is it sufficient? When EE truly regains her memories, transforming back into that aloof, indifferent who regards mortals as mere ants, will his strength be enough? Is it enough to make her willingly remain on this small island? Is it enough to persuade her to forsake that frigid throne in favor of his warm embrace? Luo Xiu is uncertain. However, he understands that he must become stronger, strong enough to confront any upheaval that her restored memories may bring, strong enough to crush anyone who dares to disturb their tranquil existence, strong enough to bend the world to his will. Cradling the sleeping girl in his arms, he slowly rises and approaches the edge of the observation deck. His profound gaze pierces through the night, surveying the seemingly calm yet tumultuous sea. He knows this tranquility is but fleeting. The clamor of the world will inevitably shatter the peace of this island. Yet he is prepared, resolutely ready to defend the girl in his arms and preserve this hard-won happiness. He does not shy away from becoming an adversary to the entire world. Chapter 26. Old Shah faces a career Waterloo. In Alabasta, amidst the rain-soaked terrain, the eternal gambling city of Rain Banquet lies in its depths, where the air is so thick it feels as though one could wring water from it. The rich aroma of cigar smoke intertwines with the unique aridity of the sand, creating a suffocating atmosphere. The warlord of the sea, Crocodile, reclines upon a massive sofa. Before him, his trusted subordinate, Mr. One Das Bones, reports in his characteristically monotone voice. Thus concludes the mission report from Team Mr. 5. As Daz's words fall, the basement descends into an oppressive silence. Crocodile remains silent, casually lifting the half-smoked cigar to his lips, savoring a slow drag. Smoke billows from his mouth, obscuring his expression. Noodles can glow? He suddenly interjects, reciting the most absurd phrases from the report. Consuming them purifies the soul, causing one to weep and reminisce about childhood. Crocodile's laughter is low and gravelly, akin to sandpaper scraping against itself. Daz, how long have you been by my side? 8 years, boss. 8 years, Crocodile echoes. Incredulous that you would present such a third-rate fairy tale report to me unaltered. His patience is swiftly waning. The eyes, shrouded in shadow, betray unmasked disdain and impatience. Is Mr. Five so incompetent that he resorts to this farcical display to mask his failures? A high-ranking agent, reduced to a state of confusion by a bowl of noodles. He is not only a disgrace to the organization, but an affront to the very concept of strength. The temperature in the basement seems to drop several degrees with his words, filled with the chill of a desert night. Silence. Crocodile coldly interrupts Daz, who attempts to continue explaining. I do not wish to hear any more foolish talk regarding the food deity. Dazbones falls silent. His scarred visage remains expressionless. In the face of the boss's wrath, he does not flinch, but instead retrieves an object from his pocket. It is an unremarkable piece of wood, seemingly pale and ordinary. Thud. He places the wood gently on the stone table before Crocodile, producing a dull thud. Boss, Daz states calmly. This is what that man used to patch the ship's hull. Crocodile's gaze falls upon the plank, his eyes reflecting unabashed contempt. He regards this crude timber as the ultimate testament to Mr. Five's incompetence. A mysterious powerhouse, strong enough to thwart a high-ranking agent's mission, has left behind nothing but a piece of scrap wood for repairs. Daz, I am beginning to question your judgment. Crocodile forcefully extinguishes his cigar in the ashtray, sparks flying. He rises slowly, his towering figure casting a heavy shadow. It seems the comforts of desert life have caused you to forget the harsh realities of the Grand Line. He extends his left hand. The iconic golden hook, gleaming ominously, is aimed at the wooden plank on the table. Crafted from high-purity gold mixed with a special, durable alloy. This hook has effortlessly torn through steel and breached city walls, striking fear into countless adversaries. He intends to obliterate this foolish piece of wood along with Mr. Five's ludicrous failure report. Since it is a piece of evidence, allow me to personally assess its quality. The golden hook creates a sharp, whistling sound as it cuts through the air, arcing mercilessly towards the unassuming plank. In the next moment, clang. The anticipated scene of splintered wood does not materialize. Instead, a deafening crash reverberates throughout the basement. This is not the sound of a hook striking wood. It resembles the shrill cry that emerges only from the violent clash of gold against the hardest diamond. A visible shockwave of white energy erupts from the point of impact. Sparks fly, illuminating Crocodile's frozen expression with startling clarity. Dazbones, with his eternally stoic face, witnesses his pupils constricting to the utmost extent in that instant. As the epicenter of the explosion, Crocodile feels an immense recoil surging violently from the contact point between the golden hook and the wood. Ugh! He lets out a muffled groan, his left arm instantly tingling with numbness. The ferocious force even sends a jolt of pain through his wrist, which grasps the hook. His towering physique is involuntarily staggered back a step by this backlash. The golden hook is sent soaring into the air. Crocodile's expression shifts from shock to suspicion in an instant. Time seems to slow down at this moment. He gradually raises his golden hook before his eyes. Under the dim light of the basement, he distinctly observes that the tip of his proud golden hook, forged from high-purity gold mixed with a special alloy, bears a barely perceptible white mark. Although faint, it undeniably exists. Meanwhile, the seemingly mundane wooden plank remains as smooth as ever. Not a crack, nor even a scratch remains. Crocodile slowly lowers his left hand, concealing the trembling palm in the shadows. He discards the extinguished cigar from his mouth. For the first time, his darkened eyes truly focus. With gravity, upon that wooden plank. The air within the room grows stiflingly tense. Dazbones silently observes the unprecedented expression on his boss's face. The term armament Haki, a concept both familiar and foreign to Crocodile, flickers into his mind. He undoubtedly exuded an aura of dominance. Yet, to infuse such prowess into an object, and to sustain it post-separation for an extended duration, while retaining such unfathomable intensity, transcended his understanding. This indicated that the man's mastery of his aura had ascended to an inscrutable realm, one that lay far beyond his own. The Calm Belt, a domain of enigmatic powerhouses, flickered through Crocodile's mind. He recalled his grand and meticulously crafted utopian scheme. Would the emergence of this man introduce a variable, a foe, or perhaps a pawn to be exploited? Daz. After a protracted silence, Crocodile rasped, "Yes. Bring Mr. Five here." The previous disdain and impatience had evaporated from his visage, replaced instead by the unique focus and avarice of a desert vulture upon discovering its prey. Everything concerning that man, I shall interrogate personally. Not a single word or detail shall escape. Chapter 27, Seeds of Fear. Bonus received his orders and silently turned away. The heavy stone door gradually closed behind him, sealing the basement from the outside world. Only the sound of Crocodile's labored breaths remained, mingling with the lingering, burnt aroma of his extinguished cigar. He paced slowly to the stone table, his gaze once again fixating on the unremarkable wooden board. The earlier disdain and impatience had long vanished, giving way to a weighty sense of suspicion and inquiry. He needed to ascertain for himself. No one understood the terrors of his fruit's abilities better than he did. The sand fruit, a logia type. He could transform any part of his body into sand, rendering him immune to all physical attacks. More crucially, his right hand possessed the tyrannical ability to absorb all moisture. Crocodile extended his right hand, only to halt abruptly. He refrained from employing that moisture-absorbing hand. If this man truly possessed such formidable strength, his aura might very well erode his own abilities. Gently, he caressed his left arm. A wave of dry, scorching energy surged from his palm. Sands. Countless fine grains of sand materialized as if imbued with life, coalescing into a grayish-yellow torrent that gently swirled towards the wooden board. This was his most fundamental and essential ability, weathering. Under the onslaught of this force, any material would be stripped of its structure, crumbling to dust. However, an utterly bizarre scene unfolded. The anticipated spectacle of the wooden board disintegrating into powder failed to manifest. Those corrosive grains of sand, upon contact with the board, collided with an invisible barrier, rebounding effortlessly and slipping away. The sand stream merely futilely washed over the surface of the board, inflicting not a single mark. Instead, it seemed to polish the wood, the rough textures becoming increasingly pronounced and smooth, even exuding a subtle sheen akin to jade. Was it polishing? Crocodile's pupils constricted to pinpricks. His own ability was polishing it. Absurd. An unprecedented wave of absurdity and humiliation surged within him. He amplified the output of his fruit's power. With a roar, the sandstorm erupted. No longer a gentle stream, it transformed into a raging tempest. Every grain of sand carried the attribute of high-speed rotation, emitting a piercing shriek through the air, capable of shredding steel into fragments in an instant. Yet, it was all in vain. Regardless of how he summoned his abilities, no matter how violently the sandstorm raged, that wooden board lay there, serene and untouched. It seemed to mock the insignificance of his once proud powers. The core corrosive and weathering properties of the sand fruit had utterly failed against this seemingly ordinary wooden board. Unthinkable. Crocodile let out a suppressed growl. He stamped his foot. Desert sunflower. Boom. The ground beneath him transformed into a vast and terrifying quicksand pit. The sand collapsed inward, swirling to form an abyssal vortex, unleashing a pressure potent enough to pulverize an entire building. Even the heavy stone table was consumed and shattered in an instant. Yet that wooden board, it merely descended gently, almost leisurely, upon the surface of the quicksand. Then it remained, suspended above the tumultuous whirlpool, utterly motionless. It was as if an invisible hand was cradling it securely, impervious to the hellish chaos below. Crocodile ceased his powers entirely. The quicksand dissipated, restoring the ground to its original state. Only that wooden board, with a soft thud, landed upon the scarred stone tiles. He gazed intently at it, his mind a blank slate. Armament Haki. He recognized it as armament Haki. But how could this be possible? What he understood of armament Haki was a transient force that enveloped the body or weapon, dissipating swiftly with time and the departure of the user. But what of this wooden board? How many days had passed since the incident? It had traversed the comm belt and sailed halfway across the Grand Line. The aura upon it showed not a hint of waning. This was no mere attachment. This was integration. This was solidification. That unfathomable aura seemed to have fused entirely with the wooden board, becoming an intrinsic part of it, bestowing it with an everlasting quality. Such a technique of permanently solidifying Haki onto an ordinary object had completely and utterly transcended Crocodile's comprehension. Neither the marine admirals nor the monsters of the New World could achieve such a feat. This was a force that defied all common sense. Creak. At that moment, the stone door of the basement swung open once more. Bonus entered, followed by the grave-faced Mr. Five. As a high-ranking agent, Mr. Five maintained an upright posture, yet his clenched fists and pallid complexion betrayed his inner turmoil. Upon stepping into the basement and witnessing the president's dark, water-like countenance, alongside the wooden board at his feet, his pupils involuntarily contracted. He understood. The president had finally come to believe it. President, he initiated. His voice somewhat hoarse, yet clear and steady. Crocodile fixed his gaze upon him, his hoarse voice slowly articulating. That man. Recount everything you know about him. Not a single word or detail shall be overlooked. Speak. The pressure bore down heavily upon Mr. Five as he inhaled deeply. He recounted every detail of the events that transpired on the island, from the initial arrogance to the man's calm proposal of a transaction. From the bowl of luminescent noodles to the hallucinatory sensation of his soul being cleansed after consumption. Then, Mr. Five's voice faltered, seemingly lost in the recollection of that moment. The man appeared somewhat impatient, his voice taking on an ethereal quality as he raised a finger and delicately pointed towards a massive reef several dozen meters away. In an instant, that reef transformed silently into sand, scattering with the wind. He did not even rise from his seat. He simply remained there, accompanying the girl, erasing the reef as if it were nothing. Crocodile listened intently, each word striking his heart like a hammer. The noodle's luminescence could signify a rare ingredient. The mental upheaval might indicate that Miss Goldenweek's abilities were at play. However, the mere act of pointing and shattering the reef, the permanent solidification of Haki, how could one explain such phenomena? He finally comprehended that Mr. Five's report was not entirely fabricated. What he described was an unimaginable, bewildering terror beyond even his wildest imagination, a being capable of wielding armament Haki with such extraordinary finesse, a creature that could effortlessly conjure something impervious to even the powers of the natural elements. For the first time, a fine sheen of cold sweat broke out on Crocodile's back. At that moment, his grand and meticulously crafted plan for a utopia seemed absurdly laughable. He slowly extended his left hand, staring at his slightly trembling fingertips, sinking into prolonged silence. Chapter 28. Old Sand's Dilemma. The atmosphere in the basement was heavy. Crocodile paced back and forth in the room. The stone tiles beneath his feet had unknowingly accumulated a thin layer of yellow sand. The grain swirled silently with his restless steps, mirroring the turmoil and anxiety within their master. Das Bonus stood like a silent stone statue against the wall, awaiting the president's final command. In the corner, Mr. Five stood pale and silent, haunted by the experience that had shattered his perception, leaving the once arrogant bomb man still trembling with trepidation. Crocodile halted his steps, his mind engaged in a frenzied strategic simulation. That man, the enigmatic figure existing solely in Mr. Five's fearful descriptions, what level of power did he possess? An admiral? The light speed of Kizaru, Akainu's magma, Akiji's freezing ice, all pure, extreme destruction. They could annihilate an island. But could they endow a mere piece of wood with indelible attributes? Absolutely not. The four emperors of the New World, Kaido's dragon breath, Whitebeard's tremors, equally destructive forces. Could they point a finger and reduce solid rock to dust without raising a single wisp of smoke? Perhaps Kaido could shatter the reef with a full-force strike, but it would never be so effortlessly, so silently executed. Such feats transcended Crocodile's understanding. Whether an admiral or an emperor, they ultimately operated within the world's established rules, applying their powers to the utmost. Yet that man, he seemed to be creating the rules. This thought sent a jolt through Crocodile's heart. His meticulously crafted utopian scheme, that flawless and intricately interconnected grand blueprint, suddenly revealed an unpredictable, uncontrollable fissure. That man was the crack, an unpredictable variable capable of rendering all his ambitions and schemes into mere vapor in an instant. He had to be dealt with. Crocodile's first instinct was to resort to force. But how? Dispatching the Baroque Works fleet? Absurd. The Calm Belt was a haven for sea kings, a natural graveyard for sailors traversing the Grand Line. A large-scale fleet would be tantamount to providing a sumptuous feast for those deep-sea behemoths. Moreover, as one of the 7 warlords of the sea, with such a vast military presence in Alabasta, should the Navy headquarters take notice, his entire plan would be exposed prematurely. The risk was too great. So, should he dispatch elite members? Faces of Mr. 1, Mr. 2, and other high-ranking agents flashed through Crocodile's mind, and he shook his head in self-deprecation. Even his prized sand fruit abilities and his coveted golden hook could leave no trace on that piece of wood. His so-called elite subordinates, no matter how numerous, would likely be powerless against that man's single finger. Eradication, from the very beginning, was a path of futility. Crocodile's breath quickened, the sand beneath him swirling more violently. Since elimination was impossible, a more reckless, audacious, and enticing thought crept into his mind like a scorpion in the desert. Recruitment. If he could draw such an unfathomable powerhouse to his side. Crocodile's heartbeat raced uncontrollably. At that moment, not only Alabasta but even the elusive ancient weapon Pluton would be within his grasp. With such a level of strength, he would dare to confront the entire world government. This was the true utopia. This was the absolute power at the pinnacle of the world. His colossal ambition, like a raging wildfire, swiftly consumed the flicker of fear that had just ignited within him. Greed took its place. Yet, another chilling reality doused him like a bucket of icy desert well water, soaking him to the core. To recruit a being whose strength far surpassed his own? This was no mere gamble with a tiger's skin. This was inviting a wolf into the fold, willingly placing his own neck upon the guillotine. Should the other party turn hostile, all his painstakingly cultivated Baroque works, all his schemes and ambitions, would collapse in an instant under the weight of a single strike. Crocodile would find himself without a burial site, a tremendous temptation accompanied by equally lethal risks. The usually decisive and ruthless Crocodile found himself ensnared in a dilemma for the first time. He needed intelligence, urgently requiring every detail about that man. He needed a pawn capable of infiltrating the tiger's den, discerning the tiger's habits, yet not being immediately devoured. This individual must be intelligent, calm, and powerful enough. He paced restlessly in the basement, rapidly filtering through every member of Baroque Works in his mind. Mr. 1, loyal, but not sufficiently agile. Mr. 2, adequate strength, but too whimsical, hardly reliable. Mr. 3, adequate intellect, yet too weak, merely a death sentence. None were suitable. Crocodile's irritation reached its zenith. At that moment, his pacing figure abruptly halted. He casually swept his gaze across the corners of the room. There, shrouded in the shadow of a colossal bookshelf, sat an elegant silhouette, quietly engrossed on a sofa. Clutching a hefty tome of history, she appeared utterly detached from the surrounding clamor and tension, immersed in her own realm. Crocodile's footsteps came to a complete standstill. The swirling yellow sand in the basement also fell into silence in that instant. He had found her. He had discovered the most fitting, yet perilous, piece on his chessboard, a woman whose capabilities he trusted, yet remained perpetually wary of in secret. A kindred spirit who, like him, pursued history and sought the forbidden. Crocodile slowly turned to face that shadow. His face, slightly distorted from the tumult of emotions, regained its usual gloom and coldness. Miss All Sunday, he rasped. From the shadows, the woman with the book gradually closed it with a soft snap. She lifted her gaze, revealing a mature and beautiful countenance, with azure eyes reflecting the depths of a tranquil lake, mirroring Crocodile's figure. President, what is your command? Chapter 29, Nico Robin. Nico Robin closed her book and rose gracefully to her feet. She glided forward, stepping out of the shadows into the dim light. On her mature and intellectual face rested the familiar, inscrutable smile, as if the oppressive atmosphere of the basement bore no weight upon her. She observed Crocodile's face, etched with irritation and gravity, and had already formed a few conjectures in her mind. This was the first time she witnessed the imperious warlord so uncharacteristically discomposed. President. Her voice was soft, yet resonated clearly in the hushed basement. Crocodile wasted no words. He picked up a wooden plank from the floor and, with a brusque motion, hurled it towards Robin. The plank sliced through the air, emitting a faint whoosh. Robin merely raised her hand, deftly catching the plank. Yet, at the moment of contact, a subtle freeze momentarily marred her perennial smile. How heavy! The plank's density far exceeded what its size suggested. What troubled her even more was the presence of something attached to it. It was not merely a force, but rather a will, a resilient, ancient essence that seemed capable of enduring the ages. This will bore a resemblance to the profound and latent aura she had once sensed upon touching the historical stone tablets of the past. This comes from the calm belt. Crocodile's chilling voice interrupted her thoughts. He succinctly recounted the origin of the plank and the fate of Mr. Five's team with palpable impatience. Daz tested it with his blade. I also tried with my own abilities. He gestured to the sharp tip of his golden hook. The result is as you see. Nico Robin remained silent. She extended her delicate fingers, gently tracing the visibly smooth and polished texture of the plank, worn by the sands of time. Her archaeological knowledge informed her that the material of this wood was exceedingly ancient, potentially sourced from a long-lost island erased from maritime maps. And the indelible will that lingered upon it transcended the mere concept of Haki. Within her repository of knowledge, tales of astonishing legends existed, of divine entities capable of eternally merging will with matter. But those were merely legends. Ethereal myths residing in the void of 100 years of history. Yet now, a tangible object imbued with such mythical power lay quietly in her hands. A mysterious man who could instill even the warlord Crocodile with trepidation and discomfort. At that moment, the calm heart of Nico Robin, tempered by her archaeological pursuits, was ignited. It was the primal, fervent curiosity of a scholar yearning for the unknown truth. She slowly lifted her gaze to meet Crocodile S, who scrutinized her with palpable suspicion and scrutiny. Crocodile trusted no one, especially not her. Nico Robin, an infamous woman carrying a bounty of 79 million berries since the tender age of 8, responsible for the destruction of several organizations, and dubbed the Demon Child. He was acutely aware of her ulterior motives for joining Baroque Works. He understood that, like him, she sought the historical truth. They were kindred spirits, yet perilous adversaries. But now, he had no alternative. To unravel the secrets of that man, to manage a variable that could overturn his entire scheme. He required a key, one that could decode the unknown and breach the forbidden. In all of Baroque Works, even throughout the first half of the Grand Line, only this woman fulfilled that criterion. Nico Robin discerned his intentions. She did not respond immediately to Crocodile's words, nor did she express excessive surprise or curiosity about the enigmatic man he described. She merely smiled, a smile that irked Crocodile, as if she could see through everything, and regarded him with calm composure. She was waiting for Crocodile to reveal his true objective. She understood that this was not merely a straightforward task briefing. It was the commencement of a transaction, a perilous gamble entwined with their ambitions and futures. The air in the basement thickened once more, saturated with tension, punctuated only by Crocodile's increasingly labored breaths. After a prolonged silence, Crocodile finally relented. He forced a few words through gritted teeth. "Miss All Sunday, I need you to venture into the calm belt." The smile on Nico Robin's face deepened. "Utilize all your means, your intellect, your abilities." Crocodile's voice turned hoarse and grave, imbued with an unmistakable tone of command. "I wish to know everything about that man, his identity, his intentions, his powers." He took a step forward, casting a towering shadow over Nico Robin. "Find him." Nico Robin gently placed the heavy wooden plank on the nearby desk, emitting a soft thud. She lifted her gaze, meeting Crocodile's imposing presence. "President," her voice remained gentle. "You know, I am merely an archaeologist. I am not skilled in matters of violence." Crocodile's expression darkened instantly. She was bargaining with him. "What do you want?" "A copy of a historical document." Nico Robin spoke without hesitation. "Impossible." Crocodile firmly rejected. "The historical text of Alabasta pertains to the whereabouts of the Ancient One, and until you assist me in acquiring it, no one shall lay a finger on it." "Then, President," Nico Robin slightly inclined her body, her smile elegant yet distant, "I believe you require someone more capable for this task." With that, she turned to retreat into the shadows that belonged to her. "Stop." Crocodile's low growl echoed behind her. He gazed at Nico Robin's retreating figure, his fists clenched tightly. Reason told him that this woman was playing with fire. He could not afford to make any concessions towards her. Yet the presence of that enigmatic man felt like the sharpest thorn, embedded deeply in his heart. He would find no peace until he unraveled her true intentions. "I can show you." Crocodile forced the words through gritted teeth. Nico Robin halted, turning back, her countenance still adorned with that composed smile. "As long as you bring back valuable information," Crocodile added, his tone laced with a warning. "Deal." Nico Robin's response was crisp and decisive. She picked up the wooden board again, along with the emergency communication snail left by Mr. 5. "I shall meet this deity of food that troubles even you, President. However," she paused, "I require a ship capable of entering the calm belt, and a captain who will not ask any questions." Crocodile regarded her intently. "Go find Mr. 2. He will fulfill all your requests." Chapter 30. The Farewell Gift of the Transvestite. The stone door closed, swallowing Nico Robin's figure. Crocodile remained motionless, standing alone in the basement. His right hand, unencumbered by the golden hook, unconsciously opened and closed, grains of sand slipping through his fingers, only to be reassembled by his powers. He was uncertain whether the key he had relinquished was one that could unlock the mystery or a bird that would never return to its cage. This woman was more dangerous than any useless member of Baroque Works. Yet he also needed her. This sensation of having his throat gripped by another was profoundly unsettling. Crocodile paced back to the sofa and sat heavily. He needed to reassess everything and incorporate this woman named Nico Robin as a variable of the highest order into his plans. Meanwhile, outside the rain banquet, the atmosphere in the agent stronghold began to shift. "Have you heard?" The president erupted in a furious rage in the basement. "I heard something exploded." The whole ground shook. Mr. 3 sat in the corner, igniting a cigarette with the flames emerging from the comical tuft atop his head. Opposite him, Miss Goldenweek idly sipped her afternoon tea. That fool Mr. 5 failed the mission. Mr. 3 exhaled a smoke ring. Strangely, he had not been executed and had even entered the basement with Mr. Das. Then, Miss All Sunday entered. Afterward, she returned directly to her residence, avoiding everyone. The agents whispered among themselves, speculating whether something significant was about to transpire within the organization. The subversion plan for Alabasta had reached a critical juncture. Any slight disturbance could unsettle those who thrived on the edge of danger. In Nico Robin's room, all was as usual. She sat at her desk. Several reports on the military movements of the Alabasta kingdom spread before her. She even took notes, suggesting the instigation of minor chaos in the next town to divert the attention of the garrison. As per her routine, she handled the daily documentation of the kingdom's subversion. Once completed, she retrieved the wooden board and the emergency communication snail from her suitcase. She refrained from touching the wooden board again. Her fingertips glided gently over the cold shell of the communication snail, a man capable of permanently solidifying his will into substance. This had touched upon the realm of divine legend. As night fell over the Rain District, Nico Robin exited her room. Instead of heading toward the port, she ventured deeper into the Rain Banquet Casino, towards Crocodile's study. There lay a secret archive. She knew Crocodile was watching her, that every corner of Baroque Works had its spies. Yet, she also understood that this suspicious czar never entrusted his true secrets to anyone. Behind the hidden door of the study, mountains of documents and ancient tomes awaited. The wealth Crocodile had plundered encompassed not only gold, but also knowledge. Skillfully, she extracted a hefty codex from an inconspicuous bookshelf. Moving the books aside, she pressed a loose stone brick in the wall. With a soft click, a hidden staircase leading underground appeared before her. This secret was one she had deduced over months, gleaned from Crocodile's inadvertent actions. In the dim chamber, there was merely a table and a safe reinforced with sea prism stone. Robin hesitated not, using a key she had long prepared to unlock it. Inside, there was no gold, no devil fruits. Only a rolled-up, immense parchment map of the Grand Line. A copy of a world treasure stolen from the upper echelons of the world government. She had long coveted this map. It marked not only known routes, but also ancient pathways to forbidden lands that the world government had deliberately erased. Furthermore, it contained the most detailed descriptions of the Calm Belt. Returning to her room, Nico Robin fully unfurled the map. She placed the sailing log brought back by Mr. 5 beside it and began to compare wind directions, ocean currents, areas of magnetic anomalies. Her fingers glided over the vast expanse of the map. Ultimately, her fingertip halted at the center of the Calm Belt, a completely blank sea area. According to the log, Mr. 5's squad had completely lost their way in the vicinity of this region. She then took the wooden board, scraping off a minuscule amount of powder. Placing it under the lamp, she examined it closely with a magnifying glass. The fiber structure of the wood was unfamiliar to her. However, certain trace mineral components it contained matched, with a 7/10 similarity, to the records of an ancient botanical kingdom marked as destroyed on the Grand Line map. That kingdom was located at a coordinate point within this blank maritime expanse. Nico Robin's breath momentarily faltered. She had found it. At dawn the next day, the Port of Rain district was still shrouded in a hazy morning mist. In a hidden corner piled with discarded fishing nets and wooden crates, a camouflaged small sailboat rocked gently with the waves. Nico Robin appeared at the dock, carrying a simple satchel. "Ah, Miss All Sunday." An exaggerated and vibrant voice shattered the morning tranquility. Mr. 2, Bon Clay, clad in his signature swan coat, stood on one leg at the bow of the boat in an exceedingly awkward ballet pose. Setting forth at such an early hour, one cannot help but feel the fervent struggle embodied by the androgynous spirits. He leapt gracefully from the vessel, twirling before Robin. "The President's directive. I shall not dare to neglect even the slightest detail." He winked, with delicate fingers gesturing toward the supplies aboard the ship. Enough sustenance and fresh water for 3 months. The latest sextant, and, as if conjuring a trick, he produced a permanent pointer from behind, offering it to her. The needle unwaveringly indicated the approximate location from which the Mr. 5 group had last signaled for help. "The President indeed holds you in high regard." Fong Cly's tone shifted. Becoming subtly nuanced, he had entrusted you alone with such a formidable task. The President simply employs everyone to their fullest potential. Nicole Robin accepted the pointer, responding with calm assurance. "Is that so?" Fong Cly leaned in closer, lowering his voice. "I perceive that the President wishes for you, his most exquisite fish, to lure a great white shark, one that even he himself fears." He stepped back, reverting to his jovial demeanor. "But fret not. Whatever hardships lie ahead, remain steadfast in your pursuit of friendship." Nicole Robin chose not to engage further. She turned and boarded the ship with decisive grace. "Ah, truly a cold beauty." Fong Cly spread his arms wide at the dock. "Thus, as a parting gift, allow me to bestow upon you a blessing dance of the androgynous spirits." Nicole Robin did not glance back. Under the veil of morning mist, she untied the ropes and hoisted the tattered sail. The small boat emitted no unnecessary sounds. silently gliding into the tranquil sea. Alone, she departed from this desert kingdom shrouded in conspiracy. The bow faced the direction of the rising sun. She grasped the telescope. The characteristic calm, windless sea lay at the horizon's edge. At that moment, the emergency contact snail she had set aside suddenly vibrated faintly. Brew brew. Chapter 31. Nicole Robin's Gamble. Brew brew. The snail's vibrations echoed starkly within the stillness of the cabin. Nicole Robin did not immediately respond. She was acutely aware of who awaited her on the other end. It was the master of that desert, a man marked by suspicion and cruelty, who viewed everything as mere pawns in his game. She allowed it to quiver on. The small vessel had already departed from the rainy port. The iconic golden coastline of Alabasta, scorched by the relentless sun, was rapidly receding. The dry, searing air of the desert was gradually being supplanted by the moist, briny sea breeze. The silhouette of rainy land ultimately transformed into a vague black on the horizon before vanishing altogether. Brew brew. The snail persisted obstinately in its ringing. Only then did Robin slowly return to the cabin, picking up the coldly designed telephone snail. She connected the call. On the other end, there was nothing but silence. No gravelly inquiries from Crocodile, nor any reports from his agents. Seconds later, with a click, the call was unilaterally severed. Nicole Robin placed the telephone snail back in its place, her expression devoid of emotion. She understood. This was not a conversation, but rather an affirmation. An affirmation that she had set sail, confirming that this pawn still resided upon the chessboard. It was that man's silent warning, an invisible chain. Robin stepped out of the cabin, returning to the deck. She paid no heed to that warning. After 20 years of fleeing, she had long since grown accustomed to dancing beneath various chains. She steered the small boat eastward, following the chart stolen from Crocodile's study in the direction indicated by the permanent pointer. The vessel sailed for several days. The surrounding waters underwent a visible transformation. The wind ceased. The very breeze that had once filled the sails with power abruptly vanished as the ship crossed an unseen threshold. The sails, once fluttering, now drooped helplessly. The sea's surface also altered. All waves and ripples were instantaneously smoothed out. The entire ocean transformed into a vast, smooth, bottomless black mirror. The clouds in the sky appeared as if enchanted, frozen in place, utterly motionless. The doldrums. Nicole Robin shut the now useless sails and activated the ship's small motor. The monotonous sound of the engine became the sole sound in this world. She stood alone at the bow, steering the ship. The sea reflected her figure, clear yet frigid. This profound solitude had long since become a familiar state for her. Since that fateful day at the age of 8, when O'Hara was consumed by gunfire, her life had largely been spent in this manner. One person, one ship, and an expanse of unknown, uncharted waters. In this utter silence, those memories that had been deliberately suppressed began to resurface uncontrollably. The blazing inferno of her homeland, the resolute figure of her mother as she turned away, the hearty, unique laughter of the giant Saul, Dereshishishi, and then, countless faces thereafter, those who had once smiled at her, only to push her into the abyss an instant later, those who had exploited her, only to be betrayed in turn. She had wandered like a specter in the dark world for 20 years, bearing the stigma of the son of a demon, carrying a bounty of 79 million berries. All for the sake of survival, in pursuit of the true historical text. Now, she had once again become a tool for others, for the likes of Crocodile, plotting the overthrow of a nation, exchanging the blood and wails of countless souls for elusive clues regarding ancient weaponry. How was this any different from what she had done in the past? Was the truth of that blank century, which she so fervently sought, truly worth such sacrifices? Nicole Robin's hand unconsciously tightened around the helm. Once more, she felt that deep-seated sense of confusion, just as she was lost in thought. Her small boat suddenly swayed ever so slightly beneath her feet, not from the wind, nor from the waves. It was a silent pressure emanating from the depths of the ocean. She looked down. Through the mirror-like water, she beheld a shadow whose enormity defied description. It glided silently beneath her vessel, passing slowly and peacefully. The shadow's breadth surpassed that of any naval ship she had previously encountered. Its length seemed to stretch infinitely, as if it knew no bounds. A sea king, a deep-sea behemoth capable of devouring this island as though it were a mere morsel. It remained oblivious to the insignificant speck above. Nicole Robin's breath hitched for a moment. In the face of such a monstrous entity, a being that resided in the realm of myth and legend, any struggle or resistance appeared utterly laughable and futile. The fragility of life was starkly illuminated in that instant. Yet, there was no fear upon her countenance, only a serene acceptance that transcended life and death. After 20 years of evasion, She had envisioned 100 different ways to meet her demise. Captured by the Navy, assassinated by enemies, or silently sinking into the vast ocean. Being devoured by a sea king hardly seems the worst of fates. The immense shadow has finally glided past the bottom of the ship, vanishing into the depths of the distant sea. The suffocating sense of oppression dissipates, and the world returns to its eerie silence, as if nothing has transpired. Robin releases her grip on the helm and slowly turns, directing her gaze towards the cabin. Beside a simple satchel, an unremarkable wooden plank lies quietly, stirring a peculiar emotion within her. It is not the relief of having survived a calamity, but rather a sense of anticipation. That man, the one who could transform mundane wood into a miracle impervious even to the powers of nature. A being capable of creating such an unreasonable object. Someone who can eternally solidify the ethereal concept of will into the tangible realm. Is his life, too, fraught with irrationality and upheaval, akin to her own? Could he perhaps illuminate the answer she has relentlessly sought with a glimmer of hope? At that moment, Nicole Robin's heart, long tempered by years of archaeology and evasion, ignites with fervor. It is the primal, fervent curiosity of a scholar yearning for the truths of the unknown. She gathers her scattered thoughts and returns to the helm. From within her garments, she retrieves the grand map of the Grand Line, meticulously copied from Crocodile's study. Spreading the nautical chart, she carefully compares it to Mr. Five's navigation logs and the direction of the eternal pointer. Her fingers trace the marked, forbidden blank expanse of ocean. Regardless of whether what awaits her ahead is a deeper abyss or an unexpected revelation, she must behold it with her own eyes. For her mother and O'Hara's aspirations. For the truth of history, and to seek a final resolution for her tumultuous 20 years. Nicole Robin recalibrates her course, turning the helm sharply to the left. Chapter 32. Arrival at the destination. Days have passed. Just when Nicole Robin believed this eternal tranquility would persist until the journey's end, change descended without warning. The small boat beneath her feet sways once more, a silent pressure emanating from the depths below. Setting down her sextant, Robin approaches the edge of the vessel. Beneath the mirror-like surface of the sea, a shadow larger and more distorted than before swiftly ascends. This time, it does not merely pass by. With a thunderous roar, the calm water is violently torn apart. A colossal head, immeasurable in size, bursts forth from the depths, a gigantic sea serpent, surpassing the scale of an island. Its scales shimmer in dark azure, each one larger than Robin's sail. Two glaring crimson eyes, akin to searchlights, fixate on the small vessel bobbing on the surface. A sea king, and a particularly territorial and aggressive serpent at that. Infuriated by the intrusion of this noisy, ironclad vessel into its slumbering domain, the great serpent gapes its maw, revealing rows of teeth resembling towering mountains. A stench, mingled with deep-sea sulfur and decaying life, assaults her senses. Yet, Nicole Robin remains motionless. She stands calmly at the bow, gazing up at the immense shadow capable of blotting out the sky. After 2 decades of evasion, she has witnessed countless deaths. Being consumed by a beast that exists only in myth seems, in itself, a grand ending. The serpent's head looms high, poised to strike like a meteor, ready to obliterate the small boat and all aboard. But in that instant, the colossal creature halts abruptly, its crimson eyes widen in disbelief. As fury is swiftly replaced by fear, the great serpent has caught sight of the wooden plank lying quietly in the cabin. A low, yet horrified hiss escapes its throat, and its enormous body quivers violently. In the next moment, this terrifying beast capable of annihilating a kingdom performs an act that leaves Nicole Robin astonished. It turns its head, exerting all its strength, and with a near-desperate motion, plunges frantically back into the depths of the ocean. A thunderous splash erupts as its massive tail strikes the surface, sending towering waves crashing. The small boat rocks violently, nearly capsizing. Robin must grip the helm tightly to steady herself. When the sea regains its tranquility, the serpent has vanished without a trace, leaving no remnant of its presence. In the cabin, the wooden plank still lies there, unremarkable. Robin releases the helm and walks slowly towards it. She refrains from touching the plank. Her mind surges with tumultuous waves, far more tempestuous than those of moments prior. The previous gigantic sea king had simply ignored her, while this one had fled in terror, driven away by this very plank. This phenomenon cannot be explained by the mere intimidation of Conqueror's Haki. Such deterrence fades over time. Yet on this plank, Nicole Robin's thoughts pierce through 20 years of time. Returning to the Grand Library of O'Hara, the largest in the world. Among the ancient texts deemed forbidden by the world government, which even scholars dared to peruse only in the dead of night, there were sporadic, vague accounts. In the distant past, there existed powerful beings standing at the pinnacle of the world. Their wills were so potent that they could influence reality, permanently merging with the material realm. The weapons they forged could compel deities to retreat. The marks they left could subdue colossal beasts. This power transcended the realm of humanity, bordering on divine authority. In all related legends and texts, amidst the fragmented historical inscriptions deciphered, one name repeatedly emerges, a name shrouded in mystery and power, yet entirely erased from existence by the world government: Joy Boy. A bold conjecture, one that causes her heart to race uncontrollably, spirals uncontrollably within her mind. The enigmatic man capable of solidifying will upon this plank, this god of food, could he possibly be connected to the blank century? Might he share a bond with the legendary Joy Boy? This thought strikes like a lightning bolt, shattering her previous utilitarian motives in service of Crocodile and her transactions regarding historical texts. If this conjecture holds truth, then what she now seeks is not merely a historical text, nor merely a concealed history, but a living historical record. It is the sole key to unraveling all the mysteries of the blank century. In that moment, the burdens of executing a mission for Crocodile and the deals that ensued were cast aside entirely. This voyage transformed from a perilous gamble into a pilgrimage in pursuit of historical truth. Nico Robin was devoid of any hesitation. She rushed back to the helm, pushing the small power unit of the vessel to its utmost limits. The engine emitted a thunderous roar, overwhelmed by the strain, as the small boat's speed surged, carving a straight white wake across the tranquil sea. Her anticipation was palpable. She yearned to behold that man and unravel the enigma capable of upending the world. For several days, the small craft sped through the calm of the doldrums. Suddenly, without warning, a thick fog appeared on the placid sea ahead. The mist manifested an unnaturally milky hue, its limited expanse lingering above the water, steadfast against the passage of time. The permanent compass in Robin's hand trembled violently, unwaveringly pointing toward the heart of the fog. The destination had arrived. In stark contrast to the suffocating stillness and hidden dangers of the doldrums, a profound vitality, imbued with comfort and tranquility, emanated from the fog. She unfurled the world government's top-secret nautical chart, stolen from Crocodile's study, meticulously comparing and confirming her findings. At this coordinate, no islands were marked. The ocean remained an expanse of blankness. This was an uncharted island, absent from any records or maps. Robin shut off the engine, allowing the small boat to glide gently into the mist, propelled solely by its residual inertia. Visibility diminished to less than 5 meters as the fog enveloped her. After a brief passage through the haze, as the bow broke through the final veil of mist, a verdant island, teeming with life, emerged before her eyes in its entirety. It was an island of such extraordinary beauty that it seemed almost otherworldly, painted with fairy tale hues. Pristine white beaches, dense primordial forests, and even peculiar creatures frolicking among the trees came into view. Just as the boat was about to reach the sandy shore, a dull thud echoed. The bow seemed to collide with an invisible wall, and the immense recoil jolted the entire vessel, halting its advance. Robin extended her hand into the air before her, and indeed, her fingertips brushed against a smooth, solid, immovable barrier. She remained unperturbed, her training as an archaeologist instilled in her an unwavering calm. She turned back to the cabin, retrieving a wooden plank. Returning to the bow, she raised the plank high above the invisible barrier, signaling towards the island. This was a message, a solemn homage from Nico Robin, the orphan of O'Hara, staking her entire past and future upon the quest for historical truth. She stood there in quiet anticipation, awaiting a response from the master of this unknown island. Chapter 33, Robin's Tears. On the terrace of the castle atop the trees, Luo Xiu lay languidly in a vine-woven rocking chair. Propping his chin on one hand, the pirate enthusiast watched the scene at the seaside with keen interest. Nico Robin stood at the bow, patiently waiting. She held the wooden plank aloft, like a lost devotee presenting her soul token to an unknown deity. The mist swirled around her, silent and still. The island was mere moments away, yet separated by an invisible wall, as if two worlds were at odds. Just when she believed her efforts were in vain, an indescribable fragrance, without warning, penetrated the fog, breaching the barrier and enveloping her senses. But it was more than mere scent. It seemed alive, imbued with warmth, sweeping through her very soul. For 2 decades, in her struggle for survival, she had dined on the most opulent feasts and swallowed moldy black bread. Yet none could compare to the aroma that now awakened her, an insatiable longing for happiness and serenity that had long lain dormant. Her heart skipped a beat. A soft splash broke the silence as Robin observed a green vine at the edge of the island's beach suddenly come to life. It slithered into the sea like a boneless green serpent, gliding swiftly beneath the crystalline waters, tracing a graceful arc as it deftly maneuvered beneath her small craft. In the next moment, the vine erupted from the water without a single splash, and at its tip, it gently deposited a white platter onto the deck before her. After completing its task, the vine retreated, vanishing into the depths as if it had never existed. Robin stood frozen, her entire focus on the platter before her. It held perfectly sliced roasted meat, its surface glistening in an alluring golden hue, juices flowing between the fibers, exuding the very fragrance that had ensnared her soul. Beside the meat lay a broad, green leaf, upon which words were inscribed in a plant's juice. She forcibly suppressed the hunger elicited by the aroma, as well as the deep-seated yearning within her soul. Her 20 years of evasion had taught her that any extraordinary kindness might conceal the deadliest of traps. Trembling, she reached out, not to touch the roasted meat, but to grasp the leaf. The inscription was clear, imbued with a casual elegance. The first line struck her like a thunderbolt. I know what you are evading, and I know what you are seeking, Nico Robin. Her name, this name, bound to the epithet child of the devil since the fall of O'Hara, had become a curse throughout her life. This man had called her out directly. A chill coursed down her spine. He knew her identity, which implied he most likely understood the world government's bounty on her, grasping the weight she bore. Was this a warning? Or a threat? Her breath quickened, yet she compelled herself to read on. Welcome, traveler. Rather than harbor suspicion upon the sea, why not come ashore and sample the roast I have prepared? The second line bore none of the anticipated malice. Instead, it exuded a tone laced with jest and absolute composure, as if a hospitable host were inviting a wayward traveler. This stark contrast replaced the fear she had just felt with a flicker of confusion. Who was this individual? What were his intentions? Her fingers tightened around the leaf as her gaze fell upon the final line. Of course, if you seek the history you desire, perhaps here lies an unexpected clue. The weight of this statement struck Robin's heart like an unseen hammer. History. He was acutely aware that he was in pursuit of the historical text. He understood that he bore the legacy of O'Hara. A cacophony of emotions, fear, astonishment, ecstasy, and suspicion, raged tumultuously within her mind, threatening to shatter her sanity. Crocodile wielded a rubbing of the historical text as leverage for negotiation. Yet, this man nonchalantly claimed that there were unexpected clues here. Her entire being trembled violently at the revelation. The aroma of the roasted meat intensified, enveloping her like a warm hand, soothing her heart that raced with excitement and trepidation. The scent emanating from it was not merely that of food, it was a pure and immense breath of life. This essence seemed to beckon her weary soul, assuring her of safety and warmth. Consume it, a voice whispered from deep within. No, you must not, a rational voice screamed in protest. This is a trap, a poison. Yet another betrayal and exploitation. However, the truth of history, the blank century, her mother's dying wish, the aspirations of O'Hara, the legend of Joy Boy. The 2 decades of tumultuous wandering, of solitude and treachery. Was this not the culmination of it all? Even if the abyss awaited her, she had to witness it firsthand. At that moment, her unwavering obsession with the truth of history utterly overwhelmed the doubts and fears within her heart. Nico Robin finally made her decision. She extended her still trembling hand and grasped a piece of the roasted meat. The morsel was warm and tender to the touch. She closed her eyes and allowed the meat to melt in her mouth. An indescribable warmth, known as happiness, surged through her taste buds, coursing through her limbs and enveloping her entire soul. It washed away the accumulated pain, despair, loneliness, sorrow, vigilance, and numbness that had festered deep within her soul for 20 long years. The flames of O'Hara, the coldness of betrayal, the solitude of drifting alone at sea, everything was smoothed out and dissipated in this warm torrent. Warm tears, uncontrollable, streamed from the corners of her eyes. 1 drop. 2 drops soon. They formed a continuous line. These were not tears of sorrow, nor of pain. They were tears of release. For the first time since the fall of O'Hara, and the sacrifice of the giant Saul to protect her, she shed tears not born of sadness. After 2 long decades, she felt, as if for the first time, that she was truly alive. After a while, Nico Robin slowly opened her eyes. She carefully stowed away the plank from Crocodile in her bag. Then, delicately, as if cradling a rare treasure, she held the plate of roasted meat close to her heart. She turned and returned to the helm. She reignited the ship's engine, steering the small vessel steadily, yet resolutely, toward the invisible barrier. just as the bow of the ship was about to make contact with the barrier. The formidable shield capable of propelling CP-0's elite agents and their vessels several kilometers away rippled silently before her, akin to the gentle undulation of water. A passage, just wide enough for her small ship to pass through, formed quietly. Nico Robin piloted the vessel through the opening. The bow gently beached itself upon the soft, pristine sands. Cradling the plate of roasted meat, she disembarked, her feet touching this island that did not exist on any map. Chapter 34, Rent. Nico Robin's feet sank into the soft, white sands. Behind her, the small ship was gently lifted by an invisible, gentle force, nudging it securely against a coconut tree, thus averting the risk of being swept away by the tide. She did not look back. Clutching the still warm plate of roasted meat, she surveyed the island. Everything here was so perfect it felt surreal. The air was infused with the sweet fragrance of flowers and the damp scent of vegetation, intertwining to form an aroma that could relax even the most taut of nerves. Not far away, on a spacious lawn, a young man clad in a white t-shirt and beach shorts was building a crooked sandcastle with a girl. The man wore a warm smile, his movements patient and tender. The girl, somewhat shy, instinctively hid behind him upon noticing the stranger on the island, peeking out with curious, wide eyes. The man appeared to be an unassuming neighborly older brother, devoid of any aura of menace that one might expect from someone capable of frightening sea kings. Standing in stark contrast to the formidable plank and the impenetrable barrier. "Welcome to the island, Miss Nico Robin," he greeted, rising to brush off the sand from his hands with a smile. His tone was calm and natural. "I am the island's master, Rashi. This is E." Nico Robin had prepared an arsenal of words for this moment, having contemplated countless strategies and facades. Yet, in the face of his forthright and sincere demeanor, her carefully crafted thoughts crumbled into insignificance. Her mind went blank, and she could only nod stiffly. "Hello, you're a guest here, so you shouldn't stand idle," Rashi said with a smile, seemingly unfazed by her wariness and rigidity. He casually gestured toward a towering tree reaching into the clouds. In the next moment, before Nico Robin's astonished gaze, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. Countless sturdy branches and verdant vines, located midway up the massive tree, suddenly began to grow wildly, twisting, contorting, and intertwining. With astonishing speed and precision, they constructed a brand new treehouse, exquisitely shaped and bursting with the essence of natural artistry, in mere seconds. The treehouse hung suspended in midair, featuring a spacious terrace with a breathtaking view, quietly affixed to the main trunk. "From now on, that treehouse shall serve as your temporary abode," Rashi remarked lightly, as if jesting. "As for the rent, let it be paid with the captivating historical tales in your mind." This proposition struck deeply at Nico Robin's heart. It was not money, nor fealty, nor any transaction she was accustomed to. It was stories, those she had carried throughout her life, both a glory and a curse, laden with historical knowledge. In a daze, she was guided by that invisible force to the newly constructed treehouse door. She pushed it open and stepped inside. The interior was simple, yet perfectly aligned with her innermost aesthetic. A comfortable bed, a stunning view from the window, and most importantly, a spacious desk. On the desk lay several ancient tomes inscribed with archaic script that she had never encountered before. Thus, Nico Robin, in a manner akin to a dream, became a tenant of this island. In the daylight hours, she resembled a mere mortal who had inadvertently stumbled into an Eden. She beheld Rashu skillfully weaving the most intricate swing from vines, all to elicit a smile from me. She savored a rich soup crafted from luminescent mushrooms, a flavor that transported her back to her childhood, reminiscent of the occasional sweet treats her mother would bring home. She witnessed Rashu blow a breath towards the sky, and a mischievous cloud obediently floated above the island, showering the flora with a gentle sunlit rain, which quickly dissipated, leaving behind a radiant rainbow. Everything here upended her understanding of the world, which she had cultivated over the past 20 years. There were no conspiracies, no betrayals, no cunning deceptions. She observed the dynamic between Rashu and E, noting Rashu's indulgent affection for E, which bordered on boundless. Meanwhile, E exhibited a fledgling's absolute trust and attachment to Rashu. The girl named E was as pure as a pristine canvas, making her hesitant to approach, fearing that the darkness she carried within could tarnish this innocence. Her curiosity about their relationship mirrored that of an archaeologist encountering an unknown civilization, filled with intense intrigue. As night fell, Nico Robin, in her treehouse, studied ancient tomes on her desk under the gentle moonlight. Her instincts, honed over 2 decades of evasion, sharply detected a faint, unsettling aura emanating from the direction of the main house. She set the ancient texts aside and silently exited the treehouse. Like a shadow in the night, she deftly approached the window of the main treehouse. Through the glass, she glimpsed the scene within. He was tossing and turning in bed, her brow furrowed tightly. Beads of cold sweat dotting her forehead, and she was uttering pained, incoherent murmurs. No. So cold. It appeared she was ensnared in a nightmarish terror. In the next moment, Luo Xiu, who lay beside Yi, abruptly opened his eyes. Without a hint of hesitation or irritation from being roused, he sat up immediately. As Yi awakened from her nightmare, letting out her first wail, he gently enveloped her trembling form in his embrace. Do not fear, do not fear. I am here. Nico Robin watched as Luo Xiu adeptly lifted Yi, softly patting her back. He began to hum a lullaby, a melody she had never heard before, simple yet profoundly tender. The unadulterated protection and affection crashed into the depths of Nico Robin's heart, raw and unrefined. She found herself momentarily entranced. This scene starkly contrasted with the hypocrisy, manipulation, and transactions she had witnessed over the past 2 decades. It felt as though she were witnessing the most fervent longing from her shattered childhood. Something she had yearned for but never received. The 8-year-old girl, alone in the ruins of O'Hara, facing the world's malice, seemed to converge with this moment, transcending 20 years of time. After a while, Yi's cries gradually subsided, and in Luo Xiu's embrace, with tears still lingering, she fell into a deep sleep. Luo Xiu gazed down at the girl's still furrowed brow, his tenderness slowly giving way to a hint of sorrow and resolve. This night's nightmare was more intense than any before. Im's memories were awakening with increasing frequency. This could not continue. He needed to devise a solution to thoroughly resolve Yi's nightmare issue. His consciousness sank into the depths of his mind's system shop, fixing his gaze upon a unique category of recipes, emotion cuisine. Simultaneously, a more comprehensive plan swiftly took shape in his mind. To ensure Yi could grow in an environment of absolute joy, free from any negative emotional disturbance. His task would be far more complex than merely preparing a meal. Chapter 35, The City in the Sky. Morning sunlight streamed through the gaps in the leaves, casting a warm glow upon the pristine white plates. Nico Robin delicately savored a simple fruit salad, each piece brimming with a life force that delighted her very soul. She relished not only the flavor of the food, but also the enveloping warmth she had felt the day before. For the first time in 20 years, she slept soundly, untroubled by nightmares or the vigilance of being startled awake. This island felt like a cradle, isolated from all pain and danger. Is it delicious? Luo Xiu's voice called from across the table. He was finishing the last spoonful of glowing mushroom soup, her eyes squinting with satisfaction. The girl nodded vigorously, a ring of creamy soup adorning her lips. Robin instinctively nodded in agreement. I've made a decision. Luo Xiu suddenly put down his utensils, wiped his mouth, and said casually, let us build a new kitchen. A kitchen? Robin was slightly perplexed. The kitchen in the main treehouse was already impeccable, and she could hardly fathom what needed improvement. Luo Xiu's next words nearly caused her fork to clatter to the ground. In the sky. A kitchen in the sky. Yi's eyes instantly sparkled, akin to the brightest stars. She tilted her head curiously, her small face radiating anticipation and excitement. Yes, a kitchen in the sky, Luo Xiu confirmed with a smile. At that moment, Nico Robin's thoughts came to a halt. In the sky? Build a kitchen? What fantastical nonsense is this? Is it some metaphor I cannot comprehend? Or does he truly intend to construct a structure in the sky? How could that be possible? What about gravity? Construction materials? Methods? Countless laws of physics and architectural principles flashed through her mind, each one mocking the absurdity of the notion. Yet, Luo Xiu's expression bore no semblance of jest. Come on. Luo Xiu stood up, grinning as he opened his arms toward the girl. Yi erupted in a cheer, leaping onto Luo Xiu's back like a nimble little monkey, wrapping her legs around his waist and her arms around his neck. She clung to him like a perfect koala, joyfully laughing and nuzzling her cheek against the nape of his neck. Thus, Luo Xiu carried Yi to the center of the lawn. Then, under Nico Robin's wide-eyed gaze, which had grown slightly incredulous from shock, he lifted his foot and stepped into the empty air. The first step. His foot landed firmly 1 meter above the ground, as if there existed an invisible, solid step beneath him. Nico Robin's breath hitched. Luo Xiu continued his motion without hesitation, leisurely taking a second step, then a third, and a fourth. He ascended, carrying the exuberant girl on his back, stepping onto the unseen staircase, climbing steadily toward the sky. Is he using the moonwalk technique from the Marine 6 styles? No. Robin instantly dismissed that thought. She had witnessed masters of the moonwalk among the Navy. The technique of generating a counterforce through rapid kicks against the air is imbued with explosive energy and urgency. Quite unlike the elegant demeanor that seems akin to a leisurely stroll, it is as if he is genuinely ascending a staircase leading to the heavens. Nico Robin abruptly rose from the dining table, feeling as though her heart was gripped by an invisible hand, rendering it nearly incapable of beating. Instinctively, she dashed back to her treehouse and flung open the door leading to the terrace. Gripping the railing, she tilted her head back. Those two figures, against the azure sky, had transformed into mere specks, two diminutive black dots. They continued to ascend, ultimately piercing through a sea of clouds as fluffy as cotton candy, vanishing entirely from her sight. In that moment, Nico Robin's worldview was irrevocably shattered. All the knowledge she had acquired, all the norms she had understood, became trivial and juvenile before this man. The earlier awe and curiosity she felt towards his power, inspired by the wooden planks and roasted meat, now seemed utterly insignificant. Just when she believed this spectacle had reached its conclusion, a scene even more astonishing and subversive to her beliefs unfolded. The cloud sea above, previously calm and bathed in golden sunlight, began to churn violently, without warning. Immediately afterward, whoosh, 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 countless enormous, inconceivably vast emerald vines erupted from below the clouds like divine tendrils extending from another dimension, surging into the sky. They ascended with an overwhelming vitality, dancing wildly in the air. Each vine was thicker than a colossal battleship. They did not grow chaotically. Rather, they seemed orchestrated by an unseen hand. Exuding a sense of order and purpose, Nico Robin observed as innumerable vines swiftly intertwined, spiraled, and anchored themselves above the sea of clouds. In mere moments, a vast, verdant foundation emerged, suspended above the cloud ocean. But that was not the end. More vines burst forth from the clouds, beginning to construct walls, columns, and arches atop this foundation. They twisted, entwined, and shaped themselves, resembling the softest clay, yet embodying the strength of the most resilient steel. The outline of a magnificent palace rose from the clouds at a visible pace. Nico Robin's body trembled gently, not from fear, but from exhilaration. The walls of the celestial palace blossomed with enormous, softly glowing flowers that replaced traditional lighting, illuminating the entire sky city. A crystal-clear stream was drawn forth by an invisible force from the depths of the sea, transforming into a shimmering water dragon that roared upward to heights of 10,000 meters. The water dragon disintegrated in the sky, becoming gentle streams that encircled the entire palace, forming a moat, and even creating intricate fountains and waterfalls within its confines. This Nico Robin's fingers gripped the railing so tightly that her knuckles turned white. She parted her lips, her throat parched, yet no sound emerged. After a long while, a barely audible murmur, laden with astonishment and bewilderment, escaped her lips. Is this truly something humanity is capable of? No, she shook her head slowly, gazing up at the miraculous creation that gradually perfected itself amidst the clouds. A wonder that seemed to exist solely in myth. Time passed quietly. When Nico Robin finally regained her senses from the soul-stirring shock, a breathtaking, masterfully crafted sky city, alive with the beauty of nature, was entirely completed. It hung silently above the turbulent sea of clouds, as if it had existed there since time immemorial. The pristine white clouds formed its ocean, while the azure sky served as its backdrop. Sunlight penetrated the clouds, casting a sacred golden glow upon it. Nico Robin, overwhelmed by this spectacle, felt a numbing astonishment. Her thoughts regarding historical texts, a century of blankness, and all her speculations about Joy Boy appeared trivial in the presence of this living miracle. She remained motionless, gripping the railing for what felt like an eternity. Chapter 36, Emotional Cuisine. Nico Robin tilted her head back, her neck stiffening. She was unaware of how long she had maintained this posture. Just when she thought the celestial city would forever remain an unattainable marvel, a verdant vine silently descended from the cloud sea high above. It brought no gust of wind, hovering gracefully before Nico Robin. Soon after, numerous delicate offshoots sprouted from the side of the vine, rapidly intertwining and transforming before Robin's eyes into a series of spiraling, perfect steps. Miss Robin, come and visit our new kitchen, came the voice of Luo Xiu from the clouds, clear and filled with a hint of amusement and assurance. Nico Robin gazed at the staircase leading to the heavens, feeling her understanding being repeatedly crushed and then reshaped. She took a step forward. Her feet touched the vine-formed steps, feeling warm and solid, imbued with the fragrance of greenery. She ascended step by step, the wind howling in her ears. the island of salty fish shrinking rapidly in her view until it became a delicate bonsai, nestled upon the cerulean sea. She passed through a thin layer of clouds, the damp mist brushing against her face, bringing a refreshing chill. When she finally set foot on the platform of the Sky City, she froze in place. Beneath her lay a tumultuous sea of clouds, resembling an endless white ocean. In the distance, the pure sky stretched infinitely. She was truly standing in the heavens. Not far off, was emitting a series of joyous, ringing laughter. Several fluffy white clouds had taken the shape of cotton candy, with joyfully rolling atop them, chasing after tiny sprites formed from morning dew, complete with transparent wings. The entire scene was pure, beautiful, and unlike anything in the human realm. How does it feel? The view is quite splendid, isn't it? Luo Xiu smiled as he emerged from behind an archway, clad in a pristine white chef's uniform that seemed to absorb sunlight, radiating a gentle glow. To celebrate the completion of the new kitchen and to cure Yi's nightmares, I am preparing a special dessert. Nico Robin's thoughts were drawn back. Nightmares? She recalled the scene she had witnessed the previous night. So, the creation of this Sky City was merely to remedy a girl's nightmares. How extravagantly tender. Luo Xiu seemed to perceive her confusion and began to explain. This dessert is called First Clear. It can be considered a form of emotional cuisine, infusing the creator's most beautiful feelings into the food, dispelling all shadows with happiness. Emotional cuisine? Such a term had never entered Nico Robin's repository of knowledge. Infusing emotions into food? She remained silent, choosing to stand by as a witness. Luo Xiu approached a cooking station carved from white jade. Nico Robin observed as he began to prepare the ingredients. Just ordinary milk, eggs, and flour, items she could find in any kitchen across the kingdoms. Yet, in Luo Xiu's hands, they began to emanate a sacred, gentle glow. As the milk was poured, it flowed like liquid moonlight. The eggs, when cracked open, revealed yolks the color of the sun, and the egg whites were so pure they contained no trace of impurity. When the flour was sifted, what scattered through the air was not mere dust, but glimmering golden specks. A fragrance, more pure and warm than that of the roasted meat from before, began to waft through the Sky City. Merely inhaling this aroma made Robin feel as though half of the fatigue deep within her soul had been washed away. She could distinctly sense that Luo Xiu, in the process of creating this dessert, had poured all his emotions into that small ball of dough. Those emotions were clean and warm, rendering the surrounding air sweet. Robin gazed at Luo Xiu's focused and tender profile. Is this what the cooking of a culinary deity looks like? Is this the true power of the man who could etch his will into wood and frighten the sea kings? Time passed. A pudding cake, resplendent like a rainbow after a rain shower, was perfectly presented in Luo Xiu's hands. It bore no superfluous decorations. The surface of the cake naturally displayed a gradient of 7 colors, exuding an aroma that could enchant the very soul. Come and taste. Luo Xiu handed the first slice of the cake, aptly named Initial Clarity, to the eagerly awaiting Wow! Exclaimed, carefully cradling the small plate, filled with anticipation as she picked up her little spoon. She took a bite, and the rainbow-colored cake melted in her mouth. In that instant, as the dessert touched her tongue, Yi's actions came to a halt. Before her unfolded a series of warm memories. Luo Xiu's gentle profile as he told her bedtime stories, his broad back as he carried her to gaze upon the starry sky, and his focused demeanor as he carved an entire zoo out of an apple to cheer her up. All those happy, joyful moments of being protected converged into a flowing river of warmth, completely enveloping her soul. Tears streamed down Yi's cheeks, but this time, they were not shed in response to nightmares or fear. They were tears of happiness, tears of deep emotion. She suddenly dropped her spoon and plate, and without a second thought, leapt into Luo Xiu's embrace. With all her might, she clung tightly to his waist, burying her little face in his chef's coat. And with a voice filled with pure, unadulterated emotion, she exclaimed, Luo Xiu, I like you the most. Seated nearby, Nico Robin, merely inhaling the lingering scent of the dessert named Initial Clarity, found herself profoundly affected. Memories long buried and unbidden began to surface uncontrollably in her mind. The solitude of her childhood spent among stacks of books, the blaze that painted the sky crimson over O'Hara, her mother, Sauron, pushing her resolutely towards a small boat to protect her, and the subsequent 2 decades filled with pain, betrayal, exploitation, and despair during her life on the run. These dark, cold memories had clung to her like a parasite for 20 long years. Yet, almost immediately, an overwhelmingly warm sensation arose, akin to the first ray of sunlight breaking through an eternal night, gently enveloping, melting, and purifying those dark memories. This warmth whispered to her, it's all right. It's over. Robin could no longer contain her emotions. She reached out, pressing her hand tightly over her mouth, attempting to stifle the lump in her throat. But tears flowed forth like a flood breaking its dam, cascading down through her fingers. These were not tears of sorrow, nor of pain. They were tears of release, of the 8-year-old girl who, amidst the ruins of O'Hara, faced the world's malice alone and, after 20 years, finally received a long-awaited, warm embrace. Nestled in Rasha's arms, noticed the commotion nearby. She lifted her tear-stained face and saw Nico Robin silently weeping. The girl tilted her head in confusion. She wriggled free from Rashu's embrace, ran over to Robin, and gently wrapped her arms around her. Mimicking Rashu's earlier comforting gesture, she clumsily attempted to soothe her. Don't cry, don't cry. Chapter 37, The Conqueror's Haki. In that moment, a system notification echoed in Rasha's mind like a nuclear explosion. Ding. E's happiness index has reached max. 100. Congratulations, host, for completing an epic wife pampering event. Rashu silently acknowledged. Signing in. The next instant, an unprecedented surge of powerful energy flooded through his limbs. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, for acquiring Conqueror's Haki, Initial Awakening Guardian. This power was not one of traditional conquest or intimidation. It resembled an ultimate will born from the depths of the soul, known as protection. It bore no aggression, yet possessed an unshakable presence. As long as those he wished to protect were near, his will could transform into the strongest barrier, shattering all malicious intent and danger that dared to approach. Cradling the blissfully sleeping E, Rashu felt that new, gentle power within him. In that instant, his presence became profoundly deep and formidable. He softly laid E on the nearby bed, woven from clouds, covering her with a thin blanket of fluffy clouds. Having completed this, he turned to face the still dazed and tearful Nico Robin. Rashu approached her, offering a soft, white handkerchief. In a calm, matter-of-fact tone, he said, if you wish to cry, then let it out. Here, you need not pretend to be strong. Those unadorned words acted like a key, unlocking the final dam of emotions that had been sealed for 20 years. The defenses she had just attempted to rebuild crumbled utterly in that moment. She took the handkerchief, unable to restrain herself any longer, allowing her warm tears to completely soak it. This was a thorough, unreserved release. After a long while, the winds of the Sky City carried away the last remnants of dampness in the air. Nico Robin finally composed herself. She lifted her gaze, regarding the man before her with an unprecedented complexity, a mixture of awe, bewilderment, and curiosity. This was the first time since arriving on this island that she actively, sincerely inquired, "Who are you really? Why have you kept me here? What do you want me to do for you?" 3 sharp, urgent questions followed, each more pointed than the last. In her world, everything was a matter of equivalent exchange. Great power inherently accompanied great schemes. She could not fathom that there existed in this world an unprovoked benevolence. Nor could she believe that anyone would expend such miraculous strength merely to provide her with a meal or to witness a spectacle. She felt it imperative to ascertain the price she would have to pay. Even if that price were her life or her soul, she demanded a definitive answer. The unknown instilled within her a fear more profound than any known peril. Confronted by her prickly inquiries, reminiscent of a hedgehog bristling with quills, Rashu smiled. He recognized that the moment of revelation had arrived. Rather than responding directly, he turned away and strolled to the edge of the sky kitchen. He extended his hand, gesturing toward the tranquil and serene salty fish island below, and further afield, the tumultuous and unpredictable Grand Line. The high-altitude winds fluttered the corners of his immaculate chef's attire, enveloping him in an aura of sanctity. Then, he turned back, his expression relaxed and untroubled, uttering a statement that rendered Nico Robin's mind momentarily incapacitated. Me? I am merely a salty fish island master who desires a peaceful life with his wife. A salty fish island master? This response, so mundane as to be almost ludicrous, abruptly deflated the readiness with which Nico Robin had steeled herself to confront all manner of harsh conditions. She was left utterly stunned. To possess world-creating power solely for the purpose of leading a tranquil existence? How could this be? It was even more absurd and incomprehensible than him constructing a city in the skies. Rasha seemed quite pleased with her bewildered expression and continued to speak leisurely. As for keeping you here, the reason is quite simple. I know you, Nico Robin. I am aware of your past and can roughly surmise your future. This revelation sent a jolt through Nico Robin's body. He knows her past? The demon child of O'Hara? A fugitive hunted by the entire world? To this man, these identities appeared to be mere inconsequential labels. What struck her with greater trepidation was the latter part of his statement. He could predict her future? Luo Xiu's eyes sparkled with a glint of curiosity akin to that of a spectator reveling in the unfolding drama. Consider it a long-term amusement for this dreadfully bored island master. Amusement? Nico Robin's thoughts struggled to keep pace with his rhythm. Yes, amusement. Luo Xiu raised a finger and articulated his first condition. My request is quite straightforward. Reside here. Become Thee's companion and tutor, occasionally converse with her, and impart some knowledge from books. This condition rendered Robin once more engulfed in disbelief. Merely serving as a child's tutor? What she had anticipated was to become a weapon, a tool for executing sordid missions, a pawn in the unraveling of historical truths. Yet, the request presented to her was so peaceful, so mundane. And the second price you must pay, Luo Xiu's expression morphed into one of greater intrigue, is to satisfy my curiosity as an observer. He withdrew his hand from pointing at the island below and redirected it toward the distant expanse of ocean, shrouded in endless fog and tempest. His gestures were casual, yet his words bore an extraordinary power that seemed to transcend the flow of time. Let me witness how, when the historical tide named Monkey D. Luffy washes upon this isolated island, you, as the demon child, will choose. And thus, what fascinating tales will unfold. Monkey D. Luffy? This unfamiliar name, one she had never encountered before, detonated like thunder within Nico Robin's mind. Historical tide? Choices of the future? What was this man speaking of? Every word he uttered was intelligible to her, yet when woven together and spoken from his lips, they formed a narrative that transcended her comprehension. A fantastical tale beyond her wildest cognitions. It was neither a command from a powerful figure nor a scheme devised by a conspirator. It bore the essence of a prophecy. In that moment, Nico Robin felt she was not merely conversing with a formidable individual, but rather engaging with a being who surveyed the river of time, encompassing the past, present, and future within his grasp. The history she had relentlessly pursued seemed, before this man, merely a pre-written script awaiting its performance. And she, Nico Robin, was but an intriguing character in this narrative. This realization did not evoke fear, but instead a vast, overwhelming sense of bewilderment and shock that could freeze her very soul. Her mind came to a complete standstill. Chapter 38, The Salty Fish. Luo Xiu observed her expression and chuckled. Do not be so tense. His voice bore no trace of oppression. You may regard this as a long-term employment contract. Your duties will be to accompany Thee and satisfy my curiosity. As for your compensation, Luo Xiu paused, his tone growing more relaxed. It consists of the truth of history, along with an absolutely secure refuge. This proposition was something Nico Robin had never dared to dream of in her 20 years. It was not exploitation, nor was it a transaction, but rather a job. Nico Robin inhaled deeply, the heaviness in her chest, born from shock, finally dissipating somewhat. She bowed slightly to Luo Xiu. I understand, Mr. Luo Xiu. From this day forth, I shall be a resident of Salty Fish Island. This marked her first acceptance of an arrangement with an almost equal stance. In the days that followed, Nico Robin began to adapt to life on the island. To call it adaptation was perhaps more akin to a gradual process of self-healing. Thea was quite attached to her. She would grasp Robin's hand, ushering her to sit on the swing woven from vines and suspended amidst the sea of clouds. As the swing soared, cutting through the mist, Thea's laughter rang out, clear as a wind chime. Robin would regale Thea with stories, not the bloody tales filled with treachery and betrayal from history, but rather the enchanting fables of rare beasts and ancient kingdoms she had perused in the O'Hara Library. Thea would listen, enraptured, clutching her arm and peacefully drifting into slumber. Meanwhile, Luo Xiu spent most of his time on the terrace of the main treehouse, eyes closed, as though napping. Yet Robin could sense an invisible, gentle, yet undeniably powerful force emanating from him, gradually expanding outward. This force enveloped the entire island, even extending to the clouds beyond. It bore no aggression. However, any trace of malice not belonging to the island would be thoroughly purified and dissolved upon contact with this power. Protection. This was his newly acquired ability. That afternoon, having concluded his acclimatization to this new power, Luo Xiu stretched languidly. He gazed at Robin, who was on the lawn assembling a flower petal puzzle with Thea, and suddenly proposed. Shall we venture out to sea? Thea's ears perked up, and she immediately dropped the petals, looking up. Out to sea? Yes, out to sea, Luo Xiu confirmed with a smile. Yay, out to sea. Can we see big fish? Thea cheered, bounding into Luo Xiu's embrace. Robin also stood, a flicker of curiosity igniting within her. Setting sail with these two individuals, what adventures await? The grand line, the doldrums, and the terrors lurking beneath the placid surface of the sea. What scenes shall unfold before this man? Yet, curiosity soon gave way to reason. Prompting her to pose a fundamental question, We do not possess a sufficiently large vessel. My humble boat cannot accommodate 3 for a long voyage." Upon hearing this, Yi's excitement visibly waned, and she appeared somewhat disheartened. Robin watched as Rashi affectionately ruffled Yi's hair and chuckled nonchalantly. "A ship? Surely, that is the simplest of matters." With these words, he lifted Yi in his arms and, accompanied by Robin, made their way to the shore. As Robin observed Rashi's retreating figure, a premonition began to stir within her. She felt that her nerves, having endured a series of shocks over the past days, had grown remarkably resilient. However, the subsequent events made her acutely aware of the limitations of her imagination. Rashi gently set Yi down and strolled to the beach, where he bent down and placed a hand upon the sand. The power of the Mori Mori no Mi activated. With a rumble, the entire salty fish island began to tremble ever so slightly. The beach cracked open, and an immense ancient tree, unfathomably large, burst forth from beneath the sand. Its numerous robust roots entwined and thrashing. Instead of soaring skyward, it transformed and reshaped itself at Rashi's command. Countless branches and vines twisted, intertwined, and grew with frenzied life, assembling into a magnificent vessel. In the now-numbed gaze of Nico Robin, a grand sailing ship, elegant in form and fluid in lines, imbued with vitality and the essence of nature, materialized within mere minutes. Its size surpassed any naval warship she had ever encountered. Instinctively, Robin stepped forward and leaped aboard. As her feet touched the deck, the wooden surface radiated a warm, yielding sensation. She extended her hand to caress the ship's rail, and beneath her fingertips, she discerned a faint, rhythmic pulse, akin to the breath of a living being. This ship was alive. She ventured into the cabin, which appeared even more spacious than it had outwardly suggested. A cozy bedroom housed a plush bed, while a generous living area seamlessly integrated tables and chairs with vines. There was even a library brimming with books and an open kitchen equipped with all essentials. Every detail was crafted from living plants, and the air was infused with a calming herbal fragrance. "Wow, this is incredible," he exclaimed, already scampering about the ship's interior, her figure darting through the vast cabin. Eventually, as if discovering a new world, she picked up a brush, seemingly conjured from thin air, filled with plant sap. Racing to the bow, she stood on tiptoe and whimsically painted a fish, eyes closed, basking lazily in the sun, on the ship's smooth, jade-like prow. Rashi gazed at the childlike doodle with amusement and declared, "All right, let us name this vessel the Salty Fish." With everything prepared, the trio stood aboard their newly minted ship. The Salty Fish. Rashi did not even need to touch the helm. With a mere thought, the sail, woven from colossal leaves, unfurled automatically, capturing unseen energies. The ship, moving without wind, glided smoothly yet swiftly away from Salty Fish Island's shores, journeying into the silent depths of the doldrums. Nico Robin stood at the bow, the sea breeze dancing through her long hair. Turning back, she witnessed Salty Fish Island diminish rapidly from view, ultimately concealed by an invisible barrier, disappearing entirely. She then turned her gaze forward, beside her who leaned over the railing, excitedly waving at the surface of the sea. Not far off was the man with a serene smile, as if he had merely accomplished a trifling task. Nico Robin felt as though she were living within an absurd, yet warm dream from which she would never awaken. Chapter 39. The Phantom Ship. The Salty Fish sailed through the desolate doldrums, a region devoid of any signs of life, quiet to the point of madness. Yet aboard the vessel, laughter and cheer filled the air. He leaned over the side, waving at the occasional fish that leaped from the water, though they quickly dove back into the depths upon spotting the salty fish. Robin reclined on a deck chair. Engrossed in a fairy tale she had discovered in the ship's library, her demeanor tranquil, a stark contrast to the perilous world outside. Rashi emerged from the kitchen, presenting 2 glasses of freshly squeezed juice on a small table woven from vines. "Hold on tight," he suddenly announced. "I'm going to summon a big one to test my new abilities." Both Robin and he looked up, intrigued. "A big one? Is it larger than the giant octopus from last time?" he inquired curiously. Rashi chuckled, but did not respond. He approached the bow and closed his eyes. In the next moment, he retracted the protective power enveloping Salty Fish Island and the ship itself, releasing his essence as an ordinary human without reservation. In this realm ruled by sea kings, a lifeless hunting ground, his aura flickered like a bright beacon ignited in the deepest of nights, instantly attracting the attention of the ocean's apex predators. The waters began to churn, and below the salty fish, a shadow, many times larger than the vessel itself, surged upward with astonishing speed. With a thunderous roar, the sea was violently torn asunder as a colossal sea turtle, akin to a mountain, erupted from the depths. Its shell was marked with profound fissures, as if it bore the weight of millennia. Its massive head, fierce and formidable, opened its gaping maw, resembling an abyss leading to the underworld, intent on devouring this small ship that had disturbed its slumber alongside its fresh morsels aboard. He gasped, instinctively retreating behind Robin, who stood alert, her body tense. At that critical moment, Rashi's demeanor shifted. The air around him began to subtly distort. The Conqueror's Haki, protection, activated. An invisible yet unyielding realm of will expanded outward from him in an instant. This will held no thoughts of conquest or intimidation. Poised to close its massive jaws, froze in place. Its assault, upon contact with this field of will, collided with an invisible wall that was utterly insurmountable. Immediately, its primal and savage predatory instincts were thoroughly washed away, purified, and eradicated by that will. Its colossal form hovered in midair, and within its enormous eyes, akin to gigantic searchlights, all ferocity vanished, replaced instead by an extreme, human-like terror and dread. A low, mournful cry escaped the giant sea turtle, resonating with a sense of grievance and a plea for mercy. Its massive body began to awkwardly maneuver in the air, and then, with an unprecedented swiftness, it plunged into the depths of the sea with all its might. The ensuing splash raised colossal waves, yet they did not come close to the salty fish, being quelled by an unseen force before they could reach within 100 meters. The sea surface restored its tranquility, as if that monstrous beast, capable of obliterating an island, had never existed. Robin observed this spectacle, her throat somewhat parched. Was this the might of Conqueror's Haki? No, she had heard of it. The pinnacle of Conqueror's Haki could render the weak unconscious and even impose a tangible physical impact on the strong. Yet that was a king's quality, brimming with conquest and pressure. However, the power just witnessed bore no trace of aggression. It simply and calmly declared a fact: passage was forbidden here. Then, that terrifying sea creature turned tail and fled like an obedient child. This transcended the realm of mere strength. It resembled a set of rules. The salty fish continued its aimless voyage through the calm zone. After testing his new abilities, Rasho returned to the kitchen to prepare afternoon tea snacks. EE also recovered from her fright, pulling Robin along to paint on the deck with plant pigments. Suddenly, without warning, the temperature around them plummeted. A chilling, damp atmosphere filled with despair and sorrow began to permeate the air. EE's small hand trembled, causing her paintbrush to drop onto the wooden deck, leaving a small patch of colorful stains. She hugged her arms, her small face etched with sadness. Rasho, she said, her voice tinged with a slight quiver of grievance. I feel so sad inside. As Rasho handled the dough, he paused, raising his head to look ahead. At that moment, he noticed a thick fog had inexplicably enveloped the sea surface. A massive, dilapidated, pitch-black sailing ship quietly emerged from the mist like a ghost. Its hull was adorned with tattered black sails and dark green seaweed, emitting an unsettling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. It floated silently upon the water, resembling a coffin adrift for centuries. Unlike the sadness E felt, Nico Robin transformed upon seeing the ship. She dashed to the bow, quickly retrieving a portable telescope from her backpack. Bringing the telescope to her eyes, she focused on the ominous black vessel. The figurehead's carving style, the curvature of the hull, and the three-masted rigging. Nico Robin's voice quivered with overwhelming excitement. She lowered the telescope, whirled around, and shouted to Rasho, who was stepping out of the cabin. Mr. Rasho, this ship's design dates back at least 800 years. Good heavens, it has survived to this day. Her face lost its usual calmness and detachment, replaced by the fervor and obsession of an archaeologist uncovering the remnants of a lost civilization. This obsession even eclipsed the chilling fear that the ship evoked within her soul. Rasho gazed at the vessel, exuding an aura of infinite resentment, his expression remaining tranquil. It has not merely been preserved, he stated, his voice low yet clear, reaching Robin's ears. It has become a collective embodiment of countless grievances, eternally trapped in this sea. 800 years. Upon hearing the precise phrase, Robin's breath quickened. A blank century. This ship might well be a relic from that era. Could there be clues to historical truths aboard? Rasho observed her longing expression, then glanced down at Yi, who was tugging at his clothing with a furrowed brow. He smiled softly. It seems we ought to board and take a look. Chapter 40. The Song of Lost Souls. The salty fish slowly approached the pitch-black sailing ship. The vessel did not move, yet it seemed like a massive vortex, drawing in all surrounding light and sound. The closer they drew, the more intense the chilling aura became. The air began to fill with faint, almost imperceptible whispers. These voices, laden with despair, pain, and unwillingness, penetrated directly into one's mind. Nico Robin felt a wave of dizziness, a sharp pain shooting through her temples. She had to concentrate all her mental faculties to barely resist this soul-corroding invasion. Fared worse. Her small face had turned pallid, her lips devoid of color. She clutched Rasho's garment tightly, her body trembling uncontrollably as her voice cracked with impending tears. "It's cold. I feel so unwell." Rasho extended his arm. A faint golden aura began to shimmer around her, forming a warm, transparent shield enveloping the three of them. The moment the barrier took shape, all the chilling energies were kept at bay, and the soul-piercing whispers vanished without a trace. Nico Robin felt as though she had emerged from the icy depths of the sea back onto a sunlit beach. The warmth rising from deep within her soul restored her clarity in an instant. She gazed at Rasho's calm profile, her shock beyond the capacity for words. What was this power? Rasho held in his arms, lightly pushing off the ground. His body transformed into a fleeting shadow, gliding effortlessly across the distance between the two ships, landing softly on the deck of the ghostly vessel. Robin immediately followed. The moment her feet touched the deck, a disconcerting creaking sound echoed. The wooden planks beneath her were decayed, covered with a thick, slimy black substance that exuded the scent of seawater and decay. Broken masts, shattered ropes, and torn sails. The entire ship resembled a skeleton gnawed clean by time. With the three of them boarding, this skeletal remnant came to life. The vessel's grievances boiled over. The cold atmosphere condensed into a tangible form, as indistinct shadows made purely of black mist emerged from every nook and cranny of the ship's cabin, masts, and deck. They bore no facial features, only hollow voids radiating a crimson glow. Those fiery eyes locked onto Rasho and the others. Suddenly, an unearthly wail erupted as countless shadows opened their invisible mouths, unleashing a soul-rending shriek. The sonic waves transformed into tangible impacts, forcefully colliding against the golden shield erected by Luo Xiu. The surface of the shield rippled with concentric waves, yet it remained as steadfast as a mountain. Immediately thereafter, all the phantoms of the deceased, akin to an enraged swarm of bees, surged from all directions, overwhelming the trio with their frenzied assault. They extended their razor-sharp claws, trailing long black tails, intent on tearing the intruders apart. Faced with such a bizarre and terrifying onslaught, Nico Robin's combat instincts were instantaneously awakened. She sank her body lower, crossing her arms, as the powers of the Hana Nomi were prepared for action. 6 petals. She was ready to conjure a shield of arms before her to withstand the initial wave of the phantom's assault. However, just as she was about to unleash her ability, Luo Xiu raised a hand and gently pressed it upon her shoulder. "No need," he uttered, his voice calm, imbued with a reassuring strength. Robin halted her movements, casting a puzzled glance at Luo Xiu. The phantoms were now but an arm's length away, their sharp, vengeful claws already grazing the surface of the shield. Why was he denying her the chance to defend? Luo Xiu offered no explanation. Instead, he lowered his gaze to Yi, who had buried her face into his chest in fear. He spoke in the gentlest of tones. "Yi, do you remember the song I taught you? Sing it for them. They seem to be in great pain." Upon hearing Luo Xiu's words, Yi trembled slightly. Cautiously, she poked her small head out from the safety of his embrace. Gazing at the surrounding grotesque, frenzied shadows, she recoiled in fear once more. Yet, Luo Xiu's warm hand gently patted her back, imparting a steadying force that continuously flowed into her. "It's all right, I am here." The claws of the phantoms had fully made contact with the golden shield. Sizzle, like snow meeting a hot iron, the dark, vengeful essences emitted plumes of black smoke upon contact with the shield, accompanied by a sound akin to dissolution. Nevertheless, they continued their reckless assault with unyielding fervor. Nico Robin abandoned any notion of defense, her full attention fixed on the unfolding scene. She yearned to comprehend what this man intended to accomplish. Within Luo Xiu's warm embrace, under the aegis of absolute safety, Ee's trepidation gradually dissipated. She recalled the gentle expression on Luo Xiu's face while he taught her to sing. Closing her eyes, she reminisced about that familiar melody. Then, summoning all her courage, she softly hummed the first note with a voice that trembled yet remained pure and devoid of impurities. It was a simple tune, devoid of lyrics. Like morning dew, it dripped onto leaves. Like a mountain spring, it flowed over smooth pebbles. The moment her song resonated, the entire world fell silent. The frenzied phantoms battering against the shield froze abruptly, their outstretched claws suspended in midair. The violent, Destructive desires embodied in their vengeful essence rippled like stones cast into a placid lake. Following this, Yi sang the second note, then the third. The first phantom relinquished its claws. The scarlet glow enveloping its form began to fade rapidly, replaced by a soft, almost translucent white aura. Its once indistinct outline began to sharpen. Before them stood a young man clad in tattered sailor's garb. His hollow visage gradually revealed its features. He gazed at the singing Yi, and all traces of madness and hatred vanished from his eyes, composed of vengeance. What remained was an enduring sorrow and liberation that had persisted for 8 centuries. He bowed slightly toward Yi, performing an ancient and formal gesture of doffing his cap. Then, his body transformed into countless pure white motes, smiling as they dissipated into the air. 1, 2, 10 hundreds. As Yi's song continued, an increasing number of frenzied phantoms fell silent. They shed their grotesque exteriors, revealing their true forms from life: sailors, cooks, navigators. Chapter 41. The Straw Hat of Joy Boy. As the last phantom dissolved into motes of light, Yi's song gradually came to a halt. She opened her eyes, leaning wearily against Luo Xiu, her head gently nuzzling against him, bewildered by the events that had just transpired. All she comprehended was that the burdensome feelings that had plagued her were gone. Nico Robin gazed in astonishment at the pure and innocent girl beside her, then surveyed their surroundings. With the dissolution of all vengeful essences, the chilling atmosphere that had enveloped the ghost ship dissipated. For the first time, sunlight pierced through the clouds, bathing the vessel that had languished for 8 centuries in its warm glow. The golden light illuminated the decaying deck and shattered masts, dispelling the last vestiges of darkness from the corners. The ship had finally awakened from an 8-century-long nightmare. At that moment, a flicker of lingering, pure light emanated from the direction of the captain's quarters. The light was not blinding but warm and gentle, as if guiding them onward. It was an obsession. Nico Robin instinctively spoke, her voice resonating with the focused characteristic of an archaeologist. All resentment has been purified, leaving only the original, purest thought. Let us take a look. Luo Xiu, cradling the drowsy Yi, led the way toward the captain's quarters. The door to the captain's quarters stood ajar, gently pushed open by an invisible sea breeze as they approached. Creak. The door hinges groaned under the weight of years. The scene within the room unfolded before the trio. Unlike the dilapidation of the deck outside, this space was relatively well preserved. A massive nautical chart table occupied most of the room, scattered with parchment that had turned to dust. The source of the light was a colossal treasure chest in the center of the room. Crafted from deep-sea driftwood, the chest was adorned with intricate, ancient patterns, the style of which Nico Robin had only encountered in a scant few historical texts she had deciphered. Just as the three entered the captain's quarters, a crisp click echoed as a mechanism was triggered. The long-sealed treasure chest, untouched for 8 centuries, automatically opened. Nico Robin's breath caught in her throat. She was more exhilarated than Luo Xiu, momentarily forgetting the presence of the two beside her. She dashed forward, hands bracing against the chest's edge, peering inside with reverence, as if gazing upon the most precious historical document. Inside the chest lay not gold or silver, nor invaluable ancient weapons. Only 2 items rested quietly within. The first was an enormous straw hat, its size far beyond that which an ordinary human could wear. It lay there in serene stillness, woven from some unknown plant fiber, having endured 8 centuries without a trace of decay, retaining its original form in all its glory. The second object was a perpetual pointer, long ceased from movement, its hand forever fixed in a singular direction. The design of the pointer was antiquated, with a thick layer of dust cloaking the glass cover. Yet, beneath it, the pointer still shimmered with a metallic gleam. Nico Robin trembled as she extended her hand. She refrained from touching the pointer, instead allowing her fingertips to gently caress the vast straw hat, imbued with an infinite reverence. This size, she murmured in a dreamlike whisper. It cannot belong to an ordinary giant. I have seen the warriors of Elbaf, and their heads are not so grand. In her mind, the forbidden tomes from the O'Hara Library began to flutter their pages with fervor. Countless fragmented, disorganized legends and accounts coalesced into a lucid narrative, all woven together by this very hat. It is meant for a race more extraordinary, or a wild thought, so fervent it nearly caused her heart to leap from her chest, surged into her consciousness, a name erased from the annals of history by the world government, yet leaving innumerable legends in its wake. Oh my God, Joy Boy, she exclaimed, the name escaping her lips like an incantation. It seemed to possess an inexhaustible magic. At the moment she uttered it, the wreck of the ship emitted a faint, joyful hum. Yes, it must be. This is undoubtedly Joy Boy's legacy. A fervor and obsession bloomed on Nico Robin's face, a flush of excitement coursing through her veins. Her gaze then fell upon the perpetual pointer beside the straw hat. With utmost care, she wiped away the dust from the glass cover. The base of the pointer bore an ancient inscription, clearly depicting a geographical name, the fabled land revered by all pirates as the ultimate dream, yet unreachable by any. The ultimate island, chronicling the truths of the blank century. Nico Robin's lips trembled as she deciphered each letter. R-A-F-T-D-E-L-U. Raftel. The pointer, belonging to Joy Boy's straw hat, directing towards the ultimate island, Raftel. The two most crucial and core pieces of the puzzle regarding the history of the blank century manifested before her without warning. Nico Robin felt her mind go blank. An overwhelming sense of happiness, akin to a tsunami, engulfed her in an instant. She felt as if she might faint from elation. 20 years of flight. 20 years of betrayal and exploitation. 20 years of solitude and despair. The sole belief sustaining her existence had been the quest for the true history, to unravel the mysteries that her mother and all the scholars of O'Hara had pursued with their lives. And now, the key to the answers lay before her. Mother. She could no longer support her body, her legs giving way as she knelt before the treasure chest. Warm tears poured uncontrollably from her eyes. Yet her face radiated a brilliant smile, devoid of any shadow. It was a joy that had not graced her since she was 8 years old. Emerging from the depths of her soul, Rosho, cradling Yi, stood quietly beside her, observing this scene. His expression mirrored that of an audience member seated in the best spot of a theater, witnessing the most poignant and tear-jerking moment of the entire film. How beautiful! He mused softly, appreciating the pure emotion of a scholar encountering the truth at the edge of despair. Yi peeked out from Rashu's embrace, rubbing her sleepy eyes, gazing curiously at Nico Robin, who was both crying and laughing on the ground. She tugged on Rashu's shirt, inquiring softly, Rosho, what's wrong with Sister Robin? She has simply found the conclusion of her favorite story, Rosho replied thoughtfully, explaining in a manner a child could comprehend. Chapter 42. Robin, I have come to understand. The story's conclusion? Yi tilted her head, her large eyes brimming with curiosity. Following Robin's gaze, she too looked towards the large chest. Inside lay the immense straw hat. Resting quietly, it appeared ancient, yet exuded warmth. The girl's curiosity was completely piqued. She wriggled free from Rashu's arms, scampering to the treasure chest with eager steps. Sister Robin, don't cry. Yi reached out her hand, gently patting Robin's back. Nico Robin's body quivered slightly, and she slowly raised her head, her tear-streaked face offering Yi a tender smile. I'm not crying, Yi. I am just overwhelmingly happy. Yi nodded, half understanding. She stood on her tiptoes, straining to peer over the edge of the treasure chest to gaze at the large straw hat. This hat is so big, she exclaimed, extending her delicate hand, filled with curiosity, to gently touch the edge of the hat. The moment her fingertips grazed the fibers of the straw hat, time stood still. Yi's little body froze abruptly. An indescribable, profound sadness surged from the depths of her heart, unbidden and overwhelming, as if she had lost something incredibly significant, something long forgotten, buried deep in her subconscious. Yet this sorrow had never truly vanished. It merely lay dormant, awaiting the right moment to awaken. A single clear, scalding tear slipped uncontrollably from the corner of Yi's eye, plopping down. The tear fell upon the ancient straw hat, instantly soaking into the parched fibers, vanishing without a trace. Yi stared in bewilderment, raising her hand to touch her damp cheek. She could not fathom why she was crying. She simply felt an immense, inexplicable sadness. The hat evoked a sense of familiarity and warmth, yet also profound sorrow. Nico Robin observed the entire scene, her smile freezing in place. Yi had shed a tear of sorrow, after touching the straw hat. Why? A thought, once deemed too absurd and mad to entertain, now struck her mind like a brilliant flash of lightning, dispelling all the fog clouding her thoughts. The ghost ship from 8 centuries past, the souls trapped for 800 years, filled with resentment and despair. Yi's lullaby, devoid of power, yet capable of purifying all grievances. This gigantic straw hat belonging to Joy Boy, and the tear Yi shed upon touching it. All the clues, all the illogical miracles, converged into a complete and clear circle at that moment. The final piece of the puzzle. The last piece affirming that forbidden legend had fallen into place. Nico Robin's body began to tremble uncontrollably, not out of fear, but rather from an exhilarating encounter with the ultimate truth. She abruptly turned her head to face the man who had been standing silently beside her, Luo Xiu. He was looking down, gazing at the tearful Ee in his arms. His expression was complex, a mixture of tenderness for Ee, resignation, and an understanding that seemed to affirm, as expected. Nico Robin comprehended fully. She understood completely. This man had known from the very beginning. He was aware that this ship would appear here. He knew that Ee's song could purify the souls of the departed. He was cognizant of what lay within the chest. He even knew Ee's true identity. Every seemingly casual action of his harbored the most profound of intentions. He had taken her out to sea, not for leisure, but deliberately to witness all of this. He intended for her, the sole descendant of O'Hara capable of deciphering the true history, to behold this world-altering scene with her own eyes. Rashu sensed her gaze and lifted his head. He offered no explanation, merely extending his hand to gently wipe away the tears from Ee's face, cradling the girl once more in his embrace. Then, with a single motion of his hand, the enormous treasure chest, along with the straw hat and eternal pointer inside, vanished from sight, absorbed into an unknown storage space. These items were not yet meant to reveal themselves to the world. He stated this calmly. Nico Robin fell silent. She looked at Rashu, and then at Ee, who was burying her face and sobbing pitifully. The fervor, obsession, and exhilaration in her eyes gradually faded, replaced by an unprecedented sense of solemnity and resolve. She adjusted her clothing, then, facing Rashu, bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle. This gesture was more formal and devout than any previous expression of gratitude or acceptance she had shown. Mr. Rashu, she spoke, her voice steady and devoid of tremors, filled instead with unwavering determination. I believe I now understand what you meant earlier. I also comprehend the true significance of your decision to leave me on Fishman Island. Rashu held Ee, listening quietly without a word. Nico Robin straightened up, looking into Rashu's eyes, employing the most earnest words of her life. From this day forth, I, Nico Robin, am willing to interpret any history for you, offering my knowledge and loyalty in their entirety. Her loyalty had once been coveted by countless ambitious individuals, yet she had never bestowed it upon anyone. It had merely served as her bargaining chip for survival. But today was different. I have but one request. Please allow me to remain here. Please permit me to witness the truth of history. As she spoke, her gaze fell upon the figure in Rashu's arms. To witness the return of the queen. This was the first time Nico Robin willingly and wholeheartedly offered everything she had to another, not for survival, not for barter, but for the singular truth she had sought throughout her 20 years of despair. It was for the faint yet profoundly real hope that lay before her. Rashu regarded her, observing this woman who had been pursued by the world for 2 decades, now revealing a countenance of relief and conviction. He smiled. I accept your fealty. Welcome, Nico Robin. You are now officially the archaeologist of the Thousand Sunny. At that instant, as Rashu's words resonated, as Nico Robin's heart, which had drifted for 20 years, finally found a home, a sound that only Rashu could hear echoed in his mind. Ding. Special interaction detected, capturing the key to history, Nico Robin. Target willingly becomes the host's follower. Congratulations, host. Hidden conditions met, reward obtained. Sensen fruit ability upgrade, intermediate. Upgrading abilities, 1, 25, 78, 100. Upgrade complete. Chapter 43, The Fantastical Drift of Bartholomew Kuma. Upgrade complete. The sound in his mind faded. Something dormant within Rashu awakened. If the previous Sensen fruit had granted him absolute dominion over Fishman Island, then now, that dominion was expanding and proliferating in unimaginable ways. He closed his eyes, envisioning the Thousand Sunny beneath him, every vine rejoicing and radiating newfound vitality. He could perceive the vast doldrums and the sea creatures he had once frightened away, their colossal life force vividly manifesting within his sensory network. Even further, his consciousness extended along an invisible thread, reaching into the Grand Line and across the seas. The entire world transformed in his perception into a world tree composed of innumerable roots and branches, with him as its heart. Intermediate Sensen fruit. This was no longer mere plant manipulation. It was the preliminary mastery over the realms of life and the concept of space. Mr. Rashu? Nico Robin's voice pulled him back from that wondrous perception. She had straightened, her previous excitement and fervor now beautifully tempered, replaced by a scholar's calmness and focus. She had accepted reality and found her new place. Rashu opened his eyes and smiled at her. Welcome aboard, Robin. He extended his hand, gesturing gently. The ghost ship, burdened by 8 centuries of solitude, began to sprout countless emerald vines emanating a soft glow. The vines tenderly enveloped the entire vessel, making no sound as they gently dragged it into the depths of the sea. allowing it to join the souls that had found their peace and embrace true rest. Having completed this act, Luo Xiu turned, cradling the still sobbing Yi, and made his way toward the cabin. It was time to return. Afternoon tea was approaching. Nico Robin watched his retreating figure, then glanced at the now tranquil sea before following him. She knew that a brand new chapter, one capable of upending the entire world, would be penned by this man's hand from this day forth, and she would be its sole witness. Meanwhile, in the latter half of the Grand Line, an island recently ravaged by war burned under the dusk. Ruins lay scattered, and the air was thick with the stench of gunpowder and blood. Corpses piled high. A towering figure, as formidable as an iron tower, stood silently atop the mound of bodies. Clad in black, he held a thick Bible in his enormous paw-like hand. A stark contrast to the sacred tome. Bartholomew Kuma, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, known as the Tyrant. He had just concluded a massacre. The world government's directive was clear: eliminate the bloodhand pirates who had attacked the transport ship of the Celestial Dragons. The mission was flawlessly executed. His internal modification program rendered a cold judgment. However, deep within his mechanical core, the consciousness of Bartholomew Bear, a cadre of the Revolutionary Army, was preoccupied with another directive. This command originated from the Supreme Commander of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon. The actions of the Bloodhand were excessively brutal. They would never become our allies. Only obstacles on the path of future revolution, to be eradicated. Each time he wielded the butcher's knife for the world government, it was akin to a slow dismemberment of his very soul. His augmented body felt neither fatigue nor pain. Yet, the anguish stemming from the rift between his beliefs and actions tormented him more than any form of torture. He closed the Bible in his hands and raised his gaze. The twilight glow bathed his metallic visage, reflecting no light. In his mind flashed the image of a mad scientist clad in a white lab coat, followed by a girl with pink twin ponytails devouring pizza. Finally, his thoughts settled upon a man cloaked in green, adorned with tattoos on his face, Dragon. Together, they pursued a world where all could possess freedom and dignity. This was the sole anchor that sustained him through this torment. He turned and took heavy steps away from this inferno of humanity. Each stride he took was as precise as a mechanical measurement. Soon, he arrived at a deserted coastal cliff. There was no need for him to verify the course. The coordinates of the Revolutionary Army's secret base, Baldigo Island, had long been etched into the depths of his memory core using the most sophisticated algorithms. As a weapon, he never erred. He lifted his right hand, covered in a gelatinous substance. This hand could repel anything: air, fatigue, harm, even a human body. With these hands, he had eliminated countless enemies for the world government and delivered innumerable supplies and intelligence to the Revolutionary Army. He glanced at his palm, devoid of any emotional upheaval. "Where shall your travels take you?" he murmured to himself in a monotone, programmed voice. This customary query, at that moment, resonated with an endless desolation. In the next instant, he slowly pressed his massive gelatinous palm against his chest. A familiar, space-repelling force surged forth. His body was instantly compressed into a singular point of light, transforming into a streak of luminescence imperceptible to the naked eye, soaring skyward and vanishing beyond the horizon. Normal initiation. Precise trajectory. Predetermined destination. Everything transpired just as it had in the hundreds of previous transmissions. The streak of light traversed the subspace corridor at high speed, surrounded by distorted light and color. However, mere seconds after he entered the passage, an exceedingly minute anomaly, which should not have existed, emerged. A slender, seemingly sentient green beam of light seeped through the crevices of the spatial wall without warning. It appeared so fragile, a stark contrast to the tumultuous energy of the entire spatial corridor. Yet, it bore an irresistible will from a higher realm. It gently entwined itself around the streak of light that was Bartholomew Bear. There was no violent collision, no clash of energies. It was as if a thread had deftly ensnared a speeding arrow. As Bartholomew Bear sped through the void, the core of his consciousness, governed by programs and calculations, experienced a malfunction for the very first time. Alert! Alert! Unknown spatial interference detected. Trajectory coordinates forcibly altered. Recalculating, calculation failure. Target parameters unresolvable, resolution failure. The streak of light that embodied him traced a bizarre arc in the air, one that defied the laws of physics, pulled by that seemingly delicate green thread, veering from its original course towards an unknown coordinate not cataloged in his database. Chapter 44. Luo Xiu. Oh, a lost bear. Bartholomew Bear attempted to resist. He forcibly activated the capabilities of the mochi fruit, trying to repel the strange force that was dragging him off course. A dull hum resonated in his palm. Yet, Nothing transpired. His ability appeared to penetrate a void. Receiving no feedback, the green thread remained steadfastly attached to him, completely disregarding his resistance. Warning. Spatial repulsion ability activation failed. Energy rebound failed. Analyzing interference source. Analysis failed. A barrage of cold red alerts flooded the core of his computational mind. This supercomputer, crafted by Vegapunk himself and capable of sustaining the computational demands of an entire scientific core, encountered a phenomenon it could not comprehend for the first time. Unknown. Error. Unresolvable. The pulling force intensified abruptly. It was no longer a mere tug, but a violent drag. The streak of light that was him was forcibly yanked down from the stratosphere, plunging towards the deep blue sea below. The speed increased exponentially. His body ignited from the friction with the atmosphere, appearing as a genuine meteor plummeting to Earth. Bartholomew Bear's consciousness plunged into unprecedented chaos. His pride, the machi fruit deemed nearly unsolvable by Vegapunk, could repel all tangible objects, even intangible concepts like fatigue, injury, and memory. Yet now it faltered. In the face of this mysterious power, he felt so diminutive, so powerless. The outline of the island came into sharper focus at the edge of his vision. It exuded a breath of life, so overwhelming it was suffocating, like a colossal, unrefined emerald silently floating atop the ocean. The source of that force resided there. In the final moments before his descent, Bartholomew Bear relinquished all futile resistance. His consciousness transitioned from that of a revolutionary army cadre back to a cold instrument of war. Unable to resist, he chose to endure. He instantaneously enveloped his entire body with the capabilities of the machi fruit, forming an invisible, absolute defensive cushion. This was the strongest defensive posture he could muster. In the next second, boom! His colossal form crashed into the ocean before the island like an uncontrollable deep-sea bomb. Instantly, a towering wave over 100 meters high surged skyward, only to fall silently under the enigmatic laws of the windless zone. Everything returned to tranquility, as if nothing had transpired. At the depths of the sea, dozens of meters below, Bartholomew Bear's immense figure gradually rose. With a splash, he broke through the water's surface, sending a cascade of droplets flying. The frigid seawater only reached his waist. He surveyed his surroundings. The sea was calm, the surface like a mirror, the windless zone. After confirming the coordinates, his gaze locked onto the island ahead. The vitality of the island was astonishingly vibrant. The life energy pervading the air was so dense that even his nearly entirely augmented body felt a long-lost sense of comfort. Within his mind, a supercomputer was retrieving the highest classified database of the world government at an astonishing speed of billions of operations per second. Keywords: doldrums, unknown island. High concentration of life energy. Matching in progress. Match failed. No records of this island in the database. Warning: geographic information detected overlapping with the highest classified files. G0. Forcibly retrieving file, G0, permission verification successful. The contents of the file were exceedingly succinct, comprising only a few terse lines. Codename, Eden. Area description, located at unknown coordinates within the doldrums, featuring an insurmountable spatial barrier. Directive, permanently designated as a top-level restricted zone. Anyone approaching shall be eliminated without exception. This command is issued directly by the five elders. Just a few lines, yet they sent a shudder of data distortion through Bear's meticulously modified core processor, which was supposed to remain utterly composed. A command from the five elders, issued without hesitation. Eliminate without exception. The sharp instincts of a high-ranking revolutionary cadre and the pinnacle of danger assessment systems within his augmented body simultaneously triggered the most intense and highest-level alarm he had ever experienced. Danger level. Recommendation: immediate evacuation. Evacuation failed. The space is locked by an unknown force field. Bear stood motionless, rooted to the spot. He had trespassed into a forbidden realm that even the five elders feared, forced to seal off. He needed to ascertain what power had compelled him away from his intended course and ensnared him here. Meanwhile, on Fishman Island, in the Sky City, in a kitchen woven from clouds, Luo Xiu reclined in a vine-crafted chair, observing Yi and Nico Robin frolicking amidst the sea of clouds. Yi's laughter rang like the most enchanting music in the world. Suddenly, Luo Xiu's brow furrowed slightly. He sensed it. A colossal, power-laden life form had breached the perception layer he had established around the island. It was akin to a stone cast into his tranquil lake. Moreover, Luo Xiu's consciousness gently swept over the intruder. He beheld a towering figure, reminiscent of an iron tower, and within that figure, an immense, deeply compressed sorrow weighed heavily. Akin to the depths of the ocean, countless fragmented memories, a soul subjected to torment, a belief steadfastly held amidst despair. This time, a formidable entity had arrived. Luo murmured to himself. Furthermore, it seemed to harbor an abundance of sorrowful tales within. The subtle change in his demeanor was immediately detected by Nico Robin. She halted her playful antics with swiftly appearing before Luo, her expression shifting to one of vigilance. Another guest, perhaps, following the previous ghost ship incident. She had come to understand that every unexpected occurrence around this man was far from coincidental. Just a lost bear, Luo chuckled lightly, his demeanor relaxed. He bore no malice towards this visitor. However, he disliked having his afternoon tea disrupted, particularly by the heavy aura emanating from the stranger, which caused not far away, to instinctively cease her laughter and cast a worried glance in this direction. Luo resolved to adhere to the customary hospitality of Fishman Island, with courtesy preceding any confrontation. He raised his hand and gently snapped his fingers towards the distant sea. Snap! The sound was crisp. Nico Robin followed his gaze, seeing nothing. Yet she understood that some ability had been activated by this man. Bear stood amidst the frigid seawater, his massive form resembling a sculpture. He refrained from any rash movements. Confronting a forbidden zone that even the world government could not contend with, any impulsive action would equate to suicide. As he rapidly analyzed all available information, desperately seeking a path to safety, an anomaly occurred. Rebirth. The scene before him began to blur. A thick, inexplicable white mist materialized from nowhere, spreading at an alarming rate. Within mere seconds, the dense fog completely engulfed the vibrant island and all surrounding waters. In the expanse of heaven and earth, only a vast expanse of white remained. His observation Haki was utterly obscured by this strange mist, compressing his perception range to less than 1 meter around his body. Chapter 45, Bear. Your sorrow is about to overflow. Bartholomew Bear stood in a realm of pure white. The eerie mist cloaked everything, sight, sound, even his proud observation Haki. At that moment, a will pierced through the fog, directly descending upon his consciousness core. This is a forbidden ground. Trespassers shall halt. No pressure, no killing intent, nor any desire for conquest, merely a declaration. Alert. Unknown type of Conqueror's Haki detected. Waveform analysis, failure. Does not match any known Conqueror's Haki in the database. Threat level assessment, failure. Repeat, threat level cannot be estimated. Cold mechanical alarms flashed frantically within his mind, transforming into a blinding red. Yet, the consciousness belonging to the revolutionary cadre bear felt an unprecedented shock. This will. It was distinctly different from Dragon's desire to overturn the world and engulf everything. It also diverged from the domineering presence of the red-haired, whose mere existence could overshadow the heavens and the earth. Bear abandoned any tentative actions, standing quietly to express his lack of malice. In the Sky City, the Cloud Kitchen, Luo reclined comfortably in his chair, feeling as though the entire world had fallen into silence. His newly upgraded abilities had granted him a control over Fishman Island that reached an entirely new dimension. The mist that had just enveloped them, along with that warning, was merely a doorbell he had casually set up. As long as the visitor bore no ill intent, the doorbell would not transform into a death knell. Luo, has the great bear outside lost his way? He had unknowingly ceased her play and rushed to Luo's side. Tugging at his clothing, concern etched on her little face. Although she could not see, she sensed a vast, sorrow-laden entity trapped outside. Robin approached as well, standing respectfully beside Luo. Mr. Luo, is there anything you need me to do? She had positioned herself as the guardian of this island, and the first line of defense for the queen. No need, Luo waved his hand, signaling her to relax. It was merely a lost giant, with no malice intended. The term guest reminded Robin of the ghost ship. She refrained from further questioning, choosing instead to stand quietly by, trusting in this man's judgment. Luo's consciousness curiously observed the massive figure upon the sea. An intriguing soul, a body transformed into a cold weapon. Yet a flame capable of altering the world burned deep within its spirit, burdened with the infamy of a tyrant, yet harboring the most tender of wishes. A colossal amalgamation of contradictions and sorrow. Such a narrative is far more intriguing than mere tales of strength. Oh, he has become still, exhibiting a certain politeness. Luo Xiu chuckled softly. He sensed that the bear, upon receiving the warning, had entirely abandoned its resistance, standing silently, as if it were a statue carved from stone. This indicated that the creature's intellect far surpassed its brute force. Luo Xiu, with nestled in his arms, felt her tug at his garment. her voice a gentle whisper tinged with a hint of nasal tone. That big bear seems quite sorrowful. Sorrowful? Luo Xiu raised an eyebrow, casting his gaze down upon Yi's clear eyes, which mirrored the vastness of the cloud sea. Her perception appeared to be even more acute than he had anticipated. She could penetrate the facade of power and touch the very essence of the soul's emotions. Since Yi had made such an observation, perhaps this visitor warranted a few words of conversation. Luo Xiu straightened his posture, extending a finger to delicately tap the air before him. An invisible ripple emanated from his fingertip, merging with the thick fog below. Bartholomew Bear's wait did not last long. A man's voice, without any forewarning, resonated directly within his mind. The voice was youthful and carried a hint of languor. Hey, I ask you, where do you intend to travel? Boom. This question struck like a million thunderclaps within the core of the bear's consciousness. His body, a towering edifice forged from iron, which had never trembled before, quaked violently at that moment. This was the habitual inquiry he posed to himself during solitude. The only interrogation of his soul every time he executed a mission or exiled himself. How could this person know? Who are you? The bear strained every ounce of strength to squeeze out those 3 words. His voice resonated through his vocal cords, yet also echoed directly in the other's mind. Me? The languid voice paused, seemingly pondering how to respond. I am merely a cook. A cook? This answer sent the bear's processor into another bout of confusion. Almost immediately, the voice adopted a more casual tone, laced with a hint of playful mockery. I say, Mr. Tyrant Bear, your mission is to report to Baldigo Island, isn't it? How did you end up in the fish pond of my backyard? Tyrant Bear, Baldigo Island. Not only did the other party know his identity, but they also possessed intimate knowledge of the highest secrets of the Revolutionary Army. Bartholomew Bear felt his body, crafted from the most sophisticated alloys, growing colder with each passing moment. What manner of being was he confronting? He ceased inquiring about the other's identity, for that was now devoid of significance. Instead, he posed a more crucial question. What do you intend to do? The other had forcibly summoned him here and unveiled everything about him. What was their aim? The voice fell silent for a moment. When it resumed, all previous languor and jest had vanished, replaced by a curious tone devoid of emotion. I merely wish to observe. What expression will a person, willing to forsake their flesh, barter their soul, and bear all sins and suffering for an ideal, display when they realize that everything they have steadfastly upheld is, in fact, meaningless? That would undoubtedly be fascinating. Each word of this statement transformed into the sharpest of daggers, precisely and ruthlessly dissecting the bear's heart, which lay wounded beneath its steel exterior. Everything he upheld was meaningless? Impossible. The dragon's ideals, the struggles of his companions, the world where all could attain freedom. How could that be devoid of significance? An unprecedented storm of anger and fear, originating from the depths of his soul, materialized into a palpable tempest of energy. The pacifist transformation program within him spiraled completely out of control in that instant. Buzz. The powers of the meatball fruit surged to their zenith. He would cast off all of this. Cast off this voice. Cast off this fog. Cast off this malicious curse capable of obliterating his will. However, that languid voice, laced with a hint of nonchalance, resonated once more. Look, you're getting anxious. Your sorrow is nearly spilling over. Just so happens that my Yi finds you pitiable. Consider this a dessert after dinner. In the instant those words fell, the world before Bartholomew Bear transformed. The all-encompassing fog, as if torn apart by an invisible hand, abruptly parted to reveal a breathtaking sky city, suspended high above the clouds, constructed from ethereal wisps of vapor and vines. At the edge of this celestial realm, a young man clad in a white chef's uniform gazed down at him with a tranquil demeanor. Chapter 46. Contemplating the life of a bear. Luo Xiu's voice continued to resonate within the bear's mind, weighty yet light as a feather. A cadre of the Revolutionary Army, yet donned in the attire of the 7 warlords, performing the sordid tasks for the world government. The self within you must be in anguish, is it not? Bartholomew Bear became utterly frozen. His colossal form, akin to an iron tower, seemed to transform into a weathered statue in that moment. The revelation of his identity as a Revolutionary Army cadre, the ultimate secret he guarded with his life, even going so far as to transform himself into a weapon to conceal it, was so casually unveiled by the other. The emergency protocols implanted within him by Vegapunk, designed to respond to any extreme situation, lost all efficacy at that instant. Luo Xiu disregarded the iron tower below, now immobilized, and shifted his tone, infused with just the right amount of enthusiasm. However, you have arrived at a fortuitous time. I happen to have a guest here who may embody the hope that your Revolutionary Army has long sought. As Luo Xiu spoke, Nico Robin's figure became clearer beside him. She stood there, clad in a simple dress, her long black hair billowing in the sea breeze. It was this very face. Bartholomew Bear's calculation core, which should have remained utterly composed, felt as if it had been seared by a glowing iron brand. The face that adorned the world's wanted posters. Marked as the son of the devil with a bounty that continued to escalate. The sole survivor of O'Hara, Nico Robin. Why was she here? On this island. Deemed a forbidden zone even by the elders, which did not exist on any navigational chart. A seemingly omniscient mysterious man. Asin of the devil capable of interpreting the true history. And there was another. The bear's processor struggled to function, directing its gaze towards the figure nestled in the man's embrace. An innocent girl who brought a warmth even to his icy core. Countless incongruous elements coalesced at this moment, forming a combination that defied his understanding. Bartholomew Bear's mind went blank. He suddenly realized he had unwittingly stepped into a far grander game than the Revolutionary Army could conceive, and perhaps even beyond the imagination of the world government itself. He, merely an insignificant pawn, inadvertently dropped onto the chessboard. In the city of the sky, EE tugged at Bartholomew Kuma's sleeve. Kuma, that great bear, why has he ceased to move? Has he malfunctioned? Kuma gently patted her little head, maintaining his languid tone as he continued their private discourse within the recesses of his mind. He pondered the essence of bear life. After addressing EE, he resumed his dialogue with the bear below. You see, why is she here? Because I willed it. My voice carries a didactic tone. I am teaching her how to wield her knowledge correctly in pursuit of historical truth, rather than becoming a mere instrument for some ambitious individuals to interpret ancient weaponry. Your revolutionary army seeks to overturn this decaying world, a commendable thought. Alas, you cannot even find the spark to ignite this world, floundering like a headless swarm of flies in the darkness. Now, I shall tell you. Kuma raised his hand, gently pointing towards Nico Robin nearby. She, Nico Robin, is the revolutionary light that can illuminate your future. The revolutionary light. These 4 words etched themselves deeply into Bartholomew Kuma's core memory, akin to a primordial axiom. Commander Dragon, having devoted his life, and all his comrades, wagered everything to pursue this very light capable of transforming the world. And now, this beacon stands before him. Kuma's gaze seemed to penetrate the vast expanse, piercing through the alloy shell of the bear, directly confronting his soul, which struggled in agony. And you, Bartholomew Kuma, you are a commendable guardian, loyal, formidable, and resolute. Regrettably, you have chosen the wrong entity to protect. This statement sent a shiver through Kuma. The wrong entity. He was safeguarding Commander Dragon, preserving the spark of revolution, and protecting a world where Bonnie could laugh freely. How could this be wrong? Your path does not lie here. Kuma's voice turned serious, shedding its previous playful mockery for a genuine guidance. Go east, to the East Sea. Seek the straw hat. Straw hat. Kuma's memory swiftly searched for this keyword. A newcomer with a bounty that skyrocketed from 30 million to 100 million. Monkey D. Luffy. The one who defeated Crocodile in Alabasta and dared to declare war on the world government at Eni's lobby, a member of the infamous D clan. That is the D's what you should heed. That is the epicenter of the new era's storm. Remaining by Dragon's side, all you can do is continuously use these hands, which can repel anything, to push away your own suffering. However, by following that straw hat, you might witness firsthand how the new world you long for is forged through sheer fists. Kuma's discourse reached its conclusion, having provided ample information and shock. This is my guidance to you. Now, you must choose. Will you venture east to witness the storm I speak of, or remain here, only to be flicked back to your old home in the South Blue, continuing your endless journey of suffering? In the city of the sky, Nico Robin observed as Kuma conversed with the air, while also noticing the immense figure in the sea remain still. Although she could not hear the content, she sensed a force potent enough to alter the world's dynamics flowing between them. This man was once again plucking the strings of fate. Meanwhile, below in the water, Bartholomew Kuma was enduring the most intense information storm of his life. The revolutionary light, Nico Robin. The will of D, Monkey D, Luffy. This enigmatic man had forcibly intertwined 2 threads he had never considered could intersect, and then cast them before him. His words resonated with parts of Commander Dragon's plans, which had hinted at the new era's tide being stirred by a member of the D clan. He must bring this revolutionary intelligence back. Silence. A deathly silence. After a prolonged moment, that titan-like figure stirred. He made no attempt to flee, nor did he launch an attack. Instead, he slowly and solemnly bent his enormous frame. Facing the incomprehensible city of the sky, and that inscrutable man, he deeply bowed. As he did so, a resolute intent, one that risked everything. emanated from the depths of his soul, transcending space and reaching the perception of Kuma. Please, protect the revolutionary light. I offer you all that I have, including this life that no longer belongs to me. Chapter 47, Kuma's Gamble. I accept your sincerity. Kuma's voice resonated faintly within his mind, devoid of discernible emotions. In exchange, I will ensure her safety until she makes her own choice. This response, lacking in any grandiosity, resembled a casual transaction. Yet for Bartholomew Kuma, this was sufficient. His soul, torn, tortured, and shackled by cold programming, found a semblance of peace in that moment. Since the flame of revolution now had the most steadfast guardian, his battered body could undertake the final act, the only one capable of augmenting the revolution's future. He was about to make a gamble wagering everything for the pivotal strategic backup of the Revolutionary Army's future. In the City of the Sky. What is he planning now? Kuma observed as the iron tower below began to stir again, raising an eyebrow. Is he going to perform a vanishing act? However, Nico Robin's vigilance heightened to its peak. She stepped forward, positioning herself between Kuma and EE. Having experienced the ghost ship and this sudden bear descent, she understood that any unexpected occurrence around this island could be linked to world-altering secrets. Only EE curiously peeked her little head out. Is the big bear going to dance? In the water, Bartholomew Kuma slowly raised his gigantic paw, covered in fluffy pads. Not towards the City of the Sky, nor towards himself in preparation for another spatial rebound. He steadily pressed that hand, capable of repelling all, against his own temple. An invisible, intense wave erupted from his palm, radiating outward. Kuma felt it. A vast, complex, yet remarkably pure stream of information was being forcibly extracted from the brain of that cyborg. This was no simple information retrieval. Kuma witnessed countless fragmented images being torn from him. A girl with pink pigtails devouring pizza, her smile brighter than the sun. An endless azure sea carrying youthful vows, a hefty Bible with a name he had long forgotten inscribed on the title page. These remnants belonged to the human known as Bartholomew Kuma. The final emotions and memories ruthlessly extracted, shattered, and violently amalgamated with the cold data concerning pacifists, genetic factors, and human weapons. Even this nearly pain-insensitive cyborg body quivered slightly at this moment, overwhelmed by the excruciating agony of a soul being torn asunder. As Rashi beheld this scene, the languor on his face dissipated for the first time, replaced by a flicker of astonishment. This fellow is indeed formidable. To transmit information, he would go so far as to completely format his own persona and memories. From this moment forth, there would be no more revolutionary cadre Kuma. Only a killing machine of the world government, designated PX-0, would remain. A radiant light coalesced in Kuma's palm. The extracted information, data, memories, and emotions were forcibly compressed and reshaped under his power, ultimately manifesting as a translucent energy entity, radiating a gentle glow. The form of this energy being mirrored the Bible he had long held in his hands. It was the quintessence of his soul and will, as well as the final legacy he left for this world as a revolutionary cadre. Upon completing this act, Kuma's body swayed noticeably, as if all support had been withdrawn. Yet, he remained steadfast. Cradling the Bible composed of light, he cast one final glance toward the direction of the Sky City, the last spark in his eyes extinguished. In the next moment, he expended his final strength to gently push the Bible toward the city in the clouds. Whoosh! The Bible transformed into a streak of luminous light, making no sound as it precisely flew toward Rashi. Be careful, Nico Robin cautioned, crossing her arms before her, as countless arms materialized, swiftly weaving into a dense net to intercept the unidentified object. Relax, Rashi said, placing a gentle hand on Robin's shoulder. I said it's a gift. Instantly, the net woven from arms dissipated. The glowing Bible passed through the invisible barrier of the Sky City, drifting down like a feather that seemed devoid of weight, landing softly in Rashi's hand. He waited, finding it physically weightless. Yet, in his perception, this object bore the heft of an island. He turned and casually tossed the still glowing Bible to Nico Robin behind him. Here, a revolutionary with no way out has entrusted his testament to us. Please keep it safe. A testament? Robin instinctively reached out to catch it. The moment her fingertips brushed against the radiant Bible, an overwhelming torrent of heavy, tragic, and resolute will surged into her mind, mingled with an immense stream of information that could drive any scholar to madness. Countless blueprints and experimental data exploded in her brain. Amidst this storm of information, a remarkably clear blueprint instantly filled her entire vision. A colossal fortress suspended in midair, at its core marked with a name that sent shivers through her very soul. Ancient Weapon King, Energy Core Reproduction Project Blueprint. This was Vegapunk's reverse engineering of ancient weaponry. This was no testament at all. This was clearly a man, consumed by the last embers of his soul, igniting a torch capable of incinerating the world for the future. Nico Robin's body trembled uncontrollably as she held the radiant Bible, as if cradling a searing sun. Below, having relinquished everything, Bartholomew Kuma felt no further attachments. His massive form slowly turned, facing away from Fishman Island. His movements remained precise, but the vitality that belonged to a human had vanished entirely. Now, he was merely a machine programmed with new directives, obeying without question. Final directive: proceed to the East Sea. Mission objective: observe Monkey D. Luffy. Directive priority: highest. He raised his right hand once more. A journey. Then the cold, emotionless synthetic voice emanated from his lips. Where do you wish to go? Buzz. A faint sound resonated. In an instant, his colossal figure transformed into a straight streak of light, soaring into the sky, vanishing into the distant horizon. This time, his trajectory faced no further interference. The Sky City returned to tranquility. Rashi, Ilya tugged at Rashi's garment, tilting her little face up. Did the big bear go on a journey? Yes, Rashi replied, ruffling her little head as he reclined back into his woven chair. He is off in search of new stories. Nico Robin remained rooted in place, clutching the Bible, which gradually stabilized and ceased to be blinding. Unable to calm her tumultuous thoughts, she gazed at Rashi, then at the gift in her hands. Capable of stirring a storm in the world, opened her mouth, yet no words emerged. Ultimately, all her shock and confusion coalesced into a whispered thought, a murmur so soft that only she could hear it. He entrusted the ancient weapon to me? Chapter 48. I heard the world's lament. As the radiant silhouette of Bartholomew Kuma faded entirely from the sky, the thick fog that had enveloped the entire sea and obscured all perception dissipated silently. The surface of the sea returned to calm, and the characteristic stillness of the windless zone descended once more, as if the world-altering meeting had never occurred. On the Sky City, Nico Robin stood rigidly, motionless, cradling the Bible composed purely of light. She felt her arms burdened with immense weight. The gentle warmth at her fingertips belied the deluge of knowledge from the world's foremost scientists, coupled with the final lament of a man burning his soul. Flooding her mind, she found herself teetering on the brink of a meltdown, overwhelmed by the colossal flow of information. A revolutionary who has reached the end of his rope has entrusted his testament to us. Please keep it safe. Rashi's airy words echoed in her ears. A testament? No, this was not a testament at all. This was the culmination of the most audacious research conducted by the world government's most unhinged scientists in Forbidden Realms. This was the most crucial seed sown by a high-ranking cadre of the Revolutionary Army, wagering everything for the future. And now, this bomb, capable of igniting the entire world, had been casually tossed to her by that man. Rashi had reclined back into the vine-woven chair once more, legs crossed, eyes closed in contentment, as if he had merely dispatched a lost carrier pigeon. This extreme, absurd disjunction left Nico Robin's mind blank. She turned to the man, her gaze now imbued with an unmasked, profound awe and confusion. Who exactly is he? What does he intend to accomplish? Why entrust something of this magnitude to me? Study it well. Rashi's languid voice interrupted Robin's tumultuous thoughts without opening his eyes. Within it lies much that you wish to uncover about the dark secrets of the world government. He paused for a moment, opting for a more colloquial expression. Consider it your advance payment for serving as Yi's tutor. Payment. To settle the remuneration of a tutor with a document that might encapsulate the ancient weaponry's core technology? Is there anything more absurd in this world? Nico Robin opened her mouth, only to find herself at a loss for words. She had originally believed that her greatest value upon arriving on this island was to act as a key to decipher the potential historical texts. But now she understood. This man required far more than just an archaeologist. He needed an assistant capable of organizing, analyzing, and comprehending all the intelligence behind this legacy. Her worth had been redefined by this man in a manner she had never imagined. Luo Xiu ceased to speak. His consciousness was enveloped in an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. Bartholomew Kuma, one of the most crucial pawns of the Revolutionary Army, had been successfully marked with his own imprint, leading him towards the East Blue, towards Straw Hat Luffy. This seemingly inconsequential move would surely unleash waves of unimaginable magnitude in the future. The world government, the Revolutionary Army, the Straw Hat Kid. This game was becoming increasingly intriguing. At that moment, a long-forgotten system notification echoed in his mind, imbued with a hint of joy. Ding. Major layout event detected as complete. Event assessment. Successfully established a one-way connection with a key figure of the Revolutionary Army, and through information interference, corrected its core action trajectory, which will have an unpredictable, profound impact on the future world order. Congratulations, host. Epic reward triggered. Reward distribution in progress. Congratulations. Host has acquired. Observation Haki upgrade. Hear the voices of all things, beginner. Ability description. You can now hear and preliminarily understand the voices inherent in non-living entities. Everything has its own will. Please listen attentively, host. A cool, ineffable power, beyond the grasp of language, instantly permeated Luo Xiu's limbs, ultimately converging into his perceptual core. In an instant, the world transformed. With his eyes closed, he could hear. The sky city beneath him, woven from vines and clouds, was buzzing with joyous excitement, reveling in the strength of its master. He heard the lounge chair beneath him, those vines he had nurtured with his own hands, tenderly entwining around his body in a show of affectionate dependency. He heard further away, the vast windless zone, that desolate sea, exhaling and inhaling in an ancient and prolonged rhythm, each breath heavy with the weight of time. At last, his perception focused on the radiant scripture in Nico Robin's hands. He heard not a tangible sound, but a torrent of emotions imprinted directly upon the soul. He heard a man's lament. To protect a girl's smile. For an ideal that seemed out of reach, he willingly transformed himself into an emotionless weapon, enduring his soul's repeated torment. He heard a revolutionary's awakening. After discovering a new light, he unhesitatingly consumed his last vestiges of humanity, transmuting all memory and will into a final gift, solely to illuminate the path to the future. Heavy, tragic, resolute. This was the last echo left by Bartholomew Kuma in this world. This newfound perception rendered Luo Xiu momentarily speechless. It turned out that this was the essence of hearing the voices of all things. What could be heard was not merely the superficiality of objects, but also the weight of history and emotions they carried. Just then, a slight tugging sensation roused him from this profound experience. It was Yi. She had unknowingly approached Nico Robin's side. Robin remained engulfed in overwhelming shock, her body trembling slightly from the burden of too much information, moisture gathering in her eyes. Yi seemed to sense her sorrow. She tilted her small face upwards, gazing at the big sister she had only recently met, and imitating Luo Xiu's usual comforting gestures, gently reached out to pat Robin's hand. The motion was clumsy yet sincere. Don't cry, don't cry. The tender, slightly childish voice resonated. Those simple words seemed to possess the most wondrous magic in the world. Nico Robin's body quivered suddenly. She slowly lowered her head, gazing at the girl with crystal-clear eyes looking back at her. Then she glanced at the heavy scripture in her hands. A tome capable of crushing an entire nation, constructed of radiant light. Finally, she turned her gaze towards the man who had risen from the lounge chair, observing them with keen interest. His eyes, now open, seemed to harbor a world deeper than the sea, a realm anew. A pure, unblemished queen capable of soothing all wounds. A scripture bearing the world's darkest depths and a man's total sacrifice. A mysterious island lord, leisurely and carefree, yet capable of altering the world's fate with a mere snap of his fingers. In that moment, Nico Robin suddenly understood. The flames of O'Hara, 2 decades of flight. The relentless pursuit of the world government. All of it was merely the prologue before she arrived on this island. From this day forth, her life would commence anew on this incredible island, no longer chased by anyone, truly grasped in her own hands. Chapter 49, The Transvestite. Seeking the god of food in the windless zone. Alabasta, rainy grounds. Torrential rain cascaded upon the pyramid of the casino, washing away the ambitions of a man who had poured his life into them. Crocodile's utopia was thoroughly submerged by this sudden downpour. A news bird screeched as it soared over the drenched streets, the newspapers beneath its wings soaked through. A naval soldier snatched one from under its feet, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Extra! Extra! Straw Hat Luffy has defeated the warlord of the sea, Crocodile." On the streets, the surviving citizens and naval soldiers were momentarily stunned before erupting into thunderous cheers. Amidst this cacophony of celebration, one person remained isolated. Click. The cold sea prism stone shackles bound Crocodile's hands, instantly stripping him of all his powers as a devil fruit user. Smoker stood before him, his signature 2 cigars drenched to mere embers, the smoke faint. "It's all over," sang Crocodile. "Huh." Crocodile emitted a disdainful snort from his throat, rainwater cascading down his meticulously styled hair. A young naval officer leaned towards his comrade, lowering his voice in disbelief. "I can't believe he lost to such a rookie." Indeed, he was one of the warlords of the sea, a monster standing at the pinnacle of the Grand Line. A rookie? Straw Hat Luffy? Yet, what flashed through Crocodile's mind was not that infuriating rubber face beneath the straw hat. He had lost, defeated by the very rookie he had looked down upon. It is an undeniable truth, one that ignites a furious flame within him, yet must be acknowledged. His arrogance and his gross underestimation of that young imp's extraordinary resilience ultimately culminated in this catastrophic defeat. However, is that truly the entirety of the explanation? A vague silhouette materializes in Crocodile's mind. Deep within the calm belt, with a mere gesture, he can reduce a colossal reef to mere grains of sand. An ordinary piece of wood has been imbued with a hardness and will surpassing all earthly materials. That man is akin to an invisible poison thorn, having long since embedded itself in the heart of his meticulously crafted plans. It is the fear that this man instills that has left him so restless, and thus emboldened. Nicole Robin dared to confront him, only to vanish without a trace. He had previously believed Robin was merely on a mission, yet her absence now, coupled with his utter defeat, allows Crocodile to finally connect the dots. That was not a mission, it was a complete betrayal. The reason for his defeat at the hands of the Straw Hat crew ultimately lies in the fact that his heart had long since departed from Alabasta. All his energy had been consumed by that unseen specter, leading him to stumble on a small stage, felled by a foolish actor. The Straw Hat brat was merely the last straw that broke the camel's back. The rain cascading down Crocodile's form now felt icy and penetrating, chilling him to the core. Take him to the port. Board the ship. Smoker impatiently waved his hand, interrupting the celebrations. Two Navy officers immediately stepped forward, roughly shoving Crocodile along. Move faster. You worthless hound. Crocodile stumbled, and with a deft flick of his fingers, he activated a miniature golden transponder snail concealed within the sleeve of his black trench coat. A special encrypted frequency, accessible only to the highest-ranking officers of Baroque Works, was silently dispatched. Smoker, do you believe you have one? Crocodile suddenly spoke, his deep voice successfully capturing everyone's attention. Let's talk. Smoker spat out the remnants of his extinguished cigar. A government lackey who only knows how to chase after pirates will never perceive the truth of this world. You, Dashji, standing beside Smoker, instantly drew half of her blade. Silence, Dashji. Smoker restrained her, permitting Crocodile to continue. Crocodile chose not to elaborate further. His purpose had already been fulfilled. Meanwhile, in a certain maritime region of the Grand Line, a gracefully designed swan ship was desperately evading the pursuit of Navy warships. Inside the cabin, a man adorned with heavy theatrical makeup was sorrowfully stretching his body before a mirror, performing a ballet of his own. Oh, dear Straw Hat, dear Vivi, dear Robin. Are you all well? Suddenly, a petite transponder snail in his arms began to ring. It was the golden transponder snail of the president, the one he knew best and revered most. With a clumsy leap, Frankie tumbled to the ground, yet skillfully answered the call. Boss, is that you, boss? You're still alive. From the other end, Crocodile's voice emerged, strained and hoarse, as he struggled to suppress his anger and fatigue. Frankie, it's me, boss. That's wonderful. The others are all here. We'll come to rescue you. We'll take down all those straw hats. Frankie exclaimed, fervently raising his fists, tears and makeup mingling together. Silence, listen to me. Crocodile's voice bore no trace of excess emotion. This is the final directive. Abandon Baroque Works, forsake all that pertains to Alabasta. Your only task now is to survive and evade the Navy. Frankie was taken aback. Boss. Crocodile paused before continuing. Follow the permanent pointer route left by Nicole Robin and seek out. Seek what? Find a man. For the first time, a hint of trepidation mingled with frenzied excitement crept into Crocodile's tone, one he himself had not fully recognized. People call him the god of food. The god of food? What is that? A new code for senior officers? Frankie was filled with questions. Boss, aren't we seeking revenge on the Straw Hat brat? He is. That rubber bastard is of no consequence. Crocodile brusquely interrupted, clearly unwilling to hear that name again. Listen, Frankie. Nicole Robin must be with him. Locate them without alarming them. And find a way to relay all information back to me. That man is the true key. This is my last hope for a comeback. Although Frankie did not fully grasp the backstory, he understood the significance of the final words. Last hope. He recalled the vessel left to him and the straw hats by that former adversary in the ring. He remembered the fleeting yet more genuine than gold friendship forged during their escape together. For friendship, Frankie abruptly straightened up from the ground, executing an exaggerated yet sincere ballet bow towards the transponder snail. And for you, boss, leave this matter to me, the cyborg. I, Frankie, will surely find Robin and that. What was it, god of food? The call was abruptly disconnected. At the port, Crocodile was pushed up the gangway leading to the Navy warship, flanked by 2 Navy officers. One of them, seemingly displeased with him, delivered a harsh kick to his back. "Get on." Crocodile fell forward onto the slick deck, rainwater and mud instantly soiling his high-end trench coat. He did not rage nor resist. Instead, he slowly pushed himself up from the ground with the shackled hands that bound him. He turned back for one last glance at the land he had cultivated for so many years. The rain continued to pour, washing away the prolonged drought, along with the kingdom he had built upon the sands. Smoker and the Navy officers surveyed him from above, adopting the stance of victors. A smile unexpectedly appeared on Crocodile's face. It was not the self-deprecation of a defeated man, nor the cold smile of a schemer, but rather the pathological fervor of a gambler who has wagered everything and anxiously awaits the reveal. He placed his final bet on that unknown man known as the God of Food. Smoker sensed an unsettling instinct arise within him at the sight of Crocodile's peculiar grin. This man did not seem the type to concede easily. Chapter 50. The Actor Frankie. The searchlights of the Navy warships swept through the chaotic port like enormous white swords. Over there, the remnants of Baroque Works. It's Mr. 2 Frankie. Bounty of 32 million. Don't let him escape. Gunfire and shouts blended into a cacophony. A swan-shaped vessel navigated clumsily between the docks, its stern churning up white froth. On board, Frankie executed an exaggerated backflip, evading a volley of bullets. His heavy stage makeup now a disheveled mess from sweat. "Ha! The Navy boys are so enthusiastic. How is my dance looking? Open fire. Reduce him to fragments." A frustrated Navy lieutenant bellowed. As the imminent threat of several speedboats encircled him with crossfire, Conqueror abruptly swung his vessel, skirting perilously close to a reef as he veered into a dark, narrow waterway, momentarily vanishing from the Navy's sight. Pursue. He cannot escape for long. Seconds later, a figure clad in a naval captain's uniform emerged from the shadows at the other end of the waterway, his face contorted with impatient fury. He slapped the helmet of a nearby sailor who was about to charge in. "Fool. A bunch of pigs. What use is it to chase after an empty ship?" The captain gestured vehemently in the opposite direction, his spittle flying. "But the report states he is still aboard." A young sailor timidly interjected. The captain leaned in threateningly, nearly pressing his face against the sailor's. "Are you questioning me? Do you wish to spend your life in the prison of Impel Down, collecting soap?" The sailor trembled, shaking his head frantically, his face drained of color. "Then get lost. Everyone, follow me to the east for a search. Damn it. If we capture that cross-dresser, I shall treat you all to a feast at the Sea Restaurant Bilotti." "Yes, sir." The sailors rallied with a renewed vigor, charging after the captain towards the east. The clamor on the west side of the port gradually subsided. In a dock cluttered with discarded ropes, Conqueror exhaled in relief, reverting to his true self. Cautiously peeking out to confirm that the Navy had indeed been lured away, he sighed deeply and slumped onto the damp ground. "Phew, that was close. I almost lost the chance to perform my enchanting ballet on the world stage." He retrieved a small mirror from his pocket, gazing mournfully at his disheveled makeup. Such a splendid visage worth 10,000 berries, however, this was not the moment for lamentation. He quickly regained his composure and began to scavenge for usable supplies in the abandoned warehouse. Canned goods, fresh water, and a few navigational charts. Gnawed upon by rodents, yet still serviceable. The provisions were sufficient. Returning to his swan-shaped vessel, he noted a few bullet holes in the hull, though they did not hinder navigation. Sitting in the dim glow of an oil lamp within the cabin, he produced the golden transponder snail. The final directive from the boss echoed in his mind. Follow the permanent pointer left by Nico Robin to seek out a man known as the God of Food. The image of that woman, always quietly reading in the corner, surfaced in Conqueror's thoughts. At the Rain Banquet Casino, while others reveled in the frenzy of wealth and desire, she sat alone at the bar, a glass untouched in her hands. An aura of solitude perpetually surrounded her. Could little Robin truly be the kind of person to betray the boss for her own survival? No. The intuition of a cross-dresser told him otherwise. He would fulfill the boss's command, but finding little Robin to uncover the truth of what transpired was also a path that Conqueror, the cross-dresser, must tread. Friendship requires no justification. He inhaled deeply and retrieved a permanent pointer from a hidden compartment. This was entrusted to him by the boss, recording the last known position of Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine's unfortunate incident, and also marking the destination of little Robin's journey. The pointer's magnetic force was extraordinarily potent, the needle vibrating violently beneath the glass cover, steadfastly indicating a direction. Conqueror unfurled the navigational chart he had scavenged, tracing the pointer's direction to find the corresponding coordinates. His finger glided over familiar island names, ultimately pausing at an expansive, nearly blank sea region. This area was framed by two heavy parallel lines, marked in blood red with the ominous warning, doldrums, a place devoid of wind and current, home to countless colossal sea creatures, an abyss of despair for sailors. Fong Kele's finger lingered there, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his brow. To go there? What nonsense. His swan-shaped vessel was merely a small craft driven by wind. Entering the doldrums would be akin to becoming a morsel on a monstrous platter, yet the boss's final hope, little Robin's whereabouts. And that god of food visions of the past flooded his mind. Fear was momentarily eclipsed by a more fervent emotion. Huh. He laughed. Ha ha ha. He sprang to his feet, arms wide in the cramped cabin. The doldrums? How could it possibly obstruct the path of friendship for a cross-dresser? Ignite, my ballet spirit. He began to twirl and leap, executing an exaggerated pirouette, nearly colliding with the cabin's ceiling. A passionate farewell wave, sending an air kiss into the void. His blood surged within him. For the boss. For friendship. Even if it meant confronting hell, he would dance the most magnificent ballet. As night enveloped the sea, a swan-shaped vessel slipped silently from the harbor under the cover of darkness. Fong Kele stood at the bow, one hand on his hip, the other grasping the helm. He gazed at the unwavering pointer that resolutely indicated the course ahead, resolutely adjusting the ship's heading. The bow of the Swan was now aligned with the darkness that symbolized death and the unknown. Little did he know, this voyage undertaken for friendship and duty would unveil sights capable of shattering his entire worldview. As this solitary swan sailed toward the Devil's Sea of Fate. At the other end of the world, in the Marine headquarters at Marineford, smoke curled in the highest conference room of the fortress. A man clad in a white justice coat, bearing the insignia of a vice admiral, tossed a document onto the table. The execution platform had been erected, positioned squarely in the center of the square. The other vice admiral sitting opposite him leisurely tended to a cigar cutter. The summons for the 7 warlords have been dispatched. Correct? No one can be absent this time. All have been sent out. However, you know the nature of those pirates. How many will actually show? Humph. It matters not if they come or not. The protagonists of this affair are not them. The first vice admiral rose and approached the vast floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the brightly lit and heavily guarded fortress below. Whitebeard, that old monster, cannot possibly stand idly by while his son is executed. Then let him come. The cigar-cutting vice admiral finally lifted his head, revealing a grotesque scar across his face. The strongest man on this sea? Merely remnants of a bygone era. He ignited the cigar, inhaling deeply. It is time for the world to witness. The age of pirates will be brought to a close by our own hands. Right here in Marineford. Chapter 51. What shall we eat tomorrow? The doldrums. Void of wind, devoid of waves. Even the cries of seabirds are reluctant to be heard. The salty fish sailed across the mirror-like surface of the sea, like an elegant dining knife slicing through a flawless piece of jelly. Within 100 miles. Those colossal sea kings that once instilled terror in countless navigators now lie submerged in the abyssal depths, trembling and cautious even in their breaths. This maritime expanse has transformed into the private oasis of the soggy fish. Inside the cabin, Nico Robin has maintained her pose for an extended duration. She cradles a Bible composed entirely of pure luminescence, its gentle radiance illuminating her unfocused gaze. Her fingertips can perceive the jade-like warmth of the tangible object. Yet her mind is besieged by a tempest of frigid turmoil. Countless sharp, icy shards of knowledge swirl in her consciousness, resembling shards of glass. Intricate designs of laser cannon blueprints piercing the sky, densely packed genetic codes, and the ominous sketch titled Heavenly King's Reverse Engineering. Each word possesses the potential to incite a maelstrom of bloodshed in the outside world. The weight of this Bible is far more burdensome than the infamy of the demon child she has borne for 2 decades, nearly suffocating her. In the open kitchen, Rashi hums a tuneless melody, his spirits notably elevated. Rashi, what are you making? He, barefoot, runs over with curiosity, observing the sizable piece of Sea King tenderloin glimmering like pearls on the cutting board. Sashimi, Rashi replies with a smile, ruffling her hair. Today's octopus is excellent, quite succulent. Step back, allow me to perform a magic trick. Nonchalantly lifting his leg, he delivers a swift kick at the immense piece of meat. Whoosh. A pale blue vacuum flashes by, so swiftly that he barely has time to blink. In the next moment, the thick, resilient chunk of meat begins to disintegrate with a flurry of delicate sounds, transforming into hundreds of thin, translucent slices, each meticulously arranged on a vine-woven cutting board, even forming the shape of a blooming lotus. Not a slice too many, each of uniform thickness. Such knife skills are both understated and slightly flamboyant. Wow. He claps her tiny hands, her eyes sparkling with admiration. So impressive. Octopus Lotus. The sound of her joyful laughter and applause pierces through the cabin's silence like the warmest sunlight, cutting through the dense fog of forbidden knowledge. Nico Robin's body trembles slightly as she slowly lifts her head, turning towards the sound. Just then, he rushes over, cradling a bouquet of colorful flowers. These blossoms, crafted from the purest clouds, glisten with dewdrops and emit a sweet fragrance, a whimsical creation of Rashi's. She presents the bouquet high before Robin. Sister Robin, this is for you. The untainted kindness radiating from the girl is palpable. Nico Robin's body quivers gently. In this moment, all grand designs concerning ancient weaponry and the world government fade from her mind, leaving only the girl's clear eyes that reflect her own image. For the first time in 20 years, someone has gifted her flowers. Not because she holds the key to deciphering historical texts, nor due to her bounty as the demon child, but simply because she is Sister Robin. With utmost care, she sets down the Bible of light and extends her hands, solemnly accepting the bouquet of cloud-formed flowers. Thank you, E. Her voice carries a hint of dryness. You're welcome. Sister, let's play hide and seek. E seizes her hand, dragging her toward the deck without hesitation. All right. On the spacious deck of the Soggy Fish, laughter fills the air. E dashes between the colossal vines and clouds, engaging in the simplest game of hide and seek. Nico Robin trails behind her, the sea breeze lifting her long hair, a smile blossoming on her face. One she has not yet realized is genuinely heartfelt. In the kitchen, Rashi skillfully prepares the ingredients while observing the scene on the deck, his cheerful tune becoming even more jubilant. The vision he yearns for is taking shape, elevating his spirits. Dinner can certainly accommodate 2 more dishes. As the sunset bathes the cloud sea in a warm orange hue, he has dozed off on the lounge chair beside Rashi. Mumbling as if dreaming of delectable treats, Rashi emerges from the kitchen, bearing 2 enormous platters. Dinner's ready, Miss Archaeologist. He places the dishes on the cloud-formed dining table, a portion of freshly sliced sea king sashimi, crystalline and shimmering, and another of golden, crispy unknown thigh meat, sizzling and aromatic, its scent invading the air. Nico Robin leans against the ship's railing, gazing at it all in a daze. The air is infused with the aroma of food and the freshness of clouds. Everything feels surreal, yet profoundly comforting. Since fleeing the flames of O'Hara, her life has been an unending cycle of betrayal and being betrayed for 20 years. Yet here, no one regards her as the demon child, and no one covets the knowledge within her mind. Here, she is merely Yi's tutor, the archaeologist of the Soggy Fish. This seemingly casual title has bestowed upon her an unprecedented sense of stability. What are you gazing at? Rashi removes his apron, tossing it aside as he settles at the dining table, unceremoniously grabbing a piece of meat. If you don't eat soon, it will be cold and unappetizing. Regaining her composure, Nico Robin approaches and takes a seat at the table. She picks up her chopsticks, delicately lifting a slice as thin as a cicada's wing, dipping it into Rashi's specially crafted sauce before placing it in her mouth. Sweet, tender, and meltingly delectable, an unparalleled flavor explodes on her palate. She observes the man across from her, who has already begun to indulge heartily, and suddenly speaks up. Mr. Rashi. Rashi responds with his mouth full, his words muffled. Nico Robin pauses, seemingly organizing her thoughts. Finally, she poses a question wholly unrelated to ancient weaponry, the world government, or historical texts. What shall we eat tomorrow? The moment the question escapes her lips, she herself is taken aback. Rashi's chewing halts as he raises his head, looking at the woman before him, whose expression is somewhat anxious yet tinged with anticipation. He suddenly smiles. Extending his chopsticks, he adds a generous piece of roasted meat to Robin's bowl, casually stating, "We'll think about tomorrow when it comes, but I assure you, it will be even more delicious than today." Chapter 52. I heard the lament of the transgender. The following day, the Soggy Fish glides across the mirror-like surface of the windless zone, akin to a silent brushstroke leaving a fleeting white mark on the azure canvas. Rashi reclines in a lounge chair, eyes closed, appearing lazily unawakened. Yet in his perceptual realm, the world has already been transformed. Listening to the voices of all beings, beginner. This newly acquired ability has opened a portal to the essence of the world. To him, the entire world has morphed into a grand and silent symphony. Beneath his feet, the salty fish was a deep yet vibrant bass cello, serenading the voyage that carried his family. The lounge chair beneath him resembled a tender harp, each vine plucking at the notes of affection, while the clouds drifting in the distance played the role of a carefree flute, recounting the vastness of the sky. Below, the boundless ocean served as an eternal timpani, with each tidal breath echoing the silence of ages. In the depths of the sea, immense schools of fish whispered among themselves, deliberating on which coral reef to choose for their festivities. Everything in existence bore its own will. Luo found himself as the sole listener to this grand symphony of the world, reveling in this novel sensory experience with unquenchable delight. Suddenly, amidst the harmonious orchestra, an exceedingly faint yet jarringly discordant note intruded. This sound was rife with anxiety, exhaustion, and the brink of collapse, yet it was held aloft by an almost obsessive belief, akin to a rusted saw scraping against the melodious backdrop. Following this dissonant tone, Luo's consciousness ventured forth. He beheld a uniquely shaped swan boat, its hull ragged and its main mast severed, haphazardly bound with crude planks. The sail was riddled with patched holes and mysterious charred marks, clearly a testament to a perilous journey. To evade the assaults of sea kings, it navigated cautiously amidst the shadows cast by colossal sea beasts, much like a frightened mouse scurrying beneath the paws of a great cat. On board, only one heartbeat remained. The figure curled near the helm was drenched, lips chapped and peeling, and the once dramatic makeup on their face had been washed away by salt water and sweat, resembling a faded oil painting. Yet, with trembling hands, they clung to the helm, exerting their last ounce of strength to maintain the course indicated by that lifeline, the eternal compass. Gently, Luo's awareness brushed against this turmoil. In an instant, a clearer torrent of emotion surged into his mind. "Little Robin, my dear Robin, just hold on a little longer. We are almost there. Where on earth are you? You must be safe." The fervent voice of friendship, imbued with both fervor and sincerity, nearly broke Luo's composure, causing the corners of his mouth to involuntarily curve upward. "Baroque Works, Mr. 2, Frankie." Given the circumstances, it was highly likely that Crocodile had met his demise. Luo mused, surprised that even at the end of his tether, he had managed to send out a final glimmer of hope. However, the sand crocodile likely had no inkling that the pivotal figure he had pinned his hopes upon was at that very moment fretting over tomorrow's menu. All thanks to a sea king's sashimi rice bowl, and the spy he dispatched was not preoccupied with any mission or revenge, but rather with that foolishly earnest pursuit of friendship. A smile crept uncontrollably across Luo's face. How delightful! A loyal friend, devoted to camaraderie, seeking out a traitorous archaeologist. What kind of emotional spectacle would unfold when these two met? Would they draw swords against one another or embrace in tears, singing a ballad proclaiming that the bond of friendship will never falter? Luo's interest was thoroughly ignited. He had made up his mind. He would witness this spectacle from the front row, a VIP seat. He slowly opened his eyes, rose from the lounge chair, and stretched, his joints cracking with a satisfying pop. Ah, what a refreshing slumber. He feigned nonchalance, turning to stroll into the kitchen. "What shall I have for lunch today?" He hummed a tune while retrieving fresh sea beast meat and vegetables from the vine fridge, seafood fried rice accompanied by roasted meat, and perhaps a vegetable salad. Yes, that sounds delightful. His senses remained firmly attuned to the dilapidated swan boat drawing ever closer, while he listened to Frankie's mournful cries for little Robin. His hands moved leisurely, even pausing to sniff a pinch of salt, nodding in satisfaction. On the deck, Thea was engaged in a game of string with Nico Robin. Sunlight graced Robin's profile, enveloping her in a soft halo. The gloom and detachment that had long lingered around her had dissipated significantly, replaced by a tranquility and gentleness she herself had not even realized had taken root. Witnessing this scene, Luo's spirits lifted further. He began to anticipate the expression of sheer astonishment on Frankie's face upon encountering this homely, serene Robin. He refrained from uttering any warnings or making arrangements, allowing events to unfold naturally. He trusted that Nico Robin's intellect could easily navigate such trivialities. If not, it mattered little, after all. He was the one with the strongest fist aboard this vessel. Time passed gradually. Under Frankie's formidable will, the swan boat finally navigated through the last perilous stretch of sea, inching toward the absolute safety of the salty fish. In the kitchen, the aroma of seafood fried rice wafted through the air. Luo stirred the large pot, golden grains of rice dancing gracefully with shrimp and vegetables in midair. Just then, on the deck, Thea abruptly halted her actions. Releasing the string, she hurried over to the ship's edge, tiptoeing to peer into the distance, her eyes reflecting a vast azure. "Robin, sister, look!" Thea exclaimed, tugging at Robin's sleeve, her voice brimming with curiosity. "It seems like we have guests arriving." Nico Robin felt no stirrings within her. She assumed it was yet another peculiar creature drawn in by Luo's abilities. She followed Thea's pointing finger. The tiny black dot was visibly expanding at a rapid pace. It was a ship. Upon recognizing the distinctive, swan-shaped prow, the serene smile on Nico Robin's face froze instantly, shattering into pieces. With a soft thud, the string they had been playing with slipped from her fingers. Landing on the deck, the laughter and merriment on the deck came to an abrupt halt. Fee tilted her head, gazing in confusion at the suddenly immobilized Robin. Sister? What's wrong? Nico Robin did not respond. The instincts etched into her very bones from 20 years of fleeing surged back to life in that moment. Alertness, suspicion, murderous intent. Those dark emotions, once dulled by the tranquility of this island, surged forth like ink splashed into boiling water, instantly tainting her previously clear world. Baroque Works. Was it Crocodile who refused to let her go? Or had the hounds of the world government tracked her down to this place? The air around her began to thrum with an invisible energy. Shadows of countless arms flickered behind Nico Robin, poised and ready. The atmosphere on the deck of the Salty Fish plummeted to a freezing point. Yet a warm hand gently rested upon her shoulder. Do not be anxious. Rosso had emerged from the kitchen, clad in that comical apron, a spatula in hand, flecked with specks of golden rice. He is not here to capture you. His voice, as languid as ever, exuded a soothing reassurance that instantly quelled the ominous tension in the air. The shadowy arm behind Nico Robin dissipated silently. Yet, her body remained taut. Not here to capture me. On the distant sea, aboard the tattered Swan, Finkley held a monocular, his mouth agape as if it could accommodate a fist, rendered utterly petrified. What had he witnessed? An illusion? It must be a mirage spawned by dehydration. A ship? No, this was no mere vessel. It was a floating entity, composed of vines and clouds. That ship was alive. The hull radiated a magnificent vitality. Even the mast appeared to breathe slowly. He pinched his thigh sharply, the searing pain reaffirming the reality of his surroundings. Rubbing his bloodshot eyes, he again aimed the monocular into the distance. Then, he beheld a scene that would be etched in his memory forever. On the deck stood a man clad in a white chef's uniform, casually leaning against the ship's railing with a spatula in hand. And not far from him was she, little Robin. Finkley's breath hitched. The figure he knew so intimately, always shrouded in mystery and solitude, now stood upon the deck. More astonishingly, Nico Robin was accompanying a girl as they flew a kite. No, that was not it. What bewildered him the most was the radiant, genuine smile of sheer happiness illuminating Robin's face, a smile he had never witnessed before. That smile bore no shadow, no pretense, pure as the sun shining over the cloudless Alabasta desert. Finkley's mind faltered. The Miss All Sunday he remembered was forever the enigmatic woman seated alone in the corner of the Rain Dinners casino, elegant yet mysterious, her eyes perpetually harboring an inescapable sorrow and vigilance. She could smile, but that smile was laced with detachment and cunning. Yet this woman before him, basking in sunlight, joyfully flying a kite with a child, radiated warmth exceeding that of the sun. Who was she? Aboard the Salty Fish, Rosso listened with great interest to the tumultuous inner world of the distant figure, the curve of his lips widening. Look how startled the child is. Nico Robin disregarded Rosh's musings and lifted the ship's telescope. Upon recognizing the figure on the dilapidated Swan, disheveled and slack-jawed, her tense body finally began to relax. It was Mr. 2, Finkley. Her thoughts drifted back to Alabasta. In that Baroque Works lair, where all regarded her as a traitor and an enemy, this seemingly absurd, eccentric figure had been among the few to harbor genuine goodwill towards her. He was not an adversary. Nico Robin's gaze towards Finkley grew intricate. It held wariness, uncertainty, but more prominently, a bewildering sense of nostalgic reunion. Why had he come here? Was he searching for her? Go. Rosso tossed the spatula aside, leaning against the railing, appearing ready to observe the unfolding drama. Settle it with him. The past should remain in the past. This phrase acted like a key, unlocking the final shackle in Nico Robin's heart. Indeed, the past. Miss All Sunday, Baroque Works, Crocodile, and those 20 years of fleeing. She inhaled deeply, lowered the telescope, and stepped to the ship's edge, allowing the sea breeze to tousle her dark hair. On the distant Swan, Finkley seemed to have regained his senses from the overwhelming shock. He lowered the telescope, staring blankly in her direction. Across the vast expanse of the sea, their eyes met. Nico Robin slowly revealed a smile directed towards that distant figure. It was a reassuring, liberated smile, devoid of any past shadows. Sunlight enveloped her, casting a golden outline around her being. She lifted her hand, gently waving at Finkley, then, mouthing the words silently, conveyed to him, I am well. Do not seek me any longer. Aboard the Swan, Finkley comprehended. He understood that smile, deciphered the silent farewell. Tears welled in his bloodshot eyes. mingling with the remnants of his tattered makeup streaming down his face. Yet he smiled. He cried and laughed like a fool. It was wonderful. Little Robin had truly found her happiness. That was enough. For the sake of friendship, that was sufficient. The boss's mission? The god of food? Hopes of a comeback? To hell with it all. In the face of friendship, nothing else mattered. He forcefully inhaled, standing straight towards the salty fish. Then executed the most precise and vigorous ballet bow. When he lifted his head, his face was awash with tears. Thud! The monocular slipped from his weary fingers, clattering against the deck. Shortly thereafter, the body that had been sustained solely by stubborn conviction for countless days and nights finally exhausted its last ounce of strength. Fanklai's legs buckled, and he fell backward, crashing onto the deck, entirely losing consciousness. In his final moment of awareness, his face bore that expression of joy and sorrow. Profoundly content. Chapter 54. Farewell, Miss All Sunday. Aboard the salty fish, silence reigned. The dilapidated swan floated quietly on the nearby sea, the figure slumped upon it motionless. Unaware of its fate, Yaira tugged at Rashu's sleeve, whispering, "Rosho, why did that uncle on the swan fall asleep after dancing?" Rosho maintained his pose, arms crossed as he watched the scene unfold, chuckling softly as the spatula twirled between his fingers. Oh, that fellow. He probably exerted himself too much and fainted from exhaustion. He needs to recharge. He turned his gaze towards Nico Robin, who remained still as a statue. Robin, your family has traversed great distances to find you. Are you not going to greet them? The term family struck a chord in Nico Robin, momentarily disorienting her. She detached herself from the complex emotions swirling within and gazed at the distant ship, at the friend who had risked everything to ensure her safety. Braving the perilous waters of the Devil's Sea, he would not perish. Rosso interrupted her thoughts, displaying impatience. He just fainted from hunger and dehydration. Go. Bring him over. It'll be just in time for a meal. As Luo Xiu spoke, he extended a finger and gently tapped the nearby sea surface. A cluster of verdant vines emerged from the living hull of the salted fish, swiftly intertwining and weaving across the water, soon forming an exquisitely shaped vine boat that anchored steadily beside the salted fish, even growing a soft backrest for comfort. Hurry there and back. Don't delay everyone's meal, Luo Xiu urged, gesturing with a spatula towards the small boat. Nico Robin hesitated no longer. She cast a deep glance at Luo Xiu before gracefully leaping onto the vine boat. The vessel, without oars, glided smoothly across the water towards the direction of the swan ship. As she drew closer, she could distinctly see the ghastly visage of Von Clay and his tattered performance outfit. Fragments of memories long buried within her heart began to surge. She secured Von Clay's swan ship firmly to the side of the salted fish, then painstakingly dragged the unconscious man, adorned with a comical makeup, onto the deck. The moment Von Clay's body touched the deck, an intense aroma of food invaded his nostrils with a fierce intensity. His body instinctively twitched, and after a vigorous struggle, he managed to pry open his eyelids just a crack. Blurred vision and a spinning world greeted him. He was no longer on his leaky, dilapidated ship. Beneath him lay a warm and resilient wooden surface, while the air was infused with the sweet scent of clouds and the fragrance of plants. Struggling to sit up, he beheld a man clad in a chef's uniform reclining on a seemingly comfortable vine lounge chair, idly stirring a pot of golden fried rice, each grain shimmering with a golden hue. A cherubic girl sat beside him, swinging her snow-white legs, relishing a skewer of candied fruit made of clouds. And there was little Robin, quietly seated at a nearby dining table, gently wiping the sugary residue from the corner of the girl's mouth with a handkerchief, her movements tender. Sunshine, sea breeze, delectable food, tranquility. This scene was harmonious and beautiful, almost surreal. At that moment, the man stirring the pot, sensing something, casually glanced up at him. Boom. Von Clay's mind went blank. Before this aura, he felt as insignificant as a speck of dust destined to be blown away by the wind. A cold sweat instantly soaked through his already tattered performance outfit. He understood. He comprehended fully. Little Robin was neither imprisoned nor hiding. She had found a new sanctuary. He, the unwitting intruder, should not disrupt this tranquility. All that mattered was confirming Robin was safe. With all his might, Von Clay struggled to rise, yearning to leave this place. Awake? Luo Xiu drawled lazily. If you're awake, come eat. Von Clay jolted, his body freezing in place. No, that is not necessary. I was just passing by. Yes, just passing. He stumbled over his words, attempting to crawl back to his ship. Passing. Luo Xiu set the pot aside and approached him step by step. Von Clay felt as though he were being gradually crushed by an invisible mountain. Even breathing became exceedingly difficult. Look at your wretched ship, and then at your pitiful self. Luo Xiu scrutinized him, his tone devoid of any courtesy. Where do you think you can go? To be a snack for the next sea king you encounter? Von Clay could not utter a single word. Mr. Luo Xiu, Nico Robin stood up and approached him, urging him to stay for a meal. Her voice was soft, yet sent a tremor through Von Clay's body. He turned to Robin, the former Miss All Sunday. Little Robin, please, let us eat, little Von. Nico Robin smiled at him, her expression devoid of past estrangement or pretense. Only when you're full can you gather strength for the journey. Yes, Uncle Swan. The octopus lotus is delicious. He also ran over, tugging at Von Clay's tattered clothing, forcefully dragging him towards the dining table. Von Clay could no longer utter a word of refusal. He was pressed beside the table, gazing at the mountain of roasted meat and the steaming seafood fried rice before him. The hunger, fatigue, and fear accumulated over the past 20 days erupted in that moment. He grasped the utensils and devoured the food ravenously, his manner utterly uncouth, with scalding tears mingling with the rice as they fell. It was not the exquisite taste of the food that moved him, but rather the profound sense of regained yet soon-to-be-lost friendship, more vital than life itself. The meal was a chaotic affair, filled with uncontrollable sobs. Afterward, Robin silently helped him fill the water tank on the Swan ship, placing enough provisions for a month-long voyage. Von Clay stood at the bow of his ship, gazing at the three figures aboard the salted fish. He knew this was likely their last encounter. He took a deep breath, forcing down the tears that threatened to spill once more. Then, facing the direction of the salted fish, he struck a ballet pose. There was no music, only the howling sea breeze. He began to dance. On his small boat, in this quiet, windless zone. He performed his most proud and final ballet for his only dear friend. Spinning, leaping, eyes closed. Every movement was exaggerated, comical enough to provoke laughter. Yet each gesture was imbued with the most sincere blessings and a resolute farewell. This was his farewell to Miss All Sunday, and also a curtain call for his past life. On the salted fish, Nico Robin silently watched, observing that familiar, absurd yet profoundly sincere dance. A single tear finally slipped down her cheek, yet her expression bore a smile of release and warmth. Beside her, Luo Xiu closed his eyes, listening to the voices of all things, to attune to the dance. He perceived a melody, a soul-stirring symphony woven from blessings, longing, resoluteness, and rebirth. As the dance concluded, Von Clay halted his movements and once more bowed deeply to the direction of the salted fish. He did not look back. Resolutely, he turned the bow of his ship. This time, his destination was no longer this elusive devil's sea nor the abandoned mission. He was heading to a place, the underwater prison. Impelled down, little Robin had found her happiness, and his journey of friendship had reached its fulfillment. Yet his duty was not yet complete. That rascal, who had nonetheless provided him shelter, Crocodile, was languishing alone in the depths of the sea prison. He, Von Clay, could not abandon any friend, even if that friend was deemed a villain by the world. This was the path he must steadfastly follow, the path of friendship. Watching the solitary Swan ship gradually vanish into the horizon, Nico Robin lifted her hand, gently wiping away her tears. She spoke softly to that retreating figure. In a voice only she could hear, "Thank you, little Von. Farewell, my friend." Chapter 55, Special Event Check-In. The last corner of the Swan ship sank into the cerulean sea where the sky met the ocean. On the deck, only the sound of the wind remained. Nico Robin stood motionless at the ship's railing. A single tear finally slipped down her cheek, landing on the warm deck of the Sogeking, creating a small, dark stain that quickly evaporated, leaving no trace behind. Just like the tumultuous 20 years of her existence. As the wind blew past, it seemed to carry away some intangible, heavy burden from her being. It was an indescribable sense of relief. The fragments of her identity as Miss All Sunday, consisting of evasion, betrayal, lies, manipulation, pursuit, and disdain, sank to the depths of the sea along with the distant Swan ship. From this day forth, she would no longer be the orphan of O'Hara, nor the key to deciphering historical texts, nor the vice president of the Baroque Works. She was simply, "Robin, why are you crying?" He, who had appeared unannounced, tugged at her clothing, her large eyes filled with confusion. With her gentle hands, she clumsily attempted to wipe away the tears on Robin's face. The warm touch was so genuine that it brought comfort to her heart. Nico Robin shuddered slightly, slowly lowering her gaze to meet the untainted eyes of the girl. Suddenly, she smiled. "Sister isn't crying," she said softly, embracing E, her voice infused with a tenderness she hadn't realized she possessed. "Sister is happy because she has met a very important friend." "Friend? Is it that dancing Uncle Swan?" E tilted her head. "Yes. Will he come to play again?" "He has more important matters to attend to." Nico Robin gently stroked Yi's hair. We will have new friends, won't we? Yes. He nodded vigorously. At that moment, a glass filled with golden juice was presented before Nico Robin. The surface of the glass was adorned with tiny droplets of water, exuding the refreshing fragrance of chilled citrus. Congratulations, Luo Xiu lazily leaned against a nearby lounge chair, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. From this day forth, you are merely the archaeologist of the Sogeking. Nico Robin. Nico Robin raised her head to gaze at the man who had orchestrated it all. She did not utter a word of thanks. In this place, those two words felt too formal. Instead, she extended her hands, solemnly accepting the glass of juice. The cool surface pressed against her warm palms. The chill not evoking coldness, but rather acting as a spring of clarity, extinguishing the flames of anxiety that had burned in her soul for 20 long years. A sense of groundedness, unprecedented in its strength, spread from her palms to her entire being. So this was the warmth of home. She raised the glass to her lips and took a gentle sip. The sweet and sour orange juice slid down her throat, soothing her vocal cords which had become dry from emotion, nourishing the newly reborn land within her heart, aptly named future. Her gaze transformed, becoming resolute and strikingly bright. Luo Xiu watched this scene with satisfaction. Very well. The black rose, which he had salvaged from the desert, finally retracted its thorns, ready to blossom beautifully in this fertile land of the Sogeking. Joy abounded. Just as Luo Xiu prepared to rise and contemplate whether to braise or grill the remaining Sea King legs from lunch, a lively notification tone abruptly chimed in his mind. Ding. Major news. The host's little canary, ahem. The host's family member cultivation plan has achieved a significant breakthrough. Detection indicates that the associated individual, Nico Robin, has experienced epic-level growth in her mindset, completely severing her burdensome past and shedding the heavenly calamity debuff. Host. Your dual role as both father and mother in psychological counseling has borne fruit. Luo Xiu. This wretched system is getting increasingly sarcastic. Triggering a special event check-in. Calculating rewards for you. Congratulations, host, you have received the reward. Emotional Cuisine, Advanced. Recipe. The advanced version of Emotional Cuisine? Luo Xiu's heart stirred as he immediately summoned the detailed information of the recipe. Emotional Cuisine, Advanced. Description. The ultimate essence of culinary art is to reach the soul. This recipe documents several methods for creating special dishes that can more powerfully and broadly influence the emotions of living beings. It can not only soothe individual psychological wounds, but can also generate a collective emotional field within a certain range. Effect 1. After consumption. It can significantly calm negative emotions, fear, anger, sadness, stabilize mental states, and has notable efficacy against nightmares and inner demons. Effect 2. Through specific dishes. It can spread a singular emotion, depending on the host's abilities and the quality of ingredients, within a limited area, such as joy, tranquility, or courage. Note. Caution. Do not turn the spring of courage into a source of demise, nor brew tranquility tea into salty fish soup, or you shall bear the consequences. What a treasure. Luo Xiu's first thought was how this new recipe would benefit E. The persona of him residing within E was a colossal emotional bomb, capable of detonating at any moment due to nightmares or external stimuli. While the previous basic Emotional Cuisine had been effective, it merely offered temporary relief. Now, with the advanced version, not only could it stabilize Yi's mental state on a deeper level, but it could also actively create an atmosphere of tranquility or joy, enveloping her and fundamentally preventing the emergence of nightmares. This was an epic enhancement for his ultimate dream of a warm family life. Luo Xiu felt immense satisfaction. He withdrew his thoughts, observing Robin softly conversing with E, then glancing at the half plate of roasted meat left on the dining table, his spirits soaring. Peace, tranquility, and food. With family by his side. Such days were worth more than being one of the 4 emperors. The silhouette of the swan ship disappeared into the azure sea. The Sogeking turned its bow, laden with serenity, returning to the home above the clouds. Nico Robin had transformed. Upon returning to the Sky City, she no longer wallowed in past sorrows, nor did she continue to play the role of a quiet observer. She secluded herself in the library, a creation of Luo Xiu's design, composed of immense bookshelves and cloud-like sofas. The radiant scripture woven from Bartholomew Bear's soul was carefully placed on a reading platform made of moonstone, emanating a constant and gentle light. She began to work. In the past, her interpretation of history was driven by a desire to unearth buried truths, fueled by a vengeful obsession. Now, she meticulously organized knowledge from Vegapunk, tending to her own garden. Luo Xiu. Chapter 56. Infrastructure Madness. Activate. That afternoon, as Luo Xiu lay down to take a nap, Robin approached him, cradling a large stack of freshly organized blueprints. I found a design sketch for a miniaturized arc poneglyph energy core from Mr. Bear's memories. Robin spread a blueprint before Luo Xiu, her face glowing with the fervor of her work. Although incomplete, if realized, the energy supply and defense system of Sogeking Island could be elevated by at least 3 levels. We could even establish a permanent electromagnetic storm barrier in the clouds, preventing any unwelcome flies from getting close. As Luo Xiu squinted at the blueprint adorned with intricate symbols and energy circuits, he found himself at a loss for comprehension. Yet, there was an undeniable air of grandeur about it. He lifted his hand and waved dismissively at the diagram. "That is fine," he said. "Robin, you are entirely responsible for these specific matters." With a yawn, Luo Xiu adjusted the angle of his recliner. "If you require any materials, simply inform the island. It will provide them for you. Should you need manpower, well, those vine soldiers over there are on standby 24 hours a day. Just don't disturb my slumber." He was the quintessential laid-back overseer. Nico Robin observed his carefree demeanor, momentarily at a loss for words. Yet this time, rather than feeling any annoyance, she was enveloped by a profound sense of tranquility. This man had granted her the utmost trust and freedom. Here, her knowledge was no longer a key to calamity, but rather a blueprint for building a home. "I understand," Robin said, tucking away the blueprint, her head nodding earnestly as she turned away with renewed vigor. Watching her energetic silhouette fade, Luo Xiu contentedly closed his eyes. Excellent. The chief technical officer of Salty Fish Island was now in position, allowing him to resume his role as a mere mascot. A delightful harmony prevailed. However, he was not truly asleep. By day, EE was as lively as a fawn, but at night, the nightmares lurking in the depths of his 800-year-old memories still hung over him like a dagger. It was time to employ the advanced version of emotional cuisine. Initially, he had considered merely preparing a meal, but now he conceived a bolder and more permanent plan. Cooking? Such a narrow vision. What he intended was a grand, epic upgrade for the entire Sky City. He aimed to transform the entire island into a colossal, unceasing field of happiness. Luo Xiu's consciousness sank into the Sky City beneath his feet. His forest fruit ability was intricately linked with the island's life core. He could sense the breath of every leaf and the pulse of every vine. The recipe for emotional cuisine advanced, unfurled in his mind. Among the dishes was a dessert named Sunlight Citrus Mousse, designed to create a localized atmosphere of joy and tranquility. What if he could infuse the emotional energy of this dish into the entire plant ecosystem of Sky City through his fruit abilities? Imagine every cloud imbued with a soothing aura, every leaf exuding the fragrance of joy, and every drop of sap flowing through the vines serving as a medium for transmitting happiness. On a physical plane, obscured from prying eyes by the sea of clouds, and on a spiritual plane, shielding against nightmares with a field of joy. This was the ultimate manifestation of a fortified sanctuary, a warm hearth for family and loved ones. The mere thought of never again being roused in the middle of the night, crying and seeking refuge in his embrace, filled Luo Xiu's languid heart, which had languished for over 2 decades, with an unprecedented fervor akin to Luffy encountering meat. Let us do this, for the quality of my wife's sleep. Today, the infrastructure enthusiast shall make his debut. Meanwhile, deep within the new world, a colossal prison, revered as an impregnable fortress, loomed silently in the darkness at depths of 10,000 meters. Impelled down, a guard was pushing a food cart along the corridor of level 4, the scorching hell. The oppressive heat caused sweat to evaporate the moment it emerged, and the air was thick with the stench of sulfur and despair. He numbly tossed low-quality meals into the prisoner's cells. Suddenly, he halted before a solitary cell. Inside, a tall figure stood motionless, facing away from him, even clad in prison garb. The body bound by sea stones still retained the silhouette of a once mighty figure. "Crocodile. Mealtime, Sand Croc," the guard called, tapping the bars with his baton. The occupant remained unresponsive. Glancing around to ensure no one was watching, the guard lowered his hat and leaned closer to the cell door. His face, shrouded in shadow, underwent a bizarre transformation, morphing into a striking visage adorned with heavy theatrical makeup. "Boss." The voice of Conqueror trembled with excitement. Crocodile's lifeless form finally stirred. He slowly turned to face Conqueror. Once filled with ambition and cunning, his eyes now only reflected an abyss of desolation. He regarded Conqueror for a long while before forcing 2 words from his parched throat. "Transvestite? It's me, boss. I'm here to rescue you," Conqueror exclaimed, nearly in tears. Crocodile merely curled his lips in a self-mocking smirk. "Rescue me? Huh, spare your efforts." He had completely given up. Defeated by the Straw Hat Kid was merely the final straw. What truly plunged him into despair was that incomprehensible man dwelling in the calm belt. Boss, I found Nico Robin. Funk Ray urgently interjected. Crocodile's pupils flickered for the first time. Funk Ray recounted everything he had witnessed in the calm belt with rapid fervor. The living, breathing, floating island. The man whose mere presence rendered him immobile. And I saw Robin smile. Tears streamed down Funk Ray's face. No longer the facade of a fabricated smile, but a genuine, profoundly happy smile he had never before witnessed. Crocodile was taken aback. The image of Nico Robin's ever-distant and vigilant visage flashed in his mind. A happy smile? That woman, whose very essence was steeped in betrayal. He fell into silence. A long, deathly silence. The only sound in this space was the boiling tumult of the scorching hell. After a while, a low, raspy chuckle escaped Crocodile's throat. Ha! Ha! He laughed, his shoulders trembling, the laughter laced with endless self-derision and relief. So this was it. He had not lost in vain. There truly existed a higher plane of being, one he was unworthy to even gaze upon. Any notions of utopia, ancient weaponry, or the pirate king, all became mere jests in the shadow of such an existence. In that instant, his ambition-fueled heart lay utterly empty. Yet, curiously, a new interest, purely for the sake of amusement, began to take root amidst the ruins. He raised his head, gazing at Funk Ray, and in his once deadened eyes, a flicker of unusual light ignited. Transvestite. Huh. Breakout. Crocodile's face broke into a sickly, maniacal grin, suggesting that perhaps this could prove to be quite entertaining. In the Holy Land, Mariehua, amidst the realms of power, 5 of the highest authorities of the world government sat encircled in the spacious chamber. A piece of encrypted intelligence from CP0 was delicately placed upon the polished table. The news from Impel down began an elderly man clad in a kimono, leaning on the original Katetsu sword. The remnants of the Baroque Working Society, Mr. Tu Funk Ray, have successfully escaped from prison. A trivial matter, indeed. An elderly man with a long white beard regards it with indifference. However, prior to his escape, he left behind a rather intriguing nautical log. The bald old man pushed the intelligence report to the center of the table. According to the reconstructed route from the log, he had ventured alone into the forbidden waters of the New World. The air fell silent in an instant. He paused for effect, each word laden with undeniable gravity, revealing that he had encountered a person who was supposed to be missing. He pointed emphatically at a specific page of the intelligence document. Nico Robin, the orphan of O'Hara. Chapter 57, Divine Retribution. High above the sea, tens of thousands of meters from the ocean's surface, the clouds parted to reveal a golden rift. A colossal ark, crafted entirely of gold, was hurtling towards the resplendent white, celestial body, suspended in the azure sky. On the golden throne at the bow, a bare-chested man with exaggeratedly long earlobes surveyed the vast expanse of the ocean beneath him with a posture of utter boredom. Enel, the former god of Skypea, wielded the power of the rumble fruit. Ha ha ha, how insignificant they are, he declared, emitting his signature, self-important laughter. The narrow blue sea below, along with the even narrower expanse of sky, bored him immensely. All living beings were mere ants. Though not long ago, a rubber-brained fool donning a straw hat had defeated him with a force he could not comprehend. But what of it? Rubber is non-conductive. It merely represents a property-based counter. A sheer accident, a trivial bug that even a deity might encounter. This did not shake the essence of his divinity. And now, he was bound for the true homeland of gods, the vast expanse of the moon. That was the realm in which his kind should reign supreme. Meanwhile, the fools below were likely still brawling over scraps of worthless metal. Enel mused to himself, tinged with a mocking sympathy, forever unable to grasp that the true home lies at the end of the stars and the sea. His heart network, akin to the omnipresent gaze of a deity, perpetually enveloped the expansive sky. Any whisper of the wind, any pulse or prayer from a mere mortal, could not evade his perception. Simultaneously, beneath the clouds, on the island of salty fish, Rosh lay comfortably in a vine chair, basking in the afternoon sun. Ever since he integrated the happiness field of emotional cuisine into the island's ecological cycle, the air had taken on a sweet fragrance, and even the wind carried a lazy languor that invited slumber. Suddenly, his languid brow furrowed slightly. In his listening to the voices of all things, a subtle, arrogant consciousness, accompanied by a jarring electric static, intruded like an impudent voyeur from high above. What a bothersome fly, Rosh muttered, turning over without much concern. At that moment, Nico Robin approached, cradling a cup of citrus mousse, her face illuminated with an earnest glow of dedication to her work. Since assuming the role of Chief Technology Officer of Salty Fish Island, her enthusiasm had reached unprecedented heights. The sensation of crafting her own home captivated her utterly. "Rosh," she said as she reached the side of the reclining man, "I discovered some mural records of the ancient city of Shandora in Mr. Bear's memory." "Oh." Rosh did not lift his eyelids. A recurring motif appeared in the murals, a winged figure descending from the heavens. This closely resembles the legends of the Sky People. Robin's scholarly instincts ignited. "I have a hypothesis. The ancestors of the Sky People, even the Shandians, may not have originated from the Blue Sea." "Well, that's obvious." Rosh yawned lazily. Robin had prepared an entire arsenal of archaeological arguments, only to be silenced by his dismissive two-word retort. "They hailed from the moon," Rosh asserted with nonchalance, as if discussing tonight's dinner menu. Nico Robin was left utterly speechless. A secret concealed by the world government for 8 centuries was nonchalantly divulged by this man. She gazed at the distant, luminous moon. In that instant, it transformed from a distant, cold celestial body into a vivid, tangible fragment of ancient history. High above, on the arc of gold, Enel's previously imperious expression underwent a transformation for the first time. His heart network was obstructed by an invisible energy field. In his perception, the clouds beneath the trajectory were not devoid of substance, but rather filled with an unfathomable happiness noise. There was no fear, no prayers, only a warm sensation, akin to the satisfaction of all beings after a hearty meal. "How is this possible? My heart network is omnipotent." Enel's face registered intrigue as he intensified the output of his heart network, unleashing a torrent of perception towards that anomalous region. "Break for me," he commanded. Meanwhile, on Salty Fish Island, Rosh was about to resume his nap when the intrusive sensation intensified, becoming aggressively invasive, like a needle attempting to pierce the happiness field of the island. "Is this still not over?" Rosh irritably opened his eyes. He flicked his fingers carelessly at the air. High above, Enel, fully engaged in fueling his heart network, felt a jolt as if struck by an invisible hammer. A potent thought, mingled with a strong desire for uninterrupted slumber, violently rebounded through his perception. Ugh! Enel's face paled as he felt a surge of blood rush within him. To his astonishment, from the realm of that happiness noise, 3 clear, steady, and exceptionally powerful presences seeped through. One was as deep as an unfathomable abyss, tranquil yet imbued with a life force so grand it made even him feel a pang of trepidation. Another radiated with the brilliance of intellect and the joy of new beginnings, reminiscent of a rainbow emerging after rain. The final presence was as pure as a blank sheet of paper, yet it subtly exuded an ancient and noble aura that even a god like him could not fully comprehend. "Rosh, what's wrong?" Robin noticed his sudden movement. "Nothing," Rosh lazily replied, reclining once more. "Just a moth, oblivious to its own demise, trying to crash into our lampshade. No need to worry, it won't flutter for long." Though Enel could not hear those words, he was thoroughly incensed. Within his divine realm, beneath the path leading to his homeland, lay a territory he could not control, along with 3 mortals daring enough to challenge his will. This was a provocation, a blatant affront to divine authority. "Yahaha!" Enel erupted into a maniacal laughter, his voice imbued with an intensity of indignation that bordered on fury. "How intriguing, truly intriguing. Before my departure, there still exists an audacious insect that dares to nest within my domain." He gradually rose from his golden throne. Crack! A thunderous roar erupted from the heavens without warning. The previously clear skies of Qinghai were suddenly shrouded in ominous clouds, with countless blue and purple serpents of electricity writhing wildly, converging upon him. "The infinite earth may wait." He raised his golden staff, pointing it toward the serene sea of clouds below, his visage reflecting the arrogance and indifference of a deity delivering judgment upon mortals. Yet, the majesty of a god permits no impurities to prevail. The cloud cover was rent asunder, and a colossal apparition of pure lightning, a wrathful thunder god, began to materialize behind him, its eyes wide with fury. "Let a grand display of thunder illuminate the path for you, audacious mortals." Divine Retribution. Chapter 58. Thunder God? Bring it on. Do not disturb my wife's slumber. The sky darkened, without a hint of forewarning. The azure expanse at an altitude of tens of thousands of meters was engulfed by an inky darkness. Countless blue and purple electric serpents surged within the clouds, coalescing into a massive, rotating sphere of darkness, far larger than the city in the sky itself. The interior of this sphere flickered with electric light, each pulse releasing a terrifying energy potent enough to vaporize oceans. Divine Retribution thunder. Cataclysmic energy brewed within. Below, the azure sea began to boil unnaturally, rising in billowing clouds of scalding steam. The marine life dwelling therein, sensing an instinctual call of impending doom, frantically fled in all directions, stirring up monstrous waves. Upon the arc poneglyph, Enel spread his arms wide, neurotically hoisting his golden staff, erupting into a laugh of supreme arrogance. Yahaha, vanish, you ants that dare offend the divine. In this boundless despair, feel the wrath of the gods. Above the sky city, Nico Robin stood frozen, her body rigid, as the culmination of her lifelong knowledge failed to elucidate the apocalyptic scene before her. In the face of such absolute power, human wisdom appeared painfully feeble. Luo Xiu. Her voice was parched. Oh, it's so dark, I'm scared. A faint whimper emanated from Luo Xiu's embrace. He had been abruptly roused by the encroaching darkness and the thunderclaps, trembling in his arms, her face buried against his chest, hot tears instantly soaking his attire. The peaceful afternoon nap had been shattered. The sweet air of the happiness field had been thoroughly tainted by the piercing thunder and rampant energy. The intermittent sobs born of fear pierced Luo Xiu's ears like the sharpest needle. The perpetual languor etched upon Luo Xiu's face vanished. He gently patted E's back, his touch tender, as he lifted his gaze towards the enormous thunderous presence descending from the sky. His brow furrowed tightly. It's so noisy. Luo Xiu's voice, though not particularly loud, carried an icy chill. Do not disturb my wife's slumber. The instant his words fell, a resonant wave of intangible will surged forth from him, radiating outward. The domain of the forest fruit, enveloping the entire sky city, was instantly activated. Boom, boom, boom. Countless vines, thicker than those employed in the city's construction, surged skyward from all directions. These vines were no longer merely of vibrant green. They shimmered with strange golden runes, exuding a powerful vitality that quickened the heart. Above the sky city, they wove together with an esoteric precision, intertwining and braiding at astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, a colossal green dome adorned with living runes took shape, enveloping the entire island seamlessly. At that very moment, the cataclysmic thunder, charged with enough energy to obliterate a nation, came crashing down. Nico Robin shut her eyes in horror. However, the anticipated earth-shattering explosion did not transpire. Not even the faintest sound emerged. The black thunderball, potent enough to reduce the island to ashes upon contact with the green dome, was as if a water-filled balloon collided with a colossal sponge, silent and unyielding. The billions of volts of electricity coursing across the surface of the thunderball were ravenously consumed by the golden runes flowing upon the dome, not a single spark escaping. The massive black thunderball shrank rapidly, visibly deflating, until it ultimately vanished, as if it had never existed. In the upper reaches of the sky, aboard the ark, Enel's arrogant laughter abruptly ceased. His mouth remained contorted in a grin, yet his entire being was frozen as if petrified by a spell. Gone. My thunder? Disappeared? Devoured? How is this possible? That is divine power. The might of nature. How could mortals possibly absorb lightning? He muttered, his expression shifting from arrogance to shock, then to an uncontrollable terror. At that moment, the green dome that had just consumed all his power began to writhe and transform. Countless vines disassembled and reformed. Under Enel's terrified gaze, a colossal hand, formed from myriad emerald vines, began to take shape above the dome, casting a shadow over the sky. This hand was larger than his arc poneglyph itself. With palm outstretched, fingers splayed, the lines upon the palm were distinctly visible, pulsating with the rhythm of life, as though it had just feasted and was now content. Then, that verdant hand, akin to a deity's punishment upon the world, moved. It advanced towards the golden ark with a seemingly slow, yet inescapably rapid motion, reaching for it. Enel's mind blanked. Flee. This was the first and only thought that surged from the depths of his being since becoming a god. He longed to elementalize, to transform into lightning and escape. Yet, he was horrified to find that the surrounding space was ensnared by an incomprehensible force of vitality that locked him in place. His rumble fruit abilities were rendered impotent, as if confined within an insulated cage, utterly unable to activate. No, this cannot be. I am a god. Enel's visage contorted in sheer terror, letting out a desperate howl. Boom. The colossal hand closed. The resplendent arc poneglyph, akin to a fragile toy model, was effortlessly clasped within that hand. The golden vessel emitted pained groans under the immense pressure, beginning to warp and twist. Enel and his ark were captured. Above the sky city, Robin stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene, her mind utterly paralyzed. Luo Xiu maintained his embrace of Yi, gently humming a lullaby to soothe the still sobbing girl in his arms. as if the world-shattering thunder and the golden arc now ensnared in the sky were merely a passing mosquito, insignificant and trivial. Ding. Detected that the host successfully defended EE's maximum happiness state, rejecting all external negative disturbances. Spousal Behavior Evaluation, SSS. Due to the host's protection, the sense of security has solidified to an absolute barrier level. Triggered a special event sign-in. Void Throne Authority card, Fragment 1, 3, X1. Void Throne Authority card, Fragment. Upon collecting 3 fragments, one can synthesize a complete authority card. You will gain partial operational authority over the ultimate weapon of the Holy Land Mary Geos, the celestial Uranus, on par with the World King. This is one of the keys to the pinnacle of global power. Luo Xiu was greatly satisfied with the reward and quickly began to contemplate. Operational authority? This was infinitely superior to the Void Throne Authority card, trial version, that EE had previously bestowed upon him. That trial card could only issue a single command and was consumed upon use, which he had labeled as a last resort to be activated only in apocalyptic scenarios. However, this was a permanent authority derived from fragments. The intrinsic value was entirely different. Luo Xiu felt a deep sense of assurance. After calming E, whose anxiety was gradually dissipating in his embrace, he lifted his gaze towards the immense vine-like hand grasping the Arkansas. With a mere thought, the fingers of the colossal hand slowly opened a slight gap, revealing a stunned Enel within. Enel trembled, gazing at the man holding the girl below, his expression instilling a primal fear deep within his soul. Who? What are you? Luo Xiu did not respond to his inquiry. Instead, he appraised the resplendent vessel and remarked, "Is this ship made of pure gold? It certainly shines brightly. Dismantle it and craft a set of jewelry for my wife." Chapter 59, the 200 million volt power bank. The vine-like hand clutching the golden arc lingered in midair. Enel, still shaken, found himself plunged into a deeper, absurd terror at the man's words. Dismantle it. Create jewelry? This arc, which embodied the dreams of his divine homeland, was to this man merely a larger nugget of gold. Luo Xiu paid him no further heed. His mind raced as he envisioned various jewelry designs. A Tiffany 6-pronged diamond ring would be impractical. It might impede E while playing with her string tricks. A Cartier love bracelet, however, symbolized a lovely sentiment. Perhaps he could procure a pair. One for him and one for her. The Van Cleef Arpels 4-leaf clover necklace was a splendid choice, representing luck. He must have one, and Robin should receive one too. Ensuring equity. As Luo Xiu was lost in his thoughts, meticulously crafting designs as if he were a jeweler in the clouds, the vine hand, under his mental control, slackened its grip instinctively due to the lack of precise commands. Just that slight relaxation. Zazup. A blinding streak of lightning erupted from the gap between the giant fingers. Enel seized this fleeting opportunity, transforming into a torrent of furious lightning and breaking free from his confinement. Regaining his form at a distance, he gasped for breath. His face a blend of relief from survival and madness from the utter humiliation he had experienced. He could not comprehend. He could never understand. Why did the divine power that could obliterate an island, that had acted as a celestial judge, vanish without a trace? He refused to believe it. I do not believe. Enel howled in a frenzy. Mortal, you must have employed some despicable trick. His hands raised the golden staff high, and the clouds above, which had just dispersed, began to coalesce once more, swelling in size even greater than before. Behold, the true wrath of a god. 200 million volts of thunder. A colossal lightning deity, resembling him in form, materialized within the clouds, brandishing a spear of lightning aimed at the floating city below. The oppressive aura of destruction caused Nico Robin beside him to tense up once more. Yet, Luo Xiu merely lifted his head lazily, not even changing his posture. Still not done? His voice was laced with the irritation of someone disturbed from a long-awaited nap. This amount of electricity. Luo Xiu's voice resonated clearly in every corner as he spoke. In that instant, a realization struck him. Throughout the days past, he had continuously utilized the powers of the forest fruit to construct islands. The flow and consumption of that life energy akin to a sustained exercise for his body. At this moment, that vast external energy felt like the most potent super supplement. Just right for nourishing my flowers. Boom. The immense silhouette of the lightning god, charged with billions of volts of ferocious energy, came crashing down. However, this time, the vine canopy chose not to resist. It willingly split open a gap, allowing the torrent of wild lightning to pour in unimpeded. In the next moment, an extraordinary sight unfolded that Enel would remember for a lifetime. Countless emerald vine networks illuminated every corner of the Sky City, resembling a neural network that had come to life. The cataclysmic lightning, upon entering the island, was instantaneously decomposed and absorbed by the vast plant network, which then precisely channeled it to every corner of the Sky City. Buzz. The entire island awakened, emitting a contented sigh. The myriad flowers, already competing for beauty, blossomed even more vibrantly after receiving the nourishing energy of the lightning, petals shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors. In the orchard, the trees that had just borne fruit saw their produce swell rapidly, with peculiar lightning patterns appearing on their surfaces, exuding an enticing blend of fruity and faintly charred aromas. The entire Sky City was enveloped in a dreamlike halo. Life flourished with unprecedented vigor. Ding. Detected that the host has been continuously nurturing the forest fruit with life energy. Daily activities have met the growth threshold of the fruit. Congratulations to the host. The forest fruit has been upgraded to Forest Fruit Advanced. New feature unlocked. Energy conversion, capable of absorbing, transforming, and storing any form of energy, physical, elemental, spiritual, and utilizing it for the plant ecosystem. Friendly reminder, do not overfeed, or you may risk indigestion. The system's prompt echoed in Luo Xiu's mind at a timely moment. So that was it. Feeling the qualitative leap of the fruit's power within him, a broader smile graced his lips. Every day he employed the fruit's abilities to construct houses, furniture, and enhance the ecosystem. He had inadvertently nourished and upgraded this fruit. Could this be an unexpected delight from his obsession with infrastructure? High above, Enel gazed down at the dreamlike city, now more beautiful and vibrant than before due to his own attack. He was petrified. His heart screamed in madness. Not relaying danger, but absurd feedback indicating that the opponent was enjoying himself and expressing gratitude. His faith, his understanding as a god, the power system he prided himself on, shattered completely in that moment. His own attack had become nourishment? Enel's reason snapped entirely. In a frenzy, he recklessly unleashed all the electrical energy within him. Thunderbird, Thunderbeast, Thunderdragon. The billion-volt lightning descended like a torrential downpour, falling without restraint. Yet, every strike merely nourished the blooms of the Sky City to blossom more vibrantly, and the peculiar fruits on the trees to multiply. The more ferociously he attacked, the more beautiful the island became. The divine power he took pride in had transformed into the most exquisite sustenance for his adversary's homeland. This realization brought him a despair deeper than death itself. Finally, Luo Xiu grew weary of the chaos. He soothed the restive Yi in his arms, disturbed by the cacophony, and entrusted her to the numbed Nico Robin beside him. Take good care of her. He slowly rose to his feet. This was the first time, since his arrival on the island, that he stood tall in a true sense. An indescribable aura, as profound as an abyss, emanated from him. He gazed at the furious, almost deranged god in the sky, his eyes laced with mockery. A god? Luo Xiu chuckled lightly. Before me, you are but a mere spark. He extended a finger, from which a slender, emerald-green vine, far thinner than a needle, quietly sprouted. A thread of intensely concentrated, ink-like energy coiled around the tip of the vine. With a gentle flick of his finger toward the heavens, the minuscule vine instantaneously vanished from sight. In the high sky, Eneru's heart network emitted the most anguished shriek since its inception. Yet, he could not perceive the trajectory of the vine. It was too swift, surpassing both lightning and thought. In the next instant, the slender vine disregarded the distance of space, appearing directly before Eneru, precisely wrapping around his elemental lightning form. Chapter 60. The 200 million volt power bank is online. The vine, thinner than a needle, coiled lightly around Eneru's elemental lightning body. A crackle echoed as Eneru's body, composed solely of pure lightning, emitted an abnormal electric explosion. He was horrified to discover that his connection with the elemental lightning of the world had been severed. The delicate green vine seemed to act as an energy black hole, completely sealing off his proud lightning fruit powers. He was forcibly returned to his corporeal form. No. The desperate cry escaped his lips, a single word. The vine tightened abruptly, not around his neck, but ensnaring his ankles. In the next moment, an irresistible force surged forth. The once lofty god, Eneru, was brutally yanked down from the sky by that tiny vine. He could not muster even a shred of resistance. Nico Robin watched as the man who had recently exuded invincibility, threatening divine retribution, was now suspended upside down by a vine, like a hanging sausage, slowly brought before Luo Xiu. He was a pitiful sight, with his long earlobes drooping helplessly and his baggy trousers comically sagging. Pride, dignity, divinity vanished without a trace. He dangled in midair, head downward, facing the man who had not even changed his posture. returning from Robin's side to Luo Xiu's embrace, sobbed softly. Evidently frightened by the recent thunder, Luo Xiu gently patted her back, not even casting a glance at Enel. Enel's head spun, his mind clouded. But the humiliation of his physical state paled in comparison to the collapse of his spirit. He looked at Luo Xiu, observing the tenderness in the man's eyes solely for the girl in his arms, contrasting sharply with his own dire predicament. An unprecedented terror shattered him completely. I was wrong. Spare me, he babbled, beginning to plead. I won't dare again. I won't dare again. Please, let me go. Upon hearing his pleas for mercy, Luo Xiu finally directed his gaze toward Enel. He looked at the tear-streaked Yi, then glanced at the woeful, grotesque figure of Enel. An amusing thought flickered in his mind. You wish to live? Luo Xiu lazily inquired. Enel, as if grasping at a lifeline, nodded frantically. Yes. Yes. I want to live. Very well, Luo Xiu replied, instilling a glimmer of hope within Enel. From now on, you shall remain here, serving as a toy for my dear Yi. A toy? Enel was taken aback, momentarily unable to comprehend the term's implications. Luo Xiu had no interest in explaining. He extended another hand toward Enel, fingers splayed. At his fingertips, a tiny seed, radiating a verdant glow, materialized from thin air. You enjoy thunder, do you not? Luo Xiu scrutinized the seed. Thunder frightens which bothers me greatly. To prevent you from being disobedient and causing chaos. He flicked his finger. The green seed transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into Enel's body. Enel trembled, but felt no discomfort. This is the obedience seed. Luo Xiu's voice remained unperturbed. It is a new ability I have just comprehended. Cultivated using your lightning as sustenance, a special version just for you. It has now bonded with you. Should any disrespectful, rebellious, or escapist thoughts regarding me or this island arise in your mind, it will root and sprout within your being. Trust me, Luo Xiu smiled. That sensation will be 1,000 times more excruciating than enduring 1,000 bolts of lightning. A chill swept through Enel. He refused to believe it. Or rather, a person's thoughts are not easily swayed by mere words. He instinctively entertained a thought in his mind. Once I regain my power, I will. Before he could finish his thought, an excruciating pain, as if his soul were being pierced and torn by countless thorns, erupted from the depths of his body. He curled up, emitting a wretched scream. In but a second, the agony vanished. Enel gasped for air, drenched in cold sweat, as though he had just emerged from water. When he turned to look at Luo Xiu again, his fear had morphed into utter despair. Do you understand now? Luo Xiu asked. I understand. I understand. I won't dare again. Enel had completely crumbled, crying out in desperation. Luo Xiu was satisfied with the outcome. He waved his hand, and the distant vines began to grow autonomously, extending outward at the edge of the Sky City, swiftly constructing a rudimentary yet sturdy vine room suspended in midair. From now on, this will be your nest. Then he pointed to a few vibrant flowers nearby, with electric light subtly swirling within their petals. Do you see those flowers? The electric flowers, the energy core of our island. Your first task, and one you will perform daily, is to regularly charge them. Remember, use a gentle current. And be quiet. If you disturb my wife's sleep again, Luo Xiu paused, the seed will bloom. Enel nodded vigorously, like a chicken pecking at grains. With a thought, Luo Xiu loosened the vine suspending him and tossed him into the suspended vine room. Having accomplished all of this, Luo Xiu finally directed his attention to the shimmering ark of the covenant, which remained suspended in midair. With a snap of his fingers, countless vines surged forth, enveloping the vessel as industrious as worker ants, commencing the meticulous disassembly of the resplendent golden ship. Large chunks of exceptionally pure gold were ensnared by the vines and transported before Luo Xiu, forming a veritable mountain of wealth. Well then, the troublesome matter has been resolved. Luo Xiu brushed off the dust from his hands and reclined back in his chair, pulling the still sniffling Yi closer to him. Do not cry, look. The villain has been locked away. He pointed at the golden mound, speaking in a tone of triumph. He has generously offered his ship to us. All of it is gold. With this, shall we craft the most exquisite jewelry in the world for Yi? Upon hearing the mention of beautiful jewelry, Yi's sobs gradually subsided. Her tear-filled eyes lifted to behold the glimmering gold, and a spark of wonder ignited within them. Let us make one for Robin's sister too. Yi added, her spirits visibly brightening. Luo Xiu turned to Robin, suggesting, what do you think about a necklace? I recall a design called the four-leaf clover, symbolizing luck. Van Cleef Arpels four-leaf clover? Nicole Robin, unfamiliar with this notion, instinctively nodded. And bracelets, one for each of us, a couple-S set. Oh no, a family set. Luo Xiu continued to envision, and anklets, earrings, crowns. At that moment, from a distant vine-covered room, a faint, precisely controlled spark of lightning crackled, illuminating a flower that generated electricity. The flower visibly brightened in response. Captivated by the flicker of light, ceased to be afraid and instead found the experience intriguing, pointing in that direction and bursting into laughter. Luo Xiu, look, fireworks, she exclaimed, clapping her hands joyfully. Do you like it? Luo Xiu inquired gently. I do, she replied enthusiastically. Then let him show you fireworks every day. Nodded vigorously, the fear that had recently gripped her heart dissipated by this delightful spectacle. Nicole Robin observed Yi's beaming smile and then glanced towards the distant figure laboring diligently to charge the flowers with electricity, a deity of the Sky Island. A man whose bounty might well reach 500 million berries, a wielder of the natural thunder fruit. Now serving as a remote charging device and a source of amusement for Yi, did his power know no bounds. Robin's mind was a blank canvas. Chapter 61, The War at the Summit. The fireworks aboard the salty fish continued unabated. The once dreaded god of the Sky Island was now diligently using the gentlest currents to recharge each flower in the Sky City. Yi sat upon Luo Xiu's lap, clapping her hands and cheering for this endless little light show. Meanwhile, Luo Xiu sifted through the heaps of gold, contemplating whether to set gems in Robin's four-leaf clover necklace or to craft it entirely from pure gold. In one corner of the world, time flowed serenely. Yet at the opposite end, dark clouds loomed ominously, heralding a tempest. Marine Headquarters, Marine Fort. Within the immense crescent-shaped harbor, 100,000 elite naval soldiers stood in solemn silence, resembling a vast blue forest. The sunlight glinted off their polished epaulets, reflecting a cold light. The air was thick with an atmosphere of tension and foreboding. At the forefront of the harbor, beneath the execution platform, 3 simple chairs stood in a row. On the left, a man clad in a yellow-striped suit and sunglasses languidly groomed his nails, exuding an air of indifference as he uttered an unintelligible exclamation. Oh dear! How terrifying! He was Admiral Kazuru, Borsellino. In the center, a robust man clad in a red suit, adorned with a rose on his chest, bore a stern visage and piercing gaze like a blade. He was Admiral Akainu, Sakazuki. On the right, a tall man wearing an eye patch and a blue shirt emanated a relaxed yet perilous aura, as if he might fall asleep at any moment. He was Admiral Akiji. Kazan. The pinnacle of the world government's military might, the 3 admirals had gathered. Behind them stood Tsuru, Garp, Sengoku, and countless rear admirals, each a formidable force upon the seas. Today, they faced but one adversary. Countless Den Mushi broadcast the scene live to every corner of the globe. In the square of Sabati Archipelago, people gazed upwards at the massive screen, their breaths caught in their throats. Every kingdom, every island. Innumerable pairs of eyes were fixated on this moment. All gazes converged upon the execution platform's center, where a man bound by thick sea stone chains knelt on the ground. Poor Gas Diaz. His head hung low, the orange cowboy hat long gone, his black hair obscuring his face, concealing his expression. Time passed, second by second. A stifling silence enveloped Marine Fort. Suddenly, a loud alarm shattered the stillness. They're here. A naval soldier atop the watchtower cried, his voice hoarse with urgency. All eyes turned in unison towards the sea beyond the harbor. Below the surface, a colossal shadow surged forth rapidly. Pop, pop, pop. Dozens of enormous bubbles erupted from the seabed, followed by 1, 2, 3, and soon dozens of pirate ships, their hulls gleaming, emerged within the harbor. Leading them was a flagship adorned with a massive whale's head at its prow, the Moby Dick. The gaze of 100,000 Navy personnel froze in shock. The breath of the global audience halted in unison. At the bow of that ship stood a figure of immense stature, as though he could hold up the very sky. His upper body was bare, muscles rippling, various medical instruments protruding from him, yet his regal aura remained undiminished. In his hand, he wielded a naginata taller than a man. The world's strongest man. Edward Newgate, Whitebeard. Gururara. His iconic laughter reverberated through the Den Mushi, echoing across the globe. My son, is he unharmed? His gaze pierced through the distance, landing upon Ace on the execution platform. Just wait a moment longer. War was on the precipice of eruption. On the execution platform, Fleet Admiral Sengoku seized the Den Mushi, his voice heavy with the weight of history. Poor Gas Diaz. Today, we execute you here, and it carries profound significance. He inhaled deeply and bellowed to the world, unveiling a secret capable of appending eras. Reveal your father's name. Ace abruptly raised his head, eyes aflame with fury and defiance. My old man is Whitebeard. Incorrect. Sengoku coldly interrupted. We have investigated every possibility and finally uncovered your lineage. Your father is that man. The Pirate King, Gold, Roger. Boom. A single stone stirred 1,000 waves. The entire world erupted into chaos at that moment. Before the screen of the Chambered Islands, countless individuals stood in stunned disbelief, unable to trust their own ears. Could it be a deception? The bloodline of the Pirate King still exists? No wonder the Navy is making such a tremendous effort. The demonic bloodline must be eradicated. The morale of the Marines at Marineford surged with this revelation. However, aboard the Moby Dick, Whitebeard's expression darkened ominously. That bastard Sengoku intends to transform Ace from a mere pirate into a son of the devil that must be eradicated by the entire world. At the Holy Land, Mariehua, amidst the power struggles, the atmosphere in the spacious chamber was even more oppressive than that of Marineford. The 5 highest authorities of the world government silently observed the real-time projection of Marineford, transmitted by a Den Mushi. The bald elder, clad in a kimono and leaning on the first-generation sword, broke the silence with a deliberate utterance. It has begun. The elder with the long white beard let out a grunt. Though Whitebeard had aged, he remained formidable. Even if Marineford were to win this battle, it would only be a Pyrrhic victory. The outcome was of little consequence now. An elderly man with a map-like scar on his forehead spoke in a hoarse voice, emphasizing that what truly mattered was what would follow this war. His gaze swept across every individual present, regardless of who emerged victorious. The remnants of the old era would inevitably be purged. An uncontrollable, rampaging new era was destined to dawn. The previously silent, golden-haired, blue-eyed elder took the floor, his voice laced with deep, unmasked concern. A rampaging age is not terrifying. What is truly dreadful is our loss of a king capable of suppressing this era. The temperature in the room seemed to plummet further. Lord M. This name cast the darkest shadow in their hearts. The bald elder picked up another report from the table. One regarding Mr. Tu Bon Clay's navigation log. The appearance of Nico Robin in that forbidden sea was an exceedingly perilous signal. Could Lord M's disappearance be related to this? Regardless, he tapped the table emphatically with his finger. We must prepare for the worst. Until Lord M is found, the authority of the world government must not waver in the slightest. As the golden-haired elder gazed at the image of Whitebeard, who had already begun his assault, he murmured, "Perhaps this is also an opportunity to reassess our pieces and solidify our power." In their eyes, there was no fear of war, only anxiety about losing control over power and calculations that were chillingly cold. At that moment, within the projection of Marineford, Whitebeard raised his naginata and swung it down fiercely. Crack! The air around him shattered like glass. An invisible, destructive shockwave instantly engulfed the entire sea. Boom! The water beneath him surged violently, transforming into 2 colossal tsunamis that surged toward Marineford with tremendous force. The war had officially begun. Chapter 62, Kizaru's Retreat. In the vast Den Mushi projection, the Whitebeard pirates had clashed thunderously with the Navy's vanguard. Earthquakes, glaciers, lasers, slashes. Terrifying attacks capable of reshaping the terrain rampaged within the harbor of Marineford. The entire world held its breath for this monumental battle. Yet within the apex of global power, the atmosphere was even colder than the battlefield. The gazes of the 5 elders had long shifted from the chaotic battlefield, converging on the intelligence report concerning the forbidden sea laid out on the table. Silence. A deathly silence. After a considerable time, the bald elder holding the first-generation sword struck the polished floor with the pommel of his weapon. We cannot afford to wait any longer. His voice sounded like a stone pulled from an ice cellar, cold and unyielding. We must immediately ascertain Lord M's safety. His gaze swept over the other 4 present. The fate of Marineford, whether Whitebeard lives or dies, is merely a footnote marking the end of an era. The existence of Lord M is the cornerstone of this world. The cornerstone must not be allowed to waver. The golden-haired elder, bearing a scar on his forehead, sighed deeply, his brows furrowing tightly. We all understand the rationale, but how can we confirm it? He slid the report, brought back at great risk by CP0, to the center of the table. You have seen the report. That island is shrouded in an energy barrier we cannot decipher. That barrier can even consume energy. Our most advanced technological weaponry is rendered meaningless before it. The most critical factor is the man on that island. The golden-haired elder paused, seemingly searching for an appropriate term. Incomprehensible. A forced assault would only backfire. We cannot take any risks that might provoke the other party. Once again, silence enveloped the room. This was a deadlock. They dared not attack for fear of harming Lord M, who might be inside, and were even more apprehensive of angering that enigmatic man. Yet they must take some action, as every second of Lord Im's absence was a torment for them. Attack. Suddenly, the elder with 2 long white mustaches, dressed in a dark suit, spoke softly. His fingers gently tapped the table. Who says we must attack? The gazes of the other 4 elders turned to him in unison. A cold, slightly malicious smile crept onto the lips of the long-bearded elder. We cannot enter, and a direct assault is futile. But we can pollute that sea. Pollute? The term momentarily stunned the elders present. We do not need to destroy that barrier, nor do we need to confront that man directly. A calculating glint flickered in the long-bearded elder's eyes. We merely need to make them uncomfortable inside. Very, very, very uncomfortable. He emphasized his point. Imagine if that tranquil sea were to be plagued by unrest from this day forth. If blinding light pierced through the clouds every moment, preventing those inside from finding peace. If every few seconds, ear-piercing noises erupted outside the barrier, making it impossible for them to converse or think. Day after day, without respite, the long-bearded elder slowly stood, pacing. That man, no matter how powerful, can block our attacks. Can he also shield himself from light and sound? Lord Im thrives in tranquility and order. Such chaotic and disorderly surroundings would be a torment for her. Under this incessant barrage, capable of driving a normal person to madness, could they remain comfortably inside? They would either flee that sea or be compelled to communicate with us, or perhaps they would reveal a vulnerability. A cunningly sinister plan vividly materialized in everyone's minds. Not to attack, but to harass, waging a war of attrition in the most despicable manner. It is akin to a fly. It cannot kill you, yet it incessantly buzzes in your ear, rendering you unable to eat or sleep until you finally break. A brilliant idea. The previously reticent and towering figure among the 5 elders finally broke his silence. Utilizing light and sound as instruments of pressure, he sought to probe and compel without inciting direct physical conflict. And what of the executor? Inquired the bald elder. The elder with the long beard chuckled. Is there anyone more suitable than him? He picked up a golden transponder snail, emblematic of supreme authority, and placed it at the center of the table. Admiral Kizaru, Borsellino. His Pika Pika, Nomi was born for this very plan. He can create extreme light pollution and generate incessant high-frequency noise through lightspeed kicks. Moreover, he possesses the cunning to extricate himself swiftly should any mishap occur. There was no further discussion. The plan passed unanimously. The golden-haired elder grasped the transponder snail and deftly dialed an absolutely confidential channel. At Marineford, beneath the execution platform, Kizaru lounged languidly in his designated admiral's seat, legs crossed, observing the battlefield below, which had descended into chaos. Whitebeard's punch shattered the atmosphere, triggering a tsunami that was instantaneously frozen by Akiji. The blue flames of the immortal Marco danced amidst a volley of cannonballs. Oh dear, how intense, he remarked with an air of indifference. As if the monumental war that would determine the world's fate were merely a tedious film. Just then, a distinctive small transponder snail in his possession abruptly rang. BRRR, BRRR, BRRR. The surrounding Sengoku, Akiji, and others took notice of the sound. This transponder snail was not standard naval equipment. A trace of Kizaru's lewd grin faded slightly. He did not shy away from anyone, but rather answered the call before all present. Moshi Moshi. The other end remained silent, yet Kizaru's expression underwent subtle shifts. His perpetually drowsy eyes narrowed further. Moments later, he spoke. Hi. Understood. He hung up, tucking the peculiar transponder snail back into his pocket. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of all, including Fleet Admiral Sengoku, he rose slowly. Sengoku-san, he adjusted his striped suit, that infuriating expression returning to his face. Sengoku frowned at him. Borsellino, what are you intending? It's wartime. One of our highest combat powers cannot abandon their post. Oh dear, how troublesome, Kizaru replied, extending a finger to scratch his cheek. I just received a notification. It seems there has been an unusual climatic phenomenon at the edge of the comm belt in the New World. They feel uneasy and require me to conduct an inspection. He spoke nonchalantly, as if he were merely stepping out for a smoke. Sengoku's face darkened instantly. What did you just say? You can't be serious. An inspection? Now. Do you realize who is below? It's Whitebeard. I am aware, quite frightening indeed. Kizaru maintained his languid tone, but this order carries a significant level of authority. He gestured subtly upwards. Sengoku's words were choked in his throat. He understood. It was a direct command from the 5 elders. This order even superseded the ongoing war. What could be so unusual that it warranted the personal attention of an admiral at such a critical juncture? Before Sengoku could fully comprehend, Kizaru waved lazily at him and Akiji. Then, I shall leave the rest to you. I'll take my leave now. In the next instant, His form transformed into countless brilliant golden specks. Whoosh! A golden beam, piercing through the heavens and earth, shot up from the center of Marineford's plaza, witnessed by countless stunned Navy personnel, pirates, and the entire world. The light did not pause for an instant, effortlessly tearing through the clouds, disappearing into the horizon. Admiral Kizaru, one of the Marine's highest combat powers, had vanished at the onset of the War of the Best. Chapter 63. What great authority you wield. On the tranquil sea, the space abruptly distorted. The next moment, an array of dazzling golden specks coalesced, forming a tall, slender figure, dressed in a yellow and white striped suit, adorned with sunglasses. He wore his signature expression that blurred the line between mockery and indolence. Admiral Kizaru, with his hands tucked into his pockets, he languidly surveyed his surroundings. Oh dear! He uttered an ambiguous exclamation, his gaze ultimately settling upon a seemingly empty expanse ahead. Through his observation Haki, he sensed an invisible, incomprehensibly vast barrier present there. This barrier completely isolated the space, as if cleaving the internal and external worlds into two entirely distinct dimensions. He could even feel the cacophony of battle at Marineford diminish to a distant background hum. Oh. A trace of intrigue flickered across Kizaru's smile. How fascinating. Such a thing truly exists. This leisurely moment lasted less than 3 seconds. He did not forget his mission, a direct order from the highest echelons of power in the world. No attacks, merely harassment, using light and sound to compel them out. Kizaru raised his hand, bringing his index and middle fingers together, pointing at the invisible barrier ahead. His fingertips radiated a blinding golden light. Yasukani no Magatama. He uttered the name of his technique lightly. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In the next instant, thousands upon thousands of golden laser projectiles shot forth like the most resplendent meteor shower, bombarding that expanse. Each projectile harbored the terrifying heat and energy capable of piercing steel and vaporizing flesh. Yet, a peculiar scene unfolded. Countless projectiles vanished silently upon contact with the invisible barrier. As if snowflakes falling into the ocean, no explosions, no shockwaves, not even a ripple of energy. It was as if that space were a black hole capable of devouring all. Kizaru raised an eyebrow, seemingly unfazed by the outcome. The 5 elders' intelligence had proven accurate. A direct assault would prove ineffective. However, a grin returned to his lips, though the physical attack was swallowed. A fraction of the light and heat inherent to the projectiles managed to penetrate the barrier, seeping through like light through frosted glass. While diminished by 99%, it was still sufficient. Now, let us add a little more spice. In an instant, Kizaru's figure vanished from his position, transforming into a beam of light that began to move at an untraceable speed around the barrier of the Sky City. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A cacophony of excruciatingly piercing sounds erupted, reminiscent of countless sharp fingernails frantically scraping against glass, resonating with a frenzied intensity as he moved, creating a maelstrom of noise pollution beyond the barrier. In an instant, the entire Forbidden Sea transformed into a surreal, chaotic heavy metal concert. Countless laser beams, akin to wildly flickering stage lights, bathed the clouds in a blinding golden hue. The shrill noise, sharp enough to rend eardrums, intertwined with the radiant light, generating a sensory tempest capable of driving any sentient being into madness. Kizaru, with his singular might, orchestrated an unceasing symphony of light and sound pollution that enveloped the entire island. In the Sky City, the kitchen was suffused with the delightful aroma of butter mingled with caramel. Rashi hummed a cheerful tune, merrily preparing for afternoon tea. Using the gold provided by Enel, he concocted a unique golden apple pie, incorporating the electrically charged, mutated lightning apples. This was a recipe he had just devised. Sitting nearby on a bench, he swung her 2 snowy legs, holding a small flower crown woven from golden vines, her face alight with anticipation as she watched Rashi. Nico Robin sat beside her, engrossed in an ancient manuscript painstakingly compiled from the bear's memories, reading quietly. The sunlight was gentle, and the breeze was warm. Time seemed to stand still, basking in tranquility. Suddenly, without any forewarning, a piercing sound shattered the serenity. A series of distorted golden rays, diminished but still blindingly bright, penetrated the calm of the Sky City, casting the entire island in a flickering glow. Following this, a jarring cacophony ensued, a dissonance that felt as though it could bore into one's very marrow, far more grating than the simultaneous quacking of 1,000 ducks. Who had been swinging her legs, froze in shock. The golden flower crown slipped from her hands and clattered to the ground. Her face contorted in distress as she pressed her hands tightly against her ears. revealing an expression of acute discomfort and grievance. A pained whimper escaped her lips as she leapt from the bench, stumbling into Rashi's embrace. Rashi, it's so loud. It hurts. Hot tears streamed from her tightly shut eyes, her voice tremulous with fear and anguish. The golden apple pie, which Rashi had just shaped, hung suspended in the air. His languid smile slowly faded, replaced by a grave demeanor. Is it the Marines? Nico Robin set her book aside. Moving to the window, her face etched with concern as she surveyed the bizarre scene outside. The nature of this assault, the properties of the light. A name flashed through her mind, the Pika Pika no Mi. Admiral Kizaru. An admiral? Rashi's brow furrowed deeply. He looked down at her, trembling in his arms. Her face buried in his chest, shuddering from the unbearable noise and blinding light. He gently patted her back, his touch as tender as a whisper. Yet within him, another emotion surged, a fury that had simmered for over 20 years, ignited in an instant. Reflecting on the timeline, it was clear that a war should have been underway. And yet, here was this old fool, shirking battle to intrude upon his wife's afternoon tea. The five elders truly were the epitome of capitalistic exploitation. But who dared to disrupt my wife's tea time? And to make her cry? The pent-up resentment within Rashi ignited fiercely. He consoled her, his voice unnervingly calm. Don't cry, I will make it stop. He gently entrusted her to Nico Robin. Take care of her. Robin regarded Rashi with a look of concern. She had never witnessed such a countenance from him. Rashi did not venture outside, nor did he exit the kitchen. Instead, he slowly raised his hand and snapped his fingers in the air. Xingyu Island. His voice, though soft, seemed to penetrate the very core of the island's life essence. A low hum resonated throughout the Sky City, akin to a giant awakening from slumber, responding with a deep, rumbling acknowledgement. A glint of icy resolve flickered in Rashi's eyes, consumed the light and sound from outside. A dull response echoed, as if from the depths of the earth, and the Sky City came alive. The once passive protective field began to actively expand outward under Rashi's command. The golden rays that had pierced the barrier and painted the island in a surreal glow were instantly disassembled upon contact with the field, absorbed and transformed into the purest form of energy, flowing into the heart of the electric flowers. The cacophonous noise was engulfed by an invisible soundproof barrier, silencing it entirely within the island. In the kitchen, tranquility was swiftly restored. Only he remained in Robin's embrace, softly sobbing, clearly still shaken from the earlier fright. Meanwhile, on the surface of the sea, Kizaru maintained his nonchalant posture with his hands in his pockets, feigning exaggerated astonishment. Oh my, what remarkable abilities! They absorbed everything. He could distinctly sense that his attacks had been wholly received by the other side. Yet, he showed no inclination to cease. Rather, his enthusiasm intensified. The five elders had commanded him to harass. As long as the opponent did not emerge, he would continue the performance. At that moment, a fleet of massive Navy ships broke through the misty sea, finally arriving. The leading officer respectfully communicated via a den mushi, Admiral Borsellino. The fleet has reached the designated location. Please provide instructions. Kizaru's smile widened as he lazily commanded the den mushi. Ah, you've arrived just in time. Assist me with the accompaniment. Huh. The officer on the other end was bewildered. Use your shells to conduct indiscriminate bombardment over this airspace in front of me. Kizaru issued a perplexing order. Remember, it must be lively, noisy, like a grand fireworks display. Though confused, an order was an order. Understood. In the next moment, Kizaru lifted a leg, his toes aglow with golden light as he executed rapid kicks in the air, generating even more intense sonic booms. Simultaneously, he extended both hands, using lasers to etch a colossal, mocking naval insignia onto the cloud cover. He resembled the most dedicated performance artist. Boom, boom, boom. The fleet behind him unleashed a torrent of firepower, countless shells trailing long tails, intertwining with the chaotic symphony of light and sound, composing a frenzied, destructive cacophony. In the Sky City, Rashi's expression had darkened considerably. He gazed at her, still trembling in Robin's arms. A wave of unbridled fury surged from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. Is this never-ending? Skipping the Marineford War to work overtime? And with such fervor? Did the five elders reward you for perfect attendance? He had merely wished to silence this ridiculous clown. However, he has now had a change of heart. He intends to make this individual, the one who issues commands, feel the essence of regret from the depths of their soul. Luo Xiu slowly closed his eyes. Void Throne Authority card, fragment. When he first acquired this fragment, alongside the cold, unfeeling description, there was a fleeting, ineffable insight that defied verbal expression. It was a sense of absolute status that transcended all existence, viewing all living beings as mere dust. It was not merely the might of power, but rather a crushing presence that stemmed from a higher echelon of life. It embodied the will of the world king, Imu. He could not wield that power directly. However, he could emulate it. No, it was not mere imitation. It was a reproduction. Through the channel of hearing the voice of all things, Luo Xiu's mental energy enveloped Yi, cradled in his arms, as gently and tenderly as the most sophisticated radar. He did not probe nor touch. He merely attuned himself, aligning his mental frequency with the unconscious emanation of the World King's primal aura radiating from Yi until they resonated in perfect harmony. He resembled a tuner, while Yi was the absolute tuning fork that set the foundational pitch for the entire world. A profound, intangible will, seemingly heavier than the entirety of existence, began to coalesce within Luo Xiu's mental realm. He remained himself, yet, at this moment, his existence was endowed with an entirely different definition. Standing beside him, Nico Robin suddenly stiffened. She gazed at Luo Xiu in horror. Though his familiar face still bore an air of nonchalance, the sensation he evoked was utterly transformed. An uncontrollable tremor, originating from the deepest recesses of her soul, coursed through her limbs. It was the instinctual awe and fear one feels when confronting the Supreme. She opened her mouth, yet no sound escaped her lips. On the surface of the sea, Kizuru, who had been enthusiastically conducting an orchestral symphony, suddenly froze. His lecherous smile solidifying into a mask of dread. A colossal sense of impending doom, inexplicably erupting from the very depths of his being, engulfed him. His observation Haki emitted a piercing wail, the most anguished sound it had ever produced. Yet, he sensed nothing. No adversary. No assault. No murderous intent. What pervaded the air was merely an endless, chilling malice emanating from the entire space, the vast ocean, and the world itself. In that instant, the naval fleet behind him fell into a deathly silence. All artillery fell mute. On the deck, countless sailors, regardless of rank, simultaneously crumpled to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Kizuru's sunglasses slipped slightly, revealing his eternally drowsy eyes, now filled with terror and confusion. What is this? Conqueror's Haki? No. He had faced the most formidable Conqueror's Haki before, red-haired and white-beard, but none had ever felt like this. He even sensed that the very light particles constituting his being began to quiver, destabilized by this will. In the next moment, a voice resounded not through the air, nor through his ears, but directly within the depths of his mind, resonating in his soul. The voice bore no gender, no emotional fluctuations. It was cold, hollow, and authoritative, akin to a deity declaring an undeniable truth. Borsellino. Boom. Kizaru's mind went blank. He recognized that voice. It was one that only the highest echelons of the Navy, such as admirals or fleet admirals, could hope to perceive through special channels during the most confidential assignments or when stepping into the realm of power. The voice of the world's supreme authority seated upon the void throne. Lord Imu. In that instant, Kizaru's pupils constricted to the most perilous of pinpoints. Cold sweat instantly drenched his striped suit. What? Lord Imu truly is here. The five elders' speculation was indeed true. But why does her will descend directly upon me? Why is it filled with such terrifying wrath? He scarcely had time to ponder what transgressions he had committed. The voice, reminiscent of divine retribution, echoed once more. Cold, indifferent, devoid of any emotion, your light is rather blinding. Chapter 65. I'm not going to class anymore. That icy, hollow voice continued to reverberate within Kizaru's soul. Without fluctuation. Without sentiment. Do you wish to be eliminated? Boom. Kizaru's brain completely malfunctioned. Eliminate. This term represented the highest level of erasure within the most confidential archives of the world government. It was not death, nor burial, but a total eradication from the very fabric of existence. All related history, memories, and traces would be expunged from this world, as if that person had never been born. Kizaru's body stiffened. His expensive striped suit was instantly soaked through with cold sweat, clinging tightly to his back. He harbored no doubt regarding the veracity of that statement. As an admiral, he had vaguely brushed against that level of existence. He understood that the being seated at the pinnacle of the world possessed such power. The order he had just executed must have appeared to her as laughably futile, akin to an ignorant ant brandishing its claws before a slumbering dragon. It was not even worthy of being called ridiculous, it was merely an annoyance. In that moment, Kizaru's survival instinct eclipsed all else. What the five elders commanded, what probing, what missions, away with it all. He did not wish to be eliminated. He dared not linger even a moment longer, nor entertain any thoughts of the individuals within. He simply desired to flee from this place, as far away as possible. Kizaru abruptly turned, and for the first time, a twisted expression marred his usually lecherous face. To the fleet of warships, to the soldiers still trembling, unaware of what had transpired, he unleashed a heart-wrenching roar with all the strength he could muster. All personnel, retreat. His voice, sharpened by fear, lost all semblance of its former languor. Immediately, at once, leave this sea at the fastest speed possible. The naval commanders aboard the fleet stood in shock. They had never witnessed their typically nonchalant admiral, who seemed indifferent to everything, in such a state of disarray. This was more shocking than witnessing Whitebeard land at Marineford. Kizaru had no time nor courage to offer further explanations. The moment he finished his roar, he transformed. A golden light erupting forth, fleeing towards the horizon with a speed unmatched in his lifetime. Too panicked even to utter farewell. The light traced a rather ungraceful, erratic trajectory through the air, fueled by its master's overwhelming terror. He ran. The admiral ran. The naval officers stood transfixed, gazing at the radiant light that vanished into the horizon, their minds utterly bewildered. Admiral Borisolino commanded, retreat. It is the Admiral's order. Quickly retreat. Turn the ship around. Clear the way. We're about to collide. In an instant, the entire fleet descended into chaos. Once the Supreme Commander took the lead in fleeing, all military decorum and discipline disintegrated. Though the officers were perplexed, witnessing the Admiral's own panic left them with no choice but to flee for their lives. The process was tumultuous. Several colossal warships, due to abrupt maneuvers, crashed into one another with a thunderous cacophony of twisted metal. Masts splintered and sails were torn asunder. Yet, no one paid heed to these losses. Their singular desire was to escape this treacherous sea at the utmost speed. In the Sky City, as the external turmoil faded away, the blinding light and piercing noise gradually dissipated. The island returned to its previous tranquility and serenity. In the kitchen, the sweet aroma of butter and caramel once again dominated the air. Rosh slowly released his grip on the snapping fingers. He looked down at Thee nestled in his arms. All right, no more fussing, he murmured, gently patting her back and brushing his cheek against her forehead. I've chased away the bad guys. He could feel the aura of happiness enveloping the island, soothing Thee's startled emotions. Gradually, Thee's distress began to subside. Rosh's gaze drifted through the kitchen window. Observing the disheveled naval fleet in frantic retreat, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Now that is more like it. Disturbing someone's afternoon tea comes with a price. Nicole Robbins stood silently nearby, watching as Rosh redirected his attention back to Thee, witnessing the tenderness and affection once more gracing his features, as if the fearsome entity that had caused the Admiral to flee was but an illusion. Meanwhile, on the opposite end of the Sky City, in the suspended vine room, Enel bore witness to the entire spectacle. He had initially been leaning against the vine-woven wall, absent-mindedly charging the electric flowers while contemplating how to escape this cursed place. However, what followed was a grand display of light and shadow. He recognized that power, the Pika Pika no Mi, the naval admiral Kizaru. In Enel's perception, this was another being standing at the pinnacle of the world, an elemental user, akin to himself, a candidate for divinity. Yet, what did he behold? That powerful man, who toyed with light, after a series of actions that appeared somewhat ludicrous to him, suddenly fled. He ran faster than a cat, with its tail stepped on, in a state of utter disarray and devoid of dignity. Following suit, the dozen or so steel warships fled as though facing the apocalypse. Throughout it all, Enel never witnessed Rosh make a move. In that expanse, nothing transpired. Yet Kizaru fled. A fear deeper than being ensnared by vines seized Enel's heart. That man possessed the power to make even a top-tier warrior like Kizaru not dare linger for even a second. He had previously contemplated escape. Enel shivered. He furtively glanced toward Rosh's direction. At that very moment, Rosh had concluded his dealings with Kizaru and was casually surveying the island, naturally spotting the slacking Enel. Rosh's gaze fell upon Enel, a playful smirk curving his lips. He then nodded lightly in Enel's direction, as if conveying, well done, keep up the good work. Or perhaps, I know exactly what you were just thinking. Enel's body stiffened suddenly. Cold sweat trickled down his temples. He dared not entertain any notions of luck. Never again. With a jolt, Enel straightened his posture, an unprecedented, somewhat obsequious seriousness etched upon his face. He extended his hands, two currents of electricity flowing steadily and uniformly, akin to industrial machinery, precisely infusing the two electric flowers before him. No more small currents. It must be a medium current. I must demonstrate my work ethic to the leadership. The island must shine bright. He transformed into the most dedicated power bank, fervently outputting his value to the Sky City. Watching the two flowers grow increasingly luminous with the energy infusion, Enel let out a deep sigh of relief. He had survived. Once again, he had lived to see another day. Chapter 66. Who in this wretched class is in love with whom? Kizaru fled a distance of several hundred kilometers. Only when he could no longer sense any presence from the sea behind him did he come to a shaky halt, his figure coalescing in midair. He gasped for breath. His suit drenched in cold sweat, clinging to his body. His ever-present sunglasses were long gone. A few remaining operational naval ships followed, in a disheveled manner, lingering at a distance, hesitant to draw near. The naval soldiers on deck, observing their admiral in such a state, instinctively softened their breathing. Kizaru paid them no mind. He steadied his racing heart from the rapid flight and retrieved the golden transponder snail, symbolizing the highest command, from his pocket. His fingers trembled involuntarily as he pressed the call button. The transponder snail quickly connected, simulating an anxious demeanor on the other end. Borisolino, what is the situation? The voice belonged to one of the 5 elders with golden hair, carrying an undeniable urgency. Kizaru did not respond immediately. He remained silent. The other party only hearing his labored, still unsettled breaths. Speak. What did you see? Is Lord Imu there? One of the elders with a long white beard interjected. His tone stern. Kizaru closed his eyes, seemingly gathering his scattered thoughts, shaken by fear. He succinctly stated the facts. All my attacks, including the fleet's artillery, were absorbed by that island. Invalid. It was devoured, Kizaru corrected. Even light and sound were consumed. The elder on the other end fell silent for a moment. And then, the bald elder's voice broke the silence. You must have sensed something. Otherwise, you wouldn't have retreated. Kizaru's body trembled once more. He recalled the voice that resonated directly in his soul, remembering the term that signified cleansing. He remained silent for a longer duration, long enough that the elders on the other end were nearly losing patience. Finally, Kizaru spoke in a near dreamlike yet crystal-clear tone, articulating his conclusion, the most profound lesson he had ever learned in life. Gods are not to be glimpsed. Upon uttering this phrase, he did not wait for a response. With a click, he unilaterally ended the call. The Holy Land, Mariehua. Amidst the corridors of power, the abrupt disconnection of the telephone bug, followed by the cacophony of a busy tone, pierced the profound silence of the room with an unsettling sharpness. The 5 venerable elders, who stood at the pinnacle of global power, were momentarily immobilized. They maintained their postures as if still receiving the call, their expressions frozen in a tableau of unprecedented horror and stupor. Did the yellow ape just terminate their call? A naval admiral severed communication with the 5 elders? This was an absurdity more ludicrous than Whitebeard breaching Marineford itself. But what had he uttered? God, beyond comprehension. The elder, adorned with 2 long white whiskers, unconsciously murmured this phrase repeatedly. His grip slackened, and the illustrious golden telephone bug slipped from the table, landing with a muted thud upon the carpet. No one moved to retrieve it. In their minds, the brief 8 words spoken by the yellow ape reverberated with manic intensity. The man, perpetually cynical and often uttering the phrase "how terrifying," had conveyed a message that left them shivering in fear through the most unrestrained of actions and the most tremulous of tones. Their scheme, that self-righteous harassment plan, had not only met with utter failure, but had also incited the ire of an unknown entity. What did he refer to? The elder with a map-shaped scar on his forehead struggled to break the stifling silence. Was it that man, or he trailed off? The bald elder in a kimono, his hand resting upon the hilt of the original Kicho, felt the handle emit a faint groan under the pressure of its master. The tone of Borisolino was one of fear, not the fear of facing a formidable adversary. He spoke slowly, as if analyzing or perhaps attempting to convince himself. It was a primal shudder of the subordinate when confronted with a supreme being. It was akin to the sensation experienced in the presence of Lord Imu. Boom. This statement detonated like thunder amidst the power dynamics. The faces of the 5 elders turned ashen. They had presumed that Lord Imu was merely trapped on that island by some enigmatic force. Their intention was to provoke that power into revealing itself or to create an opportunity for Lord Imu's escape. Yet now, a more terrifying and unacceptable possibility loomed in their minds. The yellow ape had encountered the will of Lord Imu. Their foolish scheme, all that light and noise, had roused the wrath of the king of the world, one who cherished tranquility. Did we send someone to provoke Lord Imu? The towering elder uttered a disbelieving groan. No, the previously silent golden-haired elder suddenly spoke, his voice imbued with a deeper chill. The other 4 turned to him in unison. Perhaps it is worse than that. The golden-haired elder slowly raised his head, his gaze sweeping across each individual present. Have you ever pondered why the will of Lord Emu would emanate from that island? Why would that esteemed figure unleash their fury upon us to protect that island? Is there a possibility? He paused for an extended moment, then articulated a hypothesis so profoundly unsettling that it threatened to upend their 8th century understanding. Was it Lord Emu themselves who chose to remain there? Or rather, had that man grown powerful enough to command Lord Emu? Whichever scenario it might be, it heralded the complete disintegration of their power, along with an unpredictable reckoning from the king of the world. Once more, the realm of power plunged into a prolonged, deathly silence. This time, the stillness was suffused not with astonishment, but with a despairing sense of helplessness. They were the apex of the world's aristocracy, the supreme beings among the celestial dragons. Yet all their power stemmed from the shadowy figure seated upon that vacant throne. If that figure ceased to protect them, or worse, for a long while. The golden-haired elder wearily waved his hand, as if this single gesture drained him of all vitality. His voice, stripped of its former authority, was now laced with profound fatigue and trepidation. Immediately communicate the highest directive. Revoke all actions concerning that maritime region. He paused briefly, adding, erase that region completely from all official maps held by the world government. It does not exist, and no one is permitted to mention it, nor approach it. Finally, he seemed to assign a weighty designation to this matter. From now on, that area shall be referred to as the Forbidden Zone of God. Chapter 67. The Phantom Princess? The Holy Land, Mariehua. The golden telephone bug, a symbol of the utmost authority, lay desolately upon the carpet, the busy tone now silenced. Yet the oppressive silence in the room felt even more burdensome than before. The Forbidden Zone of God. The bald elder repeated the newly established designation, his voice parched. They dared not send anyone forth, nor attempt to probe further, nor even utter a word about it. The matter of Marineford required resolution. The golden-haired elder was the first to regain his focus amidst the dread. He forcibly redirected his thoughts back to the imminent conflict. Whitebeard must perish. The elder with the scarred forehead interjected, his tone frigid. The bloodline of the pirate king must be eradicated entirely. This battle is to conclude the old era. It is also to deliver a stern warning to the forthcoming, uncontrollable new age. The elder, sporting a long white beard, resumed his seat upon the sofa, a complex expression of reverence and conjecture flickering across his visage. Perhaps, he ventured, this chaotic new era, rife with contenders, is precisely the spectacle that esteemed figure wishes to witness? This utterance cast the other four into silence. They recalled history. They remembered the once mighty kingdoms that had been obliterated. Each transition of eras seemed propelled by invisible hands. Perhaps, these so-called supreme powers of the world were merely custodians employed by that esteemed figure to maintain the foundational balance of the world. And now, the custodians had realized that their master seemed to have acquired a new, more captivating plaything. Continue to monitor Marineford. Ultimately, the golden-haired elder issued the directive. The outcome of the war must remain within our control. Their gazes converged once more upon the enormous image of the telephone bug. Within the frame, Whitebeard's punch shattered the atmosphere, unleashing a cataclysmic tsunami, now being entirely encased by an ice wall. Meanwhile, on Fishman Island, in the Sky City, in the kitchen, the golden apple pie had just emerged from the oven. The rich aromas of milk, fruit, and caramel intertwined to create an overwhelming sense of bliss. Arashu cut a small piece and, using a fork made of gold, fed it to Ichi. Ichi took a small bite, his eyes squinting in happiness, his legs joyfully swinging in midair. Delicious. If you find it delectable, then indulge further. Rashu cut another slice, offering it to Nico Robin beside him. Thank you. Robin accepted it, savoring a small bite. The texture of this pie was peculiar. The sweet crispness of the apple tinged with a delightful electric sensation that tantalized the taste buds, rendering it utterly irresistible. Luo Xiu, on the other hand, chose not to partake in the feast. He reclined comfortably in a lounge chair, a plate of meticulously sliced watermelon before him, and a gilded spoon in hand. His movements were leisurely, yet within the confines of his mind, an epic saga of grand proportions unfolded. Through the ability known as listening to the voices of all things. Following the elevation of the fruits, both its scope and precision experienced a qualitative leap. He could now directly hear every sound from the battlefield of Marineford, the whistling of cannonballs, the clash of swords, the battle cries of soldiers, and the fierce confrontations. He could even discern Whitebeard's distinctive boisterous laughter and the frantic roars of the warlord of the sea. This sensory experience surpassed any live broadcast from a video snail, offering clarity and immersion akin to a 4K Blu-ray with Dolby Atmos sound. A VIP cinematic experience fit for an emperor. Whitebeard, despite his frail condition, still fought fiercely. Luo Xiu scooped a spoonful of watermelon, his mind unfazed as he provided real-time commentary. Haki in his Ice Age looked impressive, albeit a bit vociferous, always shouting to ensure others were aware of his impending attack. Akainu, with his perpetually constipated visage, appeared as if owed 5 million berries by everyone he encountered, provoking a desire to deliver a punch. Such individuals are the relentless strivers favored by superiors, destined for burnout. He resembled an avid pirate enthusiast, witnessing a familiar narrative unfold frame by frame in reality. When he heard Luffy and the notorious escapees from Impel Down crash into the center of the plaza, Luo Xiu nearly spat out his watermelon. Here they come. The protagonists have arrived. Their entrance, as ridiculous as ever. Robin observed the ever-changing expressions on Luo Xiu's face with curiosity. What are you watching? The Marineford War, Luo Xiu indicated to his head, live broadcast. Nico Robin paused, her mouth slightly agape, yet ultimately she said nothing. Forget it. She had grown accustomed to it. This man's abilities transcended rational comprehension. Should she intervene? Luo Xiu pondered this seriously, his gaze drifting to the ravenous EE, then to the demurely eating Robin. Save Ace and Whitebeard. The thought flashed through his mind, quickly followed by calculations. Go now? No, the timing is not right. Luo Xiu shook his head, dismissing the idea. That would spoil the plot. And the drama had only just begun. The grand entrance under the watchful eyes of the masses. The astonishing reversal from the depths of despair. Charging in now would merely be brawling. He resolved to wait until Whitebeard was exhausted and Luffy hoarse. When the world believed hope was lost. When Akainu, that relentless striver, assumed his most pretentious pose, ready to pierce Ace's chest with his fist, then he would strike, sending that constipated face crashing into the ice wall. Yes, that would do. Luo Xiu happily made his decision. He had grown weary of Akainu's self-righteous expression for far too long. This was how to remedy it. Let them fight for now. The war stretched long ahead. He would finish watching the first half before taking action. With a clear conscience regarding his intent to rescue, he resumed his role as a spectator. Doflamingo was once again toying with his string fruit, akin to an evil tailor. Mihawk clashed with the flower sword. This fellow was definitely slacking, exerting less effort than it took Luo Xiu to slice watermelon. Just as Luo Xiu indulged in his fruit while savoring the battle commentary, his brow suddenly furrowed. He heard something different. It did not emanate from Marineford, but from the opposite side of Fishman Island. A faint, flickering life signal, akin to a dying candle in the wind, was slowly approaching. This signal was peculiar, filled with utter negativity, despondency, and self-doubt. I want to die? Why am I still alive? I am so useless. I can't muster the energy for anything. Intermittent streams of negative energy flowed through, listening to the voices of all things. This presence was so unique that even the Sea King's trapping vines Luo Xiu had planted nearby seemed lethargic, their growth momentarily stunted. Luo Xiu's expression shifted to one of intrigue. He set down his spoon, concentrating his awareness in that direction. Soon, a blurry image began to take shape in his mind. A small vessel, resembling a coffin, drifted aimlessly upon the waves. A girl clad in Gothic Lolita attire, holding a small parasol with pink twin tails sagging down, sat lifelessly aboard, allowing the boat to be carried by the currents. Surrounding her were several translucent spirits, equally dejected, wearing expressions of utter disillusionment. Luo Xiu was taken aback. Is that Perona, the ghost princess? How did she end up in my waters? And judging by her appearance, it seems she has been significantly affected by something. How intriguing. A smirk crept across Luo Xiu's lips. He could nearly recite the script of the Marineford War by heart. Now, an actor who had deviated from the script had conveniently arrived at his doorstep. Chapter 68, The Wife is Crying. On the other side of Fishman Island, a uniquely shaped coffin-like vessel drifted aimlessly with the waves. A girl in Gothic Lolita attire, her pink twin tails drooping lifelessly, occupied the boat. Perona had been adrift for an indeterminate duration, ever since she was sent flying by that tyrant Kuma. She had landed on the eerie Karakin Island. After barely escaping from the relentless Mihawk, who pursued her for sparring, she found herself lost in this vast ocean. I want to die? Why must I continue living? I can't even find my way back. I am truly useless. She radiated an overwhelming aura of negativity, causing the translucent spirits floating beside her to droop their heads, sharing her despondent expression. Just as she was about to succumb to self-pity and drift into slumber, a sudden jolt interrupted her. Splash! Her little boat seemed to collide with something, coming to a halt. Perona wearily lifted her head. Before her lay a wall of verdant vines, stretching endlessly. Above this wall was a sky completely isolated, resembling another world. What is this? The path is completely blocked. This world is truly malevolent. Her negativity deepened. Sky City, kitchen. The aroma of golden apple pie still lingered in the air as Luo Xiu finished the last of the watermelon, satisfied with a contented burp. The ghost princess? She managed to drift all the way here. The world is indeed small. He glanced at Perona's despondent state, contemplating whether to engage. One toy was sufficient. Another might render the island's atmosphere rather peculiar. The sky gradually darkened. Yi rubbed her sleepy eyes and let out a small yawn. Are you tired? Luo Xiu set down the golden spoon in his hand, lifted her up, and walked towards the bedroom. Robin, good night. Good night. Nicole Robin placed her book down, watching them enter the room with a gentle smile gracing her lips. The night had deepened. Moonlight cascaded through the window, casting a silvery glow upon the soft, grand bed. Luo Xiu lay beside Yi, softly patting her back while humming an unknown lullaby. Soon, Yi succumbed to slumber, her breathing becoming steady and prolonged. However, this night's dream was starkly different from the usual. It was no longer the frigid, desolate void of the throne. The dream commenced with a resounding, mournful wail that echoed through the heavens. The sound was laden with endless epics and insurmountable sorrow, resonating deep within Yi's soul. She beheld a colossal elephant traversing the sea of clouds. Its size was immense, supporting a sprawling city upon its back, each of its steps rippling the cloud-laden sky. Yet, it wept. Tears cascaded like waterfalls from the creases of its weary eyes. Suddenly, the scene shifted. Beneath her, an expansive, crimson land split apart with a thunderous crack. The earth groaned in agony, and countless diminutive figures plummeted like dust into the unfathomable chasm, descending into the turbulent sea. Despairing cries were utterly devoured by the cataclysmic roar. She stood at the precipice of the fracture, feeling the world crumble beneath her. At that moment, a gigantic straw had entered her line of sight. A man, his features obscured, stood in the fading light of the setting sun, the hat concealing all expression. He extended his hand towards her. A solemn promise, seemingly wagering everything, resonated within her heart. It was a covenant, a promise of dawn. In the realm of dreams, she felt an unprecedented warmth and hope. Yet, in the next instant, that enormous straw hat, the man who had made the promise, vanished into a raging inferno. Flames consumed all. The warmth and hope were incinerated, leaving her solitary amidst the ruins of the world, confronting eternal solitude and coldness, a loneliness more piercing than the 8 centuries spent on the void throne. In her sleep, Yi curled up, emitting a pained whimper. Glimmering tears slipped from her tightly shut eyes, soaking the pillow. The profound sorrow of being forsaken by the entire world and betrayed by the one most dear to her drowned her consciousness. No, she murmured unconsciously. Luo Xiu, half awake, immediately sensed something amiss. He gently wiped her tears away. This was no ordinary nightmare. The sorrow was too real. Just as he was about to awaken her awe, Yi jolted awake from the nightmare, her body trembling violently. She opened her eyes, filled with an unprecedented, bone-deep terror. She neither screamed nor spoke. Upon seeing Luo Xiu, she lunged into his arms like a frightened, dying creature, exerting all her strength to cling to his neck, nearly choking him. Luo Xiu, her voice, laced with sobs, was fractured and despairing. Don't go, please. Don't leave me. Scalding tears instantly soaked the fabric of Luo Xiu's nightshirt. His heart clenched abruptly. He immediately embraced her, holding her trembling form tightly. I'm here. He gently stroked her back, repeating, I am here. I want to leave. It was just a nightmare. It's all right. It's all over. He spoke in the softest tone, echoing the soothing words that had always calmed her before. Yet, this time, they fell flat. The girl in his arms continued to tremble violently, her soul deep terror beyond the reach of mere words. Don't disappear, don't. Like him, her words were fragmented, filled with confusion and sorrow. Luo Xiu's movements halted. Holding the weeping Yi, the carefree demeanor he usually wore vanished. Simple comfort was no longer sufficient. The memories of him, those burdensome past sealed for 8 centuries, were awakening in a manner he could not halt. It was not a history to be forgotten, but rather, a series of bloody scars etched upon the soul. Merely hiding within this sky city could no longer shield her from all suffering. Luo Xiu remained silent, clutching her tighter, as though attempting to meld her into his very being. He felt her fear, her sorrow, her despair. For the first time, he understood clearly that he was not only confronting the enemies of this world, but also her 8 centuries of solitude and torment. Chapter 69, Eternal Harbor. Luo Xiu held her, speechless. The night had grown profoundly deep. The girl in his arms resembled a small ship adrift in a tempest, perpetually unable to find a harbor. He recounted tales from the pirate King Roger to the straw hat boy Luffy, hoping to drown her sorrow in those fervent adventures. It was in vain. He rushed to the kitchen, utilizing the finest ingredients at his disposal to recreate a golden apple pie, adding double the sugar for an aroma sweeter than any before. Yet, she merely clung to his arm, burying her head in his embrace, unable to eat a single bite. He carried her to the edge of the sky city. Sitting upon the sea of clouds, pointing towards the myriad stars, softly narrating the myths of another world regarding the night sky. She clutched his clothing, her tremors unceasing, as if all the beauty of the external world could not penetrate her profound sorrow. Luo Xiu, fire, such a great fire, don't go the elephant. It is crying. Her words were fragmented and chaotic, like a dull knife repeatedly tearing at his heart. Luo Xiu sighed. Through the life network of the island, he sent forth a chilling thought. Awaken. Over time, in the vine-covered room, Enel was deeply asleep. He dreamt of escaping this wretched island, returning to the infinite lands where the sky was his to traverse. He was poised to unleash divine retribution, making the mortals beneath feel the terror of thunder once more. Awaken. Over time, a cold voice erupted unexpectedly in his mind. Enel jolted awake, springing up from his vine bed. It was that man's voice. He was so frightened that his soul nearly fled, scrambling to the center of the room, his face contorting into the most humble smile. Great sir. What is your command? At your service. Luo Xiu's voice resonated again, unyielding. Set off fireworks. Make them beautiful. Make her happy. Enel froze in surprise. Without hesitation, he extended his hands, meticulously conjuring faint currents of electricity outside the window. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Threads of delicate, multicolored sparks erupted like fireflies in the tranquil night sky, intertwining to form an array of childish and whimsical patterns. A little rabbit, a small bear, and a crooked flower. These were the most enchanting fireworks Enel could conjure. He was drenched in sweat, feeling more exhausted than after a fierce battle. Luo Xiu held close, observing the somewhat clumsy display of electric lights outside. Look, fireworks. Yet the girl nestled in his arms did not lift her head. She resembled a wounded kitten, lost and unable to find its way home, clinging tightly to his clothing as if, should she release her grip, he would vanish into the inferno like that straw hat in her dreams. Luo Xiu's brows furrowed deeply. What is it? Came the worried voice of Nico Robin from the doorway. She had been roused by the commotion, clad in her pajamas and draped in a coat. Upon seeing Yi's distraught, tear-streaked face, her heart clenched in sympathy. Yi, she ventured, attempting to approach and gently pat her back. However, as she took a step forward, Yi recoiled sharply, as if pricked by a needle, burrowing even deeper into Luo Xiu's embrace. She glanced at Robin, but the warmth of their usual camaraderie had vanished, replaced by an impenetrable vigilance and unease towards the world. Robin halted in her tracks, feeling at a loss. She had never witnessed Yi in such a state. Luo Xiu gently patted Yi's back and shook his head at Robin, signaling her to keep her distance. I will handle this. Robin silently nodded, retreating to the side, her face etched with concern. A chill enveloped Luo Xiu's heart. He finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. This was not merely a nightmare. It was a torrent of memories, fragments sealed away for 800 years, surging uncontrollably. What kind of desperate tableau was woven from those fragmented words? Fire, elephant, don't go. Simple companionship and sweet daily moments could no longer mask this gaping wound. They were merely superficial painkillers, and now their effects had worn off. A solution must be found, one that would ensure she would never again feel alone or afraid. Lowering his gaze to the girl still trembling with unease in his arms, his resolve solidified like never before. He could no longer passively dispel nightmares. Cradling he returned to the edge of the bed and closed his eyes. With a thought, the pale blue system shop, visible only to him, unfolded within his consciousness. He bypassed the gaudy trinkets and ordinary recipes, ultimately locking his sight upon the deepest section of advanced emotional cuisine. There lay a solitary recipe, radiating a faint yet profoundly warm golden glow. Calming soup? No, too rudimentary. Happy fried chicken bucket. That would only lead to weight gain. Forgetful wine. He did not wish for her to forget anything, not even the pain. His gaze traveled downwards until it was drawn to a faint yet incredibly warm golden light in the depths of advanced emotional cuisine. There lay a solitary recipe, seemingly the culmination of all culinary pursuits, an unattainable pinnacle of artistry. Recipe name, Eternal Haven. Type, ultimate emotional cuisine. Culinary effect, unique. Using the creator's own life and will as a foundation, constructs an eternally existing absolute safe domain within the diner's spiritual world, the eternal haven. Note 1. Once established, the haven becomes an anchor for the diner's soul, no matter how tumultuous the storm of memories or negative emotions. The core of their consciousness remains intact, preventing them from becoming lost. Note 2. The creator can infuse their will into the haven at any time, allowing them to meet the diner within the spiritual realm. Note 3. This is a soul-binding dish. It can only be created for one person in a lifetime. As Luo Xiu read the lines of explanation, his breath caught momentarily. This was no longer mere cuisine. It was a promise, a fortress built with one's own vitality and soul for another. A smile slowly curled at the corners of Luo Xiu's mouth. Devoid of his usual nonchalance and the coldness he often displayed to adversaries, it brimmed with boundless tenderness and determination. He had finally discovered the true remedy for her afflictions, not to make her forget the pain, but to ensure that within the depths of her painful memories, she would always have a home, a sanctuary that belonged solely to the two of them. So this was the price, Luo Xiu murmured softly to himself. He gently lowered his head, kissing EE's cold forehead. It was worth it. Chapter 70. The Abyssal Giant Clam. Where's my pearl? Luo Xiu's consciousness delved deeper into the system shop. Recipe: Eternal Haven. Points required for redemption: 99, 999. He glanced at his meager points balance. Painstakingly accumulated over 2.5 years through daily sign-ins and the occasional hidden achievements. 100,001. Fortunately, it was sufficient. Without hesitation, he redeemed it. Instantly. Only a solitary 2 points remained. A sense of emptiness flooded him, as if the fruits of 2.5 years of labor had been abruptly stripped away. Yet it was swiftly replaced by an unprecedented sense of solidity and resolve. It was worth it. The recipe known as Eternal Haven transformed into a warm golden light. Merging into his mind, Luo Xiu opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. He looked at Robin, who still held EE, clinging to him like a koala. Robin, please watch over her. I need to prepare some things in the kitchen. Robin nodded with concern, reaching out to take EE. No. EE tightened her grip around Luo Xiu's neck with surprising strength. Her head buried in his neck, her voice trembled with uncontainable panic. No, don't separate us. Luo Xiu's body stiffened. He could feel EE starting to tremble anew. Robin's hand hovered helplessly in the air, her worry deepening as she looked at EE. She only trusts you right now. Luo Xiu remained silent for a moment. He lowered his head, rubbing his cheek against EE's soft hair. All right, we won't part. We will never be apart. His voice was soft and gentle. Shall we go to the kitchen together? I will make you something delicious. The girl in his arms did not respond, but the grip on his clothing loosened just a fraction. This was her silent consent. Luo Xiu cradled her with one arm, his other hand gently supporting her back as they ventured into the kitchen. Contrary to expectations, there were no pots, pans, or flames. Instead, the entire space resembled a vast greenhouse, teeming with vibrant green vines and exotic blooms. Moonlight filtered through a specially crafted dome, suffusing the air with the fragrant essence of plants and earth, reminiscent of the invigorating freshness following a rainstorm. Holding E, Luo Xiu made his way to the center of the kitchen. He paused, closing his eyes, allowing his consciousness to connect with the entirety of Salty Fish Island through the prowess of the forest fruit. Salty Fish Island, my companion. I require a fragment of your core essence. A gentle, pleasurable hum resonated through the island, as if responding wholeheartedly to its master. At the center of the kitchen, the thickest vines slowly split apart, giving rise to a colossal flower bud that unfurled in layers. Suspended within its heart was a droplet of an exquisite green liquid, quietly hovering as though it encapsulated an entire spring. This was the essence of life, the very source of vitality for the aerial city. Luo Xiu extended his hand, and the droplet obediently floated into his palm, exuding a refreshing aura of life. Upon inhaling its fragrance, Yi's turbulent emotions seemed to calm somewhat. She lifted her head from Luo Xiu's neck, her misty eyes curiously gazing at the suspended green liquid. Luo Xiu offered her a reassuring smile before directing his gaze towards a budding flower in the corner of the kitchen. It was the dawn blossom, a rare plant that only unfurls at the break of dawn, absorbing the first rays of sunlight. It was the dead of night, yet Luo Xiu could not wait. He extended a finger and gently tapped the bud, infusing it with pure life energy. In an instant, the bud appeared to experience a rapid passage of time, gradually unfurling at a visible pace, each petal seemingly woven from the purest sunlight. When it fully bloomed, The entire kitchen was bathed in a warm golden hue. Luo Xiu delicately plucked the flower and set it aside, but it wasn't enough. He closed his eyes once more, activating the ability to listen to the voices of all things. His consciousness penetrated the island, the clouds, and the depths of the ocean below. Countless sounds flooded his mind. The frolicking of fish, the breaths of sea turtles, the currents of the sea, and the slumber of the earth. He was searching for a unique heartbeat, a soothing rhythm capable of calming even the most tumultuous waves. He found it, deep beneath Salty Fish Island. Within a trench of the ocean lay a giant clam that had slumbered for centuries. A faint smile graced Luo Xiu's lips. With a mere thought, a slender vine, as fine as a hair, silently extended from the depths of Salty Fish Island and dove into the deep sea, defying the water pressure. It found the giant clam with precision and gently tapped its shell with the utmost tenderness. The clam stirred from its slumber, yawning drowsily before slowly opening. Inside, a pearl the size of a pigeon's egg, perfectly round and radiating a soft moonlight, lay quietly. The vine wrapped around the pearl and swiftly ascended. The clam, bewildered, felt an emptiness within, a wave of indignation surging as it thought, what just happened? Moments later, the tranquil pearl, imbued with the coolness of the deep sea, appeared before Luo Xiu. He pinched it between two fingers, and the hard pearl silently transformed into the finest powder. The material components were ready. Yet these were merely the ingredients. The essence of the dish, its very soul, remained paramount. Luo Xiu inhaled deeply, refraining from commencing the cooking process immediately. He sat on a chair woven from vines, still cradling Closing his eyes, a flurry of memories raced through his mind. He recalled the tempestuous night when he pulled a cold, unconscious woman from the sea. He remembered the first bowl of porridge he clumsily made for her in the kitchen. He envisioned the island above, where he transformed Enel into a comical firework dispenser to soothe her cries, and the moment the yellow monkey attacked, where she trembled in his embrace, prompting him to draw upon the power of the world's king to frighten the admiral. He remembered chasing away every creature that frightened her, dismantling the golden ark to build a gaudy mountain of gold for her, and sharing sunrises and sunsets together. These memories were devoid of grand adventures or fervent oaths. Instead, they were filled with the simplicity of daily life and the purest form of protection. He sought neither her identity nor her power, and he was oblivious to her heavy past. His sole desire was to shield her from harm, to prevent her from shedding tears. With this as his core, with this as his fire, Luo Xiu whispered within. He immersed his spirit into the river of these memories. Like the most rigorous of blacksmiths, he gathered all these thoughts of protection and placed them into the furnace of his soul, repeatedly forging them with unwavering will. Stripping away all irrelevant distractions, squeezing out all impure desires, leaving only the most primal and exquisitely pure love. This process weighed heavily on his spirit, yet it also bestowed an unprecedented clarity and strength. Ultimately, a golden orb, the size of a fist, warm and resolute, radiating a light capable of illuminating all darkness, slowly materialized in his palm, the core of the will of the eternal harbor. It was complete. Gazed in awe at the golden light, unable to comprehend its nature, yet she felt that it was warmer than any sunlight she had ever encountered, soothing her cold, fearful heart with a moment of peace. Luo Xiu opened his eyes, revealing a hint of fatigue, yet more profoundly, an endless tenderness. He rose and walked to the center of the kitchen, extending his hands. Countless vines erupted from the ground, swiftly intertwining and spiraling to form an ancient, natural cauldron. Luo Xiu placed the droplet of essence of life, the dawn blossom, and the powdered, tranquil pearl into the vine cauldron in succession. Finally, he gently pressed his palm against the bottom of the cauldron. Instead of employing flames, he transformed his gentle yet immense life energy into the most stable source of heat, initiating the cauldron's warming process. The essence of life began to boil under the heat, bubbling with vibrant life. The dawn blossom slowly dissolved within, morphing into countless golden specks. The powdered, tranquil pearl dispersed throughout the broth, creating a miniature, shimmering starry river. The entire pot of soup emanated an indescribably clear and serene fragrance. Beads of sweat trickled down Luo Xiu's forehead. This endeavor proved far more exhausting than any confrontation he had ever engaged in. He meticulously controlled the heat, unwilling to allow even a moment's distraction. The golden essence of will, suspended above his wrist, awaited the opportune moment for integration. Chapter 71, A Firm Grasp. Nico Robin stood at the threshold of the kitchen, utterly entranced. Could cuisine be crafted in such a manner? It resembled a long-lost ancient ritual. The very essence of the island served as the broth. Infused with exotic flowers kissed by the first light of dawn, and adorned with ground pearls from the abyss, sleeping for a century. She had never fathomed that a simple bowl of soup could be conceived in such a way. Above the city of sky, by the window of the vine-woven room, Enel stealthily peered through the gaps, observing the golden radiance ascending from the kitchen. The warmth, the sanctity of it all, evoked a profound reverence within his soul, rendering him uneasy. How absurd, he murmured softly, though his eyes flickered with avarice and resentment. A sinister thought quietly took root in his mind. With such a potent energy reaction, if he were to unleash a maximum voltage of 200 million volts in that direction, could he disrupt him? Could he incite a modicum of chaos to create an opportunity for escape? Or perhaps, if such formidable energy could be absorbed by him? The moment the thought emerged, a piercing scream erupted from Enel as he clutched his head, collapsing to the ground in a fetal position, trembling. He felt his dignity, his pride as a god, once again mercilessly crushed into the mire by that man's invisible hand. A solitary tear of despair slipped from the corner of his eye. He dared not entertain any further inappropriate thoughts. This man was a devil. In the kitchen, Luo Xiu remained oblivious to the self-inflicted turmoil of the charging device. His focus was entirely devoted to the person in his arms and the pot of soup before him. He could distinctly sense Yi's fear, not merely the terror of nightmarish visions, but an overwhelming insecurity akin to losing everything. In that instant, Luo Xiu comprehended. Yi was not afraid of the memories of the past. She feared that when those memories fully returned, when Im's personality awakened completely, the Yi who depended on him would vanish. She would lose everything she currently possessed, him, and revert to that solitary, frigid throne of emptiness. With this realization, Luo Xiu's resolve solidified like never before. The golden orb of will above his palm blazed more brilliantly. The moment had arrived. Luo Xiu whispered. Cradling the luminous orb that encapsulated all his protective intent, he slowly, steadfastly pressed it into the bubbling concoction before him. A hum resonated, devoid of sound. In that instant, the entire kitchen, indeed the entirety of Sky City, was enveloped by an indescribable golden radiance. The light was not blinding, but rather exuded an unparalleled warmth and gentleness. All the flora on the island unfurled joyfully in response. Even the sea king vines, planted by Luo Xiu, grew more robust, emitting an irresistible fragrance that beckoned the deep-sea leviathans. Within the cauldron, the soup seemed to come alive. All the ingredients melded under the infusion of golden light, transforming into a flowing, resplendent river of gold. A warmth, a sense of security, akin to a child returning to their mother's embrace, wafted from the pot. Merely inhaling this essence miraculously calmed Yi's restless spirit. The fear etched on her face dissipated, replaced by pure curiosity and attachment. With wide, glistening eyes, she gazed at the pot, as if it held the entirety of the cosmos. The radiance gradually receded, and the vine cauldron morphed, ultimately transforming before Luo Xiu into a humble bowl crafted from warm, white jade. Within it lay a pool of golden broth, gently flowing, speckled with countless glimmers, reminiscent of a tranquil starry sky. Eternal haven. The creation was complete. Luo Xiu delicately lifted the bowl and presented it to Yi. His voice, gentle enough to melt ice and snow, echoed, Yi, drink this, and you shall never again suffer from nightmares. Yi gazed at Luo Xiu's face, then at the beautiful cosmos within the bowl. She harbored absolute trust in him. Without a moment's hesitation, she obediently grasped the golden spoon he had prepared for her, scooping a spoonful of the golden liquid and gently bringing it to her lips. The broth melted in her mouth, devoid of any distinct flavor, yet an indescribable warmth surged down her throat, instantly radiating through her limbs, ultimately flooding her very soul. At that moment, Yi's consciousness was irresistibly drawn into an endless abyss of darkness by an overwhelming force of tenderness. Boom! The surroundings were pierced by frigid winds. As countless shards of shattered, grotesque memories howled past her, more vivid and terrifying than any dream, they portrayed a burning realm, a fractured crimson land, the anguished cries of a giant in the deep sea, and the enormous straw hat slowly igniting in the fiery blaze, turning to ash. Alongside 800 years of unending solitude, an overwhelming tide of fear and loneliness engulfed her. She wished to scream, but could produce no sound. Just then, a golden light illuminated the darkness. Luo Xiu's figure appeared before her, clad not in his usual casual attire, but in a simple, radiant white robe woven from light. Smiling as he extended his hand towards her. Hold fast, he urged, reminiscent of their first encounter when he had pulled her from the frigid waters. Instinctively, Yi grasped his hand with all her might. Warmth. Solidity. In the next moment, a colossal, boundless golden shield erupted around them. Boom. The shield isolated all darkness, all fragments of memory, and all icy tempests beyond its confines. Those terrifying memories, like frenzied beasts, violently assaulted the shield, only to create ripples in vain. Inside the shield, warmth flourished, tranquility reigned. Outside, storms raged, heralding the apocalypse. Here was the sanctuary that Luo Xiu forged with his life and will, an absolute realm of safety exclusively for her. Luo Xiu gently tugged her closer, entwining her hand with his. Do not fear. His voice resonated within her very soul. I am here. From this day forward, nothing shall harm you. He paused, his tone unwaveringly gentle as he added, neither past memories nor the future you shall ever take you from my side. Yi gazed vacantly at the terrifying spectacle of chaos beyond the light barrier, before turning her attention back to the man beside her, Luo Xiu. She could perceive the profound bond that had formed between them, one that transcended any mere embrace, connecting their souls on a deeper level. As long as he remained by her side, this haven would never succumb to despair. After 8 centuries, she was experiencing, for the first time, the true essence of safety. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks once more, but this time, they were not born of fear or sorrow. She released her grip and threw herself into Luo Xiu's embrace, burying her face deeply against his chest. Luo Xiu, she called his name repeatedly, over and over. Luo Xiu held her close, gently patting her back, allowing her tears to soak through his luminous garments.